who was in the diner, whose mother was pleading with him not to get a blood clot, to move those bones, drink that water. He is the 24-hour man. That's right. No 1 minute, no 1 hour. We're talking 24 straight. And he looks great. Just 17 hours since. He is Tommy Freeze Pops. What's up, dude?
Yo, bro, I am groggy today. That's the best way to describe it. And it's kind of like a gloomy day outside too. So I feel like that adds to the grogginess here. Oh, sorry. Yeah. See, that's the 24-hour tickle. That's what they call it for us 24-hour guys. But I slept for 14 hours, so that's good.
Almost made it all back up. Like 2 hours. That's 2 7-hour sleeps there.
But now I've feel almost too tired because I slept so much. That's why I think groggy's the right way to describe it. But I'm here for the next 3, so let's go.
You're here for 3. We're all here for the day. Appreciate everybody being here with us. I hope you're pumped and jacked and excited for a Saturday. I'd love drop what your plans are for the day in the chat. Let's talk a little off-field action. We'll talk a little football. Big day. It's like open training camp day. All the media is open to all the practices, so we're getting all the news and notes out of numerous camps. Also, a couple of camps doing vaccinations for members going to. So that's kind of good. That's an interesting pool. I like it. So we got here a simulated game between the Seahawks and the Bengals. It's kind of like a Carlos Dunlap revenge game. I was trying to find something here, but
sure. Anyways. Carlos Dunlap revenge game. And all you need to say for this today, Rossi, is Saturday, 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 Saturday. Saturday. I don't know why I've never done that, but I think I'm going to start doing it on Saturdays. Saturday. Saturday. Okay, I'm done.
We got Taralyn as our producer who will be jumping in the booth. Double pay and double execution here. The Swiss Army. We have the Swiss Army knife crew, if I could be honest. You got myself, who's basically useless. You got Freeze Pops, who goes 24 hours in a diner, takes a little nap ski, and right back in it for 6 hours of Sims. Taralyn, who's going to be producing today and will be on with you for the 2 and the 4. We got Bry Guy, who is our director of technicalities on the 1 through 1,622,000. And this dude also very Swiss Army knife-esque. Maybe we can make a 3-man weave in there. We'll see what happens. It's going to be wild. It's Saturday. There's no rules. The bosses aren't paying attention. And then we got our guy Bert. Good crew. Love to see it. Good to see everybody.
Love Bert. Abby saying, Freeze, you're a legend for the day-long Freeze Fest. Thank you, Abby. Abby, I think I saw you popping in the chat from time to time last night, so that was nice.
Obviously, we'll break down a little bit of that in a moment as we're going to get a punt from the Bengals here just a minute in, really slow it down the pace of play here. Come on, Bengals. With that, so I did a couple of Sims yesterday as well as joined you yesterday morning with an absolute dream come true, chatting it up with the Great Dane. We'll get to it, but
honestly, my favorite segment of the day.
You're probably lying, but that's okay.
No, I've even said it later in the video. You can go check it out.
All right, maybe I will. I will just say that in the chat here, a lot of people asking about you, saying I'm going to go check in on him. A lot of people in the chat. It was very cool to see, especially during the me and Ducey, because I don't know. I think Kenny's been on one lately. I think Kenny needs to find some.
Kenny was a good reality check in the morning. He's like, why aren't you asking me about these big sports stories? And I'm like, oh, it's because I've been sitting at a diner for 24 hours. So
because I don't care.
Because I don't know. I didn't know that Novak Djokovic lost in the Olympics to miss out on the gold slam. But you're a tennis guy, so why don't we talk about that? It was actually good. It was like Kenny kind of being Kenny, but at the same time, I needed that because I was disconnected from the world because I was at a Denny's. And yes, I did steal the menu.
Oh, hell yeah.
I'm going to have Morton side it for me in Canton next week.
I know that was the big, I didn't know that. So you were going with Morton to the Hall of Fame for the enshrinement?
Yeah. We're hopefully going to make that an annual tradition. We're going to go to the Hall of Fame together every year and do some content.
I think I'm going to have to
buy a ticket, dude.
No, screw that. I need free. You know how it goes. Because my guy, the greatest receiver to ever play the game, Calvin Johnson, getting in. I'm going to be locked in on Saturday, a week from tonight. I'm watching.
Those will be very interesting speeches, no doubt. Yeah. I'm really, because he retired young, so he's going to have a very different perspective than a guy like Drew Pearson, who,
Yes.
has been out of the league for 30 years.
Yes. AD Poker. Tom survived his 24 hours. You're a warrior. That's right, everybody. Tom is right up there with the greats in the world right here. Guys goes to a diner and doesn't leave for 24 hours. Brian C. Did BK talk all Broncos last night?
Yes.
Sure.
He did. He broke down training camp battles in Denver. And he was great. BK was awesome. But it's funny because we had Clinton Yates right after him who did his hit from a Denny's, completely committing to the bit. And he was like, look, I just heard BK going off about the Broncos. I'm not talking sports with you. I hope you know that. I'm like, yes, that's completely fine with me.
I will just say, going into yesterday, we didn't really discuss. I'm sure you had so many people. It was more conversational, sometimes sports. I know you had the Vegas Insider before me trying to fluff up your Boston College Eagles to being undefeated.
Yeah,
get out of town. I know, but get out of town.
I didn't even know he was going to do that. That was great.
It was cool. But I will say that I came in with nothing, and I was just like, I think we'll just shoot the breeze, see what's up. Is DK Metcalf's going to shoot the breeze into the end zone for a touchdown. Russ to DK for a 40-yard dinger, baby. That's a touchdown in baseball. But there is 3:52 left. DK taking to the house. So, yeah, I came in with nothing. I didn't know. I was like, we'll probably shoot the breeze. And then at one point, I'm like, I bet you we'll do something about Mount Rushmores. I'm just trying to think of our little, things that we've done.
And I think we were going to start doing one, and then...
Well, we did the Mount Rushmore of diner items, and then boom, the Great Dane jumped.
Yes, that's what it was. I didn't even get to give mine because then Morton just parachuted in, but it was awesome. It completely sent us off the rail, and I said it to you at the beginning. I'll say it again. That was my favorite segment of the day, because then my buddy Austin, who does country radio up in Chicago, popped in, and it was just a 4-man weave, and it was great. It was so fun.
I'll just say this too to top that is Austin fit in. I know you.
Yeah.
Austin knows you. Great Dane knows you. But when we were all there together, I didn't feel out of place. I was oddly quiet for a few minutes, but because there was more mouths to feed, but it was good. And I'll just say this too, for those, who don't, make sure you check out Great Dane Nation. I said it to Morton on there. Who knew the personality this man has? And in moments, and I don't mean this rude, this is honest.
Mm-hmm.
He's a little dry at times when he's having these interviews with some people, but that's just because he's converting with other professionals. It's not like he's trying to wax poetic about certain things, but
exactly
the riffing he has and the way he can talk, and he can talk. He can go.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I know.
I already said, I think I'm going to DM him. If you're ever sick, I'm going to fill in. I'm coming in. I'm going to smack that guy around a little bit.
Actually, that's actually a good thing to keep in mind.
Well, I was thinking you're going to
eventually I'm going to want a week off here.
Yeah, and you're going to move.
Seriously.
I'll talk to Vegas Insiders. I'll tell them what's up. Yeah. But with all that, I'm pulling a freeze pop. So we get a fumble. The Smash Brothers in full effect. That was a Bobby Wagner whack. And the ball came out. So now the Seahawks take back over here at the 22-yard line.
Choker saying it was fun scrolling through all your various guests freeze pops. Well done. Danny Cannell was a hoot. Cannell was awesome.
Danny's always good.
He came in ready to roll with stuff from my past that I didn't realize. He was more prepared for that interview than me, I feel like.
Love that. Because he was who you worked with at ESPN, right?
Yeah, he was being up for 24 straight hours, is that going to prompt you to fire off an email to every person in your contact book saying that you put something in their freezer when you actually didn't?
Got him.
Then he was trying to hit me up about Olympic volleyball and asking why, I wasn't on the team and if I was disappointed that they didn't select me. He was great. He came in hot.
Love it. By the way, over on Twitch, Heavy Kevy says, what's up? K-Nut jumping over says, first time on Twitch. Says, actually, the sound and picture way better on Twitch.
Twitch is legit.
I'm not here to disrespect YouTube in any way, but it is just true. The quality coming through Twitch is amazing. Also, our guy, Bry Guy, putting the BC emoji in our chat earlier, because he and I remember we had a little battle last year when it was Notre Dame BC, which we all know the way that came on. But yeah, BC, big BC.
For a hot sec, it looked like we had a shot in that game.
Listen, I will give this as we get a completion here. Is that we're going down the depth chart? Is that Dorsett? Who got that one? Chris Carson, sorry. But with that being said, Vegas Insider. Who was his name again? Who was on right before me? I forgot.
Brian Edwards.
Brian Edwards thinking BC could run
7 to 9 wins.
7 to 9 wins, which that's not as good as I thought. I thought he said undefeated for some reason.
No, I said undefeated.
Oh, okay. Oh, wow. Hitting a brick wall. Chris Carson just hits the end zone, but does not get in. It's like a thumper from the linebacking core. But with that, yeah, 7 to 9's not out of reach. I guess 7 definitely not out of reach. 9, that's where I had them. You know, we don't talk. Look at the linebackers here, like a defensive lineman right there.
Yeah, that's that's like amoeba defense right there. You don't see that
going up
very often.
Nice breakup there.
That was kind of a penalty after the breakup there. He didn't need to do that second part.
That's 2004 football right there. That's like throw him down. Seattle's challenge. What are we doing here?
Yeah, what? He didn't catch it.
Get out of here with this challenge.
This is interesting. And way out.
No,
he didn't even catch it.
Just moving on here. Get out of here.
Oh, did he make a football move? He didn't get both feet in.
He doesn't catch the ball. Watch it be a touchdown.
That's the weirdest challenge I've ever seen in Madden.
It's right up there. No, I've seen one at the end of a game where the guy went out of bounds and it was like the same thing you just saw, but it was like they were down by 20 and there was no time left anyway. So it was like, what are we doing?
Queenie saying Mike Gold Jr. was great too. Ty DeRaider saying Mama Freeze Pops was the real MVP.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, she killed it, honestly.
I saw her in the chat when I came back at the end to see the like saying I made it for she was in total for 16 hours.
She watched the whole thing yesterday. She had the whole day off. She just threw it on her phone.
Love that. Support right there. And again, Seattle will not punch it in. Maybe they go for it here, get aggressive, but another stop there by this Bengals defense, which I want to talk a little football. We'll do it in a second because I want to focus on these two teams. Free spots.
Let's talk football, baby.
We'll talk diners. By the way, best thing you ate there. Oh, they're going for it. Hold on. Hold the phone.
Uh-oh.
Dangerous in the shotgun. 3 at the top. Gives it underneath.
It off. It's a disappointment.
I'm giving it to him just because I haven't done it in a while. Oh no, is that's Hyde. Right? Okay, I always forget. 22 is Carson. Thank you. Carlos Hyde into the end zone. 35 seconds remain here in the first quarter. Oh, Jordan Warren's here. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. We have to stop there because it's legally owned by the camp of Michael Jackson, and I don't think you can actually sing that.
No, I have an in with the Jackson camp. We're good.
Oh boy, don't want to know about that. Yesterday OJ, now Michael Jackson. What a couple days we've had.
What my in with the Jackson camp was on the stream with us at 3 a.m. Eastern. The Bad Boys of Pop, aka Tommy McCarthy, he was signed by Michael Jackson's label, his band.
Oh, very cool. Did not know that part. I've gotten to know him a little bit. We did a podcast together a while back, but he's not know that part.
His hit was wild. Like he took his shirt off in the middle of it. He was slugging beers. He was singing. It was introspective. It hit every note you wanted at 3 a.m. Eastern.
Interesting.
Yeah, it was wild.
By the way, Brad Guy says you can change YouTube to 1080 on, but you have to do it. It doesn't come across that way. Let me just take a look. Settings. Oh yeah, auto is 360p. I'm going to that 8.
Well, it's because Twitch is built for live streaming, so that's why Twitch is the gold standard with that type of stuff.
I'm making. Oh wow, it is. Wow, good call, Brad Guy.
I want that. How do I do it?
Just go to your YouTube video, and then there's the little nut that is, or the grinding gear.
Okay.
This is a gear, and then you just click quality. It says 360 to start, then 1080. It's going to slow you down a little bit, but.
Oh, okay. Then I'll stay auto.
Speaking of staying auto, appreciate everybody smashing that thumbs up if you could. We'll try to get as close to 100. Yeah, where is Lisa? It's her birthday today, too. That's what she told us yesterday.
Wow. A double SimFam birthday.
Yep, and it's Freeze Pop's post 24-hour at Denny's. Now he's just in his regular kitchen. 14 zip. Seattle over Cincy. We have a touchdown from Dangerous to DK Metcalf, the namesake of DraftKings. Those little initials. Chris Carson didn't punch it in, but Carlos Hyde did. 1 for 2 yards, scored on a 4th down play. Outside of that, it's been a fumble by the Bengals offense, the running backs. And so now we have ourselves a 14-0 game. Freeze Pops Rossi, Tara Lynn, who will be joining you for the next two, is in our production.
Yeah.
Rye Guy, who I have a feeling you got to get him involved in these next two as well. And Bert is here from Ops. Great crew. Great to be with you guys on a Saturday. Hope you're all doing real well, and we're just a little cherry on top of what is otherwise an outstanding weekend across the great world that we live in.
Joker saying Morgan wasn't shy to be on camera. She must be scared of the Sim fam. Honestly, when I'm doing Sims, she's in like bedtime mode, so that's why she's not hopping on camera. You know, she got camera ready for the stream yesterday. She's not going to get camera ready to come on the Sims when, you know, she just had a full work day.
And she doesn't care. Let's be honest.
She'll pop on here one of these days.
She talks in the background. It counts.
Yeah, but she will. She'll come on here.
Yeah,
She's been talking about it. There's been talk of a significant other Sim.
Oh, we've done it. It's happened. There's been some very interesting things happen here in Simland, but they'll happen again. Problem Kid Gaming saying I look like Rick Moranis. Cool.
Compliment.
Yeah, I've heard much worse in the last like 40 minutes. I want to get just quickly, you know, the quarterback rankings are out in Madden. By the way, quick plug, if you guys are ready, right now, the salaries are out for week 1 NFL on DraftKings. Go get in your lineups. There's Millie Makers. There's a lot of stuff. So if you're going to be, you know, playing some fantasy, some DFS, no better place to do it than here on DraftKings. Biggest and best contest for week 1. Get in there now. Trust me. And I will just tell you now, spoiler, really like, I'm not saying I'm going to play, but I really like Jonathan Taylor week 1 against this Seattle defense for the Colts. It's a 1 o'clock game. Just letting you know. It's early stuff there. But also Jacob Eason, his price is super cheap. Lock in a lineup, never know. Even if you things switch out later, change it later. But anywho. But yeah, so let's look at this. So Bengals. Weird. Oh, speaking of salaries, after this, we're going to get Moose and Matt Meiselman to break down the week 1 salaries. This show did go down yesterday as soon as it all broke. So we're going to get a replay of that, which, by the way, no joke, excellent. Those two guys broke it down excellently. And I think it was the first time they actually had worked together, which was kind of cool. So shout out to them. Shout out to the content. And shout out to the end zone. John Ross.
Yes.
That's my captain, by the way.
Same.
Jay Ross, who I have to just say, I have high hopes. One of these days, me and Kenny are going to have fun again, but me and Kenny had a sim yesterday, and I was trying to explain to him why I'm high on the Giants, and he keeps dogging me on it. But we're gonna get there, Giants. I actually despise the Giants organization. I just feel like they're going to have a really good year.
I think the way to go with Kenny when you have him on a sim is, and look, I'm not saying that this is like an ideal way to do it, but you just can't share your opinions. You just need to let him drive the opinion train.
Oh, that's so hard though.
It's hard, but you just got to work off of what he thinks, because if you, and I'm not saying what he thinks is correct, but you just need to work. And that's kind of how I steered our interview, because I didn't want to argue ever on this on the diner stream.
Of course, especially at 7 in the morning.
I think that's the way to do it. Exactly.
You know what? If I get a sim with him this week, then I'll do it.
Just work off his opinions.
Hey, Kenny, what do you think of bananas? Well, bananas stink. Okay.
Well, why do you think they stink?
Yeah, well, I don't know.
What's a better fruit? Is there a better way to eat a banana?
That's such a Kaufman way of a stream. I like the two-way convos. I'm such a conversationalist.
That is a good call by you, but I'm just saying it can avoid the stress. You know, people maybe won't get as riled up. I don't know that people love when Kenny like starts fighting with people.
Yeah, I don't want to fight with him. I just want to have a two-way conversation. I don't need him to argue with everything I say. That's my point. And I just think, I will just say this. The one thing that I got that was hilarious yesterday with him was I was talking about Tara Lynn has 900 jobs, and he got very, defensive, saying how many jobs he has. I think I just know how easy it is to
Who
pick.
cares?
Well, that's the point, right? That was the point. Like, we're all adults, because I've had issues with, and I don't care. I'm just saying this. He can pop on. He's playing golf right now. I hope he's living that best life. I got nothing against him. But it's just funny because I've said to him before, like, the worst thing you can do is come on here and tell everybody how busy you are and how tired you are from being busy. Because literally we talk about simulated Madden football for an hour at a time. Like, a lot of us do things outside of this. Like, I have a legitimate 40-hour plus day job outside of this. I'm never going to talk about, never going to complain about. But I'm just saying, it's like, who cares? Because nobody gives a crap about me. Nor should they.
No.
Anyways,
Everyone watching has their own things going on, you know?
Yeah, it was just really funny when I said, I was like, Tara Lynn is like 500 jobs. He's like, I got 1 million. I got a lot of jobs. I'm like, Jesus, man. Smile. Thank you, Bert says, I care about you, Ross. I appreciate that, Bert.
Thanks, Bert.
You know what I mean, though, the greater, like, care. Big run on a 1st and 15 after the penalty for Russell Wilson. So let's get into this. So the Bengals in a very, very stacked AFC North with the Pittsburgh Steelers, who won 11 straight, then PP'd down their leg the rest of the season. Made the playoffs, lost to the Cleveland Browns, also making the playoffs. Obviously, that's how you win in the playoffs. You have to make it. They had a good year. And there's the Ravens, who today signed Justin Houston, who, by the way, that is the most Ravens signing. This guy's going to have a monster year. You just know it. Who, former MVP just a year after Lamar Jackson. I feel like a division, for the most part, I feel this way, and I want your take, but we'll focus on the Bengals. I feel like Bengals still trending up. It's hard to go any lower. Mm-hmm. I feel like Baltimore's kind of stagnant, my opinion. Cleveland trending up, and I'm Pittsburgh trending down. Mm-hmm. That's the way I look at it. And by the way, Pittsburgh trending down could still be a playoff team. Baltimore's kind of like meh, is a playoff team. And then I don't know what the rest of this division looks like, but thoughts on the Bengals coming into this year, Freeze Pops?
So I like the Bengals coming into this year because I think their offense is going to be a lot of fun. I think Jamar Chase is going to be in the discussion for Offensive Rookie of the Year. And I know it's tough to win that award as a receiver if one of these rookie quarterbacks comes out and plays really well. But I just think him and Burrow once Burrow's playing, are going to be magic together. I mean, they played together and had one of the best seasons in college football history. He's going to look to Chase right away. So I just really, really like what the Bengals have cooking there. Burrow was awesome. I think their defense gets better this upcoming season. And in all honesty, I think the AFC North is sneaky one of the best divisions in football, because if the Bengals are the worst team in the division and they're a team trending on, upwards, that's pretty good. That's pretty good to me. And yeah, the Steelers are trending down, but a team trending down after starting the season 11-0 last year still has talent on the roster. One of the better defenses in the NFL.
No, that's
good receivers. They got Harris coming in at running back, who a lot of people are really high on. Yep. Big Ben really is maybe the biggest question mark on that offense. So I don't know. I like the AFC North. I think it's a really good division.
Yeah, I think the thing you mentioned, the Bengals kind of improvement, the defense could be better. That's where they kind of went outside of Chase, in this draft. Don't forget they have guys like, what's his name? Who's on there? Trey Waynes. Not that people think of him outstandingly, but a veteran cornerback that can kind of shore up. They also have Mike Daniels there, replacing, they've had Geno Atkins for years. They had Carlos Dunlap. It's kind of a transitional time, but I think the thing that I don't know how many W's this team's going to have, but I'll tell you one thing they're going to do. It's going to be a track meet because they got some very well-equipped receivers. Obviously, you mentioned their was a 5th overall pick.
Jamar Chase.
You have T. Higgins, who is a really nice weapon. Tyler Boyd. And then I don't even know what their tight end position. I think
CJ Uzama.
But yeah, I don't. That ain't going to go in the track meet category. But
he's a good tight end.
He's a solid tight end. I think they can get things done. I just feel like this is one of those teams, if they can keep the quarterback upright, you still have Joe Mixon, a very great, goal line and can pound between the tackles. I just don't think they're going to be an easy out.
I'm with you.
And I think you're right. I think they're right up there. I think it's right up there with the NFC West for like a division that's going to be exciting to watch, especially just, again, look at the youth in that division too, from a quarterback, aside from Roethlisberger, second year for Joe Burrow. What is his fourth year for Lamar? Fourth year also for Baker Mayfield. Like, this is
true. 25th year for Ben Roethlisberger.
He literally has more years played than all three of his other starting quarterbacks combined times 2. I'm not joking. That the 14 years combined between all, or whatever would be 449, so 18. I think this is his 18th year, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, because 2004 was his rookie year.
Oh, so maybe it's 1 year under. Either way, but still, unreal. Love it though. It's going to be. I just think that division is going to be tough, and then, as we say, it can segue into it. Then there's the NFC North, but Seattle, Arizona. Even though so many questions, what is going on in Arizona right now? Seattle, Arizona. You got the Rams, who everyone again trending up. All these teams I feel like are trending up. In San Francisco, by the way, we don't talk about this, but I'm just saying it. Their win total set is at like 10.5.
Yeah. Vegas is high on them because, I mean, they were so injured last year and COVID riddled, and it just dealt with so much stuff, and they still won 6 games.
Yeah, Disco appreciate
Any other franchise would have been like a 2-win team dealing with what the Niners dealt with last year.
Yeah, and don't forget, they got kicked out of their home for a while, too. That's a good point.
Yeah, that's, I think, one of the biggest factors that would have made a team do horribly last year.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just not there on San Francisco. I don't know what it is.
Is it the QB position?
No, I'm actually a Garoppolo fan. I just don't think the full roster's there. I just don't see, maybe I'm blinded to it. I also don't think Raheem Mostert is what he used to be. I know they traded up for, is it Saman or something? I forget the name off the top of my head for the running back position. But I don't know. I just also look at that division and I think, who's going to finish last now? I'm starting to now wonder a little bit about this Arizona hype.
Well, I mean, someone's got to finish last, right? I mean, all 4 of them aren't going to be first place. So, yeah, I think it's going to be Arizona or San Francisco, but maybe it's Seattle.
That's, and this is an interesting thing.
We're just blindly giving them first or second in that division because they have Russell Wilson and they've been there. But, I mean, outside of Russell Wilson, and their defense was horrible last year. Yeah, I don't expect them to be that much better this upcoming season. They re-signed Chris Carson, so Pete Carroll is just going to continue to give the ball to Chris Carson. I think Seattle could be the candidate. I think they could be, how the Steelers, everyone were picking as this big regression team in the AFC. Maybe it's Seattle in the NFC.
Oof. Yeah, it could, just because the division could be tough. And yeah, it's so fascinating right now. And I'll ask you this just as we're about to get to the half here, 41 seconds to it, that, Bengals trying to put some points on the board to make it a 1-score game on a 2nd and 10 from the 41. That yesterday Moose asked me, who's your Super Bowl picks? Now, obviously you're not going to be held to these picks today because he had Tennessee and Green Bay. And I said to him, I go, that sounds insane to me. But again, it was July 30th, July 31st. To get to, I usually don't like predicting Super Bowls because I just think it's foolish because I like division winners if you want to predict to a certain point because it just becomes unpredictable.
One of my handicappers from Vegas Insider said that on the stream as well. I think Paul Bovey, he's like, smart. Super Bowl winners are ridiculous because the playoffs can be insane sometimes. Like, focus on division winners.
Exactly. And, oh, wow.
Much more predictable.
But to that point, it was fun to have this exercise because he basically said Green Bay, Tennessee just sees things clicking in all cylinders for those teams. I said that the fact he didn't pick Seattle, he's like a huge Seattle believer, shocked me. But I don't even think I gave him one. But I said because I don't know. Once you get to that first round, like last year, I think Washington could have easily knocked off Tampa Bay. Potentially should have, because we're going to get a bullet boot. They ain't going to reach. 30 seconds remain here in the first half. But yeah, like people were hot.
Washington hung with Tampa for. I mean, the final score doesn't dictate how close that game was.
Nope.
That was probably, well, I guess things got close in Green Bay, but I never felt like Tampa was going to lose that game. That was the only game I really felt like they were going to lose the whole postseason.
Yeah, I remember. I just didn't watch the games. I was just so like I watched.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
I watched a little bit of the Washington one. Then once Brady started connect, it was too emotional.
Like, I'm
It's
out.
hard to watch.
I get it.
And I can't like this year. I'm already nervous. I'm like, please, please, please be a like 10-6 or 10-7 team and like losing the wild card. Please, like I'm done.
I mean, I know you said you don't like Super Bowl winners, but my conference champions, I'm just picking the Super Bowl from last year. I know that's not.
Wow.
I know that's not exciting, but I just don't see how you can pick against Patrick Mahomes in the AFC, given the body of work he has had as a pro. He doesn't lose football games. He's lost less than 10 games, practically. I don't have the number in front of me. It's like 44-9 or 45-10 or something like that as a starter. It's nuts. And they shored up their offensive line. They got everyone coming back.
Jason Myers going for a 50.
Nope.
Oh no. Wow.
Kickers are bad in Madden.
Stop it.
Punters are good. Kickers are bad.
By the way, I will just say this right now, that to let everybody know, I'm in a fantasy league. We're putting our leagues together. I'm sure everyone's doing this, figuring out your schedule. If you do them in person, good luck, because it has been brutal for me. But first thing posted in our little, like, what's now like Google chat was, we're eliminating kickers this year, right?
Wow. Was LaMarca in your league?
First thing I put in there was, this conversation is not happening. The answer is no, as we get an interception.
Yes, I'll take that. I have Seattle defense. I know we didn't go over lineups, whether that was deliberate or not. I know sometimes you like to play this game.
It wasn't purposeful. I'll be honest. We just started going.
You see how long you can go?
we're just having a blast.
Oh, I love it. No, I think it's a great subplot.
I never hear the DK Sim fan ask. I just say, never heard them ever ask. I'm a man of the people.
It's just a very easy conversational piece.
Yeah, and if we don't need it, like I remember with Tara Lynn, we did a couple, like maybe a week and a half ago, but I don't think we talked about it. We're just like, whatever. We'll check in on the lineups, but whoopity do. Shout out to everybody though who threw in a lineup in our contest and all the
Bry Guy, by the way, 38-8 as a starter. Patrick Mahomes, 38.
I said Bry Guy was 38-8.
Bry Guy telling me on Slack.
Oh, by the way, there it is, Tara Lynn. I said yesterday, I wonder who the Colts will sign. Brett Hundley. I actually like that signing, just to have a guy, just to be there. So Carson Wentz.
I liked him in college.
Yeah.
Never really did anything as a pro worth noting.
Also, I said it yesterday. Let's just say it again. Jacob Eason. Love that pick coming out of Washington. Really like the way he can sling it. I think this could be a sleeper, really good thing for the Colts. Because here's why. Give Carson Wentz somebody who can actually put some flame to the fire. Because
I think he already has flames in the fire, though. He's been complete. Think about how disrespected Carson Wentz has been over the last 6-8 months.
Let me explain if I can.
No.
It's a good point. I really shouldn't. So my thought is he feels emotionally hurt, right? This is emotional what happened to him. He needs someone to actually push his, like, I get motivated by many things. I'm sure we all do. When somebody else is trying to take what I have, it's like, whoa, slow your roll, bro. But when it's just like, hey, Rossi, like you stink. And everyone's saying things like, oh, you can't do it anymore. It's like, it motivates me. But then there's a part of me that might be like, maybe I can't do it. Oh no, like me, I just feel like Carson Wentz, this is what happened to him. This is totally me. We all have all different things with mental health and thought processes. That's why I mute Twitter every so often, got to get out of the social media, stay off of, Instagram, unless you just, Tara Lynn's posting new photos that she's asking you if you've seen, but it happens. Outside of all that, get your mind right. Just get your mind right. And I think Carson Wentz, this is a time for him to like finally settle and just say, okay, I'm hurt. I need all the noise to go down. I need to take a step back. Let Jacob Eason go in there. Watch him hopefully play good in the preseason. Then Carson Wentz could be like, oh no, this ain't happening. I'm effing Carson Wentz, and I'm coming back, and I'm going to be right back in that position where I was a few years ago, going to be the MVP. Sit down, Rook, even though he's a second-year player. This is just the way I feel about things that could happen. But,
okay. I actually, look, I like the narrative. I'll follow you on that.
Bry Guy saying, I'm telling you, so he wants you to listen. Colts are going to the AFC title game. He said this yesterday.
I like the Colts, man. I like their roster, and I've been a proponent of Carson Wentz on this dream stream. So I'm with you, Bry Guy. I think that they have a real chance to make a deep playoff run. I love their roster. I
like it more if it's Jacob Eason. And I know it sounds ridiculous. I'm just saying, I've watched Carson.
What has Jacob Eason done for you in the NFL to show you that he can be that guy?
I've seen him not be broken. Oh, wow. Deep ball. Caught by Lockett. What a pass. 15 yards after the catch. Woo!
I'm a Wentz truther, says Bry Guy. So am I.
Burt coming in with the reality check. I don't think they're even top 2 in the AFC South. And that's a bad division.
Wow. Okay. Wait a second.
Division.
Titans, I'll give you, but I'm not there on the Jags yet. And is
Watch
this
out for
Emerson's
Houston.
burner account?
Watch out for Houston. Everyone's saying it, I heard. By everyone, I mean no one. I like that, Burt. Now that's all. We got the two extreme hotness right there. You got one going AFC title game. The other one saying they don't finish third.
Yikes.
Don't need to be third place, can still make the postseason, says Bry Guy. He takes your hot take, Burt, sizzles it, flips it over like a pancake, and says, I'm going to keep cooking this thing. Speaking about pancakes, we're going to keep bouncing around these conversations, but I need to know. Best thing you ate at Denny's. Now, I know you spoke a little bit when I was with you, and that was at 10 a.m.
I only had 4 plates the whole day.
That's awful.
Yeah.
That's a lot of talking you did, though, so I'll give you that.
That's the thing. So the over-under we had set for that was 6.5, I think, or 5.5. It was 5.5. And I thought I was going to hit that over easy, but no pun intended with the over easy.
Ooh.
But yeah, only had 4 plates. I had a grand sandwich when I first got there. Then I was asked by one of the viewers to do a mozzarella stick review. So I got
one of the best things to get at a diner.
Yep. So then I got the app sampler. Did that around 3 a.m. So that was good. We'll watch this play here.
Man in motion. You got the I form. Russell Westbrook. Yeah, he's on the Lakers, and Russell Wilson gets a rushing touchdown.
Yeah, how about that, by the way?
Ooh, dancing. What'd you say?
Westbrook on the Lakers.
Yeah, gag me with a
It's going
spoon.
to be extremely interesting.
I'm so over this crap. I thought for sure we were done with the power teams. I thought, like, literally, I was
Okay,
like,
but is that going to work?
I don't know. They're gonna. I don't know. I can't answer that. But
It's crazy to
yes,
me.
it is. It is gonna work. Here's the. And I don't know if they're gonna win the championship because LeBron James. And I'm not a LeBron.
He makes it work. He makes it work.
He can finally do what he's been trying to do since he got to LA. Is be the guy who's like probably the last 4 years of his career. I don't know. I'm just throwing out a number that like he doesn't have to be the man for 82 games. He can coast for most of the games and kind of just be the player he needs to be, sit in the corner, not be doing it all. Let the hungry guy who's never won do a lot of the work with, Anthony Davis when healthy, but I hope it doesn't work. I'm done with power teams.
I hate the Lakers, so yeah, I hope it doesn't work. But also, I feel like they shouldn't be on the court together. Run separate offenses almost.
Oh, that's what that Nets team back in the day when they got KD and Pierce and they had Devin Williams and
Deron Williams.
Deron, his brother, was there too. I forget who else was on that team, but they had all
Brook
those.
Lopez.
Yes, and then who was the guy? Who was the one from? He was with the Bobcats.
Joe Johnson.
No, Joe Johnson wasn't him, but he was there too.
Joe Johnson was there. You're thinking of Gerald Wallace.
Gerald Wallace. They had all these guys, and they actually had. I remember. Forget who the coach was at this time, but he said
Jason Kidd.
Thank you. He said he was running 2 starting 5s. And they would switch out. If you watch it,
Calipari used to try and say that. He's like, it's like I got lines in hockey.
Hacky tack.
I hate Calipari. But yeah, so I got the app sampler as the second thing I ate. In between that, I had an apple crisp that was bought for me by a friend. They called it into the restaurant because there's this running joke in my friend group that I say that I'm not a big sweets guy, even though they all think I am. So anytime I eat a sweet, they take a picture of it and they have this case file against me. So they bought an apple crisp for me so I would have to eat it on camera. It's actually a great troll by them.
It is, but I will just say this. You don't have to be a quote-unquote sweets guy. Just because you're not a sweets guy doesn't mean you don't eat sweets. You just don't prefer them.
Thank you,
I'm the same way.
I'm not a big sweets guy, but I'll eat sweets. So anyways, that's another thing.
Yeah, we've had I had to have a therapy session with you once on this stream, how I once ate 5,000 cookies, a piece of cake, and these cookie dough bites in 3.5 minutes. It was for Mother's Day, and I ate all this stuff on the way home.
That's right.
Because the sugar hit from those stupid circus peanuts. Anyways, but what else did you have?
The last thing I ate was a traditional Grand Slam breakfast plate.
Oh, that was what you ordered so that was the last plate when we had spoken.
Yep. That was, and then I was going to get a Moons Over My Hammy or whatever it's called because every single person I had on mentioned it. And I had Jason Fitz on from ESPN around, I think, 3 o'clock. And he was basically like, dude, you are an idiot if you don't get that. It's the greatest sandwich. Okay. So that was kind of like the straw that broke the camel's back. And I was like, all right, fine, I'll order it. But then I just kept talking and I didn't have time. And also, Jacob, if we're going to power rank the waiters and waitresses, worst waiter by far. Number 1,
Rude.
The first one I had, I believe her name was Maddie. She was excellent.
Yeah, Jelly.
Tied for first, Jelly. Her birthday, she wore a tiara. Maybe not as attentive, but she brought the heat when she was on camera.
Sure she did.
And then second, which is actually last place, is Jacob or Jacobson. Never got the full story on what his name was. Tara Lynn was actually a guest with me when he told me to shut up on camera. And then didn't really come by and check in on me a lot.
Of that.
Actually, I did have one server towards the end. I didn't get her name.
Oh,
but
wow.
so she was better than him too.
Yep. I like it. By the way, must be early. It says Rossi said Easton, Tom said Wentz, BK said Jalen Hurts is an NFL quarterback. Deuce, you're wrong about everything. Priceless. Hey man, that's what we're here for. We're here to entertain.
And then he says he's not sure our experts watch football or any sports.
I'm not an expert. I'm an observer.
Man,
I'm
just
observer,
a fan, bro.
And I have my beliefs on what things are, and I'm open to being wrong. I was dead wrong on all my picks last year. And again, if you're a Giants fan right now, be concerned because I'm ready. I have to find a date. So a little behind the scenes, we don't know what's cooking for next week. Yeah, like dream stream wise. But I think next week is the week I might have to put in my picks. Like I think we're at the point now that you have to make your predictions. Like not like all your division winners yet, but I have to make my like turnaround team. I think it's time. The off season's over. Do you think like the first week of August?
Your annual Rossi turnaround team?
I'm going to tell you who I think. I think right now I'm not locking
position by position.
All 22s on my picks, but
I love it.
I think it's going to be the Giants for the turnaround. I'm flirting with the Vikings still.
You love the Giants.
I'm telling you, Jason Garrett is a great offensive coordinator. People just want to think he stinks because he was the Dallas coach. But that Dallas team won a lot of ball games, and the offense was always top of the league. Oh, fumble there at the goal line. Smash Brothers do it again. Wagner jumps on it like a grenade. Oh, no, it was KJ Wright who grabbed it. But Wagner, again, second fumble by Joe Mixon. So Russell Wilson up 17. Gets the ball back at the 2. Woo.
Austin Joe saying Denny's sandwich is called Moons Over My Hammy. I think I said that. Did I not?
I thought you did.
Yeah, here it is. Moons Over My Hammy. I have a menu, folks. I know I'm off camera here, but I stole a menu.
He's proven it. Just trust us on that.
When you sit at a diner for 24 hours, you're allowed to steal a menu.
Yeah. Congo Cab says Votto slapping ish right now. Oh, dude. It's been a lot of fun in the Rossi household watching the Reds games the past few nights. Going up against Rich Hill, who he's like 0 for 1,000 against. So we'll see if he can. If Joey Votto hits a home run today, Three Spots, he will tie the MLB record for 8 straight games with a home.
That's awesome. I love Joey Votto.
Me too. Class act, most underrated player of the 2010s. He's like the Mark Grace. Mark Grace of the 90s.
I think he's better than Mark Grace, but I agree with you.
But Mark Grace was so good throughout the 90s, and nobody talks about it. He had the most hits in the decade of the 90s, and we all know the hitters that were there. So
that's actually a good stat. I didn't know that.
A little fun trivia for you. I can tell you why I know that after we tell you a little bit about them stats. Hi, everybody. Rossi, Freeze Pops. You're probably thinking, man, one of these guys got extreme energy. The other one seems so chill. Well, first of all, that's most Rossi Sims. 2, this guy just came off of a 24-hour diner, I guess you call it stream for a Vegas Insider. So it's very cool.
Stream's a good word. Stream's a good word.
Bow down to the man. Bow down to the king of the streams, baby. The king of the strings. All hail the king of the stream.
Bow down to me, peasants.
Awesome stuff. Also, I did want to let you know, I'm going to screenshot it later. I will be donating the $310 for the Boston Food Bank for Freeze Pops because was in a diner for 24 hours. So we'll be doing that. Like I say, I always like to put my money where my mouth is, especially with charitable places that I know and believe in. Sorry for another time, but enough about me. All hail the king. Tara Lynn is our producer today. She's going to be coming on the stream for the 2 and the 4. Bry Guy's going to be weaving in as well because it's just force him. He's our director of technicalities. And we got Bert in ops. Pop the mic on later, Bert. Who cares? Let's have some fun. But in this one, 24-7, it has been touchdowns for Chris Carson. Carlos Hyde, and then a touchdown pass to DK Metcalf, and Russell Wilson ran one in. Jason Myers with the boot. Cincinnati's lone touchdown came from John Ross. He's got a couple snags in this one.
CEH saying best Canadian ever, too. Was it you and I that did the Canadian baseball Mount Rushmore?
No, but we talked about it. You did it with.
Because I texted Jason Bay.
Yes.
And, okay, this is what he. So I just pulled up the text. Jason Bay's Canadian Mount Rushmore of baseball: Ferguson Jenkins, Larry Walker, Joey Votto, Eric Gagne.
Hard to argue.
Pretty good.
Really good. Sonny Black throwing out his early predictions for some good plays on week 1. Loves the Jaguars, clearly. Who are the Jaguars playing week 1? The high school team? He's got Tebow in there as his utility. He's got.
Okay, that's just dumb. I think he's making a joke here.
He might not be. He's also. It's a very low stakes contest he's talking about, but still.
Oh well, no, maybe he's not because he's got Steph Diggs in there. He got Kittle. Okay, so he wasn't just like going Jags for.
No. Yeah, he's got. But the Jags defense, and then he's got 4 offensive players for the Jags.
You know what? Let's pull up the Jags schedule here, folks.
Yeah. I think. Hold on. I'm not going to remember. Boston
they're
Joe.
playing the Texans. Ooh.
Yeah, I still don't like that. It's still a little too much.
No, ETN too is a weird play.
Yeah, I would not play him week 1. But again, you do what you want. You guys are probably better and won a lot more money than I ever will. Jake and Bert thought it was the Broncos. That's week 2. I would not.
Oh yeah, I forgot Bert's a Jags fan. Yeah,
Broncos are scary. A defense I would not want to play against.
Yeah, man.
Boston Joe says donating to Food Bank is a great charity. Almost no overhead, and it goes straight back to our neighbors in need. Yeah, man. Listen, truly. I like to buy local and I like to give local.
That's awesome.
Lane San Rossi is the starting QB. I used to be a starting QB. I used to sling the ball around. You don't even know. Flag football, even though I bench myself. Good leaders bench themselves, just so you know. Suppose, have you ever led any football or any, leagues since post high school stuff and gave somebody else your position?
No, man.
Oof. It's the ultimate humble pie.
Can't be giving up your spot if you're the star.
I was not a star. We were 2-10 one year in a flag football league. I was the quarterback, and I'm 3 foot nothing. And I literally and all my friends, it was all friends, and they were such babies as receivers. And by the way, you don't have to. We were talking about
go up and get the ball.
They were the biggest babies. So all I want to let you know is that what I did, and my goal was that next year I let one of my friends, you be the QB, you're QB1. He had a better arm than I did, thankfully. And I remember I became our short slot guy, like most people want to be. And I just remember I was just eating. I was like, this is exactly what you need. You need somebody like me who just doesn't care. Is just going to eat up them yards. That's why the best NFL, that's why I love watching the NFL and finding those guys that, obviously there's the Edelmans, but those guys are next, otherworldly, those guys that you can just tell are the dirt dogs of their team. Sometimes it's outside linebackers or, slot receivers. But yeah, I always try to find those guys when I'm watching a football game. You can spot them. So we get here, Russell Wilson just trying to put this game away. 3:40 left. Give you a little roadmap. Bry Guy says, could you throw a football over a mountain back in 72?
I was thinking that you had a little Uncle Rico vibes going on here.
No, I'm not pretending like I was very good or I have a good arm. You know how I threw it? I throw sidearm, actually, to spiral a ball.
Oh, you're a Phillip Rivers.
I am, because I've realized when I was younger that I can't the way you're taught to throw a football, you have the elbow up, you have the arm up, you have a 93-degree angle, and then you release and you find the motion. And I will just let you know, I never was able to throw a ball like that. So I had to figure it out as I got older. and I forget who it was. There was a quarterback, it might have been Jeff George or Jeff Hostetler. One of them kind of threw it with a weird arm to it. And I said, And I watched it, and basically you make your right angle an obtuse angle. So if you've never thrown a spiral out there, SimFam, try to actually put your arm out to the right and or left more, depending on what arm you are, and kind of like swing your chest, your shoulder, and everything across. And it might work. And kind of sling your arm that way. Kind of like you're throwing like a slider from a sidearm.
The Rossi School of Football.
Yeah, this is probably really poorly being said, but Rich Gannon. Oh, it was Rich Gannon. That's who it was, Bert. He said Rich Gannon had a good sidearm because, yeah, it was around 2001 when this all happened because it was in high school.
Honestly, who needs the Manning passing camp? Just head up to the greater Boston area, go to the Rossi passing camp.
You guys come on up here. I'll make sure you throw. I taught my nephew how to throw a spiral that way because he couldn't do it either. It's hard, especially when you have small hands. If you have small hands, it's hard to throw the ball overhead that way. Jason Myers going to line up for a 51-yarder. Please, somebody hit a 50. He does! Jason Myers, MVP.
MVP. MVP.
80 poker. As Rossi throws a football like Lonzo Ball shoots a basketball.
Hey, Lonzo Ball's in the NBA.
Yeah, baby. You compared him to me, so I like that. Or no, me to him. Damn. Oh, look at this. Rock forever. I gave up my shortstop position or shooting guard. No, shortstop on a softball team. We started because a younger crybaby and he couldn't play another position. I started pitching. We went undefeated. Oh, rock forever. If you're playing softball, dude, you want to play pitcher. Are you kidding me? That's all every time I'm pitcher or catcher. Oh, good thing Smash Landa's not around. But yeah, those are the two positions.
Hey-o.
Rossi throws a football like 50 Cent throws the first pitch.
Oh my God.
Oh, this is great, Brian.
Is that the worst first pitch ever, or is it Carly Rae Jepsen?
I'm giving it two. I'm going to take this for what it is, bash me later and destroy me on Twitter, cancel me. It's going to be 50 Cent because, come on.
Yeah, I expect more.
You expect more. Carly Rae Jepsen.
Carly Rae is so bad, though. Like,
yeah, dude, it hit a
50
camera.
50 Cent, like, he kind of masquerades as like a guy that would be athletic.
Well, that's my point.
But Carly Rae, oh my God. I think I'm giving it to Carly Rae. Hey, I just met you, and this is crazy.
She's got bangers, though.
But here's my number. Call me,
Brian C says Rossi trying to describe how to throw a football is like a dentist trying to teach you how to unclog a toilet. Did a good job. Thank you. I think that means I'm great. Queenie, we'll talk to you. Thanks for being around.
Hey.
Joker says Rossi mows the lawn with every pass. Oh, I have been. Wait, is this true? Smash Landa quit Sims? Or is that a rumor?
I haven't seen him in a while.
Hey, neither have I, but I was just thought I missed him. I thought he did more nights. I haven't been around.
I'm going to finish in the top 5, by the way, Rossi. I'm in 3rd right now. First place is the Edge 2469. I think that they kind of got it wrapped up at this point. They have a 8-point lead over the Bone Dog 84. Actually, now
first.
Tay Bebe 233 is in 2nd place. I'm now in 4th. But I'm going to be in the mix here, baby. You love to see that, starting out the day with a top 5 finish.
Let's go. All right, so let's get your Freeze Pop's freaking awesome player of the game.
And I would like to state for the record, I made this lineup with 10 seconds to go before lock.
Might have been 8.
Might have been.
Okay, so who's going to be your player of the game?
The freaking awesome player of the game. I think I'm going to go John Ross. Just under 40% ownership. I got him in my captain spot at 23.7 points. So I think that's going to be the dude for me.
Who's going to be your babysitter Billy? Not my kid award.
I mean, my lineup is so good, it's hard for me to really see who was bad.
All right, I'll tell you. I have a lineup that. Well,
so give me your pick.
I'm going to look at the bottom here. I have a couple.
I'm going to look at it as well.
So
last place didn't make a lineup. Here we go.
GMO has Burrow, Bernard. Oh, Joe Mixon. He fumbled twice. Lost both. That could be the guy.
Okay,
Fumbling
Mixon
twice.
It is.
Yeah. No scores. Stunk.
Stunk.
The Edge says, whoa, I'm a winner today. Edge, you're a winner every day, brother.
Heck yeah.
Oh, CH.
Every day you wake up, baby.
Wake up a legend. CH, Edge, I see you guys with your Colts logos and stuff. Good luck. We're all, clearly Bry guys really feeling you. So you got some people backing you.
Dean Murray saying Dr. Fauci's first pitch was comical. Yeah, he was awful too. Terrible.
I just have lower expectations. Like when Baba Booey.
Yeah, I mean, he was old. He's not like a former athlete or someone who's jacked. Carly Rae was awful. And she threw it at like her own foot. How is that even possible? Carl Lewis was the worst anthem. Carl Lewis was such a bad anthem.
Oh, Fergie. Sorry.
Oh, Fergie's was so bad. What was that?
I just feel bad for these people. All right. I'm Rossi. He's Freeze Pops. He's with you the rest of the way through. I have my niece's second birthday party to
saw that on Instagram.
Yeah, baby. Big family day at the Rossi household. So I'm going to be out for a bit, but I will be back with y'all this week. Appreciate each and every one of you. But Freeze Pops, Tarolin for the next 2. Then you have a great I forget already, whatever. Who cares about what tonight? You'll figure it out later. But there it is, the wooden nickel. Go get it, John Ross. It's going to be on the Giants this year, and they're going to use them, and it's going to be magnificent.
The Giants.
That offense, come on, just look at the offense. So much talent. Got to figure it out, boys. DJ, Daniel Jones, get it. All right. Bry guy, my cap's off to you. Again, I owe you the biggest hug in this universe, and I can't wait to do it. Tara Lynn will be with Freeze Pop. She's popping on cam from behind the cam. She looked like Marge Simpson earlier. I'm assuming she's going to look just a wee bit different later. Bert has got you locked on off, so appreciate every single one of you. Freeze Pops, any final words for these fine folks?
Thanks for joining us in the early sim here. Excited to hang out with you guys for the next 2.
Love that. Unreasonable Odds podcast coming up. They are going to be talking about college football season, but they should have just had us doing it because we broke it down in like the matter of 3 minutes yesterday. But yes, let's get to those guys. Enjoy the rest of your day, everybody. Happy Saturday. I love you. Mean it. Cheers. Drink some water. And don't forget, it is absolutely free to be a good person. We'll be back for Freeze Pops, Tara Lynn at 2. Put in a lineup. Bye.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome into a special edition of the Unreasonable Odds podcast presented by DraftKings. We're in the dog days of summer, and we are getting ready for college football season. And for the occasion, we have an extremely special guest. Phil Steele is joining Unreasonable Odds. If you don't have it, I'm holding it up right now. This is the college football magazine that you need to get all the information that you need. Phil, thanks for coming on with us, man. We're pumped to have you.
Hey, a real pleasure. And I got to tell you, I'm very pumped up for this upcoming football season, especially where we were last year at this time, wondering if we're playing football. At least we know we're playing football. We'll have full crowds. So really pumped up about the season.
Yeah, and I think from a sports betting perspective, 2019, I had a pretty good year betting college football futures. Game to game is great, and I love to bet a game, but I think the excitement of kind of digging into the futures market and getting good value and finding more edges, there's more of that on the season, and we couldn't really do that last year because who knows who's going to play how many games, who's playing what, and now that feeling is kind of back. So I think that gives us a lot more excitement kind of going into the season to have so much more to talk about and just kind of go conference by conference here.
Yeah, definitely. And also last year, as you know, there was very little home field edge. And this year, I actually feel that we're going to have the best home field edges. So factor that into your handicapping process, that fans were deprived of going to the stadiums last year. They're not only going to return, they're going to return and be very loud, very excited to be there. They now appreciate what it's like to go to a home game. So I think even the home field edges that we have in the magazine, which really I spend a lot of time researching that. Some are as low as 2, some are as high as 5.5. I would heighten those a little bit this year because I really think the fans are going to be even louder. And I also think attendance is going to be way up even over the 2019 season.
Yeah, it's a big season for fans in all sports, and that includes college football. So let's dive into a conference where with a lot of home field advantages. We're going to start with the SEC. We're going to start with the reigning champs, Alabama. I'll preface it with this. I'm an Alabama guy. I like betting Alabama futures. They usually cash. I like betting Alabama first halves. They get out to blistering starts to these games. But with a team like Alabama this year, coming off a championship and kind of, in a rebuilding phase, I guess, as much as a team like Alabama can, as good as we expect them to be, it's tough to find futures on them or value on them in the futures market. Their total, they're favorites to win it again. Their win total is set at 11.5. So if you're going to win it, you need them to have a perfect season. They're minus 170 to win the SEC title game, minus 425 to win the SEC West division. Since Alabama is kind of difficult to back in the futures market, no margin for error, literally. Are there any look-ahead spots you have circled for them that you like this season? Or do any of those futures jump out to you?
I would have to say that, first of all, Alabama will be favored in all 12 games.
Yep.
But I'm not wild about any of those futures for the reason of October the 9th. I think October the 9th looms as a potentially dangerous game. If you watched Alabama take on Texas A&M last year, I know Alabama won the game by 28, but if you go and watch the first half closely, it was really 4 or 5 key plays here and there. I thought A&M played toe-to-toe with them. And talking to Coach Jimbo Fisher, going over the team with them this year, my biggest concern coming in for A&M was the offensive line, replacing 4 starters. But Coach Fisher feels that they're more talented, have more NFL prospects, and could potentially be better than the offensive line that was one of the finalists for the Joe Moore Award last year. So that gave me great confidence with the Aggies. Also, Haynes King, a quarterback, is a guy with 4.4 speed that can throw the ball everywhere. They had the best defense in the SEC last year. They've got 9 starters back on the defensive side of the ball. And going back to that home field edges, they have got Kyle Field, and last year they had 30% capacity for that Florida game, and you would have thought it was a packed house. Can you imagine what it's going to be like with a packed house this year? So I think that's a very dangerous game for Alabama, the only real dangerous game on their entire schedule. So if you feel really confident they're going to beat Texas A&M on the road, I think you could play over 11.5. But I think that one that looms, and then that sort of affects everything else, winning the SEC West, winning the SEC overall. And winning the SEC overall, they not only have to get past A&M, they also have to get past Georgia in the SEC title game. And keep in mind, the last 2 times they played Georgia in the postseason, Georgia trailed those games by a grand total of about 2 minutes.
Right.
Yet came up short in both. But Georgia knows they can play with Alabama as well. So I'm really not interested in any of those futures, because how do you bet against Alabama, with the unders, when they've got the track record that they do? But I think that there are some question marks.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I think it's just they're a beatable team. They're still probably the best team in the SEC, but they're a beatable team, and the numbers kind of have them a little inflated after the undefeated championship year. So we're going to touch on. Go ahead. One
other thing about Alabama real quick. It seems like when I'm looking at the odds and listening and reading things about Alabama and doing the radio shows, it seems like people think Alabama wins the national championship every year. They didn't win it in 2019. They didn't even win it in 2018, for crying out loud. So it was their first national title in 3 years. They do not win the national championship every year.
Right. Okay, before we move to the rest of the SEC, I mentioned Alabama first halves. They're a team that I think everyone can kind of agree, the full game points are always just so much with Alabama when they're playing just your average Joe opponent, and they get backdoored all the time. But the first halves are when they kind of come out and take care of business. Is that a trend in general that you kind of think, maybe take the A&M game out of it and take a potential SEC championship game against Georgia out of it? Is that an angle you think they can kind of continue this season? Is it something that, if we're looking at their 18-point favorites against Miami in week 1, if it's something 9.5 in that game, is that a first half you expect them to come out strong to start the year?
Yeah, I remember a couple of years ago when I was doing some ESPN shows with Doug Kazarian. He just played Alabama first half all year, and I think he went 11
Doug came on this podcast and mentioned that.
Yeah, it went like 11-1 picking Alabama first half. So it's a pretty good wager. Now, I don't know if their offense is going to get off to that great of a start this year. I mean, they've got new offensive line. They lose their top running back, lose 2 first-round draft pick receivers. brand new quarterback. And Miami's got a pretty good defense. But, yeah, it seems like Alabama first half is pretty much the way to go with them.
All right, so we'll see if that's a trend that we can kind of get into this season. But let's keep talking. Let's move to the SEC East here for a second before we go back to the West and talk Georgia. Georgia's an equal favorite, minus 425 to win their division, the same price as Alabama, and they seem to kind of have less competition on their side of the SEC. Does UGA actually have just as good a shot to make the SEC championship game as anyone in this conference? And how do you feel, like, what odds would you give Alabama, I guess, to win that game in Atlanta if they're there over a team like, I know you're super high on A&M?
Yeah, I think when I look at Georgia this year, they're pretty clear cut to me that they're going to win the East for two reasons.
Yep.
The first one would be they're the more veteran team between them and Florida, and I really consider those two the only really two contestants in this battle. They've got 13 returning starters. JT Daniels comes back after starting the last 4 games last year. They averaged 38 points per game with him at quarterback. They got my number 2 rated running back core, number 7 rated offensive line, and Georgia has my number 3 defense overall. Now, remember, Florida last year gave up 428 yards per game, 31 points per game. I think they'll be improved on defense, but they've got a ways to go to catch Georgia defensively. And offensively, I think Georgia has the edge as well this year. You look at Florida this year, they only have 5 returning starters on offense and 5 on defense. So just looking at the talent, you give the edge of Georgia. But the schedule's ridiculously slanted in Georgia's favor. This is one of those years, since they play each other in Jacksonville, that Georgia only has 3 SEC road games this year, and they're all against first-year head coaches. Auburn, Tennessee, and Vanderbilt. They'll be favored easily in all those games. Florida, meanwhile, only has 3 SEC home games in the Swamp. That means 5 of them are away from home. And then the final factor, look at the crossover games. Georgia avoids Alabama, Texas A&M, and LSU. Florida not only draws Alabama, they have to play LSU on the road, and I think LSU will be a vastly improved team and more like the 2019 version than the 2020 version. So talent, schedule, all line up in Georgia's favor. I would make them a prohibitive favorite to win the East this year.
I'm with you there. And let's talk about that slanted schedule, because I think the 10.5 win total on Georgia is a super interesting number, but this is a team that easily could start 0-1 and is, an underdog in their first game. So I'm really intrigued. Like, first 2-part question, I guess, here. That game is in North Carolina. It's in the building that Clemson's won 4 ACC championship games in a row. So it's a neutral field game, but it's a Clemson home game to a degree. I am very tempted to back Georgia just straight up on the money line in that game. Number 1, how do you feel about that? Number 2, how do you feel about that 10.5 win total for the Bulldogs? Because number 1, if you win that game against Clemson, you're feeling great after one game about cashing a win total. Number 2, if you lose it, like you said, the schedule lines up to rip off 11 in a row to end the season.
Yeah, I have Georgia favored in 11 of the 12 games, and I also like Georgia plus I would probably lean more to Georgia plus the points in the opening game for the fact that it's over a field goal. I really feel that the final score of that game, somebody wins by a field goal, whether it's Clemson, whether it's Georgia. And right now the line's what, 4?
4 on DraftKings Sportsbook, yep.
Yeah, I would take Georgia plus the 4 because I think they do have a great shot at winning the game outright. But worst case scenario, if Clemson beats them by a field goal, you still get the cash. And yes, I like over 10.5 because if they upset Clemson, you pretty much can go walk over there and collect your money right then. They'll be favored in the last 11 games, and I really don't see them slipping up with the road slate of being Georgia Tech, Tennessee, Auburn, first-year head coach, and Vanderbilt. So the rest of the games, you got to go between the hedges and beat them. And I've got them at least a touchdown favorite in all their games, with the exception of at Auburn, where I've got them about a 4-point favorite.
Wow. All right. So there you go. Some incentive for some Georgia futures. We'll go back to the SEC West here. Texas A&M, we already kind of talked about them. Super high on them. They were your number 1 surprise team last year and just missed out on the college football playoff. I don't have anything bet on Texas A&M so far, but 9.5 wins. I assume you like the over there. Do you think at long odds they're worth kind of taking to take down Alabama in the division? Let me know, where's your head at on Texas A&M? Are they just an over 9.5, or are they a serious threat in that division and in the conference.
What's the odds for the division?
That's a great question. Let me pull up the updated odds.
All right, I'll talk about A&M while you're looking up the odds.
Yeah.
I like them over 9.5. Yes, I think when you look at the Aggies, as I mentioned when I talked to Coach Fisher, the offensive line probably better than last year. Haynes King will do fine. They got my number one set of running backs in the country. Last year, the receiving core was extremely young. They lost a whole bunch of players prior to the year. This year, it's a veteran group, and defensively, they had the best defense in the SEC last year, and they got 9 starters back. I've got them favored in 10 of their 12 games. I have one game rated a toss-up, the LSU game, because it's in Death Valley. I rate that game pick 'em, and I have them a slight underdog to Alabama. And I know right now they're an 11.5-point underdog to Bama. I would take A&M plus the 11.5 right now because I think that number is going to go down by game time, probably closer to 7. And I definitely like A&M to be over the 9.5 win total. What's the odds on the division?
Yeah, so you're probably going to like this. Texas A&M plus 600 to win the SEC West.
Yeah, so 6-1 odds on that. I would take it because and that would offset playing them on the money line against Alabama because you're already getting 6-1 odds to win the division, and right. I think they have a legitimate chance this year.
All right, fair enough. And yeah, I'm with you. Like I told you, I'm a Bama guy, but if you're getting anything over 10, if you're getting 10 in the hook, and you said it's 11 in the hook for A&M at home in that game, that's tough to pass up. That's a lot of Alabama love right there.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so LSU, a team you've mentioned a couple of times, a team that's one of your surprise teams this year that got real bad after the amazing Burrow year, but is in a really good bounce back spot considering all the starters they have returning. Going from 5 returning to 18, I think. So I feel like this is a team, their win total is set at 8 flat. I think we can pencil in some losses to, Alabama. You said the A&M game, you made it even a pick 'em, which I was going to, just for argument's sake, give that one to A&M. I think there's still a pretty solid path to the 9 wins here to cash that over. And maybe at worst you push on 8. How do you feel about that on LSU?
Yeah, I've got LSU favored in 9 of their games this year, right. 9 of the 12 games, and I have a toss-up against A&M, and I have a toss-up against Mississippi. So the only game I have a true underdog in this year is Alabama, and right. That's one they're probably not going to win. And for the reason LSU collapsed last year, I mean, when you lose 15 players to the NFL, then have key players opt out just prior to the season and end up with just 2 returning starters on offense and 3 on defense, you knew they were going to take a step back. I don't think anybody expected them to be 3-5 and need a shoe toss against Florida and a comeback against Ole Miss just to get to 5-5. But this year's LSU should be more resemble the 2019 version with the 18 returning starters you mentioned. I think they've got 2 capable quarterback in Miles Brennan and Max Johnson. No matter who wins the job, they'll be in good shape there. I look at their offensive line. I rate it number 16 in the country. Defensive line number 8. So this is a team that's very talented. I do like over the 8 in that one, and I don't think you have to worry about a push at the end of the year.
All right. I like the confidence there. So one more team in the SEC that we'll hit on. You mentioned them, Ole Miss. Their win total, don't have to worry about a push here, set at 7.5. This is a team that is kind of a long shot for you that you think is worth some sprinkles in the futures market. Why don't you go ahead and you can mention those, but the 7.5 wins, I think this is an 8 or 9 win team in the SEC getting, really elite quarterback play and a high flying offense here.
Well, they are going to have to win one of the toss-up games I have to get to 7.5 because I have an underdog at Alabama, at Auburn. Auburn is off a bye, by the way, for that week, and Ole Miss is coming off of LSU. So that's a tough spot for Ole Miss there, especially going on the road. I have an underdog against A&M, so those are 3 games I have an underdog in. The 2 toss-up games, LSU, which they're at home for that one, but that's going to be a tough one. And then at Mississippi State. Mississippi State's going to be a much improved team this year. It's the Egg Bowl. It's a rivalry. Anything can happen in that. So I think the 7.5 would be the way I would slant to the over, but they have to win one of those 2 toss-up games that I mentioned. And as far as Ole Miss goes, I don't think anybody in the SEC wants to play them after last year, being tied with Alabama 42-42 in the fourth quarter. They've got the offense. Remember, Matt Corral didn't even get to work with Lane Kiffin in the spring last year. Now he's got a full year under his belt, and the key is going to be defensively. Last year they switched defensive schemes, and they didn't really have time to work them in. This year they have 9 returning starters on defense. They go from being bad on defense to maybe being average on defense, which is really going to help them out.
Okay, so you put it this way. You think LSU has a better chance of winning 9 games than you do Mississippi winning 8?
Yeah, the key would be that LSU-Mississippi game, I think. But, yes, I would go with I like LSU at 9 games, definitely.
Okay, all right. I like that. I lied to you. I'm mentioning one other SEC team that we are down on, and is the team that has, in your magazine, the toughest schedule in college football. If you look around the country right now, the Arkansas Razorbacks win total is set at 5.5 at, I think, pretty much every sports book except for the DraftKings Sportsbook, which still has them at 6. I don't think this is going to come down to a push, but it is nice to kind of have that in your back pocket. The schedule, if you go through it, is just brutal. I don't know how this team goes better than 5-7. So my biggest win total play so far in college football is Arkansas under 6 wins. How do you feel about that one?
Well, I'll tell you, I looked at Arkansas last year, and they had a first-year head coach in Sam Pittman. They only had 14 returning starters coming back. They had a schedule that I looked at, and I remember doing an Arkansas radio show and running through the schedule just prior to the season when it was announced they had 10 SEC games, and I made the statement, I don't think they're going to be favored in a single game this year. So, I mean, if Arkansas wins 2 games, it's a good year. And as it was, they were an underdog in all 10 games last year. But they won 3 of them, which surprised me. And even the Georgia game, remember they led that thing at the half against Georgia. And middle of the third quarter, that was a game. You go back and you look at the game against Auburn. Auburn had the backward pass, which was ruled a intentional grounding or something like that. It should have been Arkansas's ball, and they should have beaten Auburn in that game. The referee call gave Auburn the win there. Later in the season, they played LSU. Their defensive line was depleted. I loved LSU in that game. LSU was laying about 1.5 on the road, and Arkansas had like 2 defensive linemen playing the game. And LSU ran the ball down their throat all game, but they only beat them by 3 points. It was a close game at the end. And then the Missouri game last year was one where Arkansas scores a touchdown with 40 seconds to go and the 2-point conversion to take the lead, gave up a field goal and lost. So they could have been a 6-win team last year, which just surprised the heck out of me. Sam Pittman did a heck of a job. Now, can he recapture that in a bottle? We'll see, but I think they'll be favored against Rice, favored against Georgia Southern. I believe they'll be a favorite against Mississippi State at home, and probably the Missouri game is a little tricky because Missouri brings a good fan base to Little Rock, usually plays pretty well there. But I've got Arkansas probably favored in that. I've got a toss-up game against Auburn, got them favored against Arkansas Pine Bluff. But, it'll be interesting. I would probably lean towards it.
Toss-up against Auburn, huh?
I got that as a toss-up at home because they are Arkansas showed me last year they could play with everybody. So it's going to be interesting to see how the schedule goes with them.
All right, interesting. All right, let's shift over to the Big Ten. Obviously, we got to start with Ohio State. Another team, set at 11 wins, there's just not really much you can do there. You either need them to be perfect, and if they drop one, you push. So it's just not all that enticing of a win total bet. But I know you're very high on their path to the college football playoff, at least. Give me your thoughts, I guess, or any edges you see with Ohio State this season.
Well, I'll tell you, 11's a lot more attractive number than 11.5.
Correct.
Because, like you said, if they slip up once, it's a push. I can handle that because I have them a double-digit favorite in every single game this year.
Wow.
So they do come into the season with one big question mark. It's at quarterback. This is the first time since 1952 that they have 0 career pass attempts at quarterback. It seems scary, but I mean, whoever the quarterback is, they're throwing to Garrett Wilson, Chris Olave, Jeremy Ruckert. They've got the best receiving core in college football. They've got my number 2 rated offensive line, number 4 rated defensive line, and these aren't scrubby walk-ons they're throwing in a quarterback. C.J. Stroud, Kyle McCord, Jack Miller, all among the top quarterbacks coming out of high school. In fact, I think at the end of the year, C.J. Stroud's a Heisman finalist, so quite possibly. I like the over with Ohio State in this case because they're a double-digit favorite in every game. If they slip up once, it would surprise me, but that worst-case scenario would be a push.
All right, so let's put it. Let me phrase it to you this way. Then you got Ohio. You can take Ohio State over 11 wins at -110, and hopefully either win that or push. Or you can lay -200 on them to make the college football playoff. Are you confident enough that they get in there to the college football playoff to just lay the -200?
I'd be more comfortable with the over 11 in this case.
Over 11, okay.
Because Wisconsin could be a threat in the Big Ten title game. They played Ohio State tough, both 17 and 19 in the Big Ten title game. Wisconsin is going to be a surprise team this year.
Yep, so that's where we're going next. Wisconsin, one of your surprise teams. Their win total is set at 9.5. Something that I really like. I bet Wisconsin just to we think they're going to see Ohio State in that title game. I bet Wisconsin at +115 to win the West Division. They're currently on DraftKings Sportsbook at -110. I still like that price. The biggest threat is Iowa at +180, and below that, it's only Minnesota +950 is the next team on the board. You like Wisconsin to win the Big Ten West, and how do you feel about them getting to double-digit wins?
Yeah, I'd feel more confident with Wisconsin over just in the fact that if they do slip up this year, it's probably going to be that Iowa game. Iowa was playing among the best football in college football at the end of the year last year. Coach Ferentz doing a tremendous job with Iowa. That would be the only potential slip up, and the odds would be better just playing over the total. When I look at Wisconsin, last year they only averaged 3.9 yards per carry. They didn't really have that feature back. Jalen Berger is what I call a VHT, or very highly touted running back. He emerged late in the year. Well, this year they've got 4 VHTs. They add in Ches Maluzzi from Clemson, a couple of freshman VHTs. So they've got a loaded backfield. They've got the big offensive line. Graham Mertz hit in the opening game against Illinois. He had 20 of 21. Then he got COVID, missed a couple weeks of practice, and wasn't really the same after that. I think he'll be one of the best quarterbacks in the country. The defense is always solid. And look at their Big Ten road games this year. They're all against teams that had losing records last year. Illinois, Purdue, Rutgers, and Minnesota. They're going to be favored in 11 games this year. And the only game they won't be favored in, potentially, is Notre Dame in Chicago, which I have as a toss-up right now. So if the win total you said was 9?
9.5.
Oh, 9.5. Yeah, I do like them over. I think that if they do lose to Notre Dame, they may lose to an Iowa or a Penn State, but I can't see them losing both of those because they're at home in Madison. And as mentioned, home field is going to mean something this year. So I like the teams that have great home schedules.
All right, well, that's the one game that I wanted to kind of touch on that I had circled. Wisconsin, 4.5-point favorite in that week 1 game against Penn State. Penn State's a team I know you have listed as a surprise team this year. It's a team that I haven't completely done my research on, if we're being honest. So I guess give me your thoughts on Penn State as a threat there. And what do you their win total, by the way, is set at 8.5. So pretty reasonable right there. And then what do you make of that 4.5-point spread in the week 1 matchup?
Yeah, I'm not looking to play on that individual game. My line on the game, which I make, I go through every game of the season and I make my own personal lines on them. I had 4, so there's not a lot of value in there. When I look at Penn State, they are my number 1 most improved team in the country this year. Last year they went 4-5, but they were actually plus 102 yards per game. If you go through a 9-game schedule and you're plus 102 yards per game, you're basically a 7-2 team, maybe even 8-1. So they were much better than their final record would indicate. If Sean Clifford returns to form like he did as 2 years ago, then I think they're in great shape. Last year they lost their top 3 running backs just prior to the season or by week 1. This year, they're 4 deep at running back. One of those vastly improved teams. They entered the season last year number 7 in the country. This year, they entered the season under the radar. So I like Penn State over. The only games, what was the number on Penn State? 8, you said?
8.5.
Oh, 8.5.
Yep.
Well, I have an underdog at Wisconsin, at Iowa, at Ohio State. Got them favored in all the rest of their games by a pretty good margin. So I would lean with the over on that one, but that does only allow you a 1-game slip up.
Right. Helps if you steal either one of those Wisconsin or Iowa games to get there, obviously. All right, last one here. We gotta talk about Michigan before we get out of here. Obviously, the win total set at 7.5. They've been a disappointment year after year. This is a team. I don't. You tell me if something has changed with them because I'll look to fade them again. We got, what is it? Western Michigan week 1 is a 17.5 point dog. I find that interesting. And then, without giving away anything on Washington, because I know that Washington is a team that we're going to talk about at the end of this podcast. Washington is even money in that matchup on the road in week 2. What do you make of Michigan here? Are they going to turn it around, or is it going to be another down year?
Well, they've got 17 returning starters coming back. They did make my most improved list, which means I think they make it to a bowl game this year. And Michigan's one of these teams that, frankly, I have a tough time getting a gauge on them. I think that their ceiling this year would be 9-3. I think if everything goes perfect for Michigan, they can be a 9-3 football team. However, their floor this year is probably 5-7.
Wow.
They could lose to Washington at home. They could be an underdog at Wisconsin, at Nebraska, at Penn State, home against Ohio State. Even the at Maryland game I've got as a toss-up. Home against Indiana, I've got as a toss-up. So I have a lot of games in that 3 range, favored by 3 or underdog by 3.
Yeah.
So I think their record's anywhere from 5-7 to 9-3. If you're a Michigan fan, you want to play them, I think 7.5 might be a little bit steep of a price. I think they get to a bowl game this year, but getting to 8 might be pretty tough.
Yeah, if you have that many games within 3 points, I would say as a better, if you're not a fan that needs to get involved there, that probably sounds like a stay away spot then with so many coin flip games.
Yeah, absolutely. And once if they start winning those close games early on, they could go over the total. Start losing those games early on, they're going to go under the table. It really depends how they do early.
All right. Big 12, Oklahoma. I believe this is your national champion in the magazine. Another team set not at 11.5, but 11 even on the win total. A team that is set at, where is the price to win the conference? I believe they're in the minus 180 range. Yeah, minus 180 to win the Big 12 title game.
What do they win? What do they to win the overall title?
And to win the national title on DraftKings Sportsbook, they are plus 750, 7.5 to 1.
I'll take that.
You'll take that. All right. So you will take the plus 750 to win it all. Does that mean they go 12-0 in the regular season? I assume that means they win the Big 12 title game. What do you got here?
Yeah, exactly. I think they go 12-0 in the regular season. Here's the difference. Lincoln Riley in his first 3 years with an experienced quarterback had 2 Heisman Trophy winners and a Heisman finalist, and they average about 45 points per game. Even last year with the first-year starter, he had 43 points per game, but they did dip to 495 yards per game after averaging about 560 those first 3 years. Well, now he's got that experienced quarterback. And I thought Spencer Rattler really rebounded well from his benching against Texas, played well down the stretch. They've got my number 1 rated offensive line, number 2 set of receivers, and number 4 running backs, and the best quarterback in the country is the best offense. Now, when they've reached the playoff each of those 3 years, they gave up 54, 45, and 63 points. Defense was average at best. Well, last year they actually had a better defense in Alabama. And this year, they got 8 starters back on defense. They actually have my number 5 rated defense in the country, number 3 D-line, number 9 set of linebackers, number 3 DBs. So they've got the offense, they've got the defense. And then you take a look at last year's, Oklahoma's got 15 returning starters. Heck, I talked to 110 to 130 head coaches this year. Everybody's got 15, 16, 17 returning starters. Everybody's experienced, with the exception of the 4 teams that made the playoff last year. Those teams all have 9, 10, 11 returning starters and all lose their starting quarterback. So you've got an Oklahoma team that didn't make the playoff last year that's very experienced with the defense and the best offense in the country. I like them to win the national title at 750, plus 750. That's a nice play. And I do like them over 11. Once again, you pick me the game that they're going to lose this year. Worst case scenario, you get yourself a push. But most likely, you'll be favored in every game by probably double digits.
Yeah, it does feel safe for a win or a push. Like you got to lose 2 games to lose that win total. That is tough to imagine.
Yeah. So it's a nice little way. And like I said, this is the best Oklahoma defense they've had. I think they win their first national title since 2000.
All right, there you go. Iowa State on the other side. This is a team that I've heard a lot of conflicted people. I've heard a lot of sharp bettors going over and under on the 9.5 wins. Very improved last year. Great coaching. Is this the team on kind of the other side? Or there aren't divisions, but is this the team that you think makes the Big 12 title game? They're minus 140 to reach the Big 12 title game to kind of almost certainly square off with Oklahoma in that game. Do you think they get there? Do you think they get to double-digit wins, or is there a little regression here?
Yeah, I do think they get to the title game. And when you look at Iowa State last year, they had a young offensive line. I thought Matt Campbell did a tremendous job molding that offensive line. In fact, by the end of the year, they were a Joe Moore Award semifinalist. When I talked to Coach Campbell this year, he said it's the deepest offensive line he's had there and has a chance to be special. So take that offensive line now and merge it with a veteran quarterback like Brock Purdy, one of the best running backs in the country like Breece Hall, the best tight end room in the country with Chase Allen and Charlie Kolar, and a dangerous receiver in Xavier Hutchinson. You've got a pretty good offense. Defensively, they're always great under Matt Campbell. They've got Mike Rose back at linebacker, Greg Eisworth back at safety, 9 returning starters on D, and they only gave up 21 points per game last year. When I've looked at their schedule this year, I actually have them favored in 11 of their 12 games. The toss-up, the question mark game would be Iowa early, and I have them a 3-point favorite. Do you have an early line on Iowa State, Iowa?
Let me scroll through. You can keep.
Okay, and I'll talk a little here.
What week? Do you know what date that is?
Week 2, September 11th, second
Okay,
game
perfect.
of the season.
All right.
In that game, Coach Ferentz is actually 4-0 against Campbell. Iowa has not lost to Iowa State, so that would be a game.
So Iowa State is a 5-point favorite in that game.
Yeah, I would lean with Iowa plus the points. I like rivalry dogs. I like the fact that Ferentz is 4-0 against Campbell. I had Iowa State a 3-point favorite in the game, just giving them basically the home field edge. And the other game I have an underdog is at Oklahoma. Now, will they be able to handle this level of what they're coming into the season at? They're going to be a top 10 team probably for the first time ever. I can't imagine Iowa State was ever in the top 10 before in the preseason. That's a big question mark. I remember going back to 2019. They were ranked for the first time coming into the preseason, and they struggled with Northern Iowa and then lost Iowa in week 2 before they got it rolling and buried ULM. So how will they handle being in the top 10 for the first time would be my big question. But I do think they get to the Big 12 title game.
Okay. That's for the most part what I want to talk about in this conference. We'll just wrap up, I guess, with a couple of quick thoughts. Texas is sitting there like they've been shifting around from a 7.5 to an 8-win team. I'm staying away here, but do you have any feel on this Texas team for this season in terms of what we should expect? Is 8-4 right about where you have them?
Yeah, Coach Sarkisian was very happy with the talent he inherited. My biggest question mark would be replacing Sam Ehlinger. How many times did Ehlinger lead those late comebacks that guided Texas to a win? I have Texas a dog at TCU, against Oklahoma, at Iowa State, and I have the West Virginia game on the road at Pick'em. So if I was setting the number on them, I would have the number set at 8.5. So I don't see a lot of value there. They're a real wild card. I mean, they could be in the Big 12 title game if everything goes well. They buy into the new coach. Sarkisian's offense works out great, and the new quarterback is fantastic. But I think you're taking a lot of chances at that number.
All right, and an interesting one here to close with in the Big 12 is Texas Tech. I've seen them. They're on DraftKings Sportsbook at 5.5 wins, but DraftKings Sportsbook is higher on them than most. I've seen some 5s, some 4.5s. If you kind of scan across everything, this feels like it should be a team that can get to 500. Do you want to try and talk me out of that, I guess, or are you? I think you're kind of on the same page there.
Yeah, Coach Wells very confident in his team, feels they're going to get to a bowl game this year. I think your key games, if you're, they're definitely going to be favored over SF Austin, FIU, at Kansas. Those are all slam dunks, and I think they'll be favored at home against Kansas State as well. The Oklahoma State game is going to be big at the end of the year. I think they do have a shot at beating Oklahoma State this year. Last year was a real shootout, came down to the wire. This year they get them at home, and once again, home field edges will be heightened. And then a big game right off the bat is Houston. Houston's going to be dangerous. Dana Holgerson probably has his best team. I rate that one as a toss-up as well. So if you're finding a number of 4.5 on Texas Tech, I'd like the over. I'm not so sure about over 6 or over 5.5 because that would mean they have to get both Oklahoma State and Houston to get there.
Okay. On to the ACC, where Clemson obviously is a massive favorite to just continue rolling through the conference. They're another team that is set at 11.5 wins, which I find interesting because and I'm not somebody that has, if you're somebody that plays the over, you could lose a win total in week one, which I don't think I've ever seen that done in anything. So there's such massive favorites to win the conference, win the division. I just don't see anything that you can do with Clemson in the futures market unless you like them to just win the title.
Yeah, I might, if it's 11.5, I'd probably lean towards a small play on the under for the fact that I think Georgia can upset them in the opener. And like you said, you get your cash right away. Then the other game to look at would be at Pitt. Keep in mind, Narduzzi can beat the big boys. He's knocked off quite a few top 5 teams in his time there, including Clemson. And Pitt gets that one at home. It's late October, so we don't know what the weather's going to be like in Pittsburgh. And Pitt's loaded this year. So I think those are 2 chances for Clemson to go down. And since you have to be perfect, you can't slip up once, I would give it a small play on the under on Clemson.
Okay, there you go. All right, let's get to more interesting scenarios, I guess, in the ACC. We'll stick in the same division. This is actually so, and Phil doesn't even know this. For this actual podcast, DK Sportsbook is letting me open up some markets, which is tremendous. So we're gonna have some kind of winner without division type of scenarios here. So we're gonna open up division winners with Clemson kind of just out of the field. NC State is a team that I like a lot. I know you mentioned them in the magazine as you know, being a team with some upside. I think the plus money on over 6.5 wins for NC State is very interesting. And I think taking them as the winner of that division with Clemson out of the field is extremely interesting and something that eventually, by the time probably you're listening to this, will be opened up on DraftKings Sportsbook as an unreasonable odds podcast market that we're offering. So how do you feel, Phil, about NC State kind of making some noise in the ACC this year?
I feel talent-wise, clearly NC State's the second best team in the Atlantic Division. However, of the 3, I picked a 3-way tie for second place in the Atlantic because NC State also plays the toughest schedule. They draw both Miami and North Carolina out of the Coastal Division, and they also host Clemson. Now, when you host Clemson, I mean, that could be great if you upset them. But if you don't upset them, that means one of your winnable games are on the road. And winnable games for them would be teams like Boston College and Wake Forest. They're 2 division rivals. So, and they could very well be underdogs in those games or pick them. So I think the fact that the schedule really waters down NC State. Now, of the 3 teams I picked in a 2-way tie for second in the Atlantic Division, I've got Wake Forest. Wake Forest may be third talent-wise of the 3, but they also have the best schedule. While they play North Carolina on the road, that does not count as a conference game. So they really don't draw North Carolina out of the Coastal Division. That's not one of their conference games. And they do get favorable home games. They get the NC State game at home, which is big. They get the Florida State game at home. And when I talked to Coach Clausen this year, going over the team with them, if you look on my magazine page, we list the last 5 years' results. You look at how they've done the last 3-4 games of the season over the last 5 years. They usually struggle down the stretch. And Coach Clausen told me that was because they're usually pretty thin. They don't have great depth. But this year they went 3 deep in the spring. He feels they have the best depth he's had since they've been there, and they won't wear down at the end of the season, which would make them a threat. And then there's Boston College. They've got a great quarterback in Phil Jurkovec. They'll have an improved run game. I mean, you look at the pieces they have on the offensive line. They've got 5 NFL caliber guys. They just underperformed last year in the first year of the new offense. And any first year head coach last year struggled without spring practice. Much was the case with Jeff Hafley. They also have a much improved defense this year. Keep an eye on Marquez Valdez at the defensive end spot. Now, when you look at their schedule, I've got a couple toss-up games at Georgia Tech, home against NC State. But I think they have a chance of getting there. So I'd rather have NC State over the 6.5 than I would win in the Atlantic.
Okay, that makes sense. It seems like there's it seems like if you give them their 3 losses to the 3 big dogs in the conference, and even have them losing those 2 coin flips, that puts you right at 7-5, and still kind of cash it if they win the other 5 games. Or sorry,
That's right.
7 games. 7 games.
Yes.
All right, there we go. Real quick before we go over to the other division, just thoughts on Boston College, because it feels like this is better than a 6-6 team. They have great quarterback play, returning, and at a 7-win total, I feel like this is one where you push it at 7 or you win it at 8. 6-6 feels a little low to me to lose it. How do you feel about the Eagles?
Probably the best play in the division as far as overs go. I like BC.
Really?
I mean,
Okay.
they open up with Colgate at Massachusetts, at Temple, home against Missouri. I believe they open up 4-0, playing with a lot of confidence. And they get NC State at home. Syracuse is one of the road games. They'll be favored in that. They get Virginia Tech at home. They'll be favored in that. The Georgia Tech game is a toss-up. The final 2 games of the season are Florida State, Wake Forest. They get both of them at home. I only have them a pure underdog in 2 games this year, at Clemson, at Louisville. I do have a toss-up game against NC State and a toss-up game against Georgia Tech, but the worst-case scenario in my mind is 8 wins. That's worst-case scenario. Best-case scenario would be 10.
Okay, we've talked about a lot here, and where I was thinking about cutting BC out to kind of save some time. I'm glad I brought them up. I was kind of on the fence there and thinking about maybe passing on 7 with the 7-5 push, but we're going to go over there and go for the 8-4 year. As for the other side, we'll just keep it to the two teams that everyone's talking about there. Miami and UNC feels like a neck and neck competition for that division and who's going to play Clemson in the ACC title game. Obviously, they have a huge head-to-head matchup on the schedule. So any strong take on either team taking that division? And does it simply come down to the head-to-head? And who do you like in the head-to-head?
What's Pitt over-under for that division? Or not over-under, but odds to win the division.
Pitt's odds to win the division. Okay. Give me 1 second there.
I'll say this, with North Carolina, they have Sam Howell. They have much improved defense. Biggest question mark to me is how do you replace Michael Carter and Javonte Williams at running back, 2 guys that each had 1,000 yards and average about 7.5 yards per carry. But they'll be favored in that game at home against Miami. And I will say this, last year North Carolina destroyed Miami, right? I mean, it wasn't even a game, 62-28. I asked both Coach Diaz and Coach Brown what the heck happened, and neither one could tell me what happened in that game. It was just one of those fluky games where everything that could possibly go right for North Carolina went right. It'll be a much better game this year. Miami's got 19 returning starters coming back. So those 2 deserve to be the favorites for the conference. I do believe the conference comes down to October the 16th, but the tricky part about Pitt, and did you find the odds on that yet?
Yeah, so our producer Samir, who I've been watching on Zoom the entire time, just chatting away with everybody in the background in the studio, has now perked up and come over to the computer. He is a Pitt alum to listen to this. Pitt is plus 950 to win the ACC Postal.
I would take a shot on that, no doubt about it, because you look at their schedule, and their schedule is tailor-made for either greatness or failure. I mean, they get Clemson at home, they get Miami of Florida at home, they get North Carolina at home. So if they beat Miami and North Carolina at home, what games are going to be an underdog in? They have Syracuse on the road. They'll be favored there. They have Duke on the road. They'll be favored there. They do have to go into Virginia Tech, Blacksburg, and play them, but they're off a bye. And they play Georgia Tech on the road. So I think Pitt, getting Miami and North Carolina at home, definitely a good play at 9.5 to 1.
Okay, now I'm trying to track down the Pitt win total, and it seems like they should have a pretty good year. A lot to scroll through here on DK Sportsbook. Where is Pitt?
And the thing with Pitt, while we're talking about them, they've got a veteran quarterback in Kenny Pickett, who's an NFL guy. Israel Abanikanda is a guy that's really going to emerge this year, a running back. Nobody knows who he is. I think he's going to be a 1,000-yard rusher. They've got dangerous receiving core. And defensively, while they lose some key guys on defense, they do every year. Narduzzi always replaces them.
All right. Well, Pitt's a team that we're going to look at in the futures market here. Then 7.5 is the win total, actually.
I would go over 7.5. Like I said, it could be a season of great success. But I mean, when you look at their schedule, they should be favored in potentially their first 5 games.
All right, fair enough. All right, we're going to close out here with the Pac-12. We're going to start with your number one surprise team, I believe, the Washington Huskies, They are a team that I've bet over 8.5 wins. I think they have a good shot in the division. I think they're plus 140. I think they have a great shot in the conference at plus 350. And they're another team. DraftKings Sportsbook is going to be opening some special markets for the Unreasonable Odds podcast. You can tell me what you think of these, Phil. Pitt to win 10 plus. Sorry, now I'm stuck on Pitt. Washington to win 10 plus games. Washington to win 11 plus games. Washington to win a perfect 12 games in the regular season. These will all be markets that we're going to open up for this podcast on the DraftKings Sportsbook. But I think just the safe number, the over 8.5 wins, really jumped out to me. Tell me why Washington, I know schedule is going to be a big piece of it. Tell me why you're so high on them this season.
Yeah, and to give you a little history on the surprise teams in the magazine, if you go back and take a look, in 2016, now a surprise team is a non-top 10 team that I think can make the playoffs. So that's a qualifier. And Washington in 2016 was not in the top 10. I believe they opened the season number 14. And I had them my number one surprise team, and they did indeed make the playoff that year. So it was a really good. In 2018, we had Notre Dame, a non-top 10 team, as my number one surprise team. They made the playoff. And then, as you mentioned earlier, last year I had 5-loss Texas A&M as my number one surprise team, and there was Selection Sunday, and they almost made the playoff last year.
Yep.
Washington is that number one surprise team, and it's a combination of talent and schedule. The talent's there. They've got a massive offensive line that averages about 328 pounds per man. They've got a deep set of running backs. They've got 2 veteran quarterbacks now in Dylan Morris, and they bring in Patrick O'Brien from Colorado State. They've got good receivers, and Jimmy Lake's defense is always solid. They've only had 2 and 6 returning starters the last 2 years. This year they have 8. But what I love about them is their schedule. They avoid USC and they avoid Utah out of the South. And their 2 toughest games all year are Arizona State and Oregon. And they get both those teams at home. And as I've been harping this entire podcast, I think home field is really going to be intense this year. Washington's got one of the best home field edges out there in Husky Stadium. Now, they do have to play Michigan on the road early. Right now, you said it's picked. They were a slight dog. By game time, they're going to probably be a 3-point favorite in that game because my magazine does carry a lot of weight. So I think they'll be at least a 3-point favorite at Michigan in the opening game. So play that pick 'em now. But I actually have them favored in all 12 games this year. So I expect them to potentially run the table. And, you know, when you look at Oregon, Oregon was picked to win the Pac-12 by the media and picked to win their division by the media. But they have to play Washington on the road. They have to play Utah on the road this year. They also have to play Ohio State on the road. What's the over-under win total on Oregon this year?
So Oregon is 9 flat, which I think is
okay. That makes sense.
Right.
Yeah.
It feels like they're going to be 9-3, right? Or you know, you could win one of those games, maybe Washington or Utah, and win it at 10-2.
But you could also lose at Stanford and at UCLA. And Coach Shaw is very high on Stanford this year. So, you know, there's a lot of that one I'd stay away from. 9 is accurately priced, and sort of makes you think make you wonder a little bit what about the media's voting for the Pac-10 champ being Oregon, if they even looked at the schedules.
Yeah, I'm with you. Once I, you obviously, when I got your magazine, you turned me on to Washington. I flipped through that schedule and said, wow, that is just, it's so hard not to like the path that Washington is going to take. I think they're a fantastic bet. One of the safest futures, I guess, the over 8.5 on Washington. And we will obviously open up some alternate win totals kind of to shoot for the stars here and make some plus money bets on higher win totals for Washington. We pretty much touched on Oregon there. Do you have anything to add to Oregon, I guess, before we close out with a couple teams?
Oregon's a really good team, no doubt about that. It's just the thing I don't like about Oregon this year is their schedule. Yeah,
the Ohio State game too really makes things tougher there. USC, a team whose win total is set at 8.5. They have the quarterback in place, but they also have some flaws. Favored in their division. What do you make of the Trojans coming up this season?
I like USC in that case. They've added a couple of solid transfers. They bring in Ishmael Safir from Alabama on the defensive line. They bring in a couple of defensive backs from Texas and Auburn. Offensively, they had Keontae Ingram from Texas. They had a TCU rusher, Darwin Baldwin, Texas receiver, Jake Smith. Colorado receiver KD Nixon, and they already had a pretty talented team. You mentioned Keaton Slovis. Plays his best ball at the end of games. I mean, he led a lot of comebacks last year.
We saw that last year for sure.
Yeah, and Coach Elton said, well, when do you want the quarterback to play his best? When the knock on him was, well, he didn't play so great in the first half. And he's like, he's a guy that when the game's on the line, he plays well.
Yep.
When I look at their schedule this year, I have them a slight underdog at Notre Dame, a 4-point dog. And I have them a slight underdog at Arizona State, a 3-point dog. I have them favored on all the other games. I like 8.5. That's, this is a team that, went into the Pac-12 title game undefeated last year. Granted, they needed some comebacks to get there, but they're just gaining in confidence. And unlike most folks around the country, I think Clay Helton's doing a good job building this team.
All right. One of the teams that you were very high on in 2019 was Utah, a team that I played over 8.5 wins, and we easily got there on that.
Number one surprise team that year. They would have made the doggone playoff had they. And I still won't let Coach Whittingham live that down. If they would have beaten Oregon in that Pac-12 title game, they would have been yet another number one surprise team that made the playoff for me.
Yep, they did you wrong there. I was on them against Oregon because I was following them all season. I liked them a lot. I played them in that game, and that was a letdown. They almost got you there. Set at 8.5 this year again. It feels like a 9-3 type of team. Do you think that Utah's got an in them again, another big season?
Well, they only have 19 returning starters, and they add in Charlie Brewer from Baylor, who Coach Whittingham was high on. And how about this? Talking to Coach Whittingham, he said it's the best offensive line he's had in his tenure. Now,
wow.
He's had some pretty doggone good offensive lines. So look out there. They've got at running back, they had an Oklahoma transfer in TJ Pledger. They had an LSU transfer in Chris Curry. Defensively, they're always at the top. Last year was sort of an uneven year for them, but it was COVID and there was all kinds of stuff. And there was a lot of things that happened last season. This year, when I went through the schedule, I have an underdog in one game at USC, a 3-point dog. Other than that, I've got them favored in the other 11 games. So I think you can tell which way I'm slanting on that one.
So let's say this. Let's say Washington over 8.5 feels like maybe your favorite Pac-12, and Utah over 8.5 would be right behind it at number 2, maybe?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes.
Okay. All right, Utah. I'm going to have to get on that one. All right, 2 quick ones before we get you out of here. Phil Steele, I got to hold this up again because it is so fantastic on the Zoom for everybody to see.
While you're holding that up, open up the book so people could see the 2 full pages we put on each team.
Okay,
it's like getting 130 different media guides rolled into one.
Yes.
And what I like you to do is turn to the Akron page. Go to the back of the magazine, the Akron page. All the other magazines, they give you, maybe they write a few paragraphs on the big teams, and then they might give you 1 paragraph on the small teams. I give you 2 full pages on a team like Akron. Same amount of coverage that we give you on Oklahoma and Alabama, and everything is in the same spot on every page. So if you close your eyes right now and I said, point to the score from the Utah-Washington game from 3 years ago, you know exactly where to point. Point to who the top rusher was last year for any team. You know exactly where to look. It's all laid out in the same spot. Who's the starting left tackle for any team? You know exactly where to look. I could ask you a 10-question quiz like that, and you could give me the answers in less than a minute. Whereas if you went on the internet and tried to find all that information, it'd take you 10 to 12 minutes by the time you got to each school's website.
That's why this is the magazine. Here we go. I'm holding up the Akron page as we speak. It is all there. All the information. I'm holding it this way. You see how many pages are in here. Everything that you need in this magazine. And that's why you're on this podcast, Phil Steele. Couple quick ones, and we're going to get you out of here. Other, I have listed here. That is where Notre Dame is always listed, the independent. 8.5 wins on them this season feels relatively obtainable. I think people are kind of down on them after the big year, and then they get smoked in the playoff again. The quarterback changeover. But tell me how you're feeling about the Irish here coming into 2021.
Well, keep in mind, Jack Cohn, who's the new quarterback, to me, that's pretty even with Ian Book. Ian Book had a lot of question marks. They had the Notre Dame faithful up in arms a couple of times last year over his play. And just 2 years ago, Jack Cohn was the quarterback of Wisconsin, a lightly regarded team, and they went 10-4. So I thought they did well. They've had one of the best defenses in the country. They got 6 starters back on D, so I have no question marks there. The big question marks, they only have 3 starters back on offense, but they do add in a Kane Madden on the offensive line from Marshall, which I think is a nice piece to add in there. They've got Kyron Williams back at running back. As mentioned, Cohn's not a rookie. He had a 10-win season with Wisconsin, and they've got some talent at receiver. When you look at their schedule, there are no easy games. There's no games on their schedule where they're going to be a 21-point favorite. None. But they also don't have any unwinnable games on the schedule. In fact, the toughest game, I've got 2 toss-up games, Wisconsin at home and then Virginia Tech on the road. And the tricky part there is Notre Dame's going to be off of playing Wisconsin and Cincinnati. They're playing their 6th straight week, and they're traveling to Blacksburg while Virginia Tech is off a bye. So I think the current line on that right now has Notre Dame about a 5.5-point favorite. That's one where I would slant with Virginia Tech. Great situational play there. But overall for Notre Dame, my main set of power ratings calls for 12-0. All the other ones call for anywhere between 9 and 11, but I would lean with the over on that number.
All right, there you go. And I guess just quickly, I'll bring up the Heisman odds because you're very high on Oklahoma. We know how Oklahoma quarterbacks have fared in that market. Spencer Rattler, the favorite at plus 650. Is that kind of, if you like Oklahoma to kind of run the table at plus 750, you got to like that, right?
Yeah, 650. I'm a little surprised at that. I thought it would be more like, something a lot lower. Now, granted, the Heisman, the Heisman winners come out of the blue numerous times, like last year. Devontae Smith was probably 100 to 1, 1,000 to 1 at the start. It wasn't even on the list probably at the start of the year. But 6.5 seems pretty nice because Lincoln Riley's had 3 veteran quarterbacks. 2 of them won the Heisman. The other one was a finalist.
Yep. All right. You got any long shots for us here? I guess you got a guy like Matt Corral plus 3,500. He's deep down there. Just kind of scrolling through. I don't know. Yeah. Any long shots come to mind for you, or are you kind of?
Is C.J. Stroud on there? C.J. Stroud on there?
C.J. Stroud is plus 1,400, so 14 to 1. He is.
Oh, okay.
6.
And the guy hasn't even been announced as a starting quarterback, and yet Rattler is 6.5. So makes you wonder a little bit about the odds. I would say you could look at the 3 new quarterbacks: C.J. Stroud of Ohio State, Bryce Young of Alabama, or DJ Uiagalelei of Clemson. But they probably are all priced down there already. It's not like you're getting a real long shot like they should be for someone that hasn't even been a starter yet. So not a lot of value in that respect.
Right. All right. Well, we just ran through a ton of information for the upcoming college football season with Phil Steele. Before we get you out of here, I guess the floor is yours. We're going to promote the magazine, obviously plenty. It is, if you like college football, I'm holding it up again. This is the magazine that you have to get, whether you're a casual fan, a sports bettor, whatever you are. Is there anything that you would tell a college football bettor that we missed on this podcast going into the 2021 season to kind of wrap us up?
Yeah, like I said, the home field edge is one thing. And then look at the situational things. And like I said, they're easy when you look down my schedules because we list who the teams are that are playing you that are off a bye. So I think that's helpful. This magazine's got so much information. If you're not using this magazine and you're a gambler, you're already putting yourself in negative odds for the upcoming season. You're become an instant. You're becoming an instant expert on all 130 teams. And you can only get the magazine this year at Barnes & Noble and Books A Million. Those are the 2 places. If you're in Vegas, you can go to Gamblers Book Club, or you can go to philsteele.com. That's STEELE.com. The magazine makes you an instant expert. You will use this magazine all the way through the bowl season. You'll definitely get your money's worth, and you will be amazed at the amount of information. And the one plus thing we've had is once somebody gets their hands on a copy, they have to have it every single year. So Barnes & Noble, Books A Million, philsteele.com. And if you like, follow me on Twitter. It's at PhilSteele042. That's at PhilSteele042.
There you go. You took it before I could even get to it. I was going to plug your Twitter. We have plugged the magazine. And thank you so much, Phil Steele, for joining the Unreasonable Odds podcast here at DraftKings. That was fantastic. I'm really looking forward to getting this out and getting it into the ears and eyes of college football bettors this next month coming into college football season.
Sounds great. A lot of fun talking football with you today and a lot of fun talking about the odds.
All right, I love it. Phil Steele, as I said, at PhilSteele042 on Twitter. Phil Steele's college football preview. You got to have it. That's a podcast. Enjoy getting your college football futures in. For the Unreasonable Odds podcast, for Phil Steele, I am Julian Edlow. Thank you guys for tuning in.
Hello.
Hey.
It is time for the 2 o'clock sim. It is me. It is Tara Lynn. Tara Lynn pulling double duty here. She's
Crazy.
the producer. I am her co-host. Basically, Tara Lynn is the boss of this sim here. We got the Cardinals. We got the Jets.
Yep.
Did you make a lineup?
You know what? Freeze pops. I didn't make a lineup.
Yeah, you're busy. I get it. I understand.
Now my computer's moving all around. Yeah, it's just crazy. But let's hear about your lineup.
Okay. I actually feel really good about this lineup because the only sim I've ever won, I had the Jets. So the Jets are like my pseudo sim team because of that. So I have Jamison Crowder, Chris Herndon, and Chris Hogan in my lineup because those were the Jets in my lineup during my one win. And then for the Cardinals, I got Kyler, Zane Gonzalez, and Max Williams. Double X Max Williams. Double X Max Williams.
All right. I love that. Are you feeling happy about your lineup? Are you feeling a little iffy about it?
No, I feel good. All
right. I love to hear that.
So here we go. We're going with the same Slack here, okay? Doing a little behind the scenes talk on the air. Got it. We're all squared away. We're here. So how do you feel about sitting in both seats right now? This multitask action. I don't know that this has ever happened in Simland history. You're making Simland history right now.
This has never happened. Hey, everybody asking to where I am. I'm actually on my couch with my air conditioner behind me. You know how Freeze Pops has his microwave. I have my AC. So I could have moved my computer over to my normal area, but it's a Saturday. I decided to produce from the couch. And I didn't want to move everything over, so we're just going rogue, and we're doing Saturday Couch Special.
I love it. Saturday Couch Sesh. So when I was producing radio here in St. Louis still, and the pandemic first started and I was working from home, I exclusively produced from the couch. There was never a second where I wasn't on my couch. And it was amazing. I had this little tray table in front of me. It was amazing. Ultimate comfort.
The ultimate comfort, I have to say, is the way to go.
Yeah. I do my best work when I'm comfortable. As the Cardinals
know-
have to punt on their first possession of the game.
Punt.
Jets now with 1st and 17 after that penalty. I'm really hoping for the Jets to fire away here as I have a Jets stack. So, Terrellin, grade your performance on my 24-hour stream.
All right, everybody. So I was
Letter
on-
grade.
I mean, I would say I would give myself a B.
Okay. Wow, kind of a tough grader. I was going to give you an A-.
Wow, okay. Like I feel like
Explain
I
your
was
B
also-
grade.
I was also reporting from the couch.
That's true. Yep. Ultimate comfort. You were 15 minutes late,
I was
so that was another thing.
late.
And you also didn't know which link to press, even though I texted you the
That's
exact
what I was
link.
thinking, yeah.
Yeah, so maybe that's why you gave yourself a downgrade. But I'm thinking, like, once you got on there, I thought you did a great job.
Oh,
You helped
yeah,
me
I
bridge
was
the
in.
gap. You helped me bridge the gap when Morton didn't wake up for his next hit with me, which actually ended up making the hit that he did later to make up for it fantastic. So, like, if you don't help
Oh,
me
he did
bridge
make
that
up for
gap,
it?
say again.
He did make up for it?
He did make up for it because he showed up an hour later.
Oh,
And
okay,
parachuted
okay.
in
I didn't
on-
realize
on-
that he did that.
Yeah, he parachuted in on the Rossi hit. And Rossi went nuts because there was a kicker, and he loves kickers. So there was tons of kicker talk. And then my friend from Chicago, Austin, popped in, and then we went 4 wide, and it just went off the rails. It was hilarious. So he made up for it, but he's unable to make up for it, and that segment doesn't happen if you don't bridge the gap, for my money. So
I'm all about bridging the gap. I'm all about ultimate comfort in bridging the gap.
Yep.
I wish I could work outside, but like I actually should have tested to see if my Wi-Fi would work all the way out back. I don't think it will. And
do you have
wanna
a
be-
porch?
yeah, I have like a little patio area, and
Okay.
I got really jealous of Flash when he was reporting via outdoors. But I'm all about ultimate Wi-Fi connection as well. So I just don't want to like disturb the peace and have my video glitch, or I'm like,
Mhm.
"Bah, bah, bah, bah," like I'm trying to talk. I don't want that. SimFam doesn't deserve it on a Saturday. They deserve ultimate Wi-Fi connection.
Great, clean Wi-Fi. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, I understand you want to be outside. It's probably nice out. Get a little base tan going before you hit the town tonight. But, you know,
Hey,
SimFam matters more.
Freeze Pops, breaking news.
Uh-oh.
I might stay in tonight.
You have a what tonight?
I might stay in.
Wow. Okay.
Breaking news.
Why?
Breaking
Why?
news alert, everybody. Breaking
Why?
news.
Why are you staying in, Terrellin? What happened? Are you feeling well?
I just feel a little tired. I feel a
Okay.
little lethargic.
Okay.
I do wish that I could be outside like right now. Like maybe I would have gotten a second win, but just sitting here with the ultimate luxury of my couch, I don't see myself moving.
It's one of those things where you're so comfortable on the couch, you're like, you know what? This is actually better than being in a crowded bar right now.
It's so much better. Why am I gonna go do that?
Bry Guy says Freeze Pops just stayed up for 24 hours. He doesn't care if you're tired.
Dude, I'm so sick. You know what? Okay, pet peeve alert. That's what I'm going to talk about, and then let's talk about the game. But
Give me a pet peeve alert all day. This might be what we end up talking about the rest of the sim. I love pet peeves.
all right, pet peeve alert. I hate when, like, for instance, the Rossi thing, when I was like, I was so stressed yesterday. Brian had to go through the motions with me. I never even work with Brian. I was like, of course, the one day that I work with Brian, I had to do a million things. Like Slates was like, hey, can you actually go do this research and write this script and like come up with it, but like go record it in the office and like make sure that you're there though at this time. And Cody,
you're talking about the Madden video that you put out, because it was very good.
Thank you so much.
You did a really good job, seriously.
Thank you so much. So I actually pitched the idea. So like it is like my doing
That's your baby.
as well.
Touchdown, Le'Veon Bell.
Let's go, Le'Veon.
On the board. Jets, Jets. All right, continue.
Bell. If you have Bell in your lineups, drop him in the chat. I like to see you win.
Engagement, yeah.
What would we do without laughter? You know, I say that every day.
Amen to that.
So let's go back. I mean, not to like poop all over Rossi's, like, you know, positivity and sprinkles and sunshine. But
let's do it.
I was like, hey, I'm stressed. I feel like I'm doing a million different jobs today. Yeah, I'm all over the place. Mm-hmm. And I'm just, you know, just really letting it out there for Rossi. He's like, oh, please, we all have jobs. We all have multiple jobs, not just you. And I was like, are you, like, that's not even what I was saying. I'm not saying that none of you also work really hard and have multiple jobs. It's not what I was saying. And he went off like a tyrant. And then Brian also just now was trying to do that. Oh, Tara, we don't care. No, if I want to, like, what? We just got rid of the art of complaining all of a sudden. Like, no one can complain anymore. Apparently, complaining is canceled.
So you have a pet peeve against the people that are anti-venting.
Yeah, I am. I have a really strong pet peeve. Congratulations if you had Le'Veon Bell, because he's 60% owned in the Madden Stream $100 free contest.
Congratulations.
Congratulations if you had Mr. Bell. Yeah, I don't know. It's just a chat. Feel free on this Saturday. Drop in there. Let me know what your pet peeve is.
Yeah, what's really grinding your gears?
Yeah, if you say it's me, I'm gonna flip out. Ken Freeman, Le'Veon Bell scored 60% owned in lineups in the $100 Madden Stream for your all.
Wow, Tara Lynn's losing her mind right now.
Guys, I really
no, seriously, I actually like this idea. Let's do like a Festivus Saturday here. Just what's really grinding your gears, fam? Yeah, and like Tara Lynn says, if it's her, she's gonna freak out.
Because I already said that what's grinding my gears is Brian on the ones and twos and Rossi is the art of complaining.
Tara Lynn is anti-Rossi. I'm pro-Rossi at all times.
Honestly, we need more people like Rossi, but we need more people like you too. I mean, that stream, I have to say, pretty incredible stuff. 24 hours. I wish I was like ahead of like the stream community and I could award you like top stream of all time.
Yeah, I wonder if that thing could get nominated for anything. Let's fill up that trophy case. Yes. Let's hit the numbers here though before we continue to talk about complaining about people that are anti-complainers. Yeah, Sam Darnold, 3 for 4, 37 yards, no tuds. Kyler Murray, 3 for 3, a perfect 3 for 3 for 24 yards, no touchdowns as well. Le'Veon Bell, 7 for 40, so you like that in the first quarter from Lev Bell. Drake, 4 for 22, and Larry Fitzgerald's got 2 grabs in the first quarter. Jameson Crowder's got 1 for 7. D-Hop, 1 for 21. Perriman and Bell each have a catch for 14 and 16 respectively. So there you go. Those are the stats. Always keeps it light after the first quarter because you only got a quarter of stuff to talk about, right? I mean, occasionally you'll have a big first quarter in Madden, but generally speaking, it's usually like a possession and a half a piece.
Right.
You know, one team gets a possession, the other team gets a possession, and then it's like midway through the second possession for a team, and then the quarter ends. So All right. Anyways, back to complaining.
Must be why I don't have central air. That's why I have this AC. But guess what? I put in the AC by myself, and it was a really proud moment for me. I even like fixed all that jazz. Like I don't know. It's just a proud moment. But I want to read some of the people's pet peeves.
Do it.
Okay. Also, thank you all for participating in this crazy rant that we're about to partake in. Okay, so what's grinding your gears? Ryan Pena said, Rossi talking 1,000 miles per hour. Now, do you feel that he talks fast, Freeze Pops?
Yes, 100%. But I'm used to it at this point. I've done so many sims with him that I'm used to the mile a minute stuff. At the first few sims, I definitely was like, whoa, this guy talks fast. But got used to it. You find your spots with everyone. Like Tara Lynn and I haven't done a lot of on-air chatter, but we've talked enough off the air where I kind of know like my cadence with Tara Lynn. I know my cadence with Rossi. You just kind of find your spots with Koff. You and BK as well. You know you're not going to talk much, so you really just got to know when to shoot your shot. Glash is a very collaborative vibe. You know that actually there's going to be points where you have to fill because Glash is scrolling all the way back to the beginning of a chat in the middle of a broadcast and not paying attention at all. And then you also need to be ready to repeat like half the stuff that you said because he wasn't paying attention. And you have to be ready for him to say things thinking that he's the first one to say it, but you just said it 3 minutes ago. Like, you just find your spots. With Emerson, you got to refocus him.
You just find your spot.
Yeah.
Yeah, Emerson, you got to sometimes reel him in.
All right, we've talked about cereal for 25 minutes here. Beep, beep, beep. Back it up.
We got it. You like cereal.
That's his thing. But the thing about the central air with your apartment, people don't really know this unless they've lived in Boston. Most buildings in Boston don't have central air if they weren't built within the last like 10 to 15 years, because you don't need central air really in Boston because it doesn't get hot for that many months a year. So back in the day, they didn't spend money on that. And it's one of the more brutal things about the city. All these old buildings don't have AC. It stinks.
It is pretty brutal. I'll agree with you there. I mean, remember when I had just moved into the apartment and I didn't have AC in here? I don't know if I complained about it it went on for way too long.
That's a circle of hell.
Furnish. Yeah, it takes a lot of money to furnish like an apartment. I had really nothing coming in here. I had to start from scratch, and I was like, the AC was like not top priority, and then I got an AC from my uncle, so that went into my bedroom. And then I was like, wait, it's not reaching the living room or where I work whatsoever. What should I do? And then I got an AC from Amazon Prime, baby. So it all worked out in the end.
Field goal. Zane train.
Field goal.
We're rolling up the rails on a Zane train.
Na, na, na.
Pennies.
All right. Let's read another comment.
Keep coming with those complaints.
What's grinding your gears today? All right. Darth Gator. I don't know if this is grinding his. I guess this is grinding his gears. God forbid you vent about the prize pool changes. Some people will let it ruin their day. You know, Darth, I've been seeing that. I've been seeing a lot of complaints. A lot of people, their gears are really grinded about the prize pool changes. Yet again, to reiterate, me and Tommy have no control over that. Neither does Brian on the ones and twos or Mr. Robin Hood. But we're just here to bring the laughter. We're here to bring some cool stuff about the sim and all that jazz.
Yeah, and all I'll say about that is, Tara Lynn hit the nail on the head. We don't have any input on that. But if you guys do have complaints about it, just tweet at DK support. If you just continue to flood them and let your voice be heard, that's how you can try and, enact change. You just gotta if the whole community is like, hey, we want something a certain way, and you get loud about it, that's when things happen. So don't waste your time trying to come to us about it. Go directly to the source.
Yep. And then your gears will be ungrinded if you do that.
Exactly. That's where you should vent about that stuff. Just trying to help. Just trying to help.
Just trying to help too. Let's keep. Oh, Ty DeRaider. I hate styrofoam. You know what, DeRaider? I kind of hate it too. I hate the noise it makes. I hate how when I get a box,
Doesn't feel good.
Filled with styrofoam everywhere, and then sometimes like particles of the styrofoam gets undone. It's like all over your floor. I hate it. F styrofoam. We don't like it.
Yeah,
All right.
it's kind of a necessary evil at times for packaging, etc. But I avoid styrofoam when possible. Someone, I think it was earlier, it might have been Abby Rizzle. She's like, I don't have the comment in front of me, but she mentioned, do you have an AC behind you? I have a microwave behind me. It's kind of like the duality of life here. You know, you got the cold, I got the heat, you know, yin and yang, etc.
That's our vibe of the day, is to be yin and yang. I like this one a lot.
Okay.
Litzow. Pepe,
Jordan Litzow.
Sims every day.
Wait,
That's tough.
What was it?
Losing in Sims every day.
Yeah, I feel you on that. I lose Sims often. In fact, every time other than one, I lose.
It's tough.
2 minutes to go here in the second quarter. Jets on top, 7-3. Sam Darnold in the gun. Split back. 3 wide. 2 to the left. Darnold, plenty of time. Finds his man. Going to be a first down. Jets are driving. That is, I believe, Rashad Perriman, who is one of the only Jet receivers I don't have. So that's chill. Dean Murray saying, wow, Tarolin, you are on fire today. You go, girl. Get it all off your chest.
I'm feeling it today. I feel like today's my day. I came back to life. It's great. So what are you thinking about
Arnold with the scamper. That's a big touchdown run from Sammy D. Showing that versatility. Wow. Okay, Sam Darnold owners.
I'm like, you know what? I was just saying, will Darnold do something?
Amazing. You never see that from Darnold.
You really
You love to see it. Jets, Jets. Good for them. Good for
Darnold has owned 30% of you in the Manstream $100 free contest. How about in your contest, Tommy? You made a contest, right?
I did. So when I woke up to pee in the middle of the night, in the middle of my 14-hour
love a good toilet talk.
Hey, sometimes you gotta go. I was like, oh crap, gotta make a lineup, gotta make contests. So woke up, made some contests, went back to bed. I'm doing horribly. I'm in 106th out of 115. That's egregiously low. So I came into this thing feeling good because I had the Jets on deck. I guess I probably shouldn't have felt so good, huh? Yikes.
Yikes is right.
Yikes.
Sam Darnold, 1 rushing touchdown, 77 passing yards, 23 rushing yards, and he gave you about 11 fantasy points over in the $100 free contest. Should we read another?
I say we just keep them rolling. Anyone you see, throw it out there.
I really do love this. I love this conversation. All right. Fred Prather, is this to me? Because I'm not wearing makeup today, but he put, it's a pet peeve of mine when girls wear too much makeup.
That's a direct shot at you.
I feel like the shots have been fired.
Pow, 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 blah, blah.
Ah! Someone resuscitate me.
That is a direct shot at you, Tarolin. Hope you were wearing body armor. Unreal.
I've been hit. You know what, Fred?
Down!
You know what, Freddie? I'm not even going to address that.
We need a medic!
I'm in a feel-good, luxurious mood. And we're just going to keep it moving.
Brad Guy says, what even is this sim?
I'm
It's a
saying
great question, Brad Guy.
I'm saying basically it's an Emerson sim.
Kyler finding
I
his man for the first down. DeAndre Hopkins with the catch. See, I mix it in every now and then.
I did too. Now we're gonna fight. Hey!
Oh, we're in this together, Carolyn. I just was awake for 24 straight hours, and actually, Brad Guy and I were talking about it. I was awake for longer than that because I was up since 8 a.m. the day of the event. So I was awake from 8 a.m. Thursday until Friday at around 7:30 at night. So I'm kind of loopy myself.
I feel really loopy.
And that is not me complaining, because I know Tarylyn is anti-complaining. That is me just stating fact.
That's hilarious. You know what? Yeah. Have I been struck again?
She takes some shrapnel from the side.
About
Cardinals moving here. Christian Kirk with the first down.
33, 32, 31 seconds left.
Just going to count. 28, 27, 26,
Emerson Screwdriver said,
24.
"You both stink."
You stink. I actually took a shower right before the sim, so wow, in your face, bro.
I did too.
Yeah, that's right. We're both showered. We're feeling fresh. We have a flag on the play here. I'm going to guess it's holding. Oh, was it pass interference? Yeah, defensive pass interference. Cardinals march it forward. 1st and 10. Kyler, plenty of time. Finding his man. Nope. Missed him. Sorry. Just kidding. He was wide open, though. I thought that's why I said he found his man, because he should have hit him. He was wide open. Thought he had DeAndre Hopkins. Did not. 27 seconds to go here. Sorry, 10 seconds to go. Wow, did that just jump?
Yeah,
Am I
what?
crazy?
I think. All right, go back to Denny's.
I wanted to do a sim from the Denny's. It kind of got shot down. And I say kind of, I mean it fully got shot down. I first pitched the idea to DraftKings. They said no.
Did they just not want you yelling it inside of a Denny's, or?
I think that they just didn't like the idea or the liability of having someone be at a Denny's for 24 straight hours and trusting the Wi-Fi and people in the background saying things. You can't, you just can't. You can't risk that type of stuff. Vegas Insider is willing to take that risk with me, and I appreciate them for it.
You know what? Me as well.
Oh man. 1 second to go here in the half.
Number numero uno.
1 second. Life can
Stick
change in a
Mulder
matter of
said,
seconds.
Screenplay, bad play calling, field goal. Throw it to him, play, he's covered, shake my head. A lot of people seem a little upset in the chat, but we're here to cheer you up, baby, because
Who's
it's
upset?
Saturday. No, they're just upset with the game. And I just want to cheer them up. I understand.
Fred Prather saying, Tom, I think that's how you'd say that, Prather, says,
Yeah.
Tom, I'm sure you got accidentally loud when you got excited at 3 or 4 a.m. I definitely was louder than I thought most of the day. There were certain points where the guests were like, are you being like really loud and you don't realize it? And I'm like, you know what? Yeah, that's right. And when Tara Lynn was on with me, a waiter literally told me to shut up. If you remember.
Everybody, it was a highlight moment.
He came over in my periphery and quietly, but just so I could see him, so I had to take one of my headphones off. He was like, could you quiet down, please, sir? And you probably could hear it on the air. I don't know that. I don't know if you could or not, but my mic was it was picking up pretty much everything. And I couldn't tell if his name was Jacob or Jacobson. He was
Right,
not very
yeah.
he was not very attentive to me because he definitely said both. I'm not crazy, right? He said both names. I think his name might have been Jacob Jacobson.
You think his full name was Jacob Jacobson?
I really do because I am confident that he said both. You know what? Let's look at some numbers here. We're at halftime.
Yeah, I wanna hear the
Kenyon Drake,
numbers.
1 grab, -4 yards. Kenyon Drake having an awful game. Didn't do much rushing as well. We got some defensive stats in front of us. Not seeing any sacks for anybody, so that's an interesting first half nugget. Had 2 field goals for Zane Gonzalez. Sammy D, Sam Darnold rushed it in for a score. Those are really the highlights of the second quarter for you. Lev Bell had a touchdown in the first quarter. 14-6 at halftime.
14-6.
That's Life Cena. 47-2 says, I remember that, Freeze Pops. Yeah, good.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, I'm not
it was
crazy.
quite the moment.
Ty Raider said, I could hear plates and utensils. Yeah, so right actually after the last sim, I was texting with one of my friends who was kind of making fun of me for how bad the Wi-Fi was at Denny's, which, look, not a shot at me, so weird move by him. Why do I care if Denny's has bad Wi-Fi? So
True.
I went back, and he was actually one of the guests on the broadcast, so I scrolled back to see just how bad my Wi-Fi was during his hit, and it was admittedly very bad. But I didn't realize until doing that how loud it was. Like you could fully hear everything that was going on in the restaurant, which I think added to it.
True. I think it did add to it.
It adds to the ambiance of the situation.
Yeah.
Must be said, dude, he said, hey, fathead, shut up. No, he was actually more passive aggressive about it. I would have appreciated it more if he did say that.
Mike, check 59, 59. In your face.
Who is
Sam
leading
Darnold.
in the $100 contest here?
Oh,
I like to give those people a shout out too. You know, we're all
you
here, we're all
got
playing
that
the contest.
you got that handy, Taryn, because I do not have a link for that.
I have
so-
it handy dandy.
Let's
So,
see.
Leading the Madden Stream $100 free contest, we got Big Nats 13. He has, or she has, in their lineup, Captain Le'Veon Bell. All right, nice choice there.
Having
Followed
a
up
good
by
game.
Kyler. Yep. Followed up by Kyler Murray, Sam Darnold, Fitzgerald, Gonzalez, and Jets DST.
Okay, there you go. Jets DST is looking good right now. I'm in 103rd in our free roll. This might be one of the
Doing great.
lowest finishes I've ever had. Kyler having a terrible game. He is the leader of the clubhouse right now for the Babysitter Billy Award. 5.4 points. In fact, Tara Lynn gets to choose who that is, but you know, I like to collaborate, so we'll decide together. My lineup is
I like
horrible.
to collab.
Okay, good. We're collaborators. Bert is in 97th, so there you go. We're bringing up the rear together here. Kyler Murray has, like I said, less than 6 points in my captain spot. Jamison Crowder has less than 5 at 4.4. Herndon, 2.7 points, 42% owned. Hogan, 40% ownership. Goose Egg, Bagel, go play lacrosse, you useless bum. Max
Goose Egg.
with multiple X's. Williams, 5.6. And Zane Gonzalez, my leading scorer at 6 points. Gross.
Your leading scorer is Gonzalez
It's my
with
freaking
6
kicker.
points.
Awful.
That is tough, Pops.
That is the worst lineup I've ever had.
Yeah, it's not good.
We'll see, though.
Okay,
Kyler,
seven.
that's right. Do things, Kyler. Do things. Bry Guy says stack them kickers. Bry Guy, I hope you were watching when Rossi basically interviewed Morton Anderson yesterday. It was hilarious. And I don't think I got to fully explain this when Rossi and I were talking earlier.
Yeah,
but
can you give me like the full
It was so
breakdown of
funny
the-
because Rossi and I were going through our thing, and then Morton just popped into the stream. So immediately, Rossi snapped into like I love kicker mode and started interviewing Morton as if it was like his own podcast about kicking and like kicking method and who the best kicker in the league is. And Morton
I
loves to
love
give a long
that.
answer. So they're going back and forth. I'm just like a fly on the wall watching these two guys talk about kickers. And then, like I mentioned, my friend from Chicago, Austin Huff, who does morning radio up there on the country station, pops into the session. And I'm like, all right, I kind of interrupt them. I interrupt their interview on my stream and say, I'm going to bring in my friend Austin. We're going 4 wide here. And Austin came in with a backwards hat on.
Yeah.
And Morton, he just loves to rip people. So he's like, oh, nice backwards hat, dude. And then I don't remember what Austin's retort was, but it was funny. So it led to Morton leaving for a few minutes. He says, I'm going to go get a backwards hat. And then he comes back with a hat on, but he's also wearing his gold jacket. So he absolutely flexes on us. And then it was off the rails. We were talking about O.J. Simpson. We're talking about why Morton doesn't like melted cheese, why he prefers a cold cheese. It just
What? He's not like a big grilled cheese guy?
No, he doesn't like. Well, he said outside of a grilled cheese, he doesn't like melted cheese. He's a cold cheese guy. He's like, look, I'm European. You go for a picnic, you get a baguette, you get some salami, some cold cheese, a little vino, lay out a carpet, take a girl out on a nice date. That's what he
Yeah.
likes cheese.
I mean, I do appreciate a fabulous charcuterie board.
Yes, yeah, he loves a good charcuterie.
It's great.
How about the charcuterie revolution over the last 5 years? It's completely popped off. It's changed the game.
I know. I remember I was even talking about it in front of my parents, and they were like, "What are you even talking about?"
I was
I
at a
was like,
brewery
"No."
with some of my roommates right before I moved here to St. Louis. It was probably a year before. I just moved back to Boston. We're at this place in Waltham, and I was like, should we get a charcuterie board, boys? And they didn't even know what I was talking about. And this is like 4 years ago, I want to say. If I said that now and they didn't know what I was talking about, they'd have to have been like an alien or something.
Right.
Charcuterie boards are in. I hope you bought stock
Very
on
in
charcuterie.
right now.
They're in.
Yeah. Don't be out. Be in.
Kyler Murray has time, finds his man. I believe that's a D-Hop. D-Hop sighting. 4 grabs this game for 60 yards. That's a good DeAndre Hopkins performance in Simland so far.
Yeah.
Mike, 57. Get your swarm on. 57 to Mike.
The Guru 805 says, I've been making meat and cheese plates my whole life. Fumble! Jets picking it up. Jets DST continuing to look great. Guru says, people are so out there and trendy. Everyone loves a good trendy charcuterie plate, though.
What do you like to see on your charcuterie board?
Ooh, I like this. I like this question a lot.
Yep.
I want 3 types of cheeses. Give me a soft cheese, give me a hard cheese, and then give me an in-between cheese. I like multiple meats, maybe like a summer sausage, a prosciutto, and a salami, of course. Got to have salami in the mix, maybe a pepperoni if you're feeling a little adventurous. You want some olives in the mix.
Yeah.
Roughing the passer. That's going to move this thing up the field. Cardinals, what are you doing? Jordan Hicks. Jets, 1st and 10.
Check 59, Mike.
Looks like we might get another Jets tud here. Rob bringing up pepper jelly. That was going to be my next thing. Got to have a pepper jelly in the mix. I need some sort of spreadable jelly option, and I want it to have a little kick. And then some sort of like pickled veggie option in a little cup is good too. Like maybe a mixture of pickled carrots with some pickled onion, maybe
Yeah.
even just like mini pickles. You get those in the mix. Delicious. Don't
Right,
yuck
yeah,
me.
pickles.
Don't yuck me, okay?
What is it? Don't
You asked about what I like, Carolyn. Don't yuck my yum.
don't yuck your yum.
And then as far as like the crackers, you got to have like a nice sturdy cracker. Don't give me like a wheat thin or a Ritz cracker. No, I want nice sturdiness too. And I also want that cracker to have a little flavor on its own, because what if someone doesn't like anything on the plate? They want to have a nice, enjoyable cracker experience. So
True.
crackers are big. They're important. So I like a nice big plate. Not going to lie here.
Single receiver. Hey, you're on an island.
K-Nut says, don't forget pepperoncinis. You can mean pepperoncinis. Yeah, you got to throw those in the pickled mix as well. They'll go in the pickled mix. Yeah, Rob, good point.
I
No
really
pita
like
bread either.
A big spread.
Yeah. Okay. That's good stuff.
I could eat fig spread just out of the jar. It's
So there's a
so
pizza
delicious.
place in St. Louis called Dewey's that does a pizza where they have like a fig jelly as the sauce. And it's
It would be called
amazing.
Dewey's.
Dewey's
I
is
feel like
great.
that's a St. Louis.
I don't really know why it's called Dewey's. There's probably a story behind it, but I forget. I think it's called like Pigs Over the Moon or something like that. I don't really know why it's called what it's called, but it's a fig jelly and prosciutto and gorgonzola cheese pizza, and it's amazing.
Wow, I want pizza right now. Brian on the ones and twos. I do like a fine charcuterie board with Cheez-Its, goldfish, and Doritos. Gross.
I love all of those things. I actually don't think it would be a bad idea if you had like a cracker mixture, and mixed in with those crackers, you throw in some big Cheez-Its. You know, the big Cheez-It that you can buy that are like cracker sized?
Yeah,
You ever seen a
I
big
do.
Cheez? Yeah, you mix those in. I think that's a good idea. People would go nuts for that. Board makers,
People would go
go
quite
ahead.
crazy.
Throw them in the mix. Kyler. Oh, I thought he was going to break it. Avoids the sack. Picks up 2. 2nd and 8.
Ooh.
Where are you going to get pizza from?
You know, I am not going to get pizza. I'm
Oh,
going to
okay.
get
Stay strong.
a wrap.
Oh, okay. Is a wrap a sandwich?
A buffalo chicken wrap, that is.
Love that.
It's one of my favorites. And I like to have, you know, maybe a side salad or sweet potato fries on the side, a little ketchup, a little Heinz ketchup.
There you go.
Yep. Maybe on a
So-
wheat wrap. Little
so-
crispy.
Ketchup for me is one of the only things that I am brand loyal to. I have to go Heinz ketchup.
I love Heinz ketchup.
It's the GOAT. D Rich saying Max Williams, #1 receiver. I don't know, man. I got Max Williams in my lineup. He ain't looking like a wide receiver 1 to me. None of these guys are. None of the guys in my lineup are doing great. KNut67 says Tommy will shovel anything in his big pie hole. Pretty much, I guess. Yeah, throw it in front of me. I'll shove it in my pie hole. Calling a mouth a pie hole is hilarious.
Why is it called a pie hole?
Shut your pie hole, man.
Like, where did that originate from?
Because you shove pie in your mouth, so it's a pie hole.
I know, but I just want to know, like, who
Yeah, who
started-
invented pie? Well, here we go. I'm gonna look origin of pie hole.
Wait, I'm looking it up.
No, I'm looking it up.
Oh, I am. Pie hole is an American term for a person's mouth. Obviously, the idea is that the mouth is where someone puts bites of pie.
Thank
The
you.
British corollary term to the pie hole is a cake hole.
Cake hole. Shut your cake hole, man.
The phrase used in Britain during World War II and recorded in the book Service Slang written by Hunter Brigadier in 1943.
Pie hole is definitely more American than cake hole. I
My
understand. That makes sense to me. That pie hole would be the American version of that pseudo insult.
Our workday is going really well. I cannot believe I just Googled the origin of pie hole.
Now you know at least.
Yeah, like I can tell people. I just want to know.
It also
like,
didn't
who-
tell you what the origin was there at all, really.
It was in the 1980s. Yeah, no one's. It's just the American.
No
phrase,
way.
your pie hole.
It's only been around since the 80s. The word pie, the term pie hole. No
That's
way.
what it says here.
What's your source?
My source is Google, Tom.
Abby Rizzle says 4 plates at Denny's is like breakfast, lunch, dinner, and dessert. I mean, damn. Did you have pie too, Freeze Pops? No, I had an apple crisp that was bought for me by a friend who was trying to frame me as a big sweets guy. And I didn't even finish it. So in your face, fam.
In your face.
Damon Ariel says, my mouth is an eating hole. Kyler Murray, 3 rushes, 34 yards. I thought he had more rushes than that, but I guess a lot of those have turned into sacks. First and goal here for the Cards after that Kyler scamper. Let's see if the Cardinals can put some points on the board here, and then I think they're probably going to go for 2, given the amount of time that's left. This will be the last play before the 2-minute warning.
Kyler Murray actually spoke
Oh!
about it.
Second and goal. You were saying, sorry.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Kyler Murray, he actually spoke out. I don't know if you saw this, that he was really proud of Aaron Rodgers and he supported his comments. And he was kind of actually really, I was like, is Kyler Murray going to do something? Like, what's up here?
Ooh, interesting.
But,
well, I could see Kyler at some point, and look, there's been no reporting on this, but
Right.
the dude is an amazing baseball player. Maybe there's a point in the future where he wants to kind of step away and do his own thing, the way that Rodgers talked about possibly doing. So
Right.
who knows? Maybe Kyler will go play some baseball.
He said that any true franchise quarterback deserves a seat at the management table.
100%. I agree with that.
I agree
Especially Rodgers. Like, if you have one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time and he likes throwing to certain slot receivers, do what you can to keep those slot receivers. Touchdown. Kyla finds Max Williams for the score. I think they're going to go for 2 here, folks. Minute 35 to go. If they don't, they're crazy.
They're wild.
Here they are. I am predicting a Kenyon Drake handoff here. No, Kyler keeps it. Finds his man. No! Oh, he had Hopkins open, and he didn't throw it to him. Hopkins is furious. Virtual Adam Gaze is excited. All right, Cardinals have all 3 timeouts. Are they going to go with the onside kick here? Or do you trust your defense against the Jets with 1:35 to go, since you got all 3 timeouts?
Let's see what's
What do you
gonna
do?
happen.
Decisions. We will see momentarily. Let's see if Zane goes for the onsides or if he's just going to fire it off. All right, looks like he's going to kick it away. They're going to trust the defense. Does he take it out? Nope. See, I think that's actually a questionable decision by the Jets to not take it out there, eat up a few seconds on the clock.
You're really not liking Zane today.
No. Although Zane is my leading scorer. That's a big tackle in the backfield by the Cardinals. I actually don't know if he's my leading scorer anymore. He was the last time I looked. I've been actively avoiding my lineup. Okay, I'm up to 56th, actually. So that's a good comeback story. Kyler, now at 20 points in my captain spot. Chris Hogan's going to end up being the babysitter Billy, I think. I mean, he's got 0 points, 20%, 40% ownership.
Yeah, doing diddly squat.
Doing a little diddly squat, another great term. And I think Max Williams is probably the wooden nickel winner. Obviously, it's up to you, Tara Lynn. Those are my nominations.
Hey, I like Max Williams, 1 receiving TD, 88 receiving yards, and 7 receptions, and he put up 32 fantasy points over on the Madden Stream $100 free contest. He is in the top 10 lineups. I'm like, let's give him that wooden nickel, Tom.
I'd love to eat some roast beef ice cream with him. I forget who it is that calls it roast beef ice cream now. It makes me laugh every time.
Yeah, who calls it that?
It is not roast beef flavored ice cream. It is just an ice cream cone you can get at a roast beef restaurant here in St. Louis. There's a
That
major
sounds
difference.
disgusting.
Somebody at the diner yesterday was telling me that they have bacon flavored ice cream, or at least they did at Denny's for a time when they were doing some sort of bacon madness promotion.
Okay.
I would try bacon ice cream. I like a little sweet and a little salty together, like a chocolate covered pretzel. Those are always good. Or those
Chocolate-covered
whatchamacallit
pretzels,
candy bars, you know? Got a little bit of
Yeah.
everything in them. Take 4 or take 5. I think it's take 5.
Take 5.
Yeah, it's definitely
But
take
we
5
can
because
create
that's
our-
the phrase.
We create our own for the stream.
Kyler,
that's
what are you
take-
doing? What are you doing? Get rid of the ball. You got to score, bro. Takes a bad sack, 2nd and 15. 51
Just
seconds
over
to
here
go.
updating
Cardinals.
our wooden nickel player and our babysitter Billy, or Carolyn's total bozo of the game. Just did that little update there.
Tara Lynn's total bozo of the game. I like it. Zane Gonzalez warming up that leg. 3rd and 6 here. He might not need it. Cardinals, 44 seconds to go. 1 timeout remaining. Look upfield and look to the sidelines, Cardinals. I am a Patriots fan. I still root for the Jets to lose in Simland.
Kenny must love that, right?
I actually have never done a jet sim with Kenny. 4th and 5. Obviously, Cardinals are going for it. They stop the clock. 39 seconds to go. What a terrible decision by that receiver to turn out of bounds after a 1-yard gain when he had open space to get the first down. 4th and 5. Kyla in the gun. Plenty of time. Misses him. Had him open. Max Williams, middle of the field. Just misfired. Jets going to kneel this one out. I wonder if Arizona still uses the timeout just to be that guy. They do, of course.
Of course, going to be that guy.
Way to be that guy, Cliff. Cliff Kingsbury had to use the timeout. So we've determined the awards. We've
Got
talked
those
about
signed,
what's
sealed, delivered.
grinding our gears.
Yeah, that was awesome. Love that. A lot of people got to vent, you know?
Gonna have to come up with a new gimmick for the next one, though, Taryn. What are we gonna do? Let's think about it.
I
Let's
need
not share.
something.
Let's not give it away yet.
I
We'll
need
think about it.
something because I'm starting to slow my roll. I don't know if it's just because I'm so excited that my wrap is on my doorstep or what.
Oh yes, yes, it's right there waiting for you. Did you Uber eat it?
Yeah, I did. All my money is going to Uber Eats. Really proud of myself. Really proud of myself.
I'm personally a Postmates guy. Love Postmates, but I think Uber technically owns Postmates,
Oh, okay.
so they're kind of the same thing. So there you have it. Jets win by 2.
There you have it.
You're on camera, Taryn.
I gotta sit up.
Taryn had her camera positioned perfectly until the moment we were on camera. Kyler, 21 for 26, 197, and 1 touchdown.
Carolyn today.
Darnold, 13 for 15, no throwing touchdowns, 117 yards in the air, but he did rush one in. He showed a lot of athleticism on there. 4 for 21 for Sam Darnold. Kenyon Drake, 14 for 57, no touchdowns. Le'Veon Bell, 14 for 77 and a tud. Kyler Murray, only 5 rushes for 33. Big disappointment for Kyler Murray on that end. I'll give you that receiving statistical breakdown in a second. Max Williams leading the way. 7 grabs, 88 yards, and a touchdown. He was your wooden nickel winner for this one. D-Hops, 5 for 74. Jameson Crowder, 5 for 41. Fitz, 5 for 20. Lev Bell had 4 catches for 25. Kenyon Drake had 3 for -6. That's a weird line. Herndon, 2 for 20. Perriman, 2 for 31. And Christian Kirk with a stanker, 1 for 21.
Stanker.
Chris Hogan's, I keep adding an S to words. I think it's because I'm residually tired from the other day.
Yeah.
Chris
Could
Hogan
be that.
with 0 goose egg, 40% ownership. Stick with lacrosse, buddy. And that's it. Jets D looked good.
Good
Zane
game.
Gonzalez had 2 field goals. That's the sim. We're going to be back at 4 o'clock.
This duo is coming back.
Me and TL going to have you a Titans at Packers sim. Go ahead and join that free roll. I woke up in the middle of the night to make it. So come on, do me a solid. Hop in there, make a lineup, join the fun. Tara Lynn is going to eat a buffalo chicken wrap, and she's also going to make a lineup for this next sim.
I truly
And she's going to crush it. She's going to crush both the sandwich and the lineup. We'll see you guys in a little over an hour.
All right. Send it off to the salary release stream with our friends Jeff and Meiselman. Check it out.
Where do you want to start? Let's just go by position, Matt. Obviously, we're doing this on the fly. We just had these salaries drop here a couple, basically like half an hour ago, not even. So obviously, we got 2 milli makers in the lobby right now, right? I got the $100, $2.5 million guarantee up right now. There's also a $5 million guarantee up though. These are massive contests. Obviously going to be more dropping, but those are up there in the DraftKings lobby. So you can go take a look for himself, but let's go over quarterback. Let's just start there. We got Patrick Mahomes, 8,100, Kyler Murray, 7,600, Josh Allen, 7,400. Josh Allen at home versus Pittsburgh. Murray on the road versus Tennessee, a very suspect Tennessee defense last year. And then Mahomes at home versus Cleveland, 2 of the highest scoring offenses last year, Matt. Should we just like skip the rest of the guys and just pay up for Mahomes here? Like, what are we doing?
It's going to be interesting to see how the offseason breaks out from here on. Like I don't think we have a ton of value plays yet, right? Like Eason is a quarterback who could be a value play, but you can't play him with the expensive quarterbacks. You only get one. So like right now, it doesn't seem like there's a ton of cheap players that will be the chalk guys. Like there are a few, and I think we'll get to them. There's one game in particular, I think, besides from the Colts game, they could have a lot of players that people view as underpriced. But I'm just not sure how easy it'll be for people to fit in these top end quarterbacks. Like I think what we're probably looking at is low ownership in week 1 on Mahomes and Murray and Allen. And then maybe like the Jalen Hurts versus Matt Ryan game is where people gravitate towards. Does that kind of line up with, I mean, I'm seeing this for the first time. Well, I've been looking at it for maybe 20 minutes, but it seems like that's the game. Do you have some other sense? But like, obviously Mahomes won't be unowned in week 1. But I feel like Hurts versus Ryan, 2 high-paced teams that had mediocre defenses last year, maybe that's the game.
Yeah, man. I mean, I think it's, again, and we see this a lot, Matt. I mean, people just don't, they're just like, oh, Mahomes is too expensive. We got all these value guys. And then Mahomes ends up being like, 8% owned, not that highly owned. I feel like it's probably going to happen again week 1, especially with all the time we have for injuries to potentially happen. But as far as like chalk goes, yeah, let's go down there because Jalen Hurts at 6,400 against Atlanta, man. I mean, it's just like, I mean, I don't know if we have his game logs up from last year. We do, but I mean, this is a player who, you could see coming home to 323 games, a 40-point game against Arizona, where, he obviously threw for over 300 in 2 of his last 3 starts. Obviously that start against Washington didn't even, he got sat. This was just a player who was just so good from a rushing perspective. And now he's going up against an Atlanta off a defense that's just sieves points. So I think Jalen Hurts is going to be the uber chalk, assuming, Deshaun Watson doesn't get traded there over training camp. And then you mentioned Matt Ryan as well, only 600 going up against the Philly D, which really, at home, like I agree. I mean, I think Matt Ryan is probably going to be like an interesting pivot. I think that game, like you mentioned, probably going to be the heaviest stack to week 1.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe it's Jacob Eason with his cheap receivers. I guess it's possible, right, that Deshaun Watson still starts for the Texans. Maybe I'm crazy there, and it's totally 0% chance.
Yep.
But if Watson is the starting QB, the players around him on their offense, like Brandon Cooks, I think, is only a little over 5K, and they don't have Will Fuller anymore. So I guess we'll kind of have to see some of these situations. Whether or not Carson Wentz plays will be a big deal for ownership. Yeah, Watson, it still seems, is totally up in the air. Is that mostly right?
I think it's up in the air. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously, he's at camp, but who knows? I mean, this is a situation where, obviously you're getting a player, Deshaun Watson, average over 25.6 points. I think you're right. I think that if Deshaun Watson somehow does start, I think it becomes an interesting pivot because he almost will suffer from the same fate as Mahomes. People will just say, oh, well, I can get Jalen Hurts for $600 cheaper, Matt Ryan for $1,000 cheaper. People might even look at Baker in that KC game as cheaper. I think he'll be an interesting pivot there. I mean, I think that, Deshaun Watson has all the chance to be really underowned there. And then you also have Russell Wilson right above him, obviously at 7K. I think he'll get a little bit of love going up against Indy on the road in a dome game. So some interesting higher price pivots there. I think Deshaun Watson, it's a guy you're going to have to follow the news on, obviously. But yeah, so let's dip down here. Let's dip down to the bargain basement here. I mean, first of all, right off the bat, anyone under 6K, and we'll get to Eason, but anyone under 6K here that really tickles your fancy right off the bat?
Yeah, so obviously a lot can change, and you have the timer up there at the top of the screen. We're over 1,000 hours away from lock, so it's not like any take I'm going to give.
That's it.
Yeah, right. So it's not like this is confirmed. This is definitely where I'm looking, and I'm sure we'll jump around a bit position wise, but I feel like Ryan Fitzpatrick and Terry McLaurin is going to end up being my favorite QB receiver combo.
Nice.
I have no idea if that's a popular combination yet. But McLaurin was great for most of last year. Didn't really have a good quarterback with him. Fitzpatrick, I think, is still a bit underrated. I don't know. It's really hard to say. But McLaurin was also hurt a bit at the end of the year. And if he's fully healthy, he has a quarterback like Fitzpatrick who can throw better than whoever Washington had last year with Alex Smith mostly at the end of the season. That's who's sticking out to me as I think the best combo. And then we have Curtis Samuel, you just put up there.
Yeah.
Could be dealing with the COVID situation and maybe won't be around.
Actually.
So then there's Adam Humphries potentially as a cheaper second receiver. So yeah, Samuel's really good. He would probably make this a good stack. And then Humphries, if Samuel doesn't play, Logan Thomas is one of the lower priced tight ends. So Washington football team. Yeah. Maybe that's the stack that is under the radar.
I like it, man. I'm a big proponent that Washington did upgrade their QB position. It's going to help McLaurin because I think Fitzpatrick will take more shots downfield. So yeah, I think you could, obviously we're going to watch the Samuel news. If he doesn't start, you got Cam Sims, Humphries as potential cheap options to make it a triple stack. But this Fitzpatrick McLaurin stack, I don't think it's going to be highly owned at all. I don't think you're going to suddenly get heat on either of these guys. This could be a game that has a sneaky high point total as well. We could drift over to the DraftKings Sportsbook, I guess, here quickly and just check on the game totals. But obviously, we want to spend most of our time today on the salaries that were released. Yeah, can I even find them, Jeff? Here we go.
But that game's in the mid 40s.
Mid 40s. So I mean, you could see that climb a little bit. That's the other
for sure.
Contest. But yeah, so right now, I mean, a sub 12K salary for both those guys, I like it personally. I think that could be like a good tournament pivot for week one for sure. So definitely pulling out Fitzpatrick is interesting. What about Jimmy G if he starts at Detroit?
Yeah, that has to be one of the lower totals. Just looking at that really quick. It is in the mid 40s, kind of surprising to me. San Francisco's offense could be good again.
Yeah, what's the spread on it too?
So
it's gotta be
San Francisco is 7.5 point favorite. I guess that mostly speaks to how bad the Lions defense will likely be this year.
Yep.
Yeah. The concerns there, I guess, are Jared Goff hands the ball off every play for Detroit, and then San Francisco gets a big lead, and you get like a running based game. Yep. But Jimmy G's cheap, and yeah, he's got a great matchup. So I feel like that could be a good call too.
That could be interesting. Yeah, absolutely. I could see San Francisco winning that game like 40-7 or something, and maybe Jimmy G just gets those garbage touchdowns at the end. So maybe just wants to make a statement. As we go down here, whoever starts for New Orleans maybe has a little bit of interest at home is very cheap. I could see that. Jameis Winston, Traquan Smith, and let's look at Smith's salary. We'll go through each position obviously on their own, but let's look at some stacks as we're doing this. Jameis, Traquan going to cost you about $10K. That could definitely be interesting for week 1. We know the Green Bay corners don't like to cover people downfield, so that's something to keep an eye on. And then let's do it. Let's just head down to the guy. I want to talk about, but Jacob Eason at 4,100. And we don't even know if he's going to start week 1. I'm on the wrong position. We don't even know if he's going to start week 1. But Jacob Eason, 4,100. And let's bring up the Colts receivers and just check them out, because I think there's some talent there at the very least, right, Matt? Like Michael Pittman. We got Pittman at 41. We got T.Y. at 47. Paris Campbell, Zach Pascal at 37. We're talking sub 9K stacks here, people. You get like one Eason, Michael Pittman long touchdown. Wow. You're in value town, as I like to say. You're smoking that sweet value payoff. So definitely something to take an interest in.
Yeah, this game also is right up there for highest totals of the week, which I'm sure will change to some degree if Wentz isn't in there. But like, what I'm wondering is how much of a drop off is this at quarterback even anyway, right? Like, is Carson Wentz even good at this point in his career? Is Jacob Eason potentially better? Like, we had a total here in the low 50s, I think 52 or so, probably off the board now, but this is projected to be a really up-tempo game. Does Eason just slot right in, or whoever they use at quarterback? Maybe it's another min price guy. But are the Colts losing that much not having Wentz at quarterback? I don't know if people are excited about him bouncing back this year or not.
Yeah, I'm personally not someone who's very excited about Carson Wentz. I wasn't excited about that signing when it happened, and now that he's banged up, like, to start the year, I'm just completely out on it. So, again, I feel like with Seattle, that game could go either way. Like, if Seattle kind of, tries to run back what they were doing at the start of the year, just with like their kind of higher profile passing offense, I really do feel like, we could be getting, pretty good production from this game. And Eason could be in a spot where he's throwing a lot. And again, you just don't need that much. So I think it's going to be an interesting point of conversation for a lot of people, but we don't know where we're at yet. We don't know if this is going to be a thing, if Wentz is going to be starting or not. So is there anyone else you want to touch on at the QB position before we move on to like running backs? Or
I think just keeping on that New Orleans QB situation for a bit, because it'll affect running backs too. I'm curious what your thoughts are on this, but when Taysom Hill was the QB last year, Alvin Kamara had just much worse average production. And with Drew Brees under center, Kamara was a lot better. Do you think that trend continues? And then if Jameis is the quarterback, is that more like when Brees was quarterback, you get more of a traditional offense where Kamara catches passes, or does he really need an offense with Drew Brees to be this guy who catches 10 passes a game? And then also obviously Michael Thomas is out, so maybe that increases his workload. But Kamara is priced up there just a little bit below the top end, the top tier at running back.
Yeah, absolutely. Alvin Kamara without Michael Thompson in the lineup last year, this was a dude who averaged, basically, I think he had 5 games with 8 or more receptions and 1 game where he didn't quite hit that. But his production was insane. Like, it was redonkulous. Now, that was all with Drew Brees at quarterback, those games without Michael Thomas. So obviously take that into consideration. But, just looking at his production, obviously a very proficient, like, red zone performer as well. Obviously had the 6 touchdown game, but I don't know. I think Alvin Kamara is going to be a guy most people, especially if Taysom Hill starts, they're not going to go there. Like, they'll just pay up for Derrick Henry versus Arizona. Jonathan Taylor, maybe, although Jonathan Taylor could get dinged a little bit if Jacob Eason is starting. So he could be like very low owned. I think most people try to get up to Dalvin Cook. I feel like Dalvin Cook and Christian McCaffrey, people might even double stack these guys week 1 because they both have great matchups, right? Jets for Carolina, I guess the Jets run D is okay, but Minnesota going up against Cincy, that's going to be an all one. So I feel like Dalvin Cook going to be the guy people try to get up to. I feel like, Kamara He'll probably have some ownership, especially if Jameis Winston is starting. But Jonathan Taylor people could be out on. What's your thought? What's your thoughts on these top guys? I mean, are you just going to eat the Dalvin Cook chalk? I feel like that's where the most of the ownership is going to be.
Yeah, I feel like I won't want to because, like you mentioned before, maybe Mahomes, Tyreek Hill, Travis Kelce all go a little overlooked just because it's easier to fit some other stacks. And then to play those guys, you might need cheaper running backs. But I also feel like the Kamara situation with Taysom Hill, even though people know about it, it might still be undervalued. I think it was weeks 11 to 13. There was a 3-game stretch there where Taysom started where Kamara had 3 total receptions across those 3 games. It's a big deal if there's a running quarterback, and I don't know if it'll be quite that bad this year. And maybe it's just, not anyone but Drew Brees is just not able to get the ball to him as much. It'll be interesting, but either way, I just feel like there will be a divide in where the spend ups are in week 1. And I mean, you mentioned it pretty extensively. The Colts stack is very cheap. We'll get more to this in receivers, but it's actually not expensive to play the receivers with Jalen Hurts or Matt Ryan. So I think you get some of these cheaper stacks as the ones that people gravitate towards, and then you get the expensive running back. So I think it's a good call. Like McCaffrey plus Dalvin Cook could be popular in week 1. Like I think it's just fairly obvious at least the way it's shaping out now, right? There could be another injury, like one of those two goes down in the preseason, and then there's some 4K running back that is now a starter, and then the whole thing shifts. And that's certainly a possibility with this much time left. But I think right now, those two guys are kind of the chalk. At least that's the way it seems to be shaping out.
And we've already touched on some value receivers, like Traquan Smith, Michael Pittman out there, going up against the Seahawks secondary, guys like that, well under 4.5K. I think you're going to see a lot of McCaffrey Cook stacks. So let's dive down. I want to talk about Nick Chubb for a bit. I really feel like, this Cleveland KC game has got a big point total. These are 2 of the top offenses from last year. Going up, KC stuffed them last year, 9.3 points, but I really feel like this could be a game where Nick Chubb just, balls out. I feel like that's going to be a pivot for me where I kind of want to hit on. I know Eckler's down there and Swift. I'm not really interested in Swift just because I don't want anything to do with the Detroit offense, but Eckler, obviously a very prolific PPR back. He's only 7K. I think people will have some interest in him. Very tough matchup though against Washington, but I think Nick Chubb, if you're looking to stack games, if you're looking to stack, like Matt said, getting that Tyreek Mahomes stack, coming back with Nick Chubb would be the play for me. Had some big games, obviously. I think it's going to be a big season for Nick Chubb. So I'm a little bit interested there. It's definitely more of just like a GPP stack pivot or something like that. But that's a player for me I'm kind of interested in. Tough matchup for Eckler. And again, Swift, I'm kind of out on.
I think that all makes sense. For me, like the spot where I guess my leverage sense is kind of going off is with Miles Sanders, because like we said, if everyone's playing Jalen Hurts and Matt Ryan and the passing game's there, the easiest way for that to fail is if Matt Ryan throws some picks and then the Eagles get a huge lead and Miles Sanders gets a bunch of carries in the second half. Like that's just the way the field fails while there's a player that actually directly contradicts what the field might be doing. So if that's the way ownership seems to be looking going into week 1, Sanders is probably priced, just fair, right? Like this isn't a value play. It's just no one probably gets to this range with that much regularity. So I like Nick Chubb just fine. I'm not sure he correlates as well with Mahomes. Like you probably want both teams passing really well for both those quarterbacks to do really well. Although Chubb could certainly break off a couple long runs. I think he's definitely a solid option.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, and Cleveland will be a team that like runs even if they're behind, right? So
yeah, for sure.
But you're right. In terms of correlation, I think Miles Sanders works better. And look, Miles Sanders obviously had his biggest game of the year. That Saints game last year was with Jalen Hurts. So I think you're completely right to bring up Sanders. He's going to be a great leverage play off one of the highest owned players in Jalen Hurts at 6,400. So I think that Miles Sanders is a guy you should be looking for GPPs. Again, you want to know how the slate's going to set up. This is a dude. I don't think he's going to be highly owned in GPPs, but depending on the way the game goes, he could absolutely break out against the weak Atlanta offense. Or defense, excuse me.
So same price range. Do you think James Robinson just holds on to majority of the workload, at least early in the season, where like maybe he goes overlooked because Travis Etienne's there and maybe there's this idea that they'll split carries, but Robinson, at least in the early going, might be more of the guy.
It's certainly possible, right? I mean, obviously you got a guy, James Robinson, 6,400, kind of the same with Sanders, right? Like not a value play. Now he's got Etienne to work with. We don't know what this offense is going to look like, but it's a really good matchup, kind of like Sanders, right? I do think he probably holds on to it a little bit more than people think. I really do. I feel like Jacksonville is going to use Etienne more as a receiver, especially early on. Just look how consistent James Robinson was last year. It's pretty sick. You know, Urban Meyer wants to run the ball, and this is a very good matchup. I like Jacksonville in this matchup for week 1, regardless of who starts at QB for Houston. I think this is a very interesting play, kind of along the same lines as Sanders. I think I'd probably rather be taking a shot on Sanders, but it's very similar to me. Like if you're taking a shot on James Robinson, similar idea, kind of a spot where, yeah, and we didn't talk about Trevor Lawrence's salary. Maybe we should go over that. I mean, he might even gravitate a little bit of ownership. Oh, he's
I think so too. It's more though because his receivers are underpriced, so I feel like he could just get thrown in with them.
Right.
I think that'll become clear when we move over to receivers. Like the guys on Jacksonville across the board aren't that expensive, even if Lawrence's price isn't that great.
While we're on Jacksonville, we'll talk about their stack. But I was thinking Lawrence would be more like 5,500. At 62, he's not going to be. People aren't going to roster him over Jalen Hurts. But to your point on his wide receivers, you know, we've got Shenault, very cheap. Marvin Jones is exceedingly cheap. Wow, Marvin Jones is going to be very interesting. A Trevor Lawrence, Marvin Jones stack will cost you about just under 10K. So yeah, like Matt said, he's already on it. He's in front of me here, which is good. The Jacksonville wide receivers could be another source of GPP value. Really cheap stack there with Lawrence and Jones. So, okay, let's go back though. Let's finish off RB for sure. Got about, about 20 more minutes. If you're just joining us, Matt Mielzman and myself, we're going over NFL week 1 salaries here. Throw some questions in the chat, from Matt or myself, obviously. I know some people wanted to go over Trevor Lawrence as well. Appreciate you guys, though, tuning in. Again, we got 2 Millie Makers now up on the DraftKings lobby to look at. So we're just going through salaries, just kind of hitting on things. Got CEH, Clyde Edwards-Helaire at 66, Aaron Jones at 6,800. 2 pretty prolific guys on 2 pretty prolific teams. Could be good pivots as well. We got Joe Mixon at 6,200 against Minnesota. Not sure I like that. That Minnesota run defense could be a little bit better. They're all healthy. We got Antonio Gibson, a guy who, basically people love for season long right now. He's going to be at home. Chargers defense, not bad, but I mean, this is a guy who's getting big workload down the stretch. He's under 6K. We got Mostert versus Detroit. That is interesting. Maybe we should talk about that for a bit.
I think these are the 2 guys. Like if there are 2 cheaper running backs, that might be the chalk. It's probably the 2 you just mentioned, Gibson and Mostert. I think that they are cheap enough that like one of them with one of McCaffrey or Cook, that could be the popular way to go, or maybe one of these 2 guys at flex. It seems like they're the most clearly underpriced of all the running backs.
Yeah, especially Mostert, I would say. I mean, Gibson a little, just because maybe more the matchup, but it's still, it's still like underpriced for a guy who's clearly no workload. I mean, Mostert's problem is that he might only get, and even just looking back when he was healthy last year, this was a player who wasn't getting over 20 touches. I mean, 19 touches in the first game here, 14, 19, 18, then he had some injury problems and stuff mixed in, but very productive, unlimited touches. Raheem Mostert still got that good speed. I'm going to have some shares of him because I just feel like Detroit is going to be a dumpster fire. I really do. I feel like the ceiling with Mostert at 5,800 is very high. So I don't mind taking a shot there. But Gibson definitely and Mostert under 6K should be both targets. You got David Johnson in the 4-man rotation against Jacksonville, probably a pass. Let's see. Damian
what about
Harris?
Mike Davis, right? I feel like Mike Davis could be a pretty popular pick too. And yes. I think people will throw him in with Matt Ryan as part of the stack because he caught passes at somewhat of a decent rate last year.
Yep. Caught a lot of passes, actually. 59 catches last year in that McCaffrey role for a lot of it. Actually, and look, Mike Davis isn't going to floor you with speed or anything, but he's a pretty solid player. He proved he can obviously work as the main pass catching role. back. Absolutely. So yeah, 5,400. You got to give Mike Davis a little respect there. Potentially like a cash game guy. People might flex or something. I could see that. He's just in a big workload again. Mike Davis. I mean, not someone that people necessarily love or anything, but he's in the workload, right? That you want, and that's so big for fantasy football. So, we got Damian Harris there at 52. Obviously, we don't know how that RB situation is going to work out itself. We got the pass catching maniac, J.D. McKissick, still there. Don't know. I mean, again, new quarterback, so probably not going to have any interest there from me, but someone to keep an eye on.
Yeah, no one throws the ball to running backs quite like Alex Smith. So I mean,
Exactly.
He'll probably be good again this year, but I don't know if he can get the games where he puts up 10 targets, 8 catches for 30 receiving yards. Maybe there's no more of those happening in 2021.
Yeah, exactly right. He was just he was basically their number one wide receiver last year, J.D. McKissick. I don't think that's going to continue. This is a guy who he could end up being very popular. Chase Edmonds going up against Tennessee on the road. Obviously worked as a very good pass catching. I had 53 receptions last year, working in about maybe 35% of the snaps. Now he's in like the main role. James Conner obviously there as well, but 4,600, Matt. You look at Edmonds' production in the pass game and his new role. I mean, look, this is a guy who cracked 20 points a couple times last year. He only had 5 touchdowns, but you look at him compared to, even Mike Davis, even Antonio Gibson. I mean, if we get Chase Edmonds in a big role here, he's potentially the most undervalued guy on the slate.
I think you're right. So yeah, my concern was just not knowing the workload, but it sounds like James Conner may not be fully healthy.
Yep.
So yeah, Edmonds is definitely underpriced. I mean, the Cardinals do get a lot on the ground from Kyler Murray, so that takes away from the running backs a little, but at this price, that just doesn't matter. I mean, this is still too cheap. If Edmonds is the every down back or anything close to that, yeah, I mean, he may even be more underpriced than the other guys we just mentioned.
Yeah, so lots of potential there. Chase Edmonds, 4,600, definitely a guy who sticks out. Let's keep going down here. I'll tell you what, you stop me if you see anyone you want to talk about down here. Anyone potentially just sticking out, maybe even just like as a dart throw play. I don't know. I'm probably not going to hit anyone here, but Kalen Bailey.
I'm looking hard, but yeah, I don't see anything.
Matt Breida. No, we don't know what his workload is going to be. Wayne Gallman. No, he's in a 5-man rotation. So that's where we're at. I mean, I think Chase Edmonds at under 5K going to really stick out. A couple other guys down there. Maybe Ty Johnson for the Jets gets the start. Who knows? That could be a thing. Singletary and Zach Moss, both around the same price. And that's where we are with running back. I think it's time to move on to wide receiver. So we've touched on some of the value guys, like when we were doing the stacks and stuff, but Devontae Adams going to lead us off here in a tough matchup versus Marshawn Lattimore, week 1, 8,300. I don't really think it matters for Devontae Adams, the matchup. It could actually lead to him getting under-owned. People are going to have a month to talk about the matchup and how you should be fading it. This is a player who had 15 targets in the Super Bowl against a tough secondary. Beat a tough secondary in the Rams for 21 points in the conference or in the division finals, excuse me. So, Devontae Adams, he just beats people. So it's not really like a thing that I'm super worried about here, but I think it could lead to him being a slightly underowned, especially compared to like Tyreek week 1 or potentially even Ridley, who, I mean, Ridley just, seems like a lock for 15 targets here.
I think everyone here looks good. Like, this is, to me, the area to take advantage of for week 1 is just all of the elite talent at the top end for wide receiver, where most people, I mean, we still don't know, like I said, over 1,000 hours till week 1 locks, but it does seem like the high end of the running back salary range will be more of a focal point for most of the field compared to the top end of the receiver salary range. So yeah, I mean, if Devontae Adams or Tyreek Hill or Calvin Ridley, if any of those guys have single digit ownership, like that's pretty amazing. I would definitely want to take, I think, anyone pictured on screen if they're low owned. I still think McLaurin is a better value than most of these guys, but I like all of them. So I can't really nitpick too much.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that's a good strategy. Again, I mean, if you're getting just again, why ownership projections and stuff and paying attention just to the general feel of how people are leaning week 1. I think it's important as well. You got Steph Diggs against Pittsburgh. I mean, this player averaged 22 points on DraftKings last year. I mean, just insanely productive. I believe he led the league in targets. And, going up against Pittsburgh, Matt, like probably not going to get much heat. Like people are just going, oh, it's Pittsburgh, don't go there. Steph Diggs, again, just like Devontae Adams, he performed against everyone. So potentially you're going to get single digits on him. DK Metcalf down there. And then you got on AJ Brown. Arizona's secondary, I don't think is going to scare anyone. AJ Brown, with the knee surgery in the offseason, people might be scared off him because of Julio. We don't know how it's going to look. I think AJ Brown at this point is still like, just an absolute beast and someone at 7,100. Again, if he's going to come in at single digits, that's a player I don't hate taking a shot on either. That Arizona Tennessee game definitely has some potential for points. So.
Yeah, here's a lineup strategy question I have. Do you think it'll be viable this year to play AJ Brown and Julio Jones in lineups together with Ryan Tannehill? Because Derrick Henry is obviously there. So how many games will there be where they're just airing it out completely and both of their stud receivers can get there?
I do think it's going to be viable. I really do. I think at these salaries too, I think it's viable. I really do. I think Tennessee's offense, like people forget, they're very prolific. I mean, they score at a good rate. You've got obviously, we can just do the stack here and people can kind of take a look at it and the price and stuff like that. But Tennessee's offense scored more points per game than KC's last year. This is a team that Ryan Tannehill going into his third season. I think that even at this price, you can probably get it done with them. I think that this is going to be a very tough offense to start. Now, you're going to need the touchdown luck. Derrick Henry isn't going anywhere. It's not like he's not going to get touches, but if you get those bigger plays into the end zone and Derrick Henry doesn't get those 1-yard vultures, or maybe Ryan Tannehill runs one in for you, I think this is going to be a very viable stack. I'm pretty big on Tennessee this year. I think their offense is going to be insanely tough to start, and it could be something of a pivot. I'm not sure what your thoughts are if you think I'm way off, but I do think this is going to be a viable stack at points, and especially at this price point.
I think so too. I think it'll be very difficult to try to fit DeAndre Hopkins as the run back. That might be the biggest problem with it. So maybe just limiting to one of these two guys so that you can play Hopkins. But at the same time, we talked about Chase Edmonds. And
yep.
Yeah, one of the ways that this stack could get there is just Edmonds runs all over the Titans defense for half the game. And then they're trailing. And then, you have a bunch of passing to these two guys, Jones and Brown, in the second half. So I feel like this combination of 4 players that you have there could be the way to go for stacking the game.
You've got a cheap Christian Kirk and AJ Green too. I mean, I don't really want to trust AJ Green, but look, 3,800, he gets in the end zone or something, maybe gets a couple cheap red zone looks. That could pay off easily too. So yeah, very interesting stack. Already, the wheels are turning here. I really like this call. I'm a big on Tennessee, so we'll see week 1, but I like it. Let's go back to wide receiver. Let's see. Let's go down to the next tier here. You like your McLaren car. We already talked about him. Deontay Johnson there at 6,300, the target monster. Kind of interesting there against Buffalo. We got Landry. Where is Odell Beckham? There he is, 5,400, Matt. Interesting. You gonna have any Odell shares week 1 at 5,400? I might have to. That is really cheap.
Who do you think is the best run back? So let's say you're playing Mahomes with Hill and or Kelsey.
Yeah.
Is Beckham the best guy to have on the other side of it? I think maybe, because the running game, I mean, the best players to target on Cleveland are probably both running backs, but if you're playing a game stack, you want a pass catcher most likely. That could be Kareem Hunt. He catches plenty of passes, but I think Beckham, that could be a good way to go to try to play a cheaper receiver to fit in Mahomes with the high-priced guys on the Chiefs.
I think it's definitely got some legs. It just comes down to a price thing. I know I mentioned Nick Chubb, and I agree. Like, I think Cleveland, like the backs are where you want to be long-term, but we're getting Odell Beckham at 5,400 week 1. If he's healthy, if everything looks good, I know they're trying to turn over a new leaf there. This is where the juice is, so to speak, right? I mean, I know Jarvis is good. He can pay off in the PPR bonus, but the big play is there with Odell, right? I mean, it's still there. I know it's been so hit or miss, but 5,400, man, like we are getting the discount here. I mean, he is behind players like Robbie Anderson, Ayuk, the Shark. I mean, this is just like, bargain basement for Odell Beckham's talent. Now, if he doesn't perform here at 5,400 or do something, people will be way out on him, and I probably will be too. But I feel like week 1 with that matchup, that's going to be a real unique comeback spot, because I don't think people will be necessarily convinced. And there's still so many other cheaper options here. So again, I like to just go with the quality teams week one. You take the discounts on these quality players and quality matchups, and Odell is right up there in a very quality matchup. So
yeah,
okay.
we could be way off base here, but it does seem like Odell is priced just below the top tier and then priced just above where all the chalk is. Like, we're going to get to some of these guys who I think everyone wants to hear about.
Yes.
Like Brandon Cooks, possibly if Deshaun Watson's the quarterback, but maybe even anyway, because that's a pretty cheap price for him. But there's a bunch of guys in the low 5,000s and then in the 4K range that I think just people won't be able to get enough of. So Beckham's priced just above that. Does that feel right? I mean, it's July, so who knows? But that's kind of how it feels to me.
I think it sets him up as not going to be highly owned because of it. Even in the tournament stacks, you know, like he'll get some tournament stack fields, but he won't be chalk because, like you said, we've got Cooks down there whose card I just brought up. You know, 1 million targets the last couple games because they had no receivers, and they still have no receivers, right? Unless you think Anthony Miller is suddenly going to do something, which probably won't happen. But and then you go down, and you know we can start bringing these guys up because I mean, who do you want to talk about first? Traquan Smith is there, obviously at 4,900. Is there anyone like that you think is like really going to be the guy like week one, like the chalk option that everyone is just going to use?
I'm not sure if there's any single player. Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, maybe with Tyler Boyd just above them, like one or more of those guys. And then I think over on the Eagles, where the receivers are all pretty cheap, with Devonta Smith and Travis Fulgham, I think are the starting receivers, at least as of now. So I think it's those two teams. And then along with Traquan Smith, who you mentioned, because Michael Thomas is out. Yeah, that seems like where most people will gravitate.
Yeah, 4,700 for T. Higgins. I'm just going to go over his early season production with Joe Burrow. This guy was averaging right around 8 targets a game. It looks like, obviously, actually even more later in the season. So T. Higgins at 4,700 looks like a bit of a layup play. And Minnesota's secondary, I think that's a great game. Hey, I mean, look, as we talk about Cincy here, you know, we've got Joe Burrow coming back. By all indications, he's very healthy. Potentially a 5,700 Joe Burrow with a 4,700 T. Higgins and a Jamar Chase. Let's just put that up on screen and see how that looks.
Yeah, this is how you fit your McCaffrey and Cook and Henry, right? You play a stack like this, and then all of it just kind of works out.
Yeah, and I mean, let's throw the obvious in there. We'll throw Dalvin Cook in on the other side. I mean, we're talking, you know, very nice looking stack here. We've got 2 sub 5K receivers. We've got the sub 6K quarterback. And then obviously you get easy comeback play with Dalvin Cook, who's going to get a lot. You could even throw Justin Jefferson in there if you want to get nuts. But, you know, there's a million ways to play this because you've got such good value here from the double stack. This is a double stack. I know we brought up the Tennessee one. There's more risk here. You know, we've got Burrow. It's a tougher matchup for Cincy. They're not as prolific a team, but that's really cost effective right there. So those Cincy wide receivers going to be something to watch. You mentioned Devonta Smith, excuse me. Obviously, we don't have any info for him, but 4,500, him and Jalen Hurts, I expect that to be a very popular combo as well. Potentially one of the highest owned stacks going up against Atlanta. And I think for good reason. I wouldn't be scared off that play at all, personally. I do like Michael Pittman at 4,100. I'm not sure if other people will like him as much as me, but this is a player who, you know, again, was getting more involved in the offense as it went on. Even if it's Jacob Eason at 4,100, Michael Pittman, very cheap to take a shot on, and potentially against a weaker Seattle secondary. So him and T.Y. Hilton, both interesting plays too.
Yeah, it'll depend on this Wentz news, right? Like if Wentz gets ruled out for the season, like let's say this injury is worst case scenario, and we find out tomorrow that Wentz has a broken foot or whatever it is, this could get touted pretty heavily for 6 weeks. And then at that point, it probably turns into a pretty popular stack.
Yeah.
But if that's not the case, if there's more uncertainty, then yeah, this could be like the contrarian move by paying lower down than what we just showed, which is that Bengals game and the Eagles game, where I think it's just more clear, you know, what's going on. And I think that'll feel safer than the Colts. So it'll kind of depend when and what the news is and all of that. But for sure, there is potential for this Colts situation to work out really well and for it to be a really good GPP play.
Yeah. So a couple quick questions with Thielen against Cincy. I mean, I think that's fine. If we can find Adam Thielen here, I'm going to, there he is, 7,000. Could be a good pivot off of Jefferson. And then Golladay versus Denver. Not sure if I agree with the take that Kenny Golladay is going up against a bad defense, but at 5,600, it is interesting. This guy should get a lot of targets, Matt. That's pretty cheap for a guy who, number one wide receiver, potentially going to average 8 to 10 targets a game. There's something there, I think. Not super excited about it, but very cheap.
Yeah, I think it's a slight value, right? Like the Giants now potentially have a pretty deep offense with Saquon Barkley potentially being back, and then Sterling Shepard, Darius Slayton, Evan Ingram. So it's not like, you mentioned the Texans situation where there's just one guy there. Yeah. Golladay is probably the best guy that the Giants have now, but it's not like there's no one else. So I think he's fine. We'll see if Daniel Jones can take a step forward this year. One thing to always be concerned about with, I guess, both Giants and Broncos games is what the weather looks like. And I tend to care about this more as we get into the later weeks in the season, when it's in the winter months and then teams playing outside in the freezing cold and all of that. And it makes it a lot harder. This will be early September, so maybe not as big of a deal, but it's still outdoors. So who knows? But I do think that game has some potential. The Giants players are all pretty cost effective. So there is a chance for someone there to have a big game.
Okay. We're going to go through these last two things quick because I've talked too much, obviously, and we're running out of time. But give me your favorite tight end play and your favorite DST play. So we'll start with tight end. Doesn't matter, cost, whatever, you can bring it out, or maybe two guys, but go quick.
I'll give a play I like and a guy I don't like from the tight end range. I think Kyle Pitts is going to be a hugely popular tight end option to be part of that Eagles-Falcons game stack like we talked about. So I don't want any part of that. I'll just quickly give the lowdown. Like tight ends, I'm sure people know rookie tight ends. It's very hard for them to be good right away. Just the learning curve at that position. Kyle Pitts may be the exception. He was the earliest drafted tight end in NFL history, I think. But no tight ends are ever good in their rookie year. So maybe he breaks that rule. But even if he does, he may not do it in week one. So if at high ownership for that low price, and I'm assuming high ownership, right? We have no idea at this point. I'd rather just go up and grab Travis Kelce. That's probably where I'm looking, because I feel like Pitts could be twice or three times as owned as Kelce is, because you're getting so much savings.
Okay, fair enough. And DST, any first thoughts? Obviously DST is super variable, but
I'm going to leave that one to you to lead off with, because I'm just looking at this
obviously we're on the first take here. I think Tennessee potentially at home, very cheap. Maybe Kyler fumbles the ball a little bit. Potentially, let's see here. Yeah, look, we're obviously very early. Washington at home, I don't know. I tend to just go cheap, Matt, on defense. Maybe I'll target that Jacksonville game. I don't know. Maybe you've got something there. Maybe even Cincinnati, Matt. Look, we're going up against Kirk Cousins here. I don't even hate that, to be honest. The Bengals at home, I'll give them a little respect. This wasn't, look, it's the Bengals, but still, 2K, I might have a little exposure to the Bengals D there, going up against Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins on the road outside, I don't hate that at all, actually. That's going to be my pick.
I think that's a good call. I'll probably throw in some Eagles defense at 2,600 with my Miles Sanders, just for that running back defense correlation. But at this point, it's cheaper's better for sure, because defense is all over the place. Fluke plays basically determine the whole slate as far as which defenses are the highest scoring.
Man,
so
I wanted to
don't pay up there.
Yeah, I wanted to like the Patriots, but against two at home. But man, 3,900. Hey,
yeah, that is a hefty price.
Yeah, we are not getting any discount on the Patriots there. Maybe a pay up option to be unique, and with all the cheap salaries, maybe that's something to think about. So I'll throw the Patriots as a pay up option. All right. We're going to wrap. Guys, thanks a lot for hanging out. We got to go. Thanks, Matt. And we'll talk to you again soon.
We are back. The final sim of the day for myself and Tara Lynn. Tara Lynn, again, wearing two hats in this one. Producer, co-host extraordinaire, Tara Lynn Asak. She just finished a buffalo chicken wrap. Give us a wrap review.
Still eating it. Still eating it.
Okay. You're still eating it. Okay, mid wrap, where are we sitting? Do we like it? Do we not? Scale 1 to 10. What's good about it? What could be better about it? Give us the 411.
I stopped eating the wrap because I love the Sim Fam. And I know that they complained, I think about a week or so ago when you
About
ate
eating?
on camera.
Yeah.
You did not get a lot of good reviews. People said, we don't want to see this man eat.
They may have said that, but at the same time, they asked me to do it. They were like, why don't you eat on the mic? Why don't you eat on camera anymore? You always used to cook things in the microwave. So I said, okay, I'll heat up some seafood pasta I was planning on eating after the sim. And then I did that. And everyone's like, this fat slob is gross. He can't keep his pie hole shut. He's shoving pasta in his pie hole on camera. I can't even hear the sim. It's like, make up your mind, people. Good God.
I can't even breathe.
This freaking pie hole's full of pasta. Speaking of which, I literally was eating on camera yesterday at a Denny's for 24 straight hours. I still have a piece of potato stuck in my mic, and it's driving me crazy. I'm trying to pick it out with a plastic fork right now.
Ew, that's disgusting.
It's such a small piece, and only I would know it's a piece of potato, but it's a piece of a breakfast potato. Can you guys hear that as I'm scraping my mic? If you can, I'll stop.
I am laughing so hard, Sim Fam, that I might pass out. Don't call 911 if I do. Just leave me here. All right. That was hilarious. Like, there's a piece of potato.
There is. It's really small.
It's small. It's very minuscule. Hopefully
It looks like
an
an extremely small piece of dental floss.
Yeah, like, I didn't want to eat on camera because it took such a drastic turn from people like, I can't stop laughing. People were like actively cheering you on, saying, eat on camera, let's see your pasta, get the microwave. And then you ate on camera and they were just.
And then everyone's like, oh, you idiot.
They were like, you are truly gross and sick, man. So I just didn't want to go through that today. I didn't want to have to deal with what you persevered through, to be honest, because it was brutal. Like, people were still talking about it in Sims after, and you weren't even there.
You're like, this guy can't control himself. Get that food out of his pie hole. Pet peeve from Brian C. when potato gets stuck in sim mic. Amen, brother. That's pet peeve of mine too.
It really is mine as well.
Anyways. Titans are driving. They're in the red zone. Tanny. Shotgun. Derrick Henry in the backfield with him as well. Oh, he takes a bad sack. Packers getting it done there on the corner blitz. 2nd and 16 for the Packers. Sorry, the Titans. Okay, what does your lineup look like, Taryn? Did you get one in?
No, I didn't.
Oh, come on.
I was eating my rat.
What are we doing
I was eating
here?
my rat.
Come on, you got to multitask.
I know. You know, it's really, I'm just not well today.
Same. Mercedes Lewis is in my captain spot.
Laughing.
Devontae Adams, Derrick Henry, Aaron Jones, Aaron Rodgers, and Jace Sternberger, $2,200. See, I can't
Wow.
even think. 3.6 in the projection there for him.
Stack them errands, right?
Stacking them errands at all times.
So, where are we in Simland today? I just keep laughing, so that's basically all I can contribute. And I
Time
contributed
for
earlier.
a Gostowski field goal.
Wow.
3 points for Ghostface. $3-0 to open up the game.
Crazy.
Titans first points on the board. Jordan Green wants to see a video of Tara Lynn laughing in the corner of the screen.
Honestly, it should have. I wish you all got to see it, Simland. Tears were pouring out from my eyes, and I threw myself off into the other direction of the couch. That was the funny. I needed that laugh. That was absolutely insane, because it was really funny that you included our word of the day, pie hole.
Yeah, of course. Everyone loves throwing in the word pie hole.
Wow, what a game this is too, because in the AFC South, Tennessee is 3-1, and in the NFC North, Green Bay is 3-1 in our Madden Sim standings.
Oh, are we still keeping standings?
Yeah, just for fun.
Okay, these are unofficial. Well,
These are
it's not towards
unofficial.
another playoff type of thing.
Yeah, no, these are just we like to call it summer standings.
Ah, okay. Love the summer standings.
Summer, summertime. Da 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 da. Yeah, so it's Saturday. It's around 4:07 p.m. Eastern time. Tom's time is about 3:07 p.m. over there.
That is correct. Yep.
All right.
It's an hour
I
behind.
am smart. I am smart. Write it down. To my
Tara Lynn knowing time zones. Mark it down. 4:07 p.m. Eastern.
Yep. To my teacher that doubted me in the 5th grade, suck it. Over in the Madden Stream $100 free contest, we have number 1 D-Max pulling it in. He has Packers DST as his captain. Have you ever captained a DST before, Tom?
I have. Definitely didn't win that contest when I did that.
Yeah.
But early on when I was trying out different things,
Yeah.
I gave it a shot. Didn't work out for me. Brian C.
Okay.
said, if you could never say pie hole again, what word would you use to replace it? Probably mouth.
Dude, Brian C., I don't even want to use the word mouth ever again. I only want to use pie hole.
Brian Guy says cake hole or face hole.
Yeah. Cake hole.
Bert also says cake hole.
Yeah, cake hole is pretty lit. Cake hole is great.
Brian Guy says yapper. Shut your yapper.
Quit stuffing your yapper with
You yapper.
seafood pasta.
Do you guys remember when on
You
Celtics
microwave
broadcast?
boy.
On Celtics broadcast, they used to plug the app Sports Yapper. This segment brought to you by Sports Yapper, which was just Twitter. That's all Sports Yapper was. It was someone.
Really?
It was another company just trying to be Twitter, but they called themselves Sports Yapper. There was like a whole season of Celtics basketball where they constantly talked about Sports Yapper on Comcast Sportsnet New England.
Hey, speaking of weird infomercials or commercials, what's an ad or commercial that grinds your gears? Because I have one that's sitting right in the front of my cranium right now, and I'm
For
going to
me?
lose it.
For me, they're all radio ones because when you work in radio, you hear the same ads over and
you're a
over and
radio
over
guy.
again.
Yep.
And there's two of them that come to mind.
All right, let's hear it.
One of them is 1877 cars for kids. KARS cars for kids. 1877 cars for kids. Donate your car today.
I hate that.
Every time I hear that song,
So
I go
much.
in my head, 1877 gonna drive my car off a bridge.
Wow. All right, please don't do that. Don't listen to what Tom just said. Anybody, if you were. But I hate that version now though, because they updated the version.
Yeah, it's like a
one
it's like a
year-
heavy rock one now. It's
they
way
have
better.
They have a child singer and then an
Yeah.
adult singer. So they
Oh,
switch
okay.
off parts. The adult singer is creepy and weird and odd. And I am going to find out the person who decided to audition for the 1877 Cars for Poop. And I want that person to be fired because they sing odd. It's very eerie. I don't like how they're singing with the kid. Just let the kids sing the whole time. And the cars are for the kids. Kids are not for the adults. It's only for kids. I'm sick of it. I listen to 98.5 all the time. Shout out to 98.5. Love starting my mornings with them. But I would like them to skip over 1877 Cars for Kids. And that is my rant.
I'm with you on that. I'm with you on that. And then the other one for me, and in St. Louis, it's the Frank Lita automotive outlet, but they use the same commercial throughout the country for different car dealerships. It's the one that's, it's a crime to pay more than a dime. Only one dime down at the Frank Lita automotive outlet in Bridgeton.
Wow.
And they do
Yeah,
the
I already
same. They
don't
use
like
that
that already.
voice. They go dun 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 dun. It's a crime to pay more than a dime. And it's like a syndicated commercial almost, and they just plug the different automotive outlets that use it around the country. Because I heard it when I was in Rhode Island visiting home within the last few years. When I first got to St. Louis, that's when I started hearing it, and it just goes right through me.
Yeah. It's
Brutal.
not good.
Bert
Pretty brutal.
Bert saying that he hates the Slack commercials. I go to my laptop every single time. The Bry guy says that's the same commercial for Route 6 Kia on the South Coast. Yeah, exactly. So around the country, they use the same one. It's a crime to pay more than a dime. Another one that I hate, this isn't a specific TV or radio ad, but any ad that uses the iPhone alarm noise, I hate that. It's so triggering to me. Like in the middle of the night, if I'm watching TV and the alarm noise for an iPhone plays in a commercial, I like have a reaction. I'm like, oh my God, what am I late for? Ryan Tannehill, 5 of 8, 84 yards, no passing touchdowns in that first quarter. No touchdowns at all, I should say. Gostowski, the only guy with points on the board. Jonnu Smith, 3 for 42, 1 catch for everyone else across the board. A light stats update for you because, again, not
That
a
was
lot
very
happened in
light.
the first quarter.
It was almost a sprinkle.
It was like Salt Bay.
Mike 55, Mike 55, Mike 55.
Just a little salt.
1877 Cars for Kids.
KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Just do it.
I wish everyone that was going to do that would do it so then they'd stop running the commercials.
Yeah, it stinks.
Bert bringing up a good question. Why do kids need cars, by the way?
Yeah, why do they? Just gonna run away from their parents that probably entered them into win the car from Cars for Kids?
Yeah, we all know those rapscallion parents are going to be stealing those cars away anyways. They need to ride those cars around to fill their pie holes with roast
Tom's
beef ice
word-
cream.
Tom's words of the day.
Pie hole.
Pie hole rat scallion. What?
What? diddly squat you said earlier. That's another good phrase.
Diddly,
He's not doing
widdly,
diddly squat.
widdly, diddly squat.
Boston Joe says, "Stop singing
Yeah.
awful jingles, please."
Dude,
Okay.
yeah, we're gonna stop. It's kind of we're just hammering it home.
CEH says, "Tell me when it's safe to unmute." I'll let him
Um,
know in the chat
yeah.
because he can't hear me if it's muted. All right, I told him.
That's it, baby. 42. Set the tone, defense. Set the tone.
Bert saying, "Anyone remember 800, 600, 60, 14?" I don't remember that. .641 to go here in the second quarter. It's second 11. Packers have the ball.
Yep.
Sorry. Nope, Titans have the ball.
It's the
They
Titans.
were showing the Titans defense on the sidelines. Oh, that confused me for a second. Let's see if they hand the ball off to Derrick Henry.
42 is the mark.
They do so. He a beast. I would like to have him in fantasy this year. I know that he doesn't catch the ball, per se, like some of these other dual threat guys, but he is the bulk of the Titans offense. He's always going to get his. I don't care if they have Julio Jones, A.J. Brown, Jerry Rice, Rob Gronkowski in his prime. They're still giving the ball to Derrick Henry. The Guru 805 saying CJ McCollum entering the chat. Oh, yeah, there he is. CJ
People
McCollum
have
asking,
been-
do you guys know when Oregon DFS will be back? I don't. I know nothing about that. I've been seeing people tweet about it, drop stuff in the chat about it.
Check. 42 is the mark.
I don't know.
We are unclear.
I got nothing for you. I don't live in Oregon.
Yeah. I don't
Touchdown.
either.
Derrick Henry, 69 yards to the house. Nice. Very nice. Going to be a
What?
10-0 game when the Titans put this extra point through the uprights. 10-0. Tennessee in virtual Lambeau Field. Neville Cleanup Hitter says, I mute all Tom Sims. Liar.
It's not nice.
Nah, it's a lie.
True.
You're a liar. Major Tackle Right says LFG. What's up, Major Tackle Right? You were popping in on the 24-hour stream. Respect that. Packers going to take over from about the 28-yard line. Rodgers in the gun. I have a little Packers stack myself, so I'd like to see their offense improve here. Mercedes Lewis with the first down. So, Tarlin, you said you weren't able to get a lineup in because you were too busy filling your pie hole with a buffalo chicken wrap. If you were to have made a lineup, who would you have put in the captain spot?
If I were to have made a lineup, who would I put in the captain spot? Tom just asked.
Yeah, that's what
Tom.
I said.
Well, Tom,
It's a good question.
if I were to have made a lineup, I definitely would have put what a lot of my fellow buds and suds over there in the Madden Stream 100.
Ah,
Stream.
yes, the buds and suds, as we like to never
Yep.
call our fans.
I would put Senor Derrick Henry,
Ah,
number 22, running back. He beasted it in Madden. He already has 23 fantasy points, 1 rushing TD, 8 receiving yards, 81 rushing yards, 1 recep. I literally would have put on my psychic abilities and thought, what's Derrick Henry going to do? And I would have been like, oh, that's what he's going to do. And then I would put him in my captain spot.
Wow. All right, cool. I like that answer. A lot of detail given there. It's what people want. They like to know the thought
People
process
want
on these
details.
things.
They just don't want a name.
Abby Rizzle asking a good question here. What is your favorite free sort of mindless game that you have on your phone? Do you have any games on your phone that you sometimes play? Because I have one. It's called Flappy Dunk.
Dude, what is your life?
And look, you just and you just kind of
Like,
flap around. You guys play Flappy Dunk? It's a good time. If you guys remember Flappy Bird, it's basically the same concept. You get a ball, has wings on it. You hit your screen to make the wings flap. You got to get through the rings. Great mindless game, Flappy Dunk. Go look it up. Highly recommend. You can get stuck playing that thing for hours. I'm playing it right now. Just kidding. Maybe not. Derrick Henry on 1st and 10 getting the first down. You love to see it.
Brian C. Charlene Izak, you sure you wouldn't put the 52-year-old bald QB at captain like you did with Brian Hoyer? Hey, that was funny that day though, Brian C., because the people that I beat were so PO'd that I beat them.
So,
and I was just trolling them, putting backup QBs in.
When you won your free roll, did you have a backup quarterback in your lineup?
No, that day I actually tried. When I try, I actually do really well. So
well, we watch enough of these things. You have to imagine that you're gonna, stumble into a good lineup every now and then. I do sometimes.
Yeah.
Most of the times, I do horribly.
Ashley Edwards said Packers really have been trash in these last few sims.
It's true.
Don't lie. That is true. Ever since Aaron took to the podium and told everybody everything he was thinking or even thoughts that had even come into his head yet, and they just reached him at the podium and he was just telling it like it was.
Once he opened up his pie hole.
Yeah, once his pie hole opened up, been stanking up a storm.
Come on now, let's make it happen, baby. Let's make it happen.
Yeah, I'm trying to see here. The last few games, when did the Packers last play? So the Packers last played. Musical intermission. Alright.
Keep going.
Here, finally.
Oh, I wanted
Packers
you to keep doing
last
I
played-
wanted more music.
Oh, you wanted more musical? Okay. And we're back. Packers last played on 7/27 for the nooner, and they lost. So Abby's out. Yeah, Falcons kicked their butts. Falcons was 17, Packers 7.
We got this.
Falcons are really good in this
Devontae
game.
Adams won, not my kid award as well.
Wow. Brutal. Brutal showing from Devontae. I did go ahead and watch that entire Rodgers presser the other night. It's actually a really fun listen because we've been talking about him so much this offseason. And yes, it is a half hour long, but if you're in the middle of binging a show and you're looking for something else to watch, instead of throwing on the next ep, throw on the Rodgers presser from the other day. Then you can kind of hear it from the horse's mouth, Abby Rizzle saying, Tara Lynn, if you don't go out tonight, what will you do? Buy Stream Trash, surf Instagram, eat junk food and watch the Olympics, or order a nice dinner from Uber Eats. Buy Stream Trash.
Wow.
Oh, I like this one.
I
I
know.
feel like you can do all three of those things.
I wanted to say buy, and buy. Like
You can surf
buy them all.
Instagram while you watch the Olympics and snack on whatever you want during the day, and then you order yourself a nice like chicken parm dinner.
Ooh, that sounds delicious.
You did just have chicken for lunch, though.
I know.
You double up on chicken. Look, I love chicken. I'm not gonna judge you for doing that, but some people are like, "Oh, I just had a chicken sandwich for lunch. I don't want chicken for dinner." Bry Guy says YOLO.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna do the YOLO. Do people out there in Simland and even here in our little community and Zoom with this game that Packers are?
You mean
spanking
just
up
Bry
the
Guy
floor?
and Bert?
Yeah, there's my buds, Bry Guy and Bert.
Lamarca's here. What's up, Lamarca?
Marco, oh, what are you doing? Hey, Lamarx.
Carolyn is on one today.
Yeah, just pop in your free roll, Lamarx. It's me and Tommy's time to shine, not yours.
Oh,
But I
Lamarca's
will
throwing
read-
out prizes for his free
Oh, my
rolls here.
goodness.
I love that. If you win, I'll send you sports cards. I want to start doing that. Morgan would love that. She wants me to sell my
Wait, have
sports
you
cards.
ever done something like that?
That's a good idea. Gostowski with the miss. Packers take over 1st and 10. Rodgers in the gun. Plenty of time. Fires it. Finds his man upfield. Devontae Adams. First down. Lamarca, I'm going to enter your free roll and win, bro. So there you go. That ends the first half.
Here we are.
I respect the Packers trying to get one play off there to end the half. Ryan Tannehill, 11 for 15, 120 yards, no touchdowns.
Yep.
Rodgers, 5 for 10. Disappointing half from Rodgers, only 59 yards passing.
Yeah.
Derrick Henry, 7 for 93 and a tud. I mean,
That's my captain.
we should just give him the wooden nickel now. You don't have a lineup in. Jonnu Smith-Schuster, 6 grabs, 65 yards, no receiving touchdowns in this one. Derrick Henry also has 4 catches for 21. Mercedes Lewis has 2 catches. Devontae Adams has 2 catches. And Lazard and A.J. Brown both have 1. Those are your stats.
Not the sexiest of stats, I'll say. But
Honestly, 10-0 with a Packers sim.
yeah.
You want more. You want better than that.
Yeah, I wanted the MVP, Rodgers, to
Look like the MVP.
look like the MVP and really display that MVP swagger out there on the field.
Yeah,
Right now,
He's not doing it. He has 5 completions.
Yeah, Congo Cab, my Tennessee dudes doing their job. GB dudes just got off the bus. Yeah, apparently they might still be sitting in the bus.
And it's the home game for them. So, like, they weren't even on the bus. They have no excuse. Am I right
Great
or am I
question
right?
From chat. You're always right. When are you ever wrong? Jordan Green at Matt Lamarca. You still clean shaven or a little stubble?
Oh, good question. I guess you'll have
Please
to
answer,
tune in and see.
Lamarca.
That in the biz is what we call a tease.
Indeed, in the biz. That was a little tease to see, does he have stubble or is he
Exactly.
clean shaven and glowy?
Tune in to see Lamarca's stubble. I'm joining Lamarca's free rolls right now. You guys should all do the same. This is by the way, I'm joining these free rolls because I'm giving you guys the opportunity to win because
Yeah.
as you all know, I lose free rolls.
I just want to give a nice shout out to Mr. Bry Guy on the 1s and 2s behind the scenes.
Crushing
Holding
it today.
Down. The last 2 days, we don't get to have Mr. B up in the Sims that much, and when we do, we love it. Me and Brian
Mr.
have
B.
a love-hate. Yeah, Mr. B. We have a love-hate brother-sister relationship. Fun fact: Mr.
Okay.
B and me We at Bridgewater State, where I went to college.
Okay, you guys went to
Brian
college together. I didn't know this.
Brian basically saw my career from when I went out on the court and I mumbled basically nothing because I was so nervous and I really didn't know what to say, into the woman I am now, sitting here eating sweet potato fries and sitting on my couch. So he's really seen me blossom into a young, beautiful woman in my
He has seen
career.
the maturation of TL.
Bruiser B, I think Tara, T-E-R-A, different spelling, here for it, thanks, may have had a couple at halftime. Bruiser B never would drink on the job.
Also, you guys saw her on camera on halftime. You know she didn't.
like,
Or maybe
dude,
Bruiser
I'm-
B wasn't here. But no,
Yeah,
she didn't.
I'm a class act lady. I love my job. I
Just
take it
ask
seriously.
Bride Guy. Tara Lynn is a classy girl.
Classy,
she's
too.
probably classy back then.
Classy.
Crassy and classy.
Classy and crassy.
Bride Guy, I want you to be honest
Um,
here. What was your impression of Tara Lynn in college? Were you impressed with her broadcasting skills? Did she have chops from the jump? Did you know that this gal was going to become an industry powerhouse? Like what's the early scouting report of Tara Lynn at Bridgewater State as Aaron Rodgers takes the snap?
People are now, I don't like this comment section. People are now saying that I look lit. I literally am just sitting on my couch like no one else.
She just ate a chicken wrap.
A
That's it.
buffalo chicken wrap. I'm sorry that I was exhausted from yesterday's work day. I actually really worked yesterday. I was traveling back and forth from the office to here, and I'm just exhausted, and I get really goofy when I'm tired. So
It's okay.
I'm sick of you people in the comment section.
Nobody actually thinks that you are, having pops here, Tara.
Right.
I think.
And it's just crazy because they attacked Tommy Freeze Pops when he just
Yeah.
wanted to eat on camera.
Yeah. Here I am, just trying to appease the crowd. Oh, Tom, you never eat anything anymore. You always used to microwave stuff. I say, okay, I'll put some pasta in the microwave. I eat it. They're like, oh, you fat idiot. Stop grabbing your pie hole. Call the sim. Talk about the sim. Brian saying, other than calling headers in soccer headbutts, she was good. So when you were doing stuff for Bridgewater at the soccer games, you see someone make a sick header, you're like, oh, nice headbutt.
Yeah, what is this? Nice headbutt. I love all of our turns today. We should have written them all down because this has been quite bizarre.
Hey, this is what happens. Mercedes Lewis with the grab. First and goal, Packers. Let's see if the Packers can actually punch one in here, as they have had an extremely quiet game.
Here we go, D. Here I come again. Here I come again.
Aaron Jones, no. Tries to take it outside. Bottled up by Harold Landry of Boston College fame. Bride Guy says, I'll have to dig up some old BSU footage to play on The Sims.
We really should. That would be great.
Congo Cab says, I feel you, Tom. Lol, you can't win. Exactly. Oh, wow. I thought he got in. Titans with the tackle. Third and goal from like the 1-inch line here. Let's see what they do here. They better run the ball. I mean, they're an inch away. No. In the gun. They spread it out. That must mean that they're going to go for it on fourth down if they don't hit it here. And they don't have to. Aaron Jones with the score. Touchdown.
With the score.
Packers with the score. It's going to be 10-7. Titans are still on top after that touchdown. After Mason Crosby hits this extra point. There it is. So, Aaron Jones owners, you're probably excited there.
You're one of them.
I always have Aaron Jones in my lineup. I actually rarely have Aaron Rodgers in my lineup. I made an audible, got him in there, and I wish I didn't. I wish I went with my original lineup. I think I'd still be doing poorly because I still had a lot of Packers, but there was no reason for me to, realign what I had going on because Aaron Rodgers hasn't been anything special in this sim yet. I know there's still time to go, but I don't think so.
You just sound. You just sounded so defeated. You're like,
Yeah.
I know there's still time to go, but I don't think so.
So, yeah, well, sometimes you just got to be realistic with yourself, TL.
You really do.
Yeah.
Never
too high, never too low. What a sick grab there. I think that was Jonnu Smith. Actually, I have no idea who caught it because I didn't get to see it. Could have been Corey Davis as well. Either way, sick grab.
Could have been
We had
the
a weird
water guy
angle.
too.
Watch the run. Mike 42. Mike 42. Check. 42.
The way you just chugged water, you act like you're like on the field playing.
Like a hockey goalie. Look how far away I can get.
Honestly, I would like you to do that for a sim halftime performance, please.
I actually just got it on my shirt, so it wasn't that impressive.
Brian, can we please take a full screen of Tommy's just showing
I'll do it
everybody
at the third quarter
Tommy's
break. Yeah. In between the third and the fourth, I'll do a long pour.
That would be great.
I'll get some more water to make it a good experience for everyone. You call this play, Tyler.
All right. Here we are. 4th and 2.
Wow, good play so far.
It's really not.
You did a great job with that.
I can't stop laughing today.
You crushed that. Wow. 2nd and
Please
6
add
here
that
coming
to-
up.
Add that to my reel.
Yeah. Carolyn, call this play. Okay. 4th and 2 here. Dead silence for 20 seconds.
Okay, because can I just tell you what I did? I
What?
have our Zoom and I have the game pinned, and then I clicked back over to YouTube, and it's obviously a little bit behind, and then I'm like, wait, what just happened? So I just paused.
Fry Guy says right back to her BSU days. Here we go. 3rd and 3, Packers. Let's see what we do here. We handing the ball off to Aaron
Let's see what
Jones.
we
No.
do here. Yep.
Rodgers hits Devontae. Okay, I'll let you call the next set of plays here, Carolyn, to make up.
No,
for
you can do it. I'm just gonna do it along with you.
Okay, in tandem. Nice.
Yeah. Simultaneous.
What floor do you live on in your apartment complex?
Hey, pick it up, defense. Let's go.
I live on should I say that out loud? I don't know.
Yeah, I guess maybe not.
I live on a
Because what if
floor.
someone? I was just gonna say, because before you got an AC, if you live on like a high floor, that would make it even hotter.
Right.
I don't know why that just randomly popped in my head because I was just thinking about how hot my apartment is on the 3rd floor. Here, you read the stats. I will squirt water in my mouth.
All right, and here's squirting water in his mouth by Tommy Freeze Pops. We're over to Jones. We got 12 for 39 with 1 touchdown. Henry, 7 for 93, 1 tutty as well. No one else really worth mentioning here. Let's keep it moving along. Jonnu Smith, 6 for 65. Henry, 4 for 21. Lewis,
I got to reset.
44. Devontae Adams. I can't believe all of this. 3 for 43, and Aaron Jones 2 for 17. And we'll keep it moving along. AJ Brown 1 for 34. Diddly
that's
spot doing
enough water.
nothing. And that was a lot of water.
Way too much water.
So that was stats by T and water by T. People are asking
TNT Productions.
Yeah, people are asking how much water was that?
Almost an entire Gatorade bottle. I need to burp. I'm gonna mute it. All right, I'm back. There's some broadcasters that just burp on camera or burp on mic. I'm not that guy. I mute it to burp.
On 98.5, I don't know if it was Zoe or someone, they just like openly farted on.
You could hear it too?
Yeah, you could like hear
Wow.
it, and then we kept replaying it.
That is a really loud fart to get picked up on a mic.
It really was, and
Because in theory, your butt is nowhere near a mic.
yeah, I was wondering
theory.
why. Yeah, it was so loud.
I know Kirk Minahan on WEEI used to just burp on the air all the time, and I was like, wow. Okay, you have the clout to do that and the power to do it. I guess you might as well do it. I kind of respect it, to be honest.
Flag on the play.
Abby Rizzle says, wash that water down with a pepper, and then you're doing something. I actually don't have any peppers in my fridge, and that doesn't sound like a good experience.
Do you eat a lot of peppers?
I do like peppers. I'm a big hot pepper guy. Not like the crazy, insane hot peppers. I'm talking like maybe a pickled jalapeno or a banana pepper, a pepperoncini, maybe a giardiniera combo. I like that.
I like that too. Wow.
Maybe a pepper relish. Go on your Italian sub. Nice grab there by Mercedes Lewis. Roughing the passer. Packers.
It's getting a little rough out there. Getting a little aggressive.
Getting feisty at Lambeau Field. Here we go. Packers in a position to take the lead here after a trash performance.
Hey!
And they do.
They got
Funches.
a touchdown. Funches.
There's a Funches amongst us.
If you got Funches in your lineup, drop it in the chat.
Wow. Funch. On a little
Punch
wheel
that
route
Punch.
into the end zone. Oh, girls just wanna have fun. Oh, just wanna have fun. That's all they really want. All right, I'll stop. Sorry, CEH.
Yeah, we're going to stop singing because we got 6 minutes and 44 seconds left in this game. Exciting touchdown just now by Funches if you missed it.
Oh, they called it a rushing touchdown. So it must have been a backwards pass. Interesting. That's what people on YouTube are saying, Bert. I know that you handle those types of things, so scoring will have it correct. Ops, I should say. I just called ops the scoring department.
Yeah, hey, scorers.
I mean, it's kind of like in baseball. You have your official scorekeeper, your scorer.
Yep. That's the 42nd touchdown for Funches in Simland.
Are you adjusting where you're sitting, Terrelyn? Are you moving to a different spot right now? I know we're off camera here, but we're peeling back the curtain. What's going on here? You're now behind an extremely bright window. No one's gonna be able to see your face.
I'm just untying my sneakers. And I needed to move my laptop. in order
You're
to do
untying
so.
your sneakers? Oh, okay, so
Yeah.
you're throwing on slippers.
I wanted to relax the little toesies, you know?
Oh, yes. Relax the toesies. I actually brought slippers with me to Denny's, but I didn't have time to dig through my bag to take my shoes off and put slippers on. But I really wanted to do it. But I just didn't give myself enough buffer time in between these freaking interviews to do anything other than continue to talk to people and not drink water and not eat.
Dude,
Yeah. What?
if you wore, Gary said, I think they go out of their way to make watching these annoying as possible.
Yep.
No, Gary, we really don't. This is just
sorry,
who we are
Gary.
as humans.
Gary, I'm sorry.
I wish I
man.
I wish I was different. I'm not in here.
I will
But-
say, I'm taking a look at the numbers for this sim. We're actually like retaining more viewers than we normally do around this time on
On
Saturdays. So like, maybe, but hey, it's working. If it ain't
It's
broken,
working.
don't fix it.
Yeah. Coming up too for the rest of the night, just to give you guys, maybe this will be good news for you. You don't have to listen to us anymore. Maybe it will be bad news for you because you genuinely liked hanging out with Freeze Pops in TL. But if you
TNT.
didn't, you stink. This is what you got coming up for the rest of the night. You got Bills at Washington. It's a whole night of Moose and Lamarca, baby. And then Falcons at Steelers. That's going to be around 8 o'clock. Jeff and Lamarca again. And they're ending the night for Madden After Dark. Saints at Broncos.
Guys, get your fantasy questions ready for those two guys. Two of the smarter fantasy football people I know in the biz. Make sure you blast them with all the fantasy advice that you need as leagues start to draft here in August for the 2021 NFL fantasy season. Hit them up. 2nd and 10 here. Titans. Tannehill has plenty of time. He's going to take it himself. See, he shouldn't have gone so wide there. If he just cut it upfield, that's maybe a first down. He's one of the faster QBs in the league. What are you doing, bro? You never know what he's doing. 3rd and 10 here. Clock winding. 4:55 to go. Tannehill now working from behind. In the gun. Derrick Henry's back there with him. Finds Derrick Henry, who's had really solid hands in this one so far. 4th and 2, though. I think we're going to see another Steven Gostowski appearance. Although, if Vrabel in Simland was like Vrabel in real life, we'd go for it. Yes! And he's going for it. Here we go, baby. Mike Vrabel laying it all on the line.
All on the line in Simland.
And I cannot tell if he caught that. Did he catch it? I still don't know. No, he did not catch it. Turnover on downs. Packers probably going to see a healthy dose of Aaron Jones here as the Packers have the lead. Big gainer by AJ. First down, and not AJ Dillon, AJ Aaron Jones.
A lot of AJs.
Yeah, 2 AJs in the running back room there. Aaron Jones and AJ Dillon. AJ Dillon, shout out Boston College. Bry guy gets it.
What does AJ stand for? Like,
I actually don't know.
Is it just AJ? Like that's it? That's all we're gonna take it, or is it like Anthony Joseph, Adam?
I am not aware of what the AJ stands for, Tara-Lynn, and I don't know. There's probably a countless number of combinations that it could be. That is a massive first down. Rodgers finding Devontae Adams. Nice catch. 1st and 10 Packers. Algiers Jamil according to Bry Guy, who is a Boston College fan, so he probably knows these things. MVS with the grab is going to be second and short for the Packers.
I'll listen to
second and
Brian.
Specific. Terrellin asking the chat after Bry Guy giving us the answer. You're having a banner day, Terrellin. Like this is a Hall of Fame performance by you.
Honestly, I'm sorry. This has been so much fun today, and I think it's one of my best performances. At first, when I started working at DraftKings, they were like, you need to loosen up more and really show that personality of yours. It's so funny. And
now
so
you're
cool.
showing it like too much, and they're like,
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
ramping a little bit.
Now I'm showing it way too much. Like I've gone off the rails, and I need to it needs to come back in. So whenever we
Reel
get
it
the
back
schedule-
in there.
Yeah, whenever we get the schedule for next week, I don't know if we're supposed to guess or not.
Yeah, when are we supposed to know when we're working with and who we're working with?
I don't know. Hey, how about this? We'll take it to the chat. How about you guys vote who you would like to see?
Yeah, your dream broadcaster
like-
schedule, all 6 Sims. You guys plan
For
it
like a
out. Who
month,
do you want?
predict
That's a
that.
bad fumble by Aaron Rodgers. Under 2 minutes to go here. Titans pick it up. It's going to be 1st and 10. They got a long way to go, but they got 2 timeouts, and they got Derrick freaking Henry. So who knows? They're getting to Derrick Henry. Oh, with the juke move. 1st down. Still a ways to go, but that was huge. The clock is still running. He was not able to get out of bounds. I do like that game, though. Sim fam. All 6. You pick
Tom,
the
go
broadcasters.
look
You
at the
can
chat.
go look at the chat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
No, are you reading like my comments?
Oh, cool. No one's answering me. Says Terrellin. They're focused on what's going on in the sim. 2nd and 6. The clock stops at 1:23 to go here. CEH said this didn't go well. Calling you out, Terrellin. Here we go. Tannenhill in the gun. Derrick Henry open in the flats. Finds him, gets out of bounds. It's a short gainer there. 3rd and 6. No gain. What are we doing here? Terrellin is cracking herself up. Titans with the incompletion on 3rd and 6. Going to go for it on 4th and 6. They have to. It's go time.
Do people see my words or no?
Is Terrellin blocked from YouTube and she just doesn't know it? Do people
Please-
see my words or
Please,
no?
please type the number 1 if I've been shadow banned.
Tannenhill on 4th and 6, firing away. Oh, he drops it. That would have been huge.
Oh
Wow.
my God, slippery fingers.
Matt LaMarca says my dream schedule is 6 games that feature 0 Matt LaMarca. See, Matt LaMarca can hear you.
Thank you, Matt LaMarca, for seeing my words. This just in from Ian Rappaport. Former Falcons running back Devonta Freeman has reached a 1-year deal with the Saints. He's on a visit there right now.
Huh. Okay. I think Devontae Freeman's got a little gas left in the tank. I'd
Yeah.
kick the tires. Aaron Jones bobbing and weaving his way to a 1st down there. DraftKings on YouTube saying we kind of want to see 6 straight Matt LaMarca Sims, not going to lie. Is DraftKings on YouTube? Like, is that controlled by
Wait,
Bry Guy?
who is
That kind of freaked me out. Okay, yeah, it's Bry
that?
Guy.
I was
say
just
that-
going to say.
That's like
I was
only the
just going
second
to
time
say,
I've ever
I'm
seen
going to
that.
Run away.
Yeah, that's a bad sign for
Timeout.
TL if that was anyone other than Bry Guy. All right, Wooden Nickel, Terrellin's bozo of the game. Give him out. Total bozo of the game. Sorry, I messed up the alliteration. Who you got?
Yeah, you really did mess up the alliteration there.
I mean, I know the wooden nickel's going to Derrick Henry, so we can just do that.
Yeah, I was going to say Derrick Henry
Duh.
definitely for the wooden nickel. I mean, 1 rushing touchdown, 43 receiving yards, 93 rushing yards, 6 recepes.
Recepes, yes.
Yeah, recepes.
That sounds
and
Italian.
He's giving people 38.
Can I
points
give you a
for-
candidate for the babysitter Billy Tara Lynn's
Dude,
total
you cut me
bozo?
off. I was talking.
Okay, I just want to give you a candidate. TL. This is collaborative. Candidate.
Okay.
Aaron Rodgers.
Wow. Are you jealous because of of his press conference?
No.
You're just trying to stick it to the man, or what? Or this is just coming solely from he is doing diddly squat today?
I'm going with the diddly squat reason. Less than 10 points. I mean, brutal game for Rodgers. I think he's the bozo.
Yeah, truly not nowhere near in any of the lineups, really. I'm all the way down
Derrick
to
Henry
one
gets it, though.
Yeah, but Derrick Henry, wooden nickel, send it to him. St. Louis, all your little St. Louis blurb, whatever you'd say.
Yeah, if he's ever in St. Louis, come on over. We'll go get a free mini cone at Lion's Choice Roast Beef.
Even
Matt
though you're
LaMarca
a
says
fraud.
at
You're a fraud and
DraftKings
you're
only
leaving
comes
St.
out.
Louis.
I am a fraud. I'm a total fraud. Matt LaMarca saying at DraftKings only comes out for the big dog. Tom Carroll.
Yeah.
Thanks, LaMarca. I'm excited
Wow,
for
so that
LaMarca
was
and
fun.
Moose to take it home on the Dream Stream. I'm also excited for Tara Lynn to get out of here and go do whatever she's going to do the rest of the day. I am
Watch some
excited
television.
I think I might go to bed again. I feel so loopy
Yeah.
still. I don't know what's going on.
I think I'm going to do the same exact thing.
All right. We're getting out of here. Thank you for putting up with us. For Bry Guy, for Bert, for producer Tara Lynn to go along with commentator Tara Lynn. I'm Tommy Freeze
Lot of
Pops.
talent today.
We are out. And up next, we're going to have some good stuff for you in between Sims before LaMarca and Moose get you going.
Only the best of the best coming your way, Sim fam. And thank you all for hanging with us. We really appreciate it. Over on Twitch too. We don't forget about you. We see you. Thank you,
We
YouTube
love Twitch.
family, for being awesome. And if you're watching it even on the website, on the app, shout out to
Anywhere.
you as well. Everybody have a happy and joyous Saturday.
Yeah. Do that. Goodbye.
Ross Tucker Football Podcast.
Oh, yeah, it is. But it's not just any Ross Tucker Football Podcast. It is a Finish Strong Friday presented by DraftKings. As always, absolutely love that Olympic promotion they have going on right now. I think they're giving you $100. I love Greg Cosell. Look, there's a lot of guys in the news. Randall Cobb and Steve Nelson, Deshaun Watson, Aaron Rodgers. Sometimes I feel like we lose sight of what these guys are as football players. That's the sport we're talking about. So we're going to go into the film room with Greg and break down some of the guys that have been in the news this week momentarily. You can always check me out at Ross Tucker NFL. Check us out at Ross Tucker Pod. And if you engage in any way, you can be one of the 3 winners. I announce the last show every week, usually a Friday. It's a Winners Friday.
I want winners. I want people that want to win.
It's not just a Winners Friday. It's a Finish Strong Friday. To spread the word winner, Josh Austin. Josh, I saw you liked the college draft post on Facebook, facebook.com/Ross Tucker NFL. Let me know exactly what you'd like, whether it's a signed picture or a press pass. I'll be getting a lot of them soon this season coming up. I still have one from last year, Jags Eagles. Maybe that's 2 years ago. If you want the Jags Eagles, for those of you that are Eagles fans or Jags fans for that matter, or if you want a signed picture or a signed card, that's perfectly fine as well. Sponsor confirmation email winner, Jill Tomasian. She got the Raycon earbuds that I'm obsessed with these days. Love Jill getting the Raycon earbuds. Love my Raycon earbuds. If you don't have earbuds, or even if you do and you're not happy with them, the Raycon ones are way better. They don't stick way out either. They fit right in your ear, which I like. And then the YouTube shout out, really appreciative of the kind words from Kieran O'Keefe. Kieran said he's been listening for a while. He checked it out on YouTube for the first time, and he loved being able to see us talk to each other like we do now on the show. It's been about a year now we've been on YouTube, youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL. It's Big Show time.
The Big Show.
Always great to talk with the Dean of NFL Films, the civilian GOAT, as I have nicknamed him, the greatest video watcher who did not work for a team in NFL history. And you can check him out on social media, so you always know what he's up to, at Greg Cosell. So, Greg, obviously, a lot of news with like Deshaun Watson, Aaron Rodgers, guys like that this week. And we know they're good players, okay? But here's what I think is interesting about Aaron Rodgers. You know, the 2 years before this past year, Greg, he wasn't quite as good as he had been before that. I think he even acknowledged that. Didn't he say something like, my down years would be career years for other people? He made some comment like that. But my point would be, 2019, he was not great. First year in Matt LaFleur's system. 2018, he was okay, and he got hurt. I guess the question is, Greg, what did you see on the tape that enabled him to take that next step last year? Was it familiarity with LaFleur's system? Was he trusting the system more? Because I know you talked in previous years about him maybe freelancing a little bit. What did the tape show you last year? And what's your belief in his ability to do that again this year and possibly even build on it?
Well, I certainly, Ross, can't speak to what was in his head about familiarity, but I will say what the tape showed in 2020 was that he was extremely efficient within that system. And again, he's an incredibly smart guy. We all know that. But anytime you're in a new system, a different system, it just takes a little time. And I think because he's always been phenomenal at making plays outside the pocket, improvisational plays, second reaction plays, he always had the ability to rely on that and then make the kinds of throws that not many can make. But I thought last year that he played within the structure of that system so exceptionally well. And then he made improvisational plays when they presented themselves, which of course he can do. But there's no reason to believe with another year in that system that he can't play at an exceedingly high level. Very few guys throw a ball like Aaron Rodgers. and he's incredibly bright. So I would expect him to play at a really high level this year, Ross.
You know, it's a good point you make, Greg, about the new system, because it felt like it took Tom Brady more than half the year last year to kind of have a good, or at least be in the same page and in sync with what Bruce Arians was doing in Tampa.
Yeah, and I think that's natural. Look, it's just different. You know, I had a coach tell me that, you know, whenever you go to a new system and the terminology is different, what it's like ordering a hamburger and fries. It's, you know, if you go, you order it a certain way in the United States. If you go to a foreign country, you have to order it differently. And it just takes a little bit of time to learn, and then to learn all the different checks and all the details and nuance that each system presents are different, and it just takes time. And you know, you mentioned Brady, obviously another really smart guy, and we know how smart Rodgers is. But it's one thing to master it on the iPad, master it in the classroom, master it on the practice field when the pace is slower. It's not the same as mastering it in a game. And I just thought Rodgers last year, you know, we know the talent, but I thought just in terms of executing the offense, because that's the way this stuff is taught. You know, we've become so focused on guys who can run around, but that's not the way the position or an offense is taught, Ross. You know this. You played. No coach rolls the ball out and says, let's run around today. You know, this is the way this stuff's taught, and they want it executed that way unless the defense truly demands it can't be executed that way.
Yeah, that they look at that as extra. Ancillary.
Yeah.
Like if they get a bad look, if things don't go the way they want them to go,
right?
It's nice to have a guy that can save you.
Right, but you know, it's funny. The last 2 years, you know, I've spent a lot of time, maybe more time than ever, talking to coaches, and there's not a quarterback coach or an offensive coordinator that would draft a guy, let's say, and therefore coach a guy based on his ability to run around. They draft guys on their ability to execute an offense at a high level. And that's one of the reasons, obviously you're looking at traits as well, but I'm just talking about now the execution of an offense. You don't draft a guy based on his ability to extend a play and run around. You're looking at a guy's ability to execute your offense with consistency, snap after snap.
So, Greg, while we're on the Packers, they also traded for Randall Cobb, which I think is interesting. The GM, Brian Gutekunst, and I'll get into this a little bit later, made it very clear that they traded for Randall Cobb because Aaron Rodgers wanted him to. Very clear. And so I guess the question is, you know, his numbers the last couple of years have not been real good. And I'm sure last year you didn't spend a ton of time studying Randall Cobb, but you did watch Deshaun Watson. You did watch the Texans at times. I guess, what do you think? What was Randall Cobb at his best, and what do you think he has left?
Well, I think, again, without getting into the internals, because we don't know if they did it because they wanted to placate Aaron. We don't know any of that. You know, we can speculate, and others will do that. But I think there's a comfort level, and I think that's really important for quarterbacks and receivers. And I think even if Cobb is maybe not the exact same guy he was 3 or 4 or 5 years ago, because he had a stretch where he was obviously really good in Green Bay with Aaron Rodgers, I think there's just a comfort level, and there's a sense that, hey, I can go to my guy pretty much any time. I know where he's going to be. Now, don't forget, though, Cobb is coming to an offense that was different than the one that he played in when he was with Aaron Rodgers the first time. So there's a little bit of a learning curve there as well. Now, he's a veteran, and he's another smart guy, so maybe it'll go quicker. But I just think that there's a feel and a comfort, and that's very important for a quarterback and a receiver.
It's a really good point, Greg, about, you know, there is a familiarity between Aaron and Randall, obviously, but it is a new system for Randall.
It's a new system.
And I can speak to this. I think I had 9 different offensive coordinators, Greg. I mean,
it's just different, Ross. I mean, you know, people might not, you know, they might think, oh, as an offensive lineman, just block this guy. But it's just different in the way it's presented, the way it's coached, the way you're asked to execute it. Am I right?
Yeah. So what I would say is most of the plays, there's a lot of crossover. Like there's a lot of them run the same plays from an offensive lineman's perspective.
Right.
The same blocking scheme. What's different would be the language, the calls, what they call it, what the offensive line technique is, and then the detail of how they want you to go about it is different. So, like, there would never be a time where I would go to a new offense and immediately be better in that new offense than I was in the one I was just doing, because I had just been doing that one for a while.
Right. Right.
And honestly, Greg, I say this, and I'm not like, I don't know how good I could have been, but I would love to do my career over again, Greg, and just be one place for 7 years with the same system, the same offensive line coach. I'd be curious to see how good I could have gotten. I'm not sitting here saying I would have been a Pro Bowl. I don't think so. But, you know, when you're constantly having new offensive line coaches that are changing what they want you to do, you can never really master your craft. It's like, Greg, can you imagine you're like a carpenter or a plumber, and it's like you're an apprentice, okay?
Right?
And you keep learning under different guys. I mean, you're learning a lot, and it's good to learn a lot, and maybe eventually you can figure out what works best for you. But every time you go to a new plumber or you're at a new place apprenticing, you kind of have to learn how they want you to do it, and you're not as good at it at first.
And don't forget, now you're also talking about doing it in a game where the speed, let's say you're playing the Rams and, you're trying to remember your system, the details. See, it's the details and nuance that are so important. And all of a sudden, Aaron Donald's in front of you. It makes it a little bit different.
It's a great point. Question, Greg, to wrap up the Packers here. Davante Adams made it very clear that he believes he's the best wide receiver in the NFL. He wants to get paid as the best wide receiver in the NFL. You watch all of these guys a lot.
Yeah.
Do you think he is the best receiver in the NFL, Greg? And what makes him so good?
Thought he was last year. And again, these are year-to-year things in terms of making lists. Davante Adams has been a great receiver. So now you're just deciding in a given year. But Davante Adams, if you're talking about his skill set, you're talking about a guy that's phenomenal getting off press coverage. And that's a critical deal in today's NFL, where there's more press because of more quick game, more RPOs, where corners and defenses want their corners to press more because you need to disrupt receivers. Because when you're dealing with quick game, 3-step drop, 5-step drop, you're not going to get there with your pass rush as quickly. So you have to disrupt routes. And Davante Adams is outstanding getting off press coverage. I think he's really refined as a route runner. Great understanding of how to use his vertical stem to attack leverage of corners. Great ability to use his steps, to use his body, to sell routes. These are all really critical things. And I think he's a master at this. He's become a true master technician at understanding how to run specific individual routes, because there's numerous routes and each one is run differently. And you also have to understand where you line up, splits. You run routes differently based on receiver splits. So he's become a master in understanding all these kinds of things. And again, people can make any list that they want to make, but there's no question that Davante Adams is right at the top in any discussion of the best receivers in this league.
Let's tie it together and go back to Houston, where Randall Cobb came from. Deshaun Watson, obviously lots of reports, Greg, that he is available via trade. Clearly, we don't talk about the off-the-field stuff with you, and there's really not much to report there anyway. My question is, looks like he's going to go somewhere.
Right.
At some point. So maybe it's Miami, maybe it's Denver, maybe it's Philadelphia, maybe it's wherever. I feel like, did you say last year you thought was his best year? What did he do different? What did he improve upon, and what would he bring to a new team?
Well, to me, Deshaun has always kind of had to find that balance between playing from the pocket at a really high level, which he's capable of, and leaving the pocket prematurely when he does not need to. One of the reasons he's been sacked an awful lot, and because he's a really good player, people automatically assume that it's a bad offensive line. And that offensive line was bad for a stretch earlier in his career, but it has improved over the last year or so. And what quarterbacks, and you know this, Ross, as an offensive lineman, quarterbacks who move when they don't have to move, they get sacked more, not less, because every play call has a protection call, and you protect and block it a certain way based on where the quarterback is supposed to be. And if he moves when he doesn't have to move, then that poses a problem for the offensive line, as you well know. So he's always, in my mind, struggled a bit to find that balance. Now, because he's so good on the move and he's excellent throwing on the run, many times that is camouflaged. But when he plays well from the pocket, and he's had stretches in his career where I'm talking about 5, 6, 7 game stretches where he's played exceptionally well from the pocket, and it just really shows up on tape, and he plays at a really high level.
Yeah, it's the most frustrating thing of all time, Greg.
You mean for an alignment?
When the quarterback is not where he's supposed to be, such as like being 10 yards deep, when you're protecting a spot that's 6 or 7 yards deep.
Yep.
It's incredibly frustrating. When they hold on to the ball, it's incredibly frustrating. But listen, they got a tough job too. Like I'm not here.
No, but that's just the reality, because again, it comes back to coaching, how things are coached. They're coached with precision and nuance and detail, and it's expected to be, executed that way unless the defense truly demands otherwise.
Greg, 2 other guys I wanted to ask you about that were in the news this week. One is Steve Nelson. Was a corner that the Steelers released, salary cap, was on the market a long time. A lot of teams rumored to want to get him to be a starter. The Eagles get him. What have you seen from Steve Nelson throughout his career, and I guess in particular last year, that you think he'll give the Eagles?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's a professional corner. I remember him coming out of college. I believe it was Oregon State, if I'm not mistaken. And he was always a little shorter than you'd ideally like, but super feisty, super competitive. He can play press. He can play zone. I think he's a professional corner. And I think that the Eagles, I mean, look, other than Darius Slay, we can sit here and say that the Eagles did not have a starting caliber outside corner on their roster. And I think that's a really good signing for them. Jonathan Gannon is their D coordinator. It's my understanding that he's pretty much instituting what would be considered a Minnesota type defense with a lot of probably quarters, cover 4. That's a Minnesota type scheme. So your corners can play off, your corners can play press. I think he'll end up, barring anything unforeseen, as the outside corner opposite Slay, and I think that's a really good signing by the Eagles.
So the other guy I wanted to ask you about for sure, and maybe we'll get to some other guys, but I think this guy's really interesting on a couple different levels. Logan Thomas, Greg, got a contract extension with the Washington football team, big money, and I love stories like this. I love guys like this. I think a lot of the listeners know, but maybe they don't. He was a quarterback at Virginia Tech. He's a really big kid. He had a big arm. Where do you go? Like 4th round, maybe?
I thought he had a chance as a quarterback. I guess I was wrong.
Yeah, he had a big. I think Arizona drafted him in the 4th round as a quarterback, and he worked all the way through to go ahead, become a tight end, and become a starting tight end that Washington wants around for years to come. So let's start with this first. The first question is, what kind of player is Logan Thomas?
I watched his tape a couple of weeks ago. He was just one of those guys I felt like I wanted to take a look at. And I was pretty impressed. My sense, and for those listening who are fantasy players, I think he'll be an ascending player. I think he'll be utilized more this year. It's Scott Turner's offense, which has many elements of his dad, Norv Turner. So there's intermediate and vertical elements to that pass game. There's a lot of routes that have those elements to it. Last year, his explosive receptions came on corner routes, vertical seams, wheel routes. He's physical and competitive run after catch. I think he's really an intriguing player. And, he showed a pretty wide catching radius. He showed good hands for a player that was not a receiver in college, as you mentioned. So I think there's a lot to like with this guy, and I think you'll see him utilized even more this particular year in the context of that offense. Because keep in mind, Ryan Fitzpatrick is a quarterback that's used to throwing it up to big receivers. He's done that much of his career. And Logan Thomas is the big receiver in this offense. So I think you'll see him with a lot of targets this year.
the last question, Greg, it's a follow-up to that. We see a lot of teams trying to convert quarterbacks to tight end, like the Eagles with Tyree Jackson from University of Buffalo, or receivers to tight end like Kelvin Benjamin, who just got cut.
Right.
It doesn't work a lot. What is the difference usually between the guys it works for and the guys that die? What usually holds the guys back that they try to convert to tight end?
I mean, I hate to say this, Ross, but I can't. That's a hard question to answer because I think guys have skill sets and talents. Look, Logan Thomas was a quarterback. My guess is it has something to do more with their approach, their work ethic, their understanding of the game. These are kinds of things that I wouldn't know. I mean, they show up on tape just sitting and watching the tape, but there's a process involved with that I really can't speak to because I'm not there. I mean, I've heard from people that coach Logan Thomas that he's an unbelievable kid who really, wants to be great. Now, I can't speak to Kelvin Benjamin. I'm sure people who followed Kelvin Benjamin's career might say, based on what we just know about him, without being around him, that he doesn't seem to be that guy. I can't answer that. I can't speak to Tyree Jackson, who's just trying to make that transition now. So, but all I can say is watching the tape of Logan Thomas, he looks like a guy that has really taken well to the tight end position and seems to have a really good understanding of how to play the position. So again, I know that maybe is not a great answer, but I can't speak to why other guys can't do it.
Yeah, no, well, and obviously the guys that can't do it, they're not on tape that much.
Right, exactly. That's a good point.
Not on tape that much because they didn't do it. Check him out on social media at Greg Cosell. He joins us every week. It's one of my favorite 20 minutes of the week every week. Thank you so much, Greg.
Thanks, Ross. Appreciate it.
Greg is a keeper, just like Keeps is a keeper. You know what? I literally have my Keeps right over there in the hotel room I'm in right now because I already put it on the top of my head, the topical solution. I already took the pill, and I could show you guys here, those of you that are watching on YouTube, youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL. I could show you my Keeps right now. Huge fan. I tell my friends all the time. I tell my family, literally ask my family and friends. They will tell you Ross is a big fan of Keeps, and he takes it and has for years. The key is that there's only 2 FDA-approved medications. We all know about the FDA approval process now, right? Like, they need a lot of research. They need a lot of track record to approve something. They need to be able to have evidence, tangible evidence that it works. Guess what? They've got 2 FDA-approved medications for male pattern baldness. Get involved. If you're ready to take action and prevent hair loss like I did and do, go to keeps.com/Ross to receive your first month of treatment for free. That's KEEPS.com/Ross to get your first month free. Keeps.com/Ross.
Tuck's Takes.
Good morning, Ross. Let's start with some of the hard news that actually came down the pike. It's Randall Cobb goes from Houston to the Packers for a 6th-round pick.
So, man, I mean, there's a lot I could get into here, Bri. A lot of people don't think he has a whole lot left. But he certainly wants to prove he still does. And Aaron Rodgers certainly wants to prove he still does. Gutekunst couldn't have been clearer at his press conference that they traded for Randall Cobb because that's what Aaron wanted. It was amazing. Like, I think I tweeted, Bri, at Ross Tucker NFL. Are you guys all following me by now? I mean, do I even need to say that? You should all be following me by now. At Ross Tucker NFL. Bri is at Ross Tucker Pod. But Gutekunst made it very clear that they got Randall Cobb because Aaron Rodgers wanted him. AKA, if Randall Cobb stinks, don't blame me. This is the guy Aaron Rodgers wanted. And the Texans still have to pay him $3 million this year to play for the Packers. The Packers are paying him $5.5 million. I don't know how he had $8.5 million still guaranteed for this year, but that was a heck of a contract he got to still have that much money guaranteed.
Tuck's Takes.
While we're on the topic of Green Bay, got to get your thoughts on the press conferences they had up there in Wisconsin.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate the guy's honesty. It's very entertaining for us. Rodgers put it all out there. Devontae Adams is very clear that he's not taking less, doesn't care who the quarterback is. Like, he wants to be the highest paid receiver in the NFL. That's his priority. And by the way, I have no problem with that whatsoever. Every guy's always like, it's not about the money, it's about the respect. No. Devontae Adams was like, I want to be the highest paid receiver. Okay. And I agree with Gutekunst. There's different ways to say you're the highest paid receiver. There's average per year, there's guarantees, there's signing bonus, there's 1, 2, 3 year cash flow. There are different ways to be paid the highest in the NFL. So it sounds like Devontae's only concerned about average per year, but I appreciate Devontae just said that. I wish more guys would just say that. I will say, I think, like, for example, Aaron Rodgers saying, we cut a guy that was our second best receiver. How does that make the other receivers feel? I mean, they cut Kumaro, is who he's talking about. How does that make Lazard and these other guys feel when Aaron's like, yeah, they cut the guy that I like better than you guys? I don't think that's a great look for Aaron.
Tux Takes.
Some other quarterback news includes Cowboys, Dak Prescott having a shoulder strain, and Ravens, Lamar Jackson testing positive for COVID.
So I'm not going to make a huge deal about either one of these, Bry, yet, but they're not good. I mean, Dak Prescott, I wouldn't expect him to throw for a while, and he's coming off of a serious injury. He wants those reps. He wants to be out there working with his guys again. It's been a long time coming off that severe leg injury, and now he won't be able to throw for a while. And sometimes you get that shoulder strain because you're not as confident in your lower body, so you're using your arm more as opposed to your total body pushing off when you throw. Read up on what Pro Football Doc, Dr. Chow, said about that stuff, because this is not like a day-to-day thing for Dak Prescott. And then for Lamar Jackson, bro, this is the second time he's tested positive. So he tested positive last season, obviously. This isn't good either. I mean, they need to improve. First of all, like, you got to maybe reevaluate what you're doing if you've tested positive twice. Secondly, they're trying to improve their passing game. They got Sammy Watkins. He's going to miss like 10 days, Lamar Jackson? That's a lot of reps. It's a lot. There's a reason why guys like Brady and Manning and those guys want all those reps. That's not good at all for the Ravens and for Lamar Jackson. He's going to miss a bunch of opportunity to get more on the same page with his receivers so they can improve a passing game that needs to be improved.
Tux Takes.
Couple of other news items to finish off the week, Ross. Colts giving their right tackle Braden Smith the big extension, and the Giants cut wide receiver turned tight end Kelvin Benjamin.
A lot of tackles, a lot of right tackles getting their contracts, right? It's like Ramczyk, then Moton, then Braden Smith. They have a new data point, right? Okay, this is what guys are getting now at this time. And any of these, I mean, these are big guys. They're playing a tough position. It's physical. It takes a toll on their bodies. I'm just absolutely thrilled for any of these guys that end up getting, big money like this. As for Kelvin Benjamin, I doubt he'll ever get signed again. I mean, his weight was supposed to be 251. He showed up at 268. He says Joe Judge never liked me. Joe Judge doesn't like people that show up 17 pounds overweight, Kelvin. What are we doing? What are we talking about here? By the way, you get fined if you're overweight. It's like $300 some dollars per pound per day. So he would have been like playing in training camp for free with all the fine money he would have racked up being that overweight. Like, Kelvin, you have a weight. Just so you guys know, you have a weight you have to be when you get to training camp. If you're over it, you get fined every day until you're under it. Like that, it's professional football. That's how it works. I just, man, I don't get it. I don't get what he's complaining about. It's Kelvin. It's on you. You made a decision. They're not drafting you to be a blocking tight end. They didn't sign you to be a blocking tight end. They want you to be a receiving tight end. Don't be 17 pounds overweight. Gosh. Shout outs, Pizza Boy Brewing, as well as Sporticulture, as well as humanheadnyc.com and Vision Comics with an X. Already have an awesome guest lined up for Monday. Make sure you check out all the other shows that we've got rolling on rawsucker.com or wherever podcasts can be found. Even Money was great this week with Chad Millman. He was awesome. He and Steve, I got several emails from people saying it was one of their favorite Even Money podcasts ever. Fantasy Feast, I did my O-line ranking. So plenty of other stuff that I know you guys would really enjoy in addition to the Raw Sucker Football podcast this week. I think we're done here.
Thanks for listening to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Fantasy Feast, Even Money, Business of Sports, and College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, RossTucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
Nobody is perfect, but these 5 players keep it pretty close to 100. There are only a handful of players in Madden NFL 22 with an overall rating of 99, and the Los Angeles Rams and Kansas City Chiefs each have 2 players with 99 ratings. So let's break down the members of the prestigious club. The highest rated quarterback, Patrick Mahomes, enters the 99 club for the 3rd time. His numbers across the board prove why his rating wasn't going anywhere in Madden 22. The 25-year-old threw for 4,740 yards and 38 touchdowns. Jalen Ramsey, the cornerback, made a big jump from Madden 21 as he had a 94 rating. Ramsey's production on the field last season proved there's no debate here as to why he has a 99 rating. Ramsey has 99s across the board in play recognition, man coverage, zone coverage, and press. For the 5th straight year, Aaron Donald is in the 99 club. Yeah, Donald is not dropping out of this club as he continues to maintain his status as the best defensive player in the league. And it's not a big shock here that Travis Kelce is also in the club. He is one of the best tight ends in the NFL. In 15 regular season games, Kelce caught 105 passes for 1,416 yards and scored 11 touchdowns.
It's Green Bay Packers Davante Adams' second consecutive year at being a 99 overall. Adams had 18 touchdowns in 14 games last season. So check out all these 99s coming soon to the Madden Dream Stream.
What's up, DK Sim fam? Welcome back into the DraftKings Dream Stream. And if you like listening to people who never leave their house and talk about sports, you're at the right place. Matt Lamarca and I joining you for, I don't know what we'll call it, the afternoon evening shift, bringing you right home to bedtime tonight. We're going to be on the next 3 together. We're kicking things off. Buffalo, I was about to say the Buffalo Sabres, Buffalo Bills versus Washington football team. I had to burp, excuse me. How you been up to, Lamarca? You get a good restful little first part of your day in, or?
Yeah, I had a couple articles, little MLB looking at some of tonight's games. Then I did some NBA, well, not NBA, basketball, looking at the Olympics. Worked on the news desk for a few hours, and now I'm ready to just get the party started. I got my party hat on. This is one of my party shirts. You know, no polo today, Jeff. We're partying, baby.
That's right. It is a party. We got lots of stuff to get to. Both Lamarca and I potentially going to be, doing some giveaways here, folks. Yes, giveaways. Me, a giveaway. I know. I'm going to do something nice. Lamarca and I are so nice. We're so pumped up for this 3 shifts in a row. We both made free rolls.
I know. It's ridiculous.
We both made free rolls. Now, this is key, Lamarca, because I made free rolls for all 3 games. Did you make free rolls for all 3 games?
All 3 games.
Oh, God. Okay. I don't know. Enter both of them. Enter one. I don't care at this point. I did what I was supposed to do, so nobody can get mad at me. That's all I know. The DK Sim fam trying to Jeff, you got to pick up your socks, kid. Get your life together. Get with the program. I got with the program. I don't know what else to say. Mark and I, we're trying here, guys. We're trying. Anyways. What do you want to do with these giveaways? I got some ideas here. I mean, I know what I want to do. I'm going to follow Brendan Glasheen, and I want to take some player props in the chat.
Ooh, some player
I want to do
props.
like a pizza giveaway. Well, the people, they got to come in hot with like predictions for this game. Like J.D. McKissick's going to get 2 touchdowns, 100 yards. Dwayne Haskins going to throw 4 touchdowns.
Wow.
Bills defense, a sack, fumble, touchdown.
So what I'm doing, mine's going to be simple.
Okay.
You win the contest that I created, you get a card.
Okay. Perfect.
And for the first one, we've got the Bills, we've got the WFTs. So up for grabs will be this. I hope I'm still on the screen. No, I'm not. We're not on the screen. It's a Chase Young jersey patch rookie card.
Jeez, wow, bringing the heat here.
Yeah. It's not the nicest. It's more of a napkin patch. Like there's no numbering or anything on there, but
well, sure.
Chase Young, rookie. Jeff's looking at it right now. It's a nice card.
It's a nice card. Absolutely. It's a nice card, man. All right. I'm taking player props. I got a Joe Burrow mosaic rookie. I'll flash it so the market can see it.
Ooh.
Okay.
That's very nice.
Joe Burrow mosaic rookie. Throw out some player props. Now here it is. Lamarca's giving out his deal. You win if you in his free roll and you win it. And this goes for all 3 sims today, right, Lamarca?
Correct.
If you win Lamarca's free roll, you get a card from him. Okay,
At
he's
least
giving you a
one.
card. All right, you guys hear that? You win Lamarca's free roll, you get a card. Now, I'm going the Glash route. We're gonna get some player props going here. Give me some Poppy Herb's in it. He knows what's up. Buffalo defense, 5 sacks. So I'm gonna take a couple offers. Okay, now I'm gonna take 2. Now if the pie in the sky hits and we get both, I'll deal with that. I got a backup Joe Burrow card here. I got a contenders round 2, so we'll do that. But I'll take 2 for this sim, and then we'll see where we're at the next sim if anyone hits. So James Smiley coming in with some. Okay, throw them in. I'm gonna pick 2 eventually here. I'll pick 2 in the next minute, and then we'll go from there. So again, we're kicking things off, man. This is it. And again, don't come in soft. Like Diggs gets a touchdown. Like you got to come in hot here. I'm not saying you have to do something unrealistic, but you got to come in hot. All right, James Smiley, I see you. I like it. James Smiley gets the first prop. Sprinkle, 100 yards, 1 touchdown, and at least 6 receptions. That's how you do it right there.
That is good. That's a good.
He's in on Sprinkle. I get it. Okay, you got it, James Smiley. You're in. I got one more. Got one more. I'll give people like 30 more seconds here. I'm going to pick someone because there's a couple up there. James Smiley with the first one. You can look at his. Travis, that's too weak. 80 yards on the ground? Come on. He does that on like a game-to-game basis.
Travis Morgan says, "How do we win pizza?" That's a Glash thing. That's not a me thing.
Is there a Williams in this game? Is there even a Williams?
Williams.
Justin Knight. I don't know who you're talking about. All right, here we go. Joseph Clark, you got it. Josh Allen, 2 rushing touchdowns and 1 throwing touchdown. I like it. Let's go. We'll give 1 to Josh Allen. And then we had James Smiley with the sprinkle. So that's 1 on each side. So that's it for the first one. That's the first game. I'm going to do this each game, though.
I think you got to throw in King Black money here, too. Haskins, 4 touchdowns. Come on.
Okay. We'll do 3. That's fine. Lamarcus getting me to take it hard. That's fine. We'll do it.
If somehow all 3 of those hit, I'll cough something else up.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, I got to write these down. I'm like Glash. I've become Brendan Glasheen. This is awful. All right. James Smiley. Sprinkle. 100 yards, 6 receptions, and a touchdown. We got Joseph Clark. 2 rush, 1 pass. Josh Allen. And who's the last one, LaMarca?
The last one was, let me find it. I know it's here. King Black money. Haskins, 4 TDs.
Okay. Now, we didn't specify the 4 TDs, so that can be rushing and passing. Fair enough. Okay. If one of those wins, it's up to you guys to give me your Twitter handle. You got to put your Twitter handle in the YouTube chat. What was that?
That was a out of bound pick.
Yeah, okay. All right. I'm behind. I also just was watching the YouTube feed, so now I'm really Glasheen. All right. Okay. So, again, those 3 guys. We got oh my God. James Smiley, Joseph Clark, and King Black. You guys, if you hit somehow, you have got to, in the YouTube chat, give me your Twitter handle, then get in contact with me on Twitter. Again, at the Fantasy Grinding, just DM me. My DMs are open. So. Oh, I'm sweating. I'm sweating from all this work. It's the most work I've ever done on a sim in my life. I haven't even called the game yet either. Jeez. All right. Let's go. This is fun. We're gonna make these 3 sims as fun as possible. I like this. And by the end of the night, if these don't hit, we will make the props easier for the last game. I'm giving this Joe Burrow card away. One way or the other.
We'll make says, did I get his message?
Hey,
no.
There's Sprinkle.
Sorry, must be. I did not get your message.
What was the message? You can share with us.
Was it the I'm a man, I'm 40 thing that he's been on? I don't know what. I mean, I know what it is, but I don't understand why it's me.
Obi-Wan, we'll involve Twitch in the next sim. Just let me. This is the first time I've done this. This is a lot of work for me. You guys know that. Mark and I are making free. We're trying here, guys. We're trying. Trust me.
We're trying to do some fun stuff. We should probably do some like ownership and stuff too.
I guess.
That was the Bass man with a field goal. He was about 22% owned in the my free roll that I have up here. Washington football team is on the board early. You've got the Bills defense. They're about 20% owned. Josh Allen, unsurprisingly, the highest owned player in this game. He's at about 81.5%, followed closely by J.D. McKissick. And then Stephon Diggs at 52.5. Jeremy Sprinkle is about 49.5. Terry McLaurin, 43. Lee Smith, tight end, 39. John Brown, 36. And then Devin Singletary and Steve Sims are right around 30.5.
Twitch fam, I got you. I see you. I'm sorry. Next sim, we'll be over there. Don't worry. I mean, I got you open.
Jordan Green says Matt LaMarca needs to clean up his neck, though, for real. I don't have an Insta, but I will join if he promises to add me. Haha. Well, for starters, I'm not on Instagram either. I'm only on Twitter because I'm an old man. And I agree. I probably should clean my neck up a little bit, but you know what? That requires like 30 seconds of work, and I'm not ready to spare that yet.
All right, 4th and 3. Not getting any early Haskins love, unfortunately. Did get a sprinkle catch, so keep an eye on that. I'll tell you, whenever we do these props with Glash, one of them always ends up being like really close at the end. So we'll get there eventually. Anyways, hope everyone's having a good Saturday. Hope we can, sprinkle a little, happiness into your life here over the next 3 games. Mark and I will be on them.
Hey, Lisa Robinson in the building. It's her birthday. Happy birthday, Lisa.
Oh, which Lisa Robinson, though? Is it like the clone?
There
Lisa
are like
Robinson?
6 Lisa Robinson accounts, but I think there's only one Lisa Robinson.
Fair enough. Oh, someone should have taken a John Brown prop because they already got 3 catches. Anyways, too late for that. Minute left in the quarter. We did have a bit of NFL news too. We can talk about that. We're waiting for this game to do something. Devonta Freeman reached a 1-year deal with the Saints. Not sure about that. Not sure I would like that as a Alvin Kamara owner. Not that I'm expecting, Freeman to really take away many carries, but I guess you'd never know.
You never know. I think he's pretty dusty, though.
He is. Couldn't really, he's pretty dusty. He was like poor man's Alvin Kamara, even when he was good anyways. So I guess there's really not much to worry about there.
In the Slack chat right now, everyone is making fun of me because I'm not on Instagram. Are you? Oh, Cole Beasley!
Oh my God! Wow, he got caught though. No.
Making fun of me, calling me old because I don't have an Instagram. I don't have a TikTok. But I did have a Snapchat, and I actually woke up this morning to a message from Snapchat saying that someone had hacked into my account in I don't even remember. It was like Mongolia or something like that. So I was like, okay, well, I'm just gonna have to delete this account now because the last thing I need is to be hacked and have pictures going out. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Yeah. Even says only the Lord knows what they did on there.
Snapchat, dude. I opened it once and I'm like, I don't know what this is. This is not for me. That's one of those things. Like that is. I fully admit, man. Like I'm too old for that. Whatever Snapchat is, ain't for me. Whatever that app does. Twitter, easy. It's just news flow. It's just news. Cool. Snapchat, I don't know what's going on there. Anyways, Cole Beasley running like someone's chasing him with a needle on that last play. That was the biggest play of the quarter by far. We got McKissick 7 yards. Singletary 5 yards. Josh Allen only 6 yards. No touchdowns yet. We're still waiting. We got some player props. We got a Sprinkle player prop. We got Josh Allen player prop. We got a Haskins player prop to track here. Again, Lamarck and I, if you're just joining us, doing some card giveaways for the games here today, guys. Make things happy. If you are in the sim league, make sure you get in Lamarca's free roll. because that's the good one. That's the one with the prize at the end. If you win it, he's
Oh
gonna
yeah, let
send
me
us
show that
something.
card since we're
Yeah,
on
show
camera.
show the card right here, just to make it official. You know, there it is, guys. Okay.
He's young. Rah, we're coming after the quarterback. Rah.
That's right.
All
Take
right,
out his
sorry.
other knee. Take
Who
out
says you
Burrow's
can't
other
play
knee.
with cards? Who says cards aren't for kids anymore?
Yeah, Jordan Green agrees with me. Appreciate that. Don't feel so old. And yeah, we got anyways, we got a good crew here. We got Eamon in the back controlling things as our overlord. We got Daniel. Not Madison, Daniel, guys. Just Daniel, I know. And we got Bailey on ops. And there's a touchdown to, it is, I believe, Cole Beasley.
Cole
So there's
Beasley.
one for Josh Allen. There's the passing touchdown for the Josh Allen prop. So your two rushing
Here's the
touchdowns.
rap song, Jeff.
What's that?
You hear Cole Beasley's new track?
Oh no, something about I got such big or something. I don't know. I
Heavy,
haven't heard it.
yeah. He's got heavy,
Heavy,
yeah.
heavy grind. From all the vaccinations he doesn't take, right? Yeah, something like that, something to that effect.
Right. There's no vaccine for him because he's got heavy things. I gotta say, Cole Beasley having a rap career is a weird flex.
Oh, I mean, just the whole thing is a weird flex. So, anyways. Executive Session says Snapchat is the best platform ever. Now, I normally don't do this, but how old are you, Executive Sessions? Maybe I should give it another chance. Maybe I should. Maybe you're
Listen,
right.
Snapchat was fun for a little bit, because you can send pictures and
Right.
then they disappear. So the world is your oyster with that.
That's true.
But I don't know. I got bored of it pretty quickly.
That's what I don't like about it, though. Like, there's no record of what happened. It's like, hey, it's like if the social media app was just fleets or tweet or they don't even have them anymore. Twitter got rid of it. They got so bored of it.
Daniel says supposedly disappear. That was like a conspiracy theory that I had for a while. Was that Snapchat was creating a database of
Blackmail
specific
list.
appendages.
Right. Side business. Oh, just about a pick six there. Haskins prop not looking so hot. Not shocked there. All right, 3rd and 7. 10-0. Cole Beasley has a touchdown here from Josh Allen. So we had a passing touchdown. Ooh, a drop. That was Inman. 4th and 7. They're gonna punt.
Daniel says he doesn't trust anything without a lawyer reading through the terms and conditions of every word. Like, does that mean, Daniel, that when you get like a new iTunes agreement, you would read all 60 some odd pages of it? Because I got to tell you, if somebody puts up a box in front of me and it says, "Do you agree to the terms of service?" I just check the box. I don't think I've ever read one.
No, I mean, someone with a legal background, you're insane if you read it. It's... Our whole society just needs to get rid of that thing.
Chris Adams, we're working on the stats. It's not live. We have to input everything manually. So just be patient. We will get everything up to date.
Yeah, manual scoring, guys. They'll get it. They just want to get it right, obviously. Another zippy doodah little pass there over the middle. John Brown. John Brown. Now a member of the Vegas Raiders.
Jordan Green says, what happens when you have to scroll all the way before you can say you read it? Obviously, you just scroll to the bottom. You don't actually spend the time reading it.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Those are the most annoying. It's like, really? Like I have to pretend to read this for you?
Josh Allen. Oh, skirt.
Wow. Hey, man, we're one Josh Allen rushing touchdown from being on a verge of hitting a prop. We need 2 Josh Allen rushing touchdowns here for Joseph Clark.
Chris Adams, it's every day. I don't want to hear excuses. I'm not making excuses. I'm telling you how the process works. People input the stats manually, and yes, they do that every day. So I'm not sure what your argument is. Just give it some time and they'll get it updated. You don't need to know where you are at every exact second of every contest.
All right. Singletary. Did you make a lineup for this? We didn't even go over lineups.
Yeah, I did. I did make one.
Okay.
I went with Josh Allen as my captain. Duh. I went with J.D. McKissick and Stephon Diggs and Cole Beasley and the Washington defense.
You have Beasley too? Wow.
Tyler Bass Fishing.
You must be having a pretty good start then. You got Beasley,
Seems
Bass,
like it, right?
And Allen. I mean, Allen in the captain too. Yeah. You should be up there. Although I don't know if anybody entered these free rolls.
Mine's got about 70 and change in there. 78 entries.
I made this
probably
one
the best chance you'll have of winning a free roll, and it's actually got a prize attached.
That's true. Your next one's gonna fill.
I don't know if it'll fill. There's plenty of space in it currently.
Well, people are just finding out though that there's something to it. Also, mine is competing with you. And again, if you enter one free roll, guys, I'm actively telling you not to enter mine and enter Lamarcus. You can enter both if you want, for sure, but Lamarcus is the one with the prize attached. I'm doing the player prop. We're gonna do a little fun, add a little spice to it. We can sweat these coming down to the end here. Obviously, we need some Washington players to get on track here, but things can happen fast in Simville, especially if we go to OT or something like that. So
Jordan Green says, Mac Lamarca, why would you take Allen at captain and then the defense he is playing? How does that work? Well, I'll give you my logic behind it. Running quarterbacks, very, very good in fantasy, but in these Madden games, they have a tendency to put the ball on the ground. So I'm thinking, my thought process was Josh Allen's going to do really well because he always does well, but I was hoping that perhaps the Washington defense would be able to force a fumble or two.
Yep.
That was my thought process.
That's usually what I do too. The rushing QBs are kind of like must plays, but the defenses against them have great chances of getting turnovers. And to that point, I feel like those inverse relationships in real life NFL showdown contests or something you should be doing too, because you get a lot of leverage on the field because most people don't do that.
Yep. There's only so many combinations you can have,
Yep. Showdown's such a crazy format though. In the real life formats. I mean, it's the same in Madden, right? But when you get in those really big contests for the Sunday night games and stuff, it's just so you can go from first to 10,000 on one play. It's crazy. Every single play affects the scoring. It's fun in that way. Coming up, there's already two. I haven't talked to you about the salaries yet either. There's already 2 Millie makers in the lineup for week 1. You go over the salaries yet, Lamarca? You study down, you grind, you get them in a spreadsheet and stuff yet?
Not at all.
No. Oh, speak of the devil and your shallow prayer. There you go. That's why you play the defense against a Russian quarterback, right there. Haskins maybe can get his first touchdown here. Maybe to Sprinkle. That'd be cool. That really. Oh no! Don't do that, Dwayne. Okay, all right.
Oh, he completed it. Still
Hey,
a big
you know
loss.
what? I think that's Sprinkle's third catch. So it may even be his fourth catch. We need 6. That's only the first part of the prop. We still need 100 yards and a touchdown. But, one thing at a time here. Checking off boxes. It's either his third or fourth catch for Sprinkle. For the old Sprinkle-o-matic. Let's get it in the end zone, Dwayne. Come on. There's Micaiah. Oh, boy. Let's try and hit the end zone this time. Just throw it further than 5 yards, 2 yards. I do like these Washington uniforms. I love the helmets.
Yes. I like the numbered helmet. I like a simple helmet, but a wild uniform.
Yeah, that's fair. Oh wow, this was a huge letdown. I was like, oh, we're gonna get a quick score, and then maybe Josh Allen will go back and score. No, we're gonna get a Hopkins, Dustin Hopkins. From Dwayne Haskins to Dustin Hopkins, just a couple of DHs trying to live their life.
So, Jeff, here's a question from Musby. He says, what do you think of Jacob Eason potentially starting the season for the Colts? Yeah, that's the big news. I'm blanking on his name all of a sudden. Their new quarterback.
Eason?
Wentz. Carson Wentz. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. I was like, you just said it. Yeah,
Carson Wentz. Injury.
Yeah, big shock.
Yeah, me and Tommy Freeze Pops have been arguing about him all offseason. He loves him. I think he's dusty dust.
Yeah, I think Carson, I think it was an absolutely ridiculous move by the Colts. And it's so ridiculous because that team, of all the teams in the league that don't have like an elite quarterback, that team was one quarterback away. That team should have been mortgaging the future for Deshaun Watson. They should have been in on getting Justin Fields. Instead, what do? They get, like you said, the dusted, made of glass Carson Wentz. I think this is a blessing in disguise for them.
I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say that I know about Jacob Eason.
No,
but
for sure. Yeah,
my thought process is like, I'm not downgrading any of the Colts players.
Exactly. And what I mean is that this is a blessing in disguise. It's going to force them to see what they have in Jacob Eason. Maybe you've got lightning in a bottle. He's got a massive arm. He's a big guy. He can stand in the pocket. They have a really good O-line. Their problem last year is they couldn't get the ball downfield to T.Y. Pittman came on a little bit at the end of the year, but maybe you get something here. If you don't, so what? You still probably make the playoffs. You've got a pretty good team, a good O-line. You can rush the ball with Jonathan Taylor. You're in a weak division, too. Lee Smith. A minute left here, first half. Just joining us, the only score, Cole Beasley. Not the Bees. But yeah, you're going to play him week 1? He's 4,100. Michael Pittman's 4,100 too. I think T.Y.'s 47.
Am I going to play Brett Hundley week 1? No. I am not a believer in the punt quarterback. I think that it's like, it was a thing back when quarterbacks used to be expensive. Now it's like you can play a quarterback for 4,100 or you could play a good quarterback for like 6K.
Yeah.
To me, that's like a no-brainer. We got another Josh Allen.
Another fumble.
I feel like I've spoken this into existence. That might get looked at, though.
It could.
I lost my train of thought. Yeah, quarterbacks are cheap now on DraftKings. So just play like a good quarterback that's like 6K, and you don't necessarily need to go the punt route.
Yeah, to that point, you got a guy like Burrow under 6K. You've got Jalen Hurts at 64, Matt Ryan at 6 for week 1.
Oh, and the Washington defense taketh, and
the Dwayne Haskins
giveth away.
Yeah. What a flutter ball. This is just an embarrassing performance from both these QBs right now. Allen, though, better field position. Hey, maybe it was smart by Allen to give Haskins the ball. They just gained like 30 yards, so he's going to keep running. He is not to be. I thought we were going to get that rushing touchdown right there. He's one tackle away. He's got 51 rushing
maybe
yards.
sprinkle in a slide every now and then, Josh.
Sim Josh Allen is very YOLO. He's playing for the present, not the future. Yeah, I mean, the Jacob Eason play week 1, it is going up against the Seattle secondary, which is interesting. But, yeah, I mean, I mostly agree with you. It is the thing that makes it even more intriguing, though, is that his receivers are cheap. Like, Michael Pittman is $4,100, you know?
Mm-hmm.
$8,200 for, you know, the number 1 wide receiver and a QB who can, you know, has got a live arm. I don't know. That one's... I'm really going to be watching Eason closely for a couple reasons in preseason. One, I did pick up a pretty nice card of his. And I hope he plays well, and then I can sell it potentially. But
Diggs, he's going to get out of bounds then.
Well, that's potentially a good setup for that rushing. They had a timeout. Oh no, he did get out of bounds. Okay. All right, yeah, I have 1 play left, 7 seconds here. Let's watch what happens. But yeah, from what I've seen, I think Jacob Eason can play a little. Like I really do. So. Like I said, I think this could be a blessing in disguise either way. Haven't decided week 1.
No fear. No fear from the Bills offense. They're going for it. They had a free play, I guess. Free shot. Now I bet they take the 3 points. Just looking at the prices, it's going to be hard for me not to play Joe Burrow week 1, 5,700. You know that I love me some Joe Burrow. Who else? Field goal is good. Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah.
Is 5,500 against Detroit.
Yeah, I really kind of feel like a San Francisco, 3, 4, 5-man stack could actually be the route to winning millions in week 1. You know, get like Garoppolo, Mostert, Kittle, Debo kind of thing. Wouldn't shock me.
Yeah, we'll probably have some free running back at some point. You know, someone will get hurt. It always happens. But
yes,
our guy Chase Edmonds is 4,600.
Yeah, that's the one that really sticks out right now. A decent matchup. I mean, it's a high scoring matchup, anyways. At the very least, you know, I feel like that game could be really good for fantasy. I mean, I'm actually kind of interested in potentially stacking if you want to fade the Derrick Henry chalk, I don't even know if it's going to be chalk, but going with like a Julio Brown Tannehill triple stack right off week 1 while everyone's scared of that situation, I think could be interesting.
Michael Carter at the minimum. I shouldn't say the minimum. How funny is this? There are 100 running backs priced at 4K, and then one guy, poor Reggie Gilliam, is priced at 2,500.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't see that.
Poor Reggie.
Wow, man. Yeah, what did he do to deserve that? Okay. All right, so halftime. We got some work to do if we want to hit these player props here.
14 passing yards for Dwayne Haskins.
Yeah, that was wow. That's embarrassing. Josh Allen actually having a really nice game, 51 rush yards, and he has the passing touchdown and 140 rush passing yards. I was like, that is, he completed 7 passes and he's got 14 yards. That is impressively bad. John Brown, 58 yards, Cole Beasley, 78 yards. Everybody else just stinks, to be honest, from the passing game. So this game is kind of delivering what we expect. We got a whole half to go, though. This thing could open up. You never know. Never know. Anyways, hope everyone's having a good Saturday. If you're just joining us, Lamarca's making free rolls. Lamarca and I are on each free roll, are on the last 2 sims as well together. Lamarca's making a free roll for each game. It's already in there. The winner of the Lamarca free roll, and it's titled specifically, gets a free card. You got to win the free roll. I am also giving out a free card, but you got to do the player props with me. So we already did it for this game. We'll pick a couple more for the next game and some for the last. We'll give them away at some point. somehow, some way. Hopefully.
Jordan Green says, Matt LaMarca, those guys might not make the 53-man roster. I'll lay 100 to 1 that Michael Carter makes the Jets roster.
Oh, Michael Carter's going to make the Jets roster. Michael Carter might be the starter in week one.
Don't ruin my action. 100 to 1. Anybody wants it, slide in the dums. All right, we're getting caught up on the stats here, folks. It looks like we're still updating some of the defense stuff, some of the kicking stuff, but we're getting there. I understand it's a little slow today. But we're training some new people. It's a little bit of a work. So just
there,
bear
guys.
with us.
It's done manually. You all know that. Look, and I'll say it once, and I say this whenever this happens. I don't mind you complaining once. You bring it to our attention. Yes, nicely, that's fine. There's nothing we can do after that. If you want to complain, you want to hit the dislike, go ahead. That's your choice. The YouTube algorithm doesn't care, dislike or like, by the way, just to let you know. But, that's like, we'll give you up when it does get updated, we'll let you know. Okay? That's it. That's all we can do anyways. It's not like I can just have this magic email and be like, oh yeah, I'm going to email them and tell you guys are mad. It's just, we got to do this stuff manually. There'll be some games where it's a little bit slower. My best advice, don't worry about it too much. Just like when Travis Kelce, ran the wrong way for a touchdown because of the sim glitch, just don't worry about it. It's part of the experience. It's part of the Madden experience. So you're getting free cards. What are you complaining about? Huh? Is there other Madden sim out there giving away free stuff? I don't think so. If there is, tell me. We know you. We know we appreciate you guys anyways. But I'm just giving you the facts. There ain't nothing we can do. There's Terry McLaurin. First catch. He's on the board. You have any Ryan Fitzpatrick, Terry McLaurin stacks week one? Matt Mieselman kind of liked that play. I kind of agree with him. It's pretty. Fitzpatrick's pretty cheap.
He is cheap. Who are they playing week one?
Chargers. Go Chargers, go. A sprinkler. Oh wow, this sprinkler thing's got some legs, boys.
Sprinkler's got life. I probably will not have any Fitzmagic.
4 for 37. We need a touchdown. We need a lot of yards. We need like a 60-yard sprinkler play. Yeah, it seems a little thin. I think I could just play seeing McLaurin on an island maybe, but
it'll be interesting to see if any of these rookie quarterbacks win the job. Like if Fields wins the job, what's Fields? Is he at the minimum?
Fields is on Sunday night though.
That's why I can't find him.
Sunday or Monday night, I can't remember.
All right. Well, that's unfortunate.
Trey Lance, though. What's Trey Lance at? You never know. That'd be pretty sick against Detroit.
He's 4,500.
Oof. I mean, that probably won't happen because it does sound like San Francisco going to go for the veteran. I think Jimmy G has actually started camp pretty well. But if that were to come to fruition somehow.
The fact that Lance was the second to last first rounder to sign his contract probably killed any hope of him opening the year as the starter.
I don't think that's going to happen either. But it's nice to think about for DFS. I really feel like that from a line perspective too. Like, I just don't think those two teams are so polar opposite to me. I know it's on the road in Detroit, but man, I think San Francisco is going to, wow, that was almost a touchdown there. Steve Sims getting down inside the deuce.
Some say that you always have to play Sims in a Madden sim.
Some say that's what the legend goes. All right, let's get our sprinkler touchdown here. Let's do that. Come on, Dwayne.
CEH, I was referring to Michael Carter, the Jets rookie running back. Apologies for the confusion.
What's the Jets
Jeff.
running back?
Jeff, Olympic golf, dude. Is
Yeah.
Xander taking home the gold?
I mean, it's pretty tight at the top. I'm cheering for Casey, mainly because that's who I bet. Yeah, Xander up there. I think Xander, Casey's got a great chance. Rory's up there too, I think. Okay, there's someone else right up there. And then JD McKissick. So I don't know. I think your Dwayne Haskins prop is dead. Sprinkler running on life support, but you never know.
All right. Looks like Xander's at 14.
Who's at
Hideki is at 13.
Right, Hideki. Yeah, the hometown guy. So
Ortiz and Casey are 12. And then Seb Straka, some guy Pereira or Pereira, who I've never heard of.
Pereira. Yeah, Pereira, yeah.
Munoz and Rory are at 11.
Yeah, it's a Masters rematch between Xander and Hideki. I think Xander will be up for that. I think he's going to be pretty determined to get some revenge over Hideki here. A lot of pressure on Hideki too in the home nation, excuse me. So I could see Casey beating both, but yeah, I think Xander's going to get it done for the old US of A. Do you want to hear something embarrassing, Matt?
Yeah.
My home country. Do you want to know how many medals the males have?
How many male Canadian medals have they racked up?
0. Every single medal we have won has been won by a female. And I'm not embarrassed that the females are winning the medal. I'm just embarrassed that the males in our country.
Well, I always thought of Canada as more of a Winter Olympic sport.
I mean, we are, but still, like, for the love of, like, what are we doing? Like, what are the male population of my country doing? You know what we're doing? We all go into professional. We're all chasing the cash. We're chasing the green because there's way more green in professional sports for males. It's just, it's not right, but that's the way it is.
Yeah, the fact that the Canadians couldn't qualify in men's basketball is a little embarrassing.
That was embarrassing.
Like, we've been hyping up this Canada team for years, saying they're on the verge, and
yeah, not so much.
Not so much.
But like we used to have a ton of good rowers, kayakers, guys like that. We got like no swimmers now on the male side. I don't know what's going on.
The water's too cold up there, dude.
I don't know what they're all doing. Maybe I'll have to come out of retirement. Downstairs, crack the back, maybe get out my archery quiver or something,
Bring back Mike Weir, he'll medal.
Get my archery quiver. What else could I? Maybe I'll buy a horse, get into the dressage or something. Okay, if someone offered you $100 million, risk-free, you had to qualify for the Olympics sometime in the next 12 years. Could you do it?
Well, what happens if I lose? I give the money back?
No, you just waste 12 years of your life.
Okay, so the proposition is I have to make the Olympics in 12 years. And if I don't get any money.
You don't get any money.
But if I do, I get $100 million.
Yes.
This is an excellent question. Because I know that the odds of that happening are extremely slim. But like,
what would you choose to go after?
Oh, of course. That's what I'm thinking. Part of me thinks that like if anybody spent 12 years doing curling for 40 hours a week, you could make the Olympic team.
You could get on team. And that's not false. The curling trials though are tough because it's a team sport, right? Like, so you've got to get on the right team. You could be like,
well, I got 100 million potential prize pool. I'll split that.
That's true. Okay, that's true. You could, I would, bribing your way on is potentially a way to do it. It is the Olympics, so that can be done. We know that can be done.
What else? Maybe like fencing.
Yeah, fencing. I think they're pretty young in fencing. Just have to look into that. There's like shooting still, isn't there?
Yeah,
I think
there's-
archery or
there's
shooting is like
that.
the best bet.
See, that I would be terrible at. I've never shot anything.
I mean, I'd be terrible at it too, but I mean,
And I know that there are people that are like born with guns in their hands. So I don't think I'm catching up to anybody on that.
Yeah.
Honestly, the best bet might be for esports. If I'm being completely honest, something that involves me sitting in a chair probably gives me the best opportunity. Jordan Green says if he had 100 million, he would pay 20 to watch me fence. Boy, am I upset that you don't have 100 million. Lisa Robinson says ribbon dancing. Must be, and a few others are saying cornhole. That would be good. That probably will be an Olympic sport, but cornhole is not my game. I'm much more of a can jammer.
Fair enough. Third quarter ended. Yeah, I think curling is definitely that would be one.
Daniel says, I bet LaMarca would have a killer floor routine in artistic gymnastics. I would go full on Frank the Tank like in old school. Will Ferrell crushed that.
Yeah, definitely one of the best scenes of the movie. 180 yards and a touchdown for Josh Allen. 68 yards for Dwayne Haskins. Okay, he's completely anyways, never mind. Doesn't matter. J.D. McKissick with the rushing touchdown there. If you're just joining us, 2 Tyler Bass field goals and a Cole Beasley touchdown for the Bills so far, passing touchdown. That's where we stand. We had some player props. If you're just joining us, LaMarca and I trying to give away a few cards today. We're going to be continuing that theme for all day. LaMarca, if you win his free roll for the next couple ones, he's going to send you some. I'm going to try and give away a couple through player props, but they're not going very well in this one. Jeremy Sprinkle up to 4 for 37. So we need a long Jeremy Sprinkle touchdown. It could happen though. Just one play. And we need some rushing touchdowns from Josh Allen. So that's mainly what we're looking at here. Cole Beasley, the only one near the bonus, really. These are 2 pretty bad sim teams, so I guess we shouldn't be shocked at the result thus far. Yeah, Eamon, our producer, says dressage horses has to be the easiest. Yeah, you do, and those horses are expensive, but I guess you'd have $100 million to.
Well, I'd be putting myself in debt if I didn't win that.
Yeah, no, it'd
you know,
be a big
I can't
risk.
borrow against the money to buy the horse.
No, you don't want to do that. Okay, you know what? I'm going to bring up the list of Olympic sports. In case we're missing something. Oh, what about a coxswain on a rowing team?
Is that the guy that yells?
Yeah. You do have to be like super skinny though. So
Right. I was going to say, I'd have to spend most of my 12 years getting in better shape, which really would be true for any of these sports, but
yes,
that was my big requirement. And I still don't know if I could get small enough. You know, I am broad-shouldered, 6 feet, twisted steel. So I don't know if I could get as thin as you need for that. And that also rules out all of the horse sports.
Yeah. What about, okay. There's a couple here. Where did it go? Oh, okay, sailing. It's that is it. It's a lot harder than it sounds. I mean, obviously, but it's doable. I think it's doable.
Yeah, again, this puts me in my 40s by the time I have to get this done. I don't know. Is sailing a young man's game? I don't know anything about sailing.
I don't know either. I'm gonna say it's like archery or bust. I'm looking at the archers too. Yeah, you know what? We could do archery. I think that's it. That's where I'd go. I'd just pick up. Yeah, I wouldn't even think about anything else. It's archery or bust.
I'm sticking with my initial answer of curling.
Curling? Okay.
Either that or I would try to bribe my way and get one of the last spots on the men's USA Olympic basketball team. That's really the answer. I would pledge $95 million to USA basketball if they got me a gold medal. I mean, realistic, like JaVale McGee is on the team right now. They can carry me.
That's true.
If they can carry JaVale to a gold, they can carry me. So just throw me on the bench. You know, maybe if we're up 50 against Iran, let me get a little run. What's the worst that could happen? But other than that, I'm a high morale guy. I'll keep the team ready. I'll hand out waters if needed. I might even do the laundry if you ask me to.
Well, do the head coaches get medals?
Yes, they do.
Do they really?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they do.
Oh, okay.
But I think the spirit of your question is I would have to be a player.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's not really. Yeah, you're true. For me, I think it's archery or shooting. Curling is definitely. Let's just the ones that are possible are curling, archery, and shooting, and maybe sailing. Those are the four.
Fred Prather says LaMarca just compared himself to JaVale McGee. Wowzers. I realize that that's absurd, but keep in mind that me and JaVale McGee have about as much relevance. Like, we're about as relevant as each other in the NBA. Oh, my goodness. The Washington DST is having a field day.
Yeah, man. Landon Collins, INT, they're still down 6, but Washington's DST has come to play.
Just so everybody knows, if I do happen to win this free roll, which there is a chance that that's going to happen.
Yeah, that's true.
I have the DST. I have Tyler. I have Bass. I have Beasley. I have McKissick. I have Josh Allen. If I happen to win this free roll, I will just roll this prize into the next one.
Oh, wow.
So it'll be a double prize free roll.
Double prize free roll for the next one. Okay, so that's what's happening. Imagine
this wasn't intended for me to win my own prize.
Could you imagine if you won all 3 free rolls?
Anthony Montgomery says, anybody else realize that Trey White has 2 sacks and an INT? MVP. All right.
Oh, what about golf? No, we can make golf.
No way.
Golf is like that's like actually we'd have a better chance at like the 400 individual medley than golf. Golf is so competitive.
I think I'd have equally the same odds in both, and they're 0.
Yeah. What about surfing? What about taekwondo?
Nope. And nope.
Skateboarding?
Absolutely not.
Karate?
Nope.
Diving?
The move diving perhaps.
Diving
perhaps. I mean, you'd have to get into fantastic shape again, but that doesn't seem like there's a barrier to entry, right? You just have to be willing to dive off of the top of a diving board many hours for a long time.
True. It's definitely a barrier for entry for me because I would probably die the first time that I went off the platform. So
when I took swimming lessons as a young man, and I remember my first time going up to the high dive. I was very scared, but I got up there. I went to the end. I jumped off, and like my body just went, and I just slowly ended up falling towards the water. Massive belly flop. Knocked the wind out of myself. The lifeguard was like, "Are you okay?" I was like, "Yeah, I'm good." So that's my experience with the high dive. But give me 12 years, maybe.
Okay, so somebody put this in the chat, and I thought they were joking, but do you know what's going to be an Olympic sport in 2024?
No.
Breakdancing. It's not.
Okay.
It's seriously like it's. But I was like, that person's not being serious. Breakdancing is the coolest new Olympic sport. The International Olympic Committee has announced it will add breakdancing to the games under the name breaking. Breaking, of course, is a style of hip-hop dance that includes footwork, athletic moves like back or head spins. I'm just going to go out there and say, we've just added another sport to our list of possibilities here. I mean, I feel like you give me a gear, I could do some breaking.
Javi Flores says sumo wrestling. Yeah, no, that's never. I could never do that. Those guys are too strong.
It's also not an Olympic sport. So.
Fair. J.D. McKissick sets up Washington with a 1st and goal. Washington might be able to poke their noses in front here.
Probably not going to get any of these player prop bonuses. So we'll roll the Joe Burrow over to the next sim. Apologies to the guys who took a shot this one. Appreciate you guys. Picking 3 new people for the next sim. You never know. We can get the sprinkler touchdown here maybe, and then you never know. Could wild things happen. We could get OT or something crazy.
Yeah. You know what? Green Mateo has the answer. He says poker might be in the Olympics soon.
Oh, well, I mean, yeah.
And I'm not trying to say that I'm like I could win at a medal playing poker, but I certainly have more of a background in that than I do in curling or diving or whatever else we're talking about.
Yeah, safe to say.
Third and goal here. This is a big potential scoring opportunity.
It is.
McKissick.
JD more like TD. Touchdowns, the second of the game.
A McKissick team could end up winning this thing. A McKissick captain team, that is.
Yeah, do you have him on your team?
I do, but only as a utility.
Okay. Yeah, I think the other way to get in the Olympics is, oh my God, what is it? Roller speed skating? What?
Is it down a hill? If so, I have gravity working. Just got to tuck.
I mean, probably my favorite event of like all the Olympics is short track speed skating. You ever seen that?
Sure.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's like roller derby on ice, man. I mean, I'm not saying I could qualify for it. I'm just saying it's my favorite to watch.
That was the specialty of Apollo Anton Ono.
Right. Yeah. I think that the key, though, if you were trying to do that bet, is you have to look at your Olympic federation. You have to be like, okay, where is there no competition?
Right, move to Tonga.
Exactly. Yes. Move to Mongolia, where they're hacking your Snapchat account. You know.
That's right.
Be like, oh, you guys don't have a swimmer? I'm in. Put me down. 50 freestyle. Let's go. Show up to the blocks, in like a surfer trunk, a little, like a dinghy around your waist.
All right, Bills down 1. 3 minutes to go here. Pretty pedestrian game for Josh Allen. He's got the pick. He's got 2 fumbles.
Yeah, the turnovers have definitely negatively influenced him. Field goal do it. They obviously would like more. Still quite a bit of time left, too.
Jordan Green, I'm pretty sure I could find those anywhere, but you're right. Old Man Dog Fan says Jeff kind of looks like Apollo, and now that he says it, I kind of see it. You need to grow out the lettuce a little bit.
Yeah,
but...
definitely. Well, I need to get some lettuce, but that's fair.
You know, you're both brethrens of the soul patch.
Oh, okay. That's actually true. Yeah. That's probably the main thing that's having people make the comparison.
Steph Diggs up the middle.
I think your best bet for this Olympic thing would be find a sailing crew who you could just pay off and be like, "Okay, you can just tie me to the mast. You guys do the work."
Just sleep in the little cabin.
Yeah. I wish someone would give me this bet so I could actually attempt it now. It would be fun. Oh, what about bobsled? You could just be one of the middle people. They don't do anything except push. And move their head.
You do have to be able to run on ice for
You do.
a few steps.
Those guys are big. You gotta, but I shouldn't say anyone can do that. But yeah, you have to be semi-useful.
Jamaica, we have a bobsled team.
Oh, there you go. Just move to Jamaica and get on their bobsled team.
Daniel says he could not be on the bobsled. He'd yak on everybody.
Those things goes way too fast.
The bobsled would be fine. The skeleton would be terrifying.
The skeleton.
That's the one where you go down head first. And no thank you.
That's a big no thank you.
Evan Singletary will take the Bucks inside the 30. They are probably in field goal range now. We'll see how aggressive they decide to get. Daniel says it'd be fun if darts were an Olympic sport. Unfortunately, everyone knows that the world's greatest darts player is the Siege. Oh my goodness, Josh Allen with another oopsie daisy.
Is that his fourth turnover?
Fourth turnover, third fumble. He got flat in there.
God.
Just not good awareness by Josh Allen. You know, your team's driving in for a game-winning field goal. You gotta protect the football there, dude.
Pool would be a good Olympic sport. Snooker. I actually watched The Color of Money.
Great film. Great film.
I love that movie. One of my favorites for sure. Very underrated.
He just wears a shirt that says Vincent.
Vince. Tom Cruise is really good in that movie. Legitimately one of Tom Cruise's best performances.
Yeah, I buy that.
You know, like Paul Newman's in it, and he's obviously carries it, but like Tom Cruise's character, and he makes such a switch. Like he goes from like, you know, the softy kind of, you know, loving guy to like just the complete shark, you know, almost a-hole at the end. It's just done so well, man. He's like high energy through it. Yeah, love that movie, man. All right. Oh, can take another set. No, Hassan can get rid of it.
Oh my goodness.
Inman. That's probably going to do it here, folks. So, well, where are you at in your own free roll, Lamarca? You going to win it?
I am in first, but the scores are still being updated.
Right, updated. Okay.
So we still have plenty of work to do there.
So,
I think the best thing is we'll check in at the end or at the start of the next sim.
Start of the next sim. Yeah.
So
Obviously,
if you think
guys,
you might have a chance to win,
make
sure to
You gotta-
follow along for updates. And of course, hop in the next one.
Yep.
Next game is going to be the Broncos and I don't remember. Oh, it's the Falcons and the Steelers next. Apologies. So Falcons, Steelers next. So we'll have another prize for that. And if you're in the DK Sim Fam Friends League, hop in. I have a contest made. It's called the 8 p.m. Falcons versus Steelers Moose and Lamarca Sports Card Special.
There you go. So get in on that. Obviously, we'll be monitoring the live updates. You know, again, guys, apologies. We do apologize. I mean, we would like these to be instantaneous too, but we fully admit not every sim is going to be updated instantaneously because we have to do manual scoring. They'll get them right, though. That's the main thing, that they're going to get them all right at the end. So we'll get those updated. We'll update the standings. If Lamarca did win his own free roll,
I have a feeling I won.
Then
it's going to be tough to beat me in that one.
Yeah, I mean, you just knowing what your lineup was from the start, I'm pretty sure you won. It sounds like you would have won like every contest if you'd entered it. Well, that'll get rolled over to the next free roll. I'll pick some more player props at the start of the next free roll. Like I said, I'm giving this Joe Bro card away one way or the other, so we'll have some fun with it. If it gets carried over to Madden After Dark, we'll really open things up. But we appreciate you guys hanging around. Come back, get some cards. You know, we're giving away some stuff. We're hanging out. Hope you guys had a good first sim. Lamarca, quickly, player of the sim and the guy you just, you hate.
I think I'm giving my player of the sim to Tyler Bass.
I like it.
3 field goals and an extra point. That's a minimum of 10. And if any of those field goals were from, greater than 39 yards, he's going to have more points than that. So I like Bass as my player of the game here. And for the bust, let's go with, I got to do Dwayne Haskins as the bust.
It's just such a bad game.
It's an awful game. It's an awful performance.
It's embarrassing.
I know he wasn't that particularly high owned, but like to be a quarterback and finish with less than 150 yards is just abysmal.
I think that's a fair call. Josh Allen did have 4 turnovers in that game, but again, he makes up for it with the rushing yards. So kind of all comes out in the wash in the end. All right, dudes. First one's in the bag. We'll be back in a little bit. Like I said, or like Matt said, we get in his free roll because there's free stuff being given away to the winner. We'll do some more player props for the next one, but that is going to wrap for now. What do we got coming up in between? Pat Mayo Experience. They're going to be breaking down DK Week 1 salaries. Of course they are. Pat's on top of everything. Well, Falcons Steelers next with Lamarca and I at 8 p.m. Eastern. See you in about 45 minutes, guys.
Welcome to the Pat Mayo Experience presented by DraftKings. Folks, it's real. It's happening. The Week 1 DraftKings pricing has dropped. This is the instant reaction and first look. And if you want to get ahead of the game, obviously you can look at the prices, but you need the tools and research methods to help you go through. So you need to go to runthesims.com right now till the end of July. It's a completely free site. But if you want to get on the founders discount, runthesims.com/Mayo will get you that price for life. The simulations, the optimizer, the projections, everything is up there with what you need to help you with your research at runthesims.com. Go check it out. Smash the like button to this video. Subscribe to Mayo Media Network. In the comment section, give me your first look, biggest value on the Week 1 slate. Although we are more than 5 weeks away from the actual start of the NFL season, this now feels real. This is getting me excited, and I hope you're excited for this too. And I hope you're excited for some giveaways that I got going on for you. If you hit the description, you will find a link on Apple Podcasts to Fantasy Football Picks and Bets, a brand new show on Mayo Media Network, which is now running twice a week. It's going to go to 3 times a week here in about 2 weeks. And then by the start of the season, 5 to 6 times a week, a shorter form informational type show that can really help you get ahead. If you're looking for something quick that's, not necessarily just me talking at you the entire time, we are assembling an awesome crew over there. We're going to release the winner of the hosting job from the competition as well. But if you click on that link down there right now on Apple Podcasts, subscribe to the show, obviously, but leave a 5-star review, something you enjoy about the show, Twitter handle or email address so I can contact you. And you are in a draw, and the pool right now is at $500. We need 4 more reviews, and that's jumping up to $1,000 of cash giveaways. We get even more. It might go up to $1,500, $2,000. Who knows? We're 4 away from the $1,000 threshold. So please go rate and review Fantasy Football Picks and Bets on Apple Podcasts right now. Check it out on Mayo Media Network too when you're subbing to that on the YouTube channel. I want to bring in one of my best friends around. It is Chris Meany from FTN Fantasy, FTN Daily, FTNBets.com. If you go to FTNFantasy.com right now and use promo code Meany, that will get you a discount. And there's an awful lot of content up there right now, Meany. And there's a ton from you.
Yeah, there there is. Yeah, there's an absolute ton of content over at FTN, and there's still good. I mean, every day, honestly, just taking a look at the show sheet and our schedule, it's like 5 or 6 articles that pop up, whether it's betting props, just fantasy best ball advice, and soon just talking week 1, because it is almost here, as you said, just off the top, man. Once we get into August, it's basically here, right? Like spring preseason games are just right around the corner, and I'm just super excited to be able to talk, fantasy football here with you, man. It's going to be a blast here. Looking forward to this.
Yeah, talking about actionable things for week 1 is so much different than the preseason stuff. So I just wanted to jump into it. So I just looked at the pricing. I was like, whoa, here we go. Christian McCaffrey is the most expensive running back on the board. Dalvin Cook also above $9,000. They're 95 and 91. Derrick Henry, Kamara, Jonathan Taylor, all in the $8,000 range. Barkley, Chubb, and Eckler are in the 7s. Then you got DeAndre Swift, Aaron Jones, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, Miles Sanders, James Robinson, $6,400, although he does an easy matchup. I don't know how that one's really going to work out. Najee Harris, here we are, $6,300 bucks. Joe Mixon and Myles Gaskin. That Myles Gaskin is $6,000. So right off the hop, I mean, I guess it really depends on how you build, because I have a stack already from the first look pricing. I was like, oh, wow, like we can pile this one up, save some cash, and go spend if we want to. But McCaffrey at 95 versus Dalvin Cook at 91, I mean, it's pretty juicy to start off with. I think I would always lean McCaffrey because of the upside, but I mean, ownership is going to have to dictate this. I don't even want to speculate on ownership right now, but did any one of these guys at running back stick out to you right away being like, oh my God, that guy is just going to be the play?
A little bit later in that down the board, like you said. I mean, even like a guy like Nick Chubb at 7-2 in a high total game against KC. Eckler's going to be in a tough spot against Washington. Jones 6-8 against the Saints. Like, Rodgers is back. Like in that range, Clyde Edwards-Helaire even 6-6. Like this is a guy that it just seems like it's going to be his backfield. I mean, who's a top 10 running back before they acquired Le'Veon Bell. And I'm looking at high totals, and that's one of the highest ones on the board. I mean, 52.5 KC and Cleveland. I mean, Robinson, no thanks. But in around that 6K, low 7 is intriguing. Even Jonathan Taylor at 8K in there against Seattle, another high total game. But yeah, I mean, Christian McCaffrey up at the top. I mean, 9.5. He's just in one of the most consistent backs. Last year, only played 3 games, but he led the league in points per game last year, or 2 years ago, led the league in points per game against the Jets here. So it's going to be a bit of a different offense, I suppose, with Sam Darnold under center, but it's still going to be the Christian McCaffrey show. Everything's going to roll through him. And even Cook, I honestly think maybe Cook may be a better play than CMC against the Bengals. It's still a team that I think will be pretty weak defensively at stopping the run. A lot of teams just ran all over them over the past couple of years, and we know what Minnesota wants to do there with Dalvin Cook. So, man, it's exciting, and you just flipped me this minutes ago. So kind of just rolling through some of these running back prices, but I think I may live in that range around 6K, but there's certainly some underpriced wide receivers and quarterbacks where you can spend up here at running back, maybe even McCaffrey and a Cook week 1, and get away with a decent looking lineup.
Yeah, because so much of where the pricing is not going to change over the next month. Like supreme value is going to open up in the 3Ks at wide receiver once people win jobs or guys get cut. There's probably going to be a few $2,500 tight ends that work as well. And this is for the main slate, the millionaire maker slate, although there's probably going to be a millionaire maker for the first game of the season too. So this is like your Sunday early, Sunday late. It doesn't involve the Bears or Rams, Ravens or Raiders, or the opening game of the Cowboys and Bucks. So keep that in mind when you're being like, where is this guy? Like, I mean, have you never played DraftKings before? This is how it works. This is the main slate.
Where's Zeke?
Oh, yeah, where is Zeke? He should be. Why is he not up here in the pricing? So some of the guys, when I go down the list a little bit, like I actually think like Najee Harris, that Steelers and Bills game is one of the higher total games. Now, if you think that Buffalo like blows them out, which is where the line is being set right now, it's -6.5 for the Bills at home in that opening 1 p.m. start Eastern time. But are we pretty convinced that Najee Harris is like the guy in Pittsburgh? Because if that's the case, like, no offense to Miles Sanders or even Clyde Edwards-Helaire, who still could be in a bit of a committee with Jarek and Darrell Williams, it seems like Najee's the guy.
Yeah, And that's just a total oversight by me, even going down even lower to the low 6. Yeah, Harris is, oh my goodness, it's a great price for him against the Bills. Yeah, you mentioned the spread. I don't even care about that. He's a true bell cow back. He really is. And Pittsburgh came out this week and said it. They drafted him in the first round to be a 3-down back, and that's what they expect, and that they would be extremely disappointed if he wasn't a 3-down back. Yeah, this is his backfield. You can go back to the days of Mike Tomlin, his offenses with multiple running backs touching the ball 18 plus times. Le'Veon Bell, D'Angelo Williams, the 1 year finished as a top 5 running back when he had to step in for Bell. James Conner was a top 5 running back a couple years ago as well. So even last year when Conner left, they gave Benny Snell the ball a ton and a couple times, and he didn't really do anything with it. So Harris is explosive. Say what you want about the offensive line. I think they're getting healthier. Last year, they missed a couple pieces. They addressed it a little bit at the offense, in the draft. And he's a guy that I expect him, Pat, to have 50-plus catches this year. I expect him to flirt with 300 touches. I like the over on his 1,000-yard rushing prop. I think he's going to be a player right from the get-go for the Steelers. And Big Ben, another year older, you have to question whether he can push the ball down the field. There's a reason Juju led the team in catches, because he's just throwing the ball 10 yards down the field with accuracy. So there'll be some checkdowns. If indeed the Bills do, get ahead here by a touchdown or so, Harris will be on the field at all moments of the game, even late down in the fourth quarter. I believe that.
So the cheaper the running back that we can find that's going to play in all 3 facets, when he's going to have the receiving role, he's going to have the every down role, and the goal line role, he is one of the cheapest ones on the board who fits that profile. The other one, and I don't think I'm going to get here because when I reveal my the stack that really jumped out to me right away, Mike Davis is down here at $5,400. No one believes in Mike Davis that he's going to be any good, and I'm sort of on the fence. I just think he's been such a really good value in season long, and this value for $5,400 on the board right now, he could be one of the running backs who fits the criteria that I just talked about. He's the goal line back, he's the passing down back, he's the between the 20s guy. He might not be that good, but no one thought David Montgomery was any good either until he got the entire role, got a pretty weak schedule, then all of a sudden he's a top 5 fantasy running back. That's sort of how I see Mike Davis. I don't think he's going to be a top 5 fantasy running back, but at the same time, that's the role I see him filling, and I think people will just talk themselves out of Mike Davis. Now, maybe we hear reports at a Falcons camp in 3 weeks' time that Quadre Olison has passed him on the depth chart. They go out and sign someone, but it hasn't happened yet. So right now, Mike Davis is the guy.
Yeah, he is the guy. And what we love about DraftKings is the full point for the catch. We like guys that are going to get the ball. And obviously Julio Jones has gone there. It's going to be Pitt's first game, and everyone's just going to automatically go to Pitts. They really will. In a game against the Eagles in a dome, a high total game, they're going to go to Matt Ryan and Pitts or Ridley, or the other side with Hurts or Smith, Goddard potentially, and forget about some of the running backs in this game. And for Davis, I mean, I don't think he's that bad, honestly. I mean, he's got a season with the Seahawks where he had 4.6 yards per carry, so I'm not completely writing him off as a guy who can't rack up more than 750 rushing yards if he can get 200 carries. Last year with Carolina, he was a low-end RB1. He really was, because he finished with 59 catches, which was top 5 among running backs. So all year, I'm going to be interested in Davis until maybe that switch happens. But Hawkins is young. He's not going to know the playbook. Olsen, are we really come on? It's going to be Davis right away off the get-go for week 1 in a high total game. You could probably bank on 5-6 catches from him. He did it multiple times last year, filling in for Christian McCaffrey. So I think that's a really good price as well at 5.4, Pat.
So some of the other guys to look at, Antonio Gibson is only $5,900. I'm a bit more bearish on Gibson than I think that the market is right now. So that's probably a pass for me, at least initially.
Yeah.
David Johnson's $5,700. I don't know how the Texans backfield is going to
going on there.
Mostert has been wearing a brace during training camp, but he says he's not going to wear it during the season. Everyone's like, oh my God, Trey Sermon. So I think that Mostert eventually gets overlooked in this spot, but they're at Detroit. Detroit's defense, I mean, probably better than its offense, but still not good by any stretch of the imagination. San Francisco's a favorite in that game. We know that they want to run the ball. He's not a full-time back, but he's a highly efficient back. And with Jeff Wilson still on the sidelines on the PUP list, unlikely to be ready for the start of the season, if Mostert can just get control of that goal line touch load, all of a sudden, he's someone who can break the big runs. He doesn't need 25 touches to come through. As long as he has that goal line work down, or at least 60% of the goal line work, and he gets his opportunities, 15 touches in that game against Detroit just might be enough.
Yeah, I was trying to think ahead here to week 1 and look at like just team totals and who would have the highest. It's San Fran's got to be close. Like they probably would have a top 5 team total against Detroit, who, I mean, can we expect a whole lot from that offense? And it's a decently, like it's a mid total. It's not up near 48 inside the top 5, but you got to figure Vegas is thinking that San Fran's going to be able to score some points on Detroit. And I have to agree here. And for Mostert, I mean, he just recently said that, I think it was last night I saw a tweet from him telling everybody to relax about the knee brace. It's there to protect him long-term. He's not dealing with anything, but in case something does happen to his knee where he takes a shot or he takes a hit, it would just help him out. So I think people can just just relax a little bit when it comes to him. But yeah, they're going to score some points, right? Whether it's Trey Lance or it's Jimmy G, they're going to score points. They're going to be up in this game. They're going to have their way with Jared Goff. The defense looks healthy right now. They got a lot of pieces back. So they'll probably lean on the run game. This is what they want to do anyways, even though they have a lot of guys in that offense who are explosive, like Kittle and Ayuk and Debo. But they're still going to be a team that likes to run the football, especially when they get up in games. It's just, I don't think that's going to change. We know what Kyle Shanahan wants to do. So he is interesting at that. And you're talking about ownership and, try not to get too far ahead and project these kind of things, but he's a guy that I think won't come with a high ownership. Like it's certainly going to be sub 6 or sub 7, even though that, San Fran's going to be favored here by more than a touchdown. I dig a little bit deeper. I wanted to get your thoughts on this Jets backfield. Coleman used to be a Niner, and I'm seeing, I just really like Carter. I just like him as a running back, and I know it's his first game, but man, he's pretty cheap here.
This is where you're gonna have to pay attention to the training camp reports to see who wins some of these jobs, or at least who is projected to be the starting running back. Because there are 2 rookies, and actually they were college teammates, and they're both $4,000 in week 1. Michael Carter is one of them at Carolina. If he can just involve himself in the passing game. Because that could be a very easily stackable game with some of the cheaper prices. Even if you take McCaffrey, just pile up on the Jet side, and you're like, oh my God, I can afford anyone else. But Javonte Williams is the other one who's also $4,000. Yes. Melvin Gordon's like $1,400 more. And Javonte Williams and Michael Carter might win these jobs out of camp and be maybe not the 1A plus, but they're the 1A in this backfield, and they'll play 60-65% of snaps if they can get that goal line work, to pay off this $4,000 price tag and the flexibility that it gives you in the rest of your lineup creation just could be immense. If you did want to pay up for McCaffrey and Cook, that's a very logical third player in your flex to go put in. So I think that those 2 guys are probably the best values that I see for week 1, at least at running back.
Yeah, same. Absolutely. Actually, both of them it's kind of where I looked first to see where both of those guys are, because I think that they are going to win jobs here out of camp. And I really like what the Jets did with their offensive line. I think, it's going to be one of the better offensive lines in all of football. And I do believe that Carter will be a guy that is close to a bell cow back. I think he's going to be the guy that catches balls out of the backfield. Now it's week 1. We're just looking at week 1. Long term, I think he's really going to solidify a role inside this offense. So it is going to be tough for just these rookie backs right away to see what kind of workload they'll get off the hop. But like you said, you're going to want to follow preseason with some of these guys. But again, I really like this Jets offensive line. I like Carter as a running back. I think he can catch balls out of the backfield. Not sold on anybody else inside that offense. And we don't even know about Melvin Gordon. Is the off-field stuff just gone now? According to reports out of Denver, that there's still a possibility that this guy could be suspended for 1 game to start the season. So if that happens, the ownership is going to go really high with Williams. But that's another guy that I expect over time here to just be the guy in Denver. Maybe it's a 60-40 off the right away in week 1 if Gordon is playing, but Williams is a bell cow back too. He's explosive and he can catch balls in the backfield. I don't think the offensive line is all that brutal in Denver either. I just feel like that's a low scoring, that's a game that I don't think I'm going to love from a fantasy standpoint, Giants and Broncos, but Jets and Carolina is one that I think could be sneaky.
Yeah, I'm not too concerned about the totals if I'm talking about a $4,000 running back. That's just he only has to do he scores a touchdown. You're like, oh, here we go. This is amazing news. There. And I've afforded everyone else that I wanted in these high total games. The only other ones on the 4s that I'm thinking about, and again, this is going to depend on the news. Travis Etienne is $4,900. Both Bills running backs, both Cardinals running backs are down here too. Out of all of those guys, Edmonds is the one that I have the most interest in, but if he's not the starter over Connor, I don't really want to play Connor because I think that his very valuable touches both get taken away by Edmonds in the passing game and Kyler near the goal line. But if you have Edmonds in that spot, maybe Kyler takes away some of his goal line rushing ability, but he'll probably, at least more than likely, be the one catching passes out of the backfield, so he can prop himself up that way, and he's super cheap. So that's where my first lean was at running back when we went on the cheaper side. I want to talk stacks because this is the first thing that jumped out to me, because I wanted to see where Jalen Hurts was. Because Jalen Hurts, I mean, whatever you think of him as a real-life quarterback, he is fantasy gold for whenever he is playing. Yeah. Now, a lot of that has to do with his rushing. So is he actually a stackable quarterback? I think yes, especially with his new weapons. And if you want a cheap stack, this Philly and Atlanta game might be where you want to turn to, because you can get Jalen Hurts for $6,400. You can get Devontae Smith in his first game for $4,500, and Jalen Reagor, who no one cares about anymore apparently, for $3,700. Like, that is one of the cheaper stacks with upside that you're going to find. And then you can bring that back with a $7,900 Calvin Ridley against his awful. Like, did the Philly secondary really get all that much better, Meanie? That's your team.
No,
did they get good?
No, they didn't. They're going to be, it's going to be a long year in Philadelphia, but I'm absolutely shocked with this Smith pricing at 4.5. I'm looking in this range of wide receivers. Heck, you can go up to 5K. Like, there's not a lot of wideouts in this range that you can project double-digit targets. I think Smith is going to have a phenomenal year. It's kind of just, if you look at season long and where he's getting drafted in high stakes leagues outside the top 35, I feel like he's a steal there. And then you look at this price and he's a steal here as well, because it's going to be a high scoring game. Neither team can bring it on defense, and it's inside a dome. We don't got to worry about weather. They're going to be scoring. Both quarterbacks are going to be throwing a bit here. Smith at 4.5, and there's already a connection. Like, forget that he's lighting up the brutal secondary here in training camp, which he is. I'm getting stupid notifications every day about a catch from Smith that I don't really care about, but at least they're hooking up. But these guys have already played together before. They're familiar with each other. They have connected on touchdown passes before in college. So it's going to be a solid 1-2 punch. The matchup is phenomenal. 4.5 is a stack that I can get behind. And as you mentioned, Jalen Hurts, I mean, towards the end of last season, just his rushing ability alone was phenomenal. 106 against the Saints, 63 the week after that, 69 the week after that. I mean, the guy was, to your point, fantasy gold when he was starting. And again, say what you want about the quarterback play, but he's got an alpha wideout. And he's got a brutal defense behind him, so he's going to have to throw a little bit. I like that stack a lot. It's super cheap.
It's super cheap, and then it gives you the ability to bring Ridley back and Pitts back, because Pitts is only $4,400. So you put those five guys. Maybe you don't want to put in Reagor. Maybe you want to put in Goddard. I mean, you can play this a bunch of different ways, obviously. But you still have $5,800 left over on your team, which is crazy.
It is crazy. And just another rookie here in Chase. Unsure about him 4.8, but you notice, and it's not as clear where the targets are going to go in Cincinnati. It's, in my opinion, it's absolutely clear where the bulk of the targets are going to go in Philadelphia. Like Smith, I got him for over 120 this year. Who else? Who's going to be the next guy? Isn't Reagor in the slot? Potentially. Could it be Goddard? Sanders catching balls in the backfield? Sure. But in Cincy, we just don't know. But a lot of these guys are super cheap as well. Boyd 5.2, Chase 4.8, Higgins 4.7. I'm sure there's going to be a little bit of hesitancy from some people to play Joe Burrow. Doesn't look like he's going to suit up at all, but by me.
I don't care about
5.7.
Like
me neither.
When I ran my projections, and all of the projections on runthesims.com are fully customizable to whatever that you want to put in as your market shares or yards per target. It's one of the easiest things to do. It's right in front of you. So when I played around with it, and I just ran the simulations for the season, I was like, oh, I have Joe Burrow projected to throw the most passes of any quarterback this season. So I think that he can, I mean, it really depends on how this shakes out. And I've been down the Bengals road a few times already. I really like Jamar Chase. He is someone that I'm reaching on in season-long fantasy drafts. And if he just ends up being, sharing the same target share as Higgins and Boyd, that's not the greatest thing in the world. That's not going to be optimal. But if he can just inch ahead of them, and if we're talking about week 1 stacks and no one wants to play Burrow's cheap for one thing. It's $5,700. And if you go with Chase and you go with Higgins or even Boyd and you want to throw him in place of Higgins, I think you go Chase for sure in those upper 4s, and then Higgins also in the 4s. Like, that's another super cheap stack that you can go with right off the hop.
Yeah, I love it. That's kind of where I looked right away as well. Just Minnesota last year wasn't great defensively. I think they've improved a little bit, but I still have some questions about their secondary. And you're spot on to have Joe Burrow with all those passing attempts. 40.4 last year was just behind Big Ben, 40.5. He's still going to throw the football. So this is another maybe sneaky little game here. And just like you said, man, super cheap. 4.8 for Chase, 4.7 for Higgins. And Boyd's probably going to be the quote unquote contrarian guy in this offense, but he's in the slot and he has a role. And he was phenomenal with Burrow last year too. So I don't know if a lot of people will go to this offense just because of Burrow not playing. I know you said you don't care about it. I don't care about it. There could be some rust, but at the end of the day, this guy's going to chuck the ball like 40 times per game. So that's another cheap stack that I was looking at. And then I don't know what you think.
Well, that also allows you to either bring back Thielen and Jefferson if you want, because it's so cheap, or just play Delvin Cook in that lineup.
Or Cook. Yeah, that's what I was going to say, actually. Like Cook, and then just the other way with some of the pass catchers in Cincinnati. What do you make of the Arizona, Tennessee? Like any stacks there that kind of pique your interest? Like, what do you think about Julio with the Titans? Like, it's 6.8 here to start.
Did you see that story that Julio was like being charged by some weed company for selling weed?
Yeah, I saw that.
Was that a real story?
I don't know, man. I didn't want to give it a click. I just saw the headline. I just moved on.
Yeah, it wasn't Adam Schefter who tweeted it out or Ian Rappaport.
No.
I was like, it's just some guy on Twitter. I was like, how did this make it into my feed? Is this real? And I just decided like it didn't really make that much of a difference for me. So I think there's one of two ways you can play it. Like I always find it tough to stack with Kyler because it's a lot like Hurts, where if Kyler has his ceiling game, it's not necessarily because DeAndre Hopkins scores 4 touchdowns in that game. It's because he's picked up 100 on the ground, rushed 2 in. So you can play like the Tannehill side, go like Tannehill, Julio, and A.J. Brown, pretty expensive, and hope this isn't a Derrick Henry game, or just flip it and play Derrick Henry on the comeback.
Yeah, I guess so. I'm excited about Julio this year. I think he's going to be a big time player in this offense. I really do. I know a lot of people want to knock him on touchdowns and him staying on the sidelines, but it's just really been one season where he's been hurt, and it was last year. Over the course of like a per game standpoint, he was right on par with everything that he's done in each of his past, his prior years. And I think just the way that they run the play action there and the focus it's going to be on Derrick Henry, I just, the deep ball that Tannehill does have, I really do think that Julio's I'm going to be intrigued with him. If he's going to live in this range, now it's just week 1, but if he may just be a guy that lives in this 6.8 to 7.3 range where AJ's always more expensive than him and people are just shying away from Julio because of Derrick Henry or maybe the price of Ryan Tannehill, I just think it's going to be an interesting target. It's just one game that you bring up good points when it comes to Kyler, right? It could be just Kyler running it in. Before he had the shoulder injury, he was 3rd among quarterbacks in red zone rushing attempts. So he kind of called his own number all the time. And then it was Chase Edmonds here and there. So it is tough to pinpoint who the stack could be. But on the other side, I think I'm pretty intrigued with Tennessee.
Well, and that people were just like clamoring to play Ferkser because everyone loves Ferkser. And
all of a sudden he's the best tight end in football. Yeah,
of course. If we look at wide receiver values from down the list, I think we hit on the Cincy guys and the Philly guys are pretty cheap. I was looking at that Carolina and Jets game. I mean, it's a Sam Darnold revenge game out of the gate, so you have to be excited about that. But all the reports out of Panthers camp are that Terrace Marshall Jr. is going to be like a legit slot guy for them this season. He's going to be playing a ton. If that persists, he's $3,000. He is the min at wide receiver on DraftKings.
Yeah, he may lead the team in touchdowns after CMC. He's going to have a role. Brady is very comfortable with him, obviously being with him at LSU. So there's a connection there right off the hop. 3K. There's a couple guys, 2 rookies inside this. I actually may like this Jets-Carolina game a lot more than I probably should. I like Elijah Moore too. It could be Crowder in there right away, but Elijah Moore is a guy who's 3K. And I think he's somebody that is going to impress a lot of people here in camp. I know at OTAs, he was doing some things right away with Wilson that impressed a lot of beat writers, but I think he's going to take the role pretty early. I think he's already their best wide receiver, and he's yet to touch an NFL field. I think he's explosive. I think he can run great routes and great hands. And the same can be said about Terrace Marshall as well. So 2 of those guys in at 3K. terrific values. And, even other guys inside this game, like if you believe it's going to be Corey Davidson's going to take some time for Elijah Moore, he's 4'9", an outside guy that, Mims seems to be falling down a little bit in terms of just the pecking order inside New York's camp. But a lot of these guys are fairly cheap in a game that, again, maybe we can see some points. And just sticking with, cheap wide receivers, what about Jacksonville? Like the Texans are going to be trash. And you're going to have Lawrence right away, Chark at 5'8", Chenault 5. How about Marvin Jones at 3'6"?
That's the name. Marvin Jones at 3'6" is the name. That's going to be a name that's in a ton of my lineups, I feel like. I just can't. I love Marvin Jones anyway. In season-long drafts, I think that he's actually going to be the highest scoring receiver on this team anyway. And you mentioned Mims. He's running with the threes now in Jets camp. So I wouldn't expect to see a ton from old Mims, but this is where we're currently at. There's a few other names down there. Like, if you can get a beat on the Lions situation or the Saints situation, all those guys are super cheap. So if you think that, like, Perriman downfield against the Niners probably isn't the best move, but, St. Brown could be someone who just picks up, like, 9 catches for 90 yards in the first game because he's the guy that they just go to. Marquez Callaway, he has that speed. We saw him last year with the Saints. I think he's $3,400. So if you can get a really good beat, those guys at 3,000, Terrace Marshall in particular, and Marvin Jones were the two that really stuck out to me as like, oh my God, $3,000 values. Like, I need to save money. Here's where I can go. Paris Campbell too is $3,700.
Yeah, that Indy game is interesting too, right? We're going to see, I think, a lot of points in it, even though Indy's D is good. Seattle's going to be able to score points in them. Yeah, I'd like Pittman, but 3.7 is Campbell, a little bit cheaper there, probably low owned. But I think Pittman's in for a breakout season with Carson Wentz. I really do feel that way. I think that these guys are going to be – they were working together right away. The minute that Wentz was traded, they hooked up and they were throwing footballs together. And I just like Pittman as an athlete. I think, last year was a bit of a down year for him, a rookie, but Phillip Rivers didn't have a lot of zip on the ball, and they wanted to run the ball a lot. And I think, they still will want to run the ball, Pat, this season in Indy. But one of these guys is going to emerge, and I don't think it's going to be T.Y. But no. Pittman at 4-1 would be Pittman at 4-1. I think would be my guy there. But yeah, Paris Campbell at 3.7 is certainly interesting.
Yeah, there's also like the rookies down here. Jalen Waddle has already injured his ankle again in training camp, but if he's ready for week one with Tua, he's $3,600. Nico Collins. In that, like, no one's going to want any Texans, but if he wins the wide receiver 2 job over Anthony Miller across from Brendan Cooks, even Brendan Cooks is a pretty good price, but he's $3,600. That's Colin. Zacchaeus on Atlanta, if you want a cheaper part of that stack, is only $3,400 if he can beat out Gage on the outside and Gage has to play the interior. Those are all potential options right now that are there. For tight ends, was there any like just giant tight end value that you saw? Or like the highlights, Kelsey is 83, Kittle is 63, and then Hawkinson's 49. Like, everyone is kind of a value at tight end. Not necessarily a value, but at least they're cheaper at tight end.
Yeah, I think a lot of people will probably look to
Pitts.
Troutman.
Pitts. Pitts is the $4,400 Pitts. That's going to be people's play.
I know, and it's hard to fade that too. You just like, whatever. I'm gonna play Pitts. He's a freak. It's his coming out party against the Eagles. You can line him up everywhere. He's a mismatch, and he's gonna come with a high ownership. But I think you just eat it. 4.4 is a pretty good price. But you were talking about the Saints and just figuring out which guy was, and maybe this will be a trap. And Troutman is 2.9, but. I mean, who's catching balls there for the Saints, right? We're trying to talk about Harris and Callaway there. So there's a lot of guys. Thomas, of course, is not going to play, and Sanders, and defenses are going to be focused in on Alvin Kamara. So he's kind of one that stands out to me. But yeah, Pitts at 4.4. Just continuing down the board here.
Like Troutman at 29, like you said, is a pretty good value. If Dan Arnold is like, if it's not Terrace Marshall and it is Tarzan Dan Arnold in this Carolina offense, then maybe at $2,600 you can give him a look. But we need someone to win this job out of camp at tight end to be the starting tight end, be a focal point of this offense for any of these $2,500 guys, unless I'm just missing someone, but it doesn't feel like I am.
No, and Marshall's, you mentioned Terrace Marshall, like he's probably going to be a reason that maybe Dan Arnold doesn't, break out or get a lot of looks, because Marshall's probably that guy. Maybe, I don't think Uzomah, but 3K. Yeah, Everett 3.4 potentially.
Yeah, but we
Seattle
just
against Indy.
But we just don't know. Like, Everett was signed, and it's like, oh yeah, tight end's going to be a big part of this new up pace offense in Seattle. But then it's like, oh, it's Hollister today. It's like, oh, great.
Yeah. I will say Goddard at 4.8, but again, why are you going Goddard when you can go down to Pitts at 4.4? So yeah, the tight end pool is probably going to be limited right away here. Hawkinson 4.9. Hawkinson 4.9 is actually a value. He's probably going to guy that gets 10 plus targets.
Yeah, but comparatively to what you can spend at 4.9 at the other positions, I think that's a little bit tougher because the big selling point I think with Hawkinson is that he's going to get this like load of targets, but how much scoring is actually going to come along with him? Like, is TJ Hawkinson a slate breaker? Like, Pitts feels like he's a slate breaker. We don't know that, obviously. But for $500 cheaper, I'd rather just gamble on that upside. In the Colts tight end depth chart, they brought everyone back, right? Like, they still have Doyle. No, Burton's gone.
Burton's gone.
So it's Doyle and Mo Alley-Cox. Like, I always like Mo Alley-Cox, maybe because his name is Mo Alley-Cox, but he's cheap. He's $2,900.
Yeah, and again, this is something you're going to want to follow through camp, who Wentz's guy is going to be, because he has a history of locking into certain guys, right? Jordan Matthews in the slot early on in his career. That's kind of why I think Pittman could be something there for him. I feel like both of those guys have similarities in terms of wide receivers, and if you're a Colts fan, you hope that Pittman is a lot better than Jordan Matthews, but he locked into Wentz. Wentz locked into Wentz, obviously. He locked into Ertz. Ertz was his guy for years, and he locked into him, and then he locked into Goddard at times when Ertz wasn't around, and he also locked into Trey Burton at times when Ertz wasn't around. So who's going to be that tight end for Carson Wentz? It could be Mo Alley-Cox. I mean, he's got the touchdown upside, right? He's a freak. He's super tall, and he's a red zone target for Wentz. So I think it's probably Doyle. I think he's a better athlete. But again, Wentz is going to play here in the preseason. He's going to be one of those quarterbacks.
Mo Alley-Cox is a better athlete than Jack Doyle.
They're both not great.
No, Mo Alley-Cox is a great athlete. He's just not a great receiver.
I guess. I mean, he's tall. I don't feel like he's I don't know. I don't feel like he's that great of an athlete.
I feel like he's very nimble. You see him out there, it's like, oh boy, like he just looks so gigantic, and you're like, oh,
he stands out.
He's not tripping over his own feet. Like when you're like 6'7", that's usually good enough at that point. There's this little like mini tier from like 40 for like below Pitts. It's a decent range. It's just I don't know if I'd want to spend $4,100 on Jonnu or Hunter Henry or Evan Ingram or Irv Smith, who's $4,200. Like, it's a bit much for me. Let's talk quarterbacks. We discussed probably our two favorite values in Hurts and Joe Burrow at 64 and 57. But Sam Darnold is like one of the cheapest guys on the board here. Him and Zach Wilson are both $5,000.
Yes. I like both of those guys. Again, I like that game. I think it's going to be an interesting game. 5K and Wilson, both of them are at 5K. So I know a lot of people want to crap all over Sam Darnold, but he's just going to be in a nice situation here in Carolina with an actual play caller and Joe Brady and just playmakers inside that offense. And he's familiar with Robbie Anderson. So I think both of those guys, and Zach Wilson is a quarterback that I think could be decent this year as well. I already talked about the offensive line. It's hard to pinpoint which guy either of these guys are going to like. But for Sam Darnold, I think I'm more intrigued with him, especially if people are going to, it's been a while since we had CMC on the slate. Let's spend up for CMC. The 19 fantasy points is basically what this guy is his floor, right? He turns that out every single week. And it will allow you maybe to go with Sam Darnold or Terrace Marshall or Sam Darnold or DJ Moore or Robbie Anderson, or getting in maybe a couple pass catchers with Sam Darnold. So those are the guys in that 5K range. We don't know what's happening with the Saints. I don't think I'll be totally interested, but if it was Taysom Hill, I guess maybe, but I don't think I'm, talking myself out of that one pretty easily, actually.
Darnold feels like the better option at 5K. I mean, I think Zach Wilson by himself might outscore Darnold, but if everything goes right, it just seems like it's much easier to stack with Sam Darnold than it is with Zach Wilson.
nobody is perfect, but these 5 players keep it pretty close to 100. There are only a handful of players in Madden NFL 22 with an overall rating of 99, and the Los Angeles Rams and Kansas City Chiefs each have 2 players with 99 ratings. So let's break down the members of the prestigious club. The highest rated quarterback, Patrick Mahomes, enters the 99 club for the 3rd time. His numbers across the board prove why his rating wasn't going anywhere in Madden 22. The 25-year-old threw for 4,740 yards and 38 touchdowns. Jalen Ramsey, the cornerback, made a big jump from Madden 21 as he had a 94 rating. Ramsey's production on the field last season proved there's no debate here as to why he has a 99 rating. Ramsey has 99s across the board in play recognition, man coverage, zone coverage, and press. For the 5th straight year, Aaron Donald is in the 99 club. Yeah, Donald is not dropping out of this club as he continues to maintain his status as the best defensive player in the league. And it's not a big shock here that Travis Kelce is also in the club. He is one of the best tight ends in the NFL. In 15 regular season games, Kelce caught 105 passes for 1,416 yards and scored 11 touchdowns. It's Green Bay Packers Davante Adams' 2nd consecutive year at being a 99 overall. Adams had 18 touchdowns in 14 games last season. So check out all these 99s coming soon to the Madden Dream Stream.
All right, guys, welcome back on in to the DraftKings Dream Stream. My name's Jeff Arg. You already know me. I'm not even going to introduce myself anymore. It's Matt Lamarca and I are back for our second of 3 tonight, bringing you home here on the back half of Saturday. A little lazy Saturday evening action going on. Hope everyone's doing good. Maybe you got a little Olympics in the background. Maybe you got the DK Sim fan right in front of you, because we got the Atlanta Falcons, we got the Pittsburgh Steelers, and yes, it's Falcons. It's pronounced Falcons, Matt, in case you were wondering. And I'm thinking this matchup's going to have a little bit more pep to it. So, we got a lot of business to take care of right off the bat. We know the stats aren't updated from last game. Trust us. We know they're working on it. They're getting to it. But the important stuff here is you better get in the Matt Lamarca free roll. It's too late now. You're either in it or you're not. He's giving away a card to the winner. By the end of the night, we'll get the stats figured out. And also, we need some player props here. So get out the ideas for the player prop. I'm giving away a Joe Burrow card by the end of the night. And I'm going to take a few more player props for this game, probably 3, maybe even 4 if we get some good ones. So throw those out. It's just like the Glash Pizza deals. And, that's taking care of business right there, hopefully. What'd you do on your break, Lamarca? You do anything cool?
I watched the Mets.
All right.
So not really. I got to see. I just saw Javi Baez's first at bat as a member of the team. I was, they had their little Mets Hall of Fame induction ceremony today. So there was some stuff I was checking out, but that's about it.
All right. Took my dog for a walk. It's like 1 billion degrees out here. So, Jesse Puente. I like that. I'm going to take yours right off the bat. Matt Ryan, 4 touchdowns in the bonus. You're in, friend. Let's go big.
All right, so here's what I'm going to do, since we're still kind of working on the scoring here. I had a lot of 5, what I'm calling the Broncos rookie receiver pack.
Okay.
2 Jerry Jeudy rookie cards, 3 KJ Hamlers. Some cool rookie cards, too.
Yep.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to make 3 of those. I'm going to make 2 of the Hamlers and 1 of the Judys. The winning, you win the contest, you win those 3 cards.
Okay.
And then I have 2 that I'm willing to do in prop bets or whatever we're calling them. Whatever
props.
I'm allowed to call them. Props.
Sim props.
All right, Jordan Lindenbaum says Deontay 8+ receptions. I like that. That's going for the Crown Royale KJ Hamler rookie card.
Okay, there you go. So write that down for Jordan. We got to keep track of these. We got people upping their offers. I like this.
Deontay 8+ catches. I got one more. All
right, Poppy Herb, you're in. 3 turnovers for the Pittsburgh defense. I like that. That's a good one. 3 turnovers, Pittsburgh. All right, I'll do one more as well. You go next.
Hold on. It's Jordan Warren's birthday.
Oh, is it?
If Jordan Warren is in the house and it's his birthday, I'm going to let him set the line for the last one.
All right. If you're in here, Jordan, you got like 30 seconds. Give Matt an idea. Okay, I'm in over here in Twitch land now. I'm going to do Twitch land here. First time playing or 5th time, whichever one you are. We need something better than that. We can't just do a heads up versus Ryan. We need a little bit more, get a little more creative, guys. I'm here. I'm looking. Samuel's more points than James. Oh, James Washington? Again, okay, Robes has the idea. Robes, Gage, 2 touchdowns. There. Robes, you got it, buddy. Robes, you're in. You're my other one. Gage.
We got to give away some of these cards, Jeff, or else we're going to be doing
Oh, these are going to hit. These are going to hit. And I told you guys, if we don't give away, if the Burrow card doesn't go on this one, the next sim, we're gonna go much softer. Don't worry. I only have like one Joe Burrow card to give away. I'm not giving away all my Joe Burrow cards. I'm not giving away my 1 out of 10 Joe Burrow card here. So, all right, I'm good. I got Poppy Herb. I got Jesse for 4 Matt Ryan touchdowns. Poppy Herb 3 turnovers. The Pittsburgh, and we got Robes on Twitch. Gage 2 touchdowns. We're set.
I'm still looking for one more for this Jerry Jeudy Luminance. I'm giving Jordan Warren a chance since it's his birthday, but if not, I'm gonna have to move on, and then maybe we'll come back to him for the 10 p.m. game if he's not incapacitated.
He may be.
D-Rod saying it's also his birthday. I don't know if I buy that, D-Rod.
Throw something out, D-Rod, just as a backup. We'll give Jordan Warren like 10 more seconds here. Throw some out as a backup, even though it's probably not your birthday.
If it's not, well, congratulations, you gamed the system.
That's right. We appreciate that as well. Lamarca and I do that. And yeah, guys, again, we look, the chat or the stats from the last game definitely haven't been updated. They know they're working on it. Trust us. Again, if there was like an easy button we could press to fix that, we would. But we definitely acknowledge that, and we'll try to get them done. I love the uniforms in this game, by the way. Jordan, Daniel, which uniforms are these for the Steelers? These are like 2000 uniforms or something. I can't remember.
I kind of like them.
I really like them.
Xavier Whiting says Kamara, 150 yards, 3 total touchdowns. He's not in this game.
It'd be amazing if he did that. That'd be one for the ages.
Did you have a Ridley one?
Here we go. Matt Ryan, 1 touchdown. Badoom. Jesse Puente had the Ryan prop. Julio, it's not Russell Gage. That would have been a double banger if we had got Russell Gage there, but Julio right off the bat.
All right. Jeff, did you accept a Calvin Ridley prop already?
I did not, actually. No Ridley props.
All right. Then I will take, I saw one here. Actually, no, let's go Jesse Puente.
No, you can't. I already took Jesse's.
You already took a Jesse Puente. Okay,
Yeah.
No Jesse Puente.
Can't double dip.
How about Mike Parker?
No, he's good. Yeah, you could take his.
All right, Mike Parker says Hayden Hurst, highest scoring player.
Okay, well, it's going to be tough with Julio.
Yeah, you know what? I'm already sorry. I'm not taking that one. It's already done.
Somebody throw out like a tight end 3 touchdown.
All right, I'm going to give Marcus Pratt a shot here. Okay. He says Julio Jones, 180 receiving yards and 3 touchdowns.
Okay,
I'm gonna knock those numbers down.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go to 150 and 2.
Okay, there you go.
All right. Julio gets 150 and 2. Marcus Pratt will win the Jerry Jeudy Luminance.
And again, guys, if you do hit on these player things that we're doing, you've got to drop your Twitter handle in the chat so Lamarca and I know, because there's people out there who will DM us and try and just be silly about it. Most people won't, but it's happened to Glash. So you're gonna have to tell us in this YouTube chat or the Twitch your Twitter handle. Then we know where it's coming from. Then you can tell us where to send it. Okay, capiche? That's it. That's the rules. That's it. Here we go. Let's have some fun. Love these unis. It's the white pants that do it, I feel like. The pastel color on the yellow too. Look great. And all day, James Washington. He does not lie.
I also just realized I got these completely wrong. The Steelers, the Broncos were supposed to be for the next game when the Broncos are actually playing.
Oh yeah, I was going to ask you why you're doing Bronco cards. I just figured maybe you wanted to get rid of the Bronco card.
No, I'm just an idiot. I had 2 Falcons cards teed up for this game.
Well, you can switch the prizes. It's fine.
Yeah, apparently the Falcons cards are going in the next game.
Okay, yeah, we'll just switch it up. That's fine. We'll leave you get the Broncos cards for this game. I was going to ask you about that, but I didn't want to, in case you wanted to get rid of them or something, or you just, those are the ones.
I was trying to go game authentic.
I know you told me. I know you look, Lamarcus prepared for this, guys. I mean, I took like one card out. I mean, he's got a whole set here to deal with you guys. So.
Also, I did not want to win the free roll this time, and I'm still not sure if I won the other one. We're still calculating scores.
Yeah.
But here's my team, okay? If I win this team, I'm keeping the card. All right? I'm keeping everything. My captain is Mason Rudolph. I flexed out Matt Schaub, Derek Watt, Luke Stocker, Keith Smith, and Chase Claypool. Okay? If that lineup wins, I don't know what else to say. Some people were unhappy that I had a good lineup in the last game.
Yeah, I mean, you're just trying to get your
I
lineup
tried.
in. Like,
I put a lineup in that I liked, and it happened to do well.
I guess you could have given it to second place, too. That's the other option. But
well,
I think
again, I don't
like
even know if I won.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you said the winner. You won, so. All right, anyways.
So I ain't winning this time. That's for damn sure.
If you do, then, I'm leaving. If Mason, could you imagine if we just finally, Mason Rudolph just shows up? Maybe, Mason Rudolph takes, a fake punt for a touchdown or something? That'd be amazing. His 40-yard run. I don't want to see it happen now. It's Ebron. On the catch. Double E. Again, not too much news coming from NFL today. Devontae Freeman signed with the Saints. Oh, it's a news drop right before the last sim ended. Nick Chubb signed an extension, a 3-year, $36 million, $20 million guaranteed. I mean, I think 3 years for Nick Chubb is actually pretty good.
Yeah, if you're going to pay a running back, that's the way to do it.
Yeah, exactly. 3 years, just entering his prime. Basically, you get 3 solid years from, I think, one of the best pure rushers in the NFL. Run him into the ground, and you can kind of move on after.
According to Madden 22, he's tied for the second best running back in football.
Yep.
If you missed those rankings, Christian McCaffrey, number 1, he's a 97 overall. And then Nick Chubb and Derrick Henry are 96s.
We get in? No. James Conner, just short. Do we have any Conner props? No. We went Gage, the turnovers, and then Matt Ryan. So, okay. Like I said, making it tough in the first 2 games. I'm trying to keep the audience, intrigued here. So I don't want to give these away too easy. Then I'm nothing to do for the last game. So trying to get stuffed again. What's your level of interest in that Cleveland KC game for week 1? Feel like the skill players too expensive? Feels
again,
like yeah.
I haven't dug into the pricing for week 1.
No, for sure.
Typically what you know about week 1 is there's going to be value.
Yeah.
So you can pay up for whoever you want normally. And Tyreek at 8,200, that's not expensive.
It's actually pretty cheap, yeah.
Yeah. Kelsey at 8,300, that is a little pricey. He's $2,000 more expensive than Kittle and nearly $4,000 more expensive than every other tight end. So that's a more realistic, maybe he's a bit too expensive, but I wouldn't be opposed to playing Tyreek Hill. My big thing this year is I'm really going to focus on game selection, and I could see myself not being being underweight on Cleveland and Kansas City. I just think the easiest way to win is you have to go off the board. You have to find the teams that people aren't stacking. Like Green Bay, New Orleans is in the same time slot. Maybe the Packers go off.
Yep.
So like, I don't know. I feel like, again, we're so far away from week 1. So much is going to change from now until then. But that's sort of where I'm at the moment.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, like you said, ownership projections, things like that come into play. Patrick Mahomes is, and the KC Chiefs, just skill players, because they get priced up, they always do seemingly not go as owned as they should. But maybe with all the extra value plays out there week 1, I could see them perhaps just being the chalk, so to speak. So, well.
Is that my guy Luke Stocker with a catch?
I think so. Create a player? No, it's Hayden Hurst.
Ah.
Time to play the game. All right.
By the way, I'll show the cards here that I'm going to be giving out as soon
Show
as
the
we
merch.
put on the camera.
A lovely KJ Hamler.
So this is the Hamler. I'm not
That's
sure
nice.
where.
Yeah, I like those Crown Royal cards.
Yeah, Crown Royal.
Just
This is the Jerry Jeudy Luminance. So this is the potential Marcus Pratt card. The first one was Jordan Lindenbaum. And then these 3 could potentially go to the winner. Got another Jeudy here. I like this one. Yeah, this is a Dynagon Panini. And then these are the 2 really good ones, but they're Hamler, so I wanted to go with a little more. This is a white sparkle, or a disco, I should say.
Oh, nice. Yeah,
Hamler
disco.
mosaic disco. And then we've got a silver select on KJ Hamler.
Yeah.
So
Lamarca bringing the heat here, guys. He's not giving you 10-cent cards here. I can tell you that much. I know it's KJ Hamler, but those are nice. Those are nice.
So that's what's at stake here. That's what's at stake.
Hey, it's just the first cue. Everyone's player props don't look good after the first cue. You know that. Anyways, guys, I definitely see your messages in the chat. We understand the stats aren't updated yet. They're working on them. Trust me. It's about all I can say because that's about all I know. I'm just here to look good when it comes down to it. And I don't even do that well.
Everybody, come see how good I look.
What's your favorite Will Ferrell movie? Is it Anchorman? Old School?
No, it's I just claimed this
Semi-Pro?
movie was my favorite Old School.
It is Old School?
Yeah, Old School.
Yeah. Old School's pretty terrific. It's hard to argue against that. Semi-Pro is a sleeper for me, but I couldn't say it was my favorite.
I mean, I enjoy Semi-Pro. I think the general consensus on that movie is that it's not good.
Yeah.
But
It's
I
it's
think
so
Semi-Pro's
ridiculous.
Not
Yeah.
bad.
Yeah. It's one of those movies that I shouldn't sit down and be able to watch in its entirety, but I could, and I wouldn't even hate it. It's so
I
ridiculous.
want you to love me sexy. Love me sexy.
All right, 1st and 10. Steelers ball. In the safety zone here. Ben better not do his patented drop back 20 yards. Sit in the pocket. Zipped it over the middle. These are the 60s classic uniforms from what Daniel says. I mean, I don't know. These look great. Why they wouldn't wear these a little bit more. different shade of yellow. That might be the biggest NFL news. Teams now allowed to use multiple helmets on the season. Means more color schemes in play. S4G wants Juju.
Juju on a beat.
Uh,
$3D the Beast. We're well aware. I'm working on it. I'm doing the best I can. Our ops team is doing the best that they can. We're trying. So just give it some time. I understand. I know we're now a whole game behind schedule, but we're not gonna let it be finalized until everything is correct.
Yeah. Not much more to say. Anyway, 7-3 Atlanta in this one. And look, you do relatively know, if you're following along, what happened. Obviously, you just want to see it happen in real life. I understand the frustration in that. Trust me. I've had stat corrections. It's not fun. You like to know exactly where you stand after, especially if you're in paid contests. So, not trying to minimize the frustration, but these have to be done manually, and when they're done manually, at some point, there's going to be kind of delays just with that. So, anywho, everyone's having a good Saturday. Otherwise, do appreciate you guys joining us. If you're on Twitch, if you're on YouTube, you buy any nice cards lately, Mark? You get them like coming to your house like every month or week, right?
I've slowed down significantly.
Okay.
I'm trying to be a little more diligent about my finances, especially since I got a Vegas trip coming up in a few months. I want to make sure I have I'm liquid for that trip. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I do.
But I do have my 3 subscription boxes will be set to renew tomorrow on the 1st. So I'll have some new stuff coming to the house. But I haven't bought any singles recently. So I've been selling some stuff slowly on eBay, but the market's cooled down a bit for sure.
Yeah, NFL getting a little bit more interest, but it's not like it was like last December where it was crazy. Then taking a sack. Do you have? I can't remember. Do you have NFL? Like in the subscription for you, or do you don't even collect NFL, do you, or is that no?
NFL is my least sport that I collect, but I have one baseball, one basketball, and one NFL subscription box, all from the same service. I think they do a really good job, so I'm happy to give them. I think that on a lot of these services, you're kind of losing money. But I kind of do the math every month, and the packs that you get in these subscription boxes usually add up to more than what you're paying for it. So I feel comfortable with that. Obviously, you're not getting like a guaranteed auto or anything like that the same way as if you would buy like a hobby box, but it's also significantly cheaper.
Yeah.
So
exactly.
It's a
Hobby
good way to
boxes
scratch the itch without going absolutely berserk.
Yeah, hobby boxes are. Some of them are just ridiculously expensive. I know. I saw a Justin Herbert 101 National Treasures auto patch was pulled the other day. The rumor mill says it might actually go for like $1 million already.
Yeah, and Eamon said a Pat Mahomes went for 4.5. So
yeah, exactly.
The top stuff still goes high.
Yeah.
D-Rod, I apologize. I shouldn't have questioned whether or not you were bluffing about your birthday. I thought the timing was a little suspicious, but you're right. There's no reason for you to lie to that. So, D-Rod, if you're going to be around for the 10 p.m. game, I will let you.
We'll get you in on the 10 p.m. game.
Yeah,
D-Rod.
I'll let you
We'll
pick a
something
prop
there.
to try and win a card.
It's your birthday, pal. We apologize. I think he was turning 30 too.
30. Wow. It's a big one. The big 3-0. Viper says, what's your favorite card? Not necessarily the most value, but the one that you are most excited to get. I think I've talked about this, but as you guys know, I am a huge Mets fan. So I had the opportunity to get a dual patch card, game used, from Tom Seaver and Jacob deGrom. Arguably the two greatest pitchers in the history of the organization. Honestly, it's not even arguable at this point. DeGrom has officially passed Dwight Gooden. So
yeah. I mean, Dwight was awesome, but the length of his career was
correct. Yes. So I was super excited to pick that up, and I got it for I want to say it was about $100. I have no idea if it's worth that much. It might be worth less than that. But to me, it's my favorite card that I own. It's just a super cool piece of fandom of the Mets, right? Yeah. It's the two Met icons next to each other with a piece of jersey that they wore during a game.
Yep.
To me, that's dope.
Yep. Always get a couple things like that. You're going to get into collecting. At least in my opinion. You also hold those cards longer, and generally holding longer means better ROI. So harder to part with things you really actually love or or are interested in. And again,
so that's my my favorite card. As far as my most valuable, that's a tough one. I have a Zion Williamson 1/15 rookie auto, but it's
nice.
not a particularly
not super high-end,
strong high. Exactly, it's one of the lower end products. Oh, we got a
there is our second Matt Ryan touchdown of the game. That's Ridley, the Riddler. So we got two.
There's the deuce.
Wednesday. Need two more, pal. You can get a Burrow shipped to you. Again, you got to drop that Twitter handle in, though. So don't forget. Don't just disappear.
So that card is in conversation for most valuable. And then I have a Bam Adebayo 1/1 rookie card from Donruss Optic.
Oh, that's pretty nice.
Yeah, which is it's a really nice card. I would say that those two are probably pretty equivalent.
Yeah.
And I pulled both of those myself out of packs.
Really? Oh, okay.
Yes.
That's pretty fun.
Yeah. Always feels better to pull them.
It's kind of funny, I didn't pull any good card. I've actually pulled no good cards, if I'm thinking last year. But
it doesn't sound like you opened a ton of wax.
No, I don't. But what I did is I wanted a ton of breaks last year at one point, mainly because I was chasing Joe Burrow cards. And I think I had about 4 breaks in a row where I just hit monster cards. I got a Burrow auto. I got a Burrow 1/50, a Burrow 1/20, and I got a T. Higgins 1/10 in the same break because I just kept taking the Bengals. And I had 4 in a row to the point where I was I can't lose. I'm if I don't get an auto, this is going to be the worst break ever. So obviously that didn't last. But
so the chat, by the way, is saying that was not Ridley. That was number 17 for the Falcons. And Ridley is number 18. So that would be Olamide Zaccheaus.
Oh, man. Olamide.
Zaccheaus was about 4%, a little under 4% owned in the large free roll contest. So That could be a big swinger right there. I didn't pick him for my all scrub lineup, unfortunately.
Yeah,
Didn't
you guys
land
got
on
me.
that.
You guys got me. I mixed up the numbers. I'm human. Sorry, dudes. I apologize for real. I know people really probably got excited.
Jeremy says 1 of 1, like one in the world. Yes, sir. That's what makes it so cool. There's only one of this card that was manufactured, and I own it.
In my defense, I don't think I've ever seen Zacchaeus catch a pass in these sims. So I'll have to check his player card and see how many catches he actually has. But yeah, 1 of 1, man. That's exactly what it sounds like. One of them in the world, like DeMarcus said.
I have pulled 3 1 of 1s.
Really?
3 1 of 1s. One was a Marcus Simeon, and I sold that. Regret selling that, to be honest, because he's had a great year. The other was that Bam rookie card, and then I got a DeAndre Hopkins 1 of 1, non-rookie it's actually from 2021 Contenders draft picks. So it's not a particularly valuable DeAndre Hopkins card, but it's still a 1 of 1 of DeAndre Hopkins, which is cool.
Yeah, exactly. No, absolutely. It's got some value. That was Zacchaeus' 3rd touchdown of these sims. He's only got 33 catches in the entire sims. He's never had more than 3 catches in a game. This actually might be his highest scoring sim just based off that play alone. Crazy. I don't feel bad for mixing up the numbers now. Anyways, James Washington with the catch there.
Jeff says he's got a few Zacchaeus rookie cards if you're looking for them. I'll pass on those, but thank you, Jeff. Thank you for the offer.
That is a touchdown to Ben, and we'll get the name right. I know who that is.
That's Juju.
That's Antonio Brown. No, I'm just kidding. It's Juju Smith. Heinz Ward. It's Antonio Holmes. Plexico Burris. Lynn Swan. How many Pittsburgh Steelers receivers can I go through before I run out? I think that's about it. That's my Steelers knowledge right there.
Boss Man says he's a nerd and a dork and quite possibly a geek. Respect. Nerds rule the world, Boss Man. I'm a nerd and I'm proud of it. I definitely can be dorky at times too. And I'm not sure what makes a geek, to be 100% honest.
Geek, dork, loser, who knows, man.
Daniel says, who runs the world? Nerds, nerds, who runs the world? Nerds. Sorry, that was wrong. I shouldn't have done that.
Jeremy Yostin saying he had a Doc Gooden and Strawberry reverse error card. Traded it for a Ruben Sierra rookie card. 10 Ruben Sierra rookie cards. That was 10 years. That was a 10-year-old mistake.
Oh.
Yeah, those are error cards, man. And with Strawberry and Gooden on it. I kind of want to see that card now.
Unfortunate.
Ruben Sierra, yeah. You should have kept the Gooden. Joker says, Zacchaeus catching a touchdown is as rare as Jeff calling the PGA winner. Wow, burn. Hey, guess who's in the lead, folks? Xander Schauffele. Guess who is my feature player in the PGA cheat sheet on the DK Nation this week? Xander Schauffele. Put that in your piping. You know what?
Do what
Joker.
you will with it.
All right,
Lau
halftime.
scored the TDs. Good timing, Chris Lau. We're about to run through the stats.
Bum, 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 bum. All right. Let's do that. Let's bring up the stats. Let's run through them here. 14-10 Steelers. We'll go through the touchdowns. We had Zacchaeus touchdown. Yes, Olamide Zacchaeus scored a touchdown for Atlanta. Not Calvin Ridley. Apologize. We have Matt Ryan with 171 passing yards, 2 touchdowns. Ben Roethlisberger, 173 passing yards, 1 touchdown. The other Atlanta touchdown was Julio Jones. The Pittsburgh touchdown was Juju Smith-Schuster. And then we had obviously also 1 field goal. So basically, wow, the rushing in this game is non-existent.
Less than 10 rushing yards.
Gurley has 5 attempts with 2 yards. Connor's the same. This is pathetic. Todd Gurley setting up as the babysitter Billy, setting up as the Matt LaMarca,
Oh, he does have 4 catches.
He does, actually. So he's
only 9 yards. So he's got some work to do.
He does. Julio 3 for 30, 65. He's up there. Someone's got 63. Zacchaeus has 63. Gage has 1 catch. Someone had the double Gage touchdown. That's not looking good, Robes. You never know. Matt Ryan won, the closest to hitting right now. We need 2 more Matt Ryan touchdowns. Poppy Herb with that 3 turnovers on the Steelers. I don't think they have any turnovers right now.
We do have a sack, though. Dante Fowler Jr. with a sack for the Falcons.
What were your props? You needed the Julio 2 for 150, right?
Yeah, 2 and 150 for Marcus Pratt, and then Jordan Lindenbaum had 8 catches plus for Deontay.
I think Deontay's throwing up a goose egg right now.
Gonna have to have a big second half.
Regardless, I appreciate these props. They're out there. I get it. They're tough to hit, but like I said, if this carries over, we're going to open things up for the last game, for Madden After Dark. Certainly got a sweat right now with Jesse, and who knows with Julio, we're basically 180-yard touchdown he hits, so.
Yep.
Here we go. Second half. It's rolled through. Appreciate you guys. I know you got to exercise a little bit of patience with the stats. I get it. I get why people are complaining. I'm not saying you shouldn't. I'm just saying. Jeremy says favorite card I have is Ken Griffey Jr. or Ken Griffey's Senior's rookie card. Yeah, that is kind of cool card.
Yeah,
I agree. Especially if you're like a big baseball fan. Over 240 people watching. Hit that like, guys, if you could. Appreciate it. Lamarck and I are going to be bringing you home as well for Madden After Dark. So 1 more to go for today. I'll be on the next 3 tomorrow as well with Tom Carroll. I still haven't talked to Tom since the end of his Denny-a-thon. I just realized that.
I caught a little bit of him and TL today.
Oh, okay. Is he still tired, loopy?
I mean, the sim was out there. TL was like in a giggle fit for most of the show, it felt like, and Tom was, you know how Tom can get. He's easily sidetracked.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Ben slanging it over to Juju. Yeah, a lot of people on summer vacay right now. Hoffman, Glash taking the weekend off. So we're carrying you, though. I'm happy to hang out. It's a million degrees out where I live right now. And it's I don't even want to go outside. I was actually outside a lot today. Went for a run, just about died.
It's beautiful in New York today, like 75.
Oh, that's perfect.
Perfect.
The summer here has been, it's either been like weirdly, like weird weather, like smoke or rain, or just like blazing heat. It's really annoying. I just want to stretch of like nice weather like that. Like we get two weeks of that. The fall here is usually really nice, if we're being honest. It's once November hits, it's like, okay, the Arctic air is coming in. See you in 6 months, shorts. Swing pass. Just Connor, actually. He never catches pass. Threw me for a loop. Yeah, word is James Conner's a little bit banged up in Arizona camp too, Lamarca. You see that?
Yeah, it doesn't matter to me. Guy stinks.
I'm absolutely stinks. I'm not suggesting you were going to draft him. I was suggesting, are you going to bump Chase Edmonds up a little bit though?
Okay, Daniel says, "Do you want to play a game? Guess that movie one-liner."
Do you want to play a game?
I want. Yes, I want to play a game.
Guess that movie one-liner. Oh, that's too easy. Get out of here, Daniel. It's Braveheart, bro.
But they'll never take our freedom.
Daniel, you got to bring it. You're the Oracle, man. Go deep. Lamarca and I watch TV.
I mean, don't go too deep.
No, go deep.
Okay, you want them to go
Challenge
deep.
us.
For the folks out there, it was, they may take our lives, but they'll never take our freedom.
It's a good one. Get your stinking paws off me, you damn dirty ape.
I got to imagine that's Planet of the Apes.
That's Planet of the Apes. Classic line, though. Charlton Heston.
Ebron with a catch. He'll get the first.
You make me want to be a better man.
It feels like it could be in any movie.
Oh, come on. You got to get this one. Think about it for a sec. You
I don't
make
know-
me want to
is it
be
Jerry
a better
Maguire?
man. Yeah, Jerry Maguire, yeah.
I only got that because of the way you delivered it.
Exactly. Yeah, you got to do it the...
Oh, Daniel says no.
Oh, that's right. Cruz is you complete me. That's right, actually. Okay. Damn.
As good as it gets. I've never seen that movie.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Damn. Daniel got me after I... All right, I told him to up the ante, and he did it. He says.
Chewie, we're home. Okay.
I wonder. Oh, there's Deontay Johnson catch.
Well, I guess the question is which one is it? You know, it could be.
Oh, I know which one it is.
Oh, I don't.
Oh, Force Awakens.
Okay.
It's when he steps back into Falcon.
Ah.
That's how you know you're talking to a real nerd over here, not a fake nerd like yourself. You know.
I'm a sports nerd. It's different.
It's true.
BC Emulator says Lamarca's favorite movie is The Notebook. Never seen it.
I saw it once. It's not terrible. I wasn't in a rush to watch it again, though. As most people probably wouldn't be shocked to hear. All right, goal line here. Connor going to get in finally? No, because he's... Oh, no, he did. Wow.
I did give it to him.
Generous. James Conner on the touchdown, folks. Come with me if you want to live. John Connor.
Daniel says, I'm walking here. Is that Taxi Driver?
Is it Taxi Driver? Yeah, Dustin Hoffman.
Rain
Man? I know which one that is. Wait.
Jeff knows. I don't know.
You got to look up the movie. I can't remember off the top of my head, though.
Let's
Midnight
see.
Cowboy? Is it Midnight Cowboy? Yeah. Ding, ding, ding. Midnight Cowboy. I got it right. All right. 3 minutes left. Playing a little one-liner games. Drop some one-liners in the chat. Why not, man? Just hanging out. BC Emulator got that.
Are you feeling lucky, punk? Well, I know who said it. That would be Clint Eastwood. Which Clint Eastwood movie? I have no idea. Dirty Harry? It's Dirty Harry, actually. Yeah, Dirty Harry.
Yeah. Does he say that in every... Isn't that his, line? Kind of like Arnold, I'll be back. He just says it in every movie. Maybe. Every Dirty Harry movie. I haven't watched the Dirty Harry trilogy or whatever that is.
Mars Brightburn says, funny like how? Funny like a clown?
Such a great scene. Joe Pesci is just ridiculously, he doesn't get talked enough about. You know, you can go from that to that Goodfellas, just menacing craziness to, you know, like My Cousin Vinny, Lethal Weapon, Home Alone.
I do think it's funny that he always plays a tough guy and he's about 4'8".
I know.
Damon Ariel says, say what again? You'll never get me on that movie. That's my all-time favorite, or one of them.
Yeah. Pulp Fiction, man. That might be the best scene in the movie. Wow, there's so many good scenes in the movie. You can't even just like say that. Oh, you calling the wolf? Why didn't you say so? I wish we could quote the lines from that movie. We could just do that for the
I'm
rest
trying
of
to think of a PG one.
There's really not many. I had to alter that line. I'm pretty sure.
I'm pretty freaking far from okay.
Oh man. If you build it, he will come.
Come on now.
Yeah, it's too easy.
I haven't even seen that movie and I know it.
You haven't seen Field of Dreams? You're like a baseball guy? Come on, get out of here. Just go watch it. I'll do the rest of these by myself.
All right, Chris Wiley with a good one. We have a bleeder. That's Something About Mary.
Oh yeah, okay. I haven't seen that in a while. That's a good movie too. Classic opening scene. Fairley Brothers. There's Ryan going for his third. Again, we're 2 Matt Ryan touchdowns away from giving a Joe Burrow card away. And again, guys, if this doesn't hit, like I'm not trying to like make this more hard. I'm just trying to build suspense. Like the next sim will be like, you know, a guy catches a pass or something. Like, well, this card is I'm sending it to someone, like I said. So. Oh, fumble! There's one turnover for the Pittsburgh Steelers defense.
Todd Gurley continues to struggle.
Yeah, this is a brutal game for Gurley. But Poppy Herb, you're on the board, friend. 2 turnovers. You never know, man. Falcons could be driving late or something.
Boss Man says, you're doing too much. You got to do less. And do less. But you got to do more than that. You're just laying there now.
Oh, yeah, that's forgetting Sarah Marshall. Yeah. Do less. No, not that much. Less.
Yeah, you're that guy from Kaiser Permanente. It's like, no, we had this really nice talk in the water. I'm sorry, man.
That movie's great. That and Get Him to the Greek.
Get Him to the Greek is so underrated.
I don't know. I've probably told this story before on the streams, but I saw that. I was actually in Vegas for a poker tournament. I think it was for the World Series, and I think it was after like the series were over, and we were there for an extra day, and my friend and I were just like, we were out late the night before. We'll leave it at that. So we just like popped into the movie theater. I think we'd gotten up like an hour later, and I didn't even know what this movie was about. We're just like, okay, like there's a funny guy in it. I've like legitimately laughed through the entire movie. It was hilarious.
All the Puffy scenes crack me up.
Oh yeah.
His biggest loser time.
His biggest loser time.
His daddy's favorite show. The whole family's got on Kobe jerseys.
What do you say?
All right. Real quick with the stats. Big Ben, 278 and a touchdown. Matt Ryan with 210 and 2 touchdowns. Todd Gurley now with 7 carries for 3 yards and a fumble. Woof. James Conner, 6 carries for 5 yards, but he did just barely squeak into the end zone. Jalen Samuels with 2 carries for 1 yard. So we have 9 total rushing yards in this game, folks. 9 total rushing yards. Receiving, Eric Ebron having the big day. 7 for 88. Deontay, 5 for 77. So Deontay is live. He needs a 3-catch fourth quarter to win Jordan Lindenbaum a card. Julio with 5 for 83 and a touchdown. So Marcus Pratt is live on the Julio prop. It's not looking good, but he's live.
Yeah, I mean,
Hayden
one big
Hurst.
play away. Yeah.
Hayden Hurst has 4. Juju has 4 and a touchdown. James Washington has 4. Gurley has 4. Russell Gage, 2 for 12. The Russell Gage prop, not looking good.
No.
But the big play in this game, Olamide Zaccheaus, 1 for 63 and a touchdown.
Sorry, I had to close the door to my offset for a sec. Yeah, we are, and we only had 1 turnover for Pittsburgh defense, right? I think so. Anyways,
Yes, we had a fumble.
and they got it. So because I know Poppy Herb has that, so we want to check that. But yeah, turnovers. There we go. Yeah, 1 loss for Atlanta. So there you go. Okay, that's where we're at. Again, apologize, guys. We know the stats are backed up today. We do know it. Okay. Again, it's your life, man. Like, if you want to post about it in the chat, we understand. You're obviously free to do so. I'm going to keep acknowledging it, so we don't think that you guys think that we're just ignoring you. There just obviously isn't anything we can do about it. It's manual stats. They're backed up for whichever reason is what, and the guys are going to fix it and get it right. I can't give you a timeline when. As soon as we get a timeline and they're caught up, we will let you know. Yeah. Anyways, guys, we're on it. Trust me. They realize. So, anywho, let's focus on the end of this game because that's pretty much all we can do right now. Is let's do that. There's a little out pass. Ooh, James Washington. Ben hit the bonus. Ben is in the bonus, folks.
Benny!
Benny and the Jets.
Benny and the bonus.
This Atlanta uniforms are really just weirding me out too. I keep forgetting that it's Atlanta playing. I keep trying to figure out the other team that Pittsburgh is playing. It looks like the Calgary Stampeders uniforms from the CFL. There's Juju Smith-Schuster. I think the Calgary Stampeders have the worst color scheme in like all of pro sports. It's like legitimately that red plus white, and that's it. There's no other third color. It's terrible. Anyways, just throwing that out there for people. Also, I hate the city of Calgary because I'm from Edmonton. So.
Ah, yes.
Never pass on a moment to bash. There's a touchdown.
Right. Juju.
Yeah,
number
Juju.
2.
Second. Yeah, number 2. Man, someone should have been in on the Juju props. All right, Pittsburgh up 2 here, or up 2 scores anyways. Trying to take a commanding lead. They're doing it. You need Juju. Who's winning? Oh, you know what we haven't done? We haven't updated your contest. I mean, like, I know the stats are behind, but tell us who's in front anyways.
Jeff, it's not possible to even give an approximation.
Yes, you can.
The leading lineup right now has James Washington in the captain spot with 495 points.
It could hold. All right. I get it. I laugh because what else can you do, folks, when things go wrong? Not much. Anyways, I joke, I kid. Kick return touchdown one time? No. Out to the 20. All right, Lana's got to get going here. We got some Ryan props. We got, hey, maybe the Pittsburgh Steelers defense comes through with another turnover. Who knows? All kinds of stuff could happen here in the last 6 minutes. Where are you taking Matt Ryan as your quarterback this year, Matt?
Good question.
Any interest? Because I mean, you have interest in anyone if they fall far enough, obviously.
Yeah, my initial thought was he was not somebody that I would actively be targeting. He's quarterback 15, it looks like right now.
That is pretty low.
That seems fair to me.
Yeah.
You know, like he's not been the same dominant fantasy quarterback, and now he doesn't have Julio.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep.
So like he's going quarterback 15. Baker is quarterback 16. Deshaun is quarterback 17.
Oh, wow. That's crazy.
Yeah, that seems...
Is Deshaun Watson going to win some people some leagues this year, maybe? Like...
I don't think he's playing.
You don't think he's playing? Yeah.
I think he would play if he's allowed to, but I don't think the NFL's going to let him play at the moment.
It would seem weird if they did, and that down goes Ryan. Oh, almost a fumble. Wow, that could have been 2 right there. Yeah.
I got to say that quarterback feels weaker than usual this year. You know, normally we're talking about how deep quarterback is, right? But
yep.
This year we have a lot of rookies that we're maybe uncertain about. You've got aging guys on the backsides of their careers. You know, the Matt Ryans, the Ben Roethlisbergers, etc. Ryan Fitzpatrick. Then you've got just young, questionable guys like Tua and Daniel Jones. We have the New Orleans guys. Who knows what's going to happen there? Like, there's like, I really would love to get 2 quarterbacks. In my 2 quarterback leagues, I want 2 quarterbacks pretty early this year, I think.
Right. Yeah. I kind of hear what you're saying. Like after Matt Ryan, actually, like the guys below him just really, like there's no one to even take a shot with. It's like, I know we brought this up the last time we were on a sim, but it's like, is Daniel Jones like the guy you take a shot with? Like that does not inspire confidence. You know, Ben Roethlisberger, like I think instead of drafting those guys, I'd rather take a shot on a Fields or a Lance. And I know they might not play. That's how like little upside I'm kind of, you know, feels like offered by guys down there. So you're right. There feels like a big drop off after, you know, QB 15, 16 kind of thing. Something to think about. Jared Goff. Jimmy Garoppolo.
Hooper drives the boat, Chief. That's Jaws. Jaws is a great movie, though. I happened to just see it the other day. It's a good flick.
You're gonna need a bigger boat. All right, Daniel's dropped a list of movie quotes. Let's see if I can find one to stump Lamarca here.
Oh, Hayden Hurst! Up the seam!
All right, Matt Ryan up to 3 touchdowns. We're live. We need a quick turnover or something, but that's a possibility.
Mr. Miyagi says, I know Juju has one, but who has the other 2 TDs for the Steelers? Juju has 2.
Yeah, Juju has
and
2.
James Conner has 1.
There you go. Carpe diem, seize the day, boys. Make your lives extraordinary.
That would be the one with Robin Williams. Dead Poets Society.
Dead Poets. All right. Greed, for lack of a better word, is good.
Gordon Gekko, Wall Street.
Okay, good. Yeah. So stumping Lamarca. Let's see here. Some of these are just too easy. Some of them are also from movies like 100 years ago, it feels like. A census taker once tried to test me. I ate his liver with some fava beans and a nice Chianti.
Silence of the Lambs.
I just wanted to say that quote.
I love that one.
I knew you'd get it.
Ate his fava bean. He just lived with the fava beans and a nice Chianti.
What we've got here is a failure to communicate. I like that movie.
I know that that's like a very famous movie quote, but I don't know.
Cool Hand Luke.
Okay.
It's a good movie. If you haven't, if you haven't and you're a Paul Newman fan, that's one like you can always like.
I'm a fan of his salad dressings.
I know they're good.
Quality dressings.
True. Paul Newman's definitely up there in my favorite actors of all time. R.I.P. Paul Newman passed away. Wow, 2008, hey? Was that long ago? Damn, that sucks. That was like 5 years ago.
Greek Freak says, you're not Charles Barkley. You're just a wannabe that looks like him. Space Jam. The original Space Jam. I haven't seen the other one.
No, you haven't shelled out the $40 they're charging?
No.
Ridiculous. All right, Atlanta's getting the ball back. You see Scarlett Johansson sued Disney?
Really? For?
Yeah. They claim that, or no, she claimed, or part of her salary was based off box office, like a bonus for the box office.
I got you.
Because they released it streaming as well.
It hurt the box office. So that doesn't count towards the box office?
No. The
really?
Does, yeah.
Interesting.
Not for her contract, it doesn't. So, I mean, I think I'm from a legal perspective, I know she has a legit gripe.
Seems a legit gripe to me.
It also seems a little bit like, how is Disney letting, like, why just pay her, man? You're Disney, like, keep your people happy here, Like, this is one of the Avengers, bro. I mean, I don't know.
Emerson's Peloton says, I had to come see Juju going crazy with his 276 points.
Yeah. Again, guys, I don't even know what to say at this point. Just apologize. Obviously, ops team working through some things. There's Julio. Hey, we could get 2 hits here if we got like a Julio long touchdown and a Matt Ryan touchdown. We could give away 2 cards on one play.
I do think, for what it's worth, which is not much, I think that the scores from the 6 p.m. sim are now finalized.
Okay.
Everything looks good to me. All the stuff that I noticed, being the Tyler Bass field goals, the Washington football team defense, Josh Allen, like everything that I noticed is now correct. So the 6 p.m. sim scores should be soft. And again, we apologize for the delay.
Yeah, looks like the 6 p.m. ones have gone final. So there you go. They're finalized. Who's this? Gage.
Nope.
All right, Matt Ryan well into the bonus too. Gage
Yes,
starting to
Gage,
rack up some
Gage,
points and
Gage,
yards.
yeah.
So again, those the 6 p.m. Eastern sim guys, those ones have gone final. We know we're working through some things on this one. They're obviously catching up. Got no huddle here. 3 timeouts left still. We got a Jesse Puente, Joe Burrow rookie card on the line here. Is he going to get it? Yes, he is. Ridley, touchdown. 4th one of the game for Matt Ryan. Jesse Puente, if you are in the chat, friend, hit me up on your Twitter handle. Actually, you can hit me up at the Fantasy Grind as well. Drop it in, though, buddy, if you're there. All right.
Either Ada says Josh Allen had 3 fumbles. He did. He had 3 fumbles.
Yeah, he did
including
actually have
one
3
at the
fumbles.
very
That's
end
correct.
of the game that
Yeah.
sealed it, basically.
Yeah, he did legit have 3 fumbles. That's not a typo.
Jordan Lindenbaum says Newman's Caesar is legit. Respect Newman's.
Yeah, I remember I got Newman's salad dressing once. It says like I was like, why is Paul Newman have salad dressing? And I'm like, ever since I got it,
Got
that's like
handed
all I
out.
get.
Yeah, he's in like a funny hat on the bottles usually.
Yeah.
It's good stuff.
It is. All right. Still waiting for Jesse Puente. Got to get in contact with me. I'll pick another card to give away for the last sim too, guys. So, I'm not, don't worry.
He ain't done.
All right. And we got a minute left here. I mean, big scores from the sim. I mean, not as big as they are, not 200, but, someone's going to have some pretty big points.
I have 0 still, by the way. I really thought Mason Rudolph was a good contrarian captain, but didn't work out.
They should just give all Juju's points to Mason Rudolph, all 500 of them. There we go. Here we go. There he is. There's the man. All right.
All right, Daniel says buy stream trash one-liners, and I'm going to do my best impersonations when I do them. Yo, Adrian. Yo, Adrian. My precious. Here's Johnny.
All right, Jesse, send me a DM at the Fantasy Grind. I got your address. Perfect. Send me a DM and then send me where you want me to send it. Wherever you want me to send it. That's how it will work. Cool.
Damon gave me a 7 out of 10 for my impressions there. Yo, Adrian.
That's pretty good. I'll give you better than a 7. I think that's at least an 8.5. There's a leaping catch. This game is not over.
Wow, C-.
C minus. Come on. Hey,
That's a great Rocky.
I'll give you a C8 minus, Rocky. Hey, yo, Tommy, why don't you pick on someone your own size?
As far as the buy stream trash aspect of it, I'm buying Here's Johnny. I'm streaming Yo Adrian, and I'm trashing My Precious.
We might just do movie one-liners like that the whole last sim. I'm not going to lie. It's kind of the mood I'm in, so. All right. We've given away one Joe Burrow card. We eventually will give away something for whoever wins the free roll from Matt here. Once the stats get finalized. Hopefully.
Yeah, now that the 6 p.m. stats are good, I can confirm that I have won the free roll.
Lamarca won his own giveaway. What a stand-up guy. Won his own giveaway. Wow.
That Chase Young card from the first sim will be going to the winner of this one, in addition to the 3 Denver Bronco rookie wide receiver cards that I showed earlier. So a nice little care package for whoever wins this contest.
All right, give me a player of the sim.
I'm gonna go Juju for player of the game. He did have 2 receiving touchdowns. Had to have pretty close to 100 yards, I would imagine. That's going to be my player of the game, I think. I mean, Matt Ryan with 4 passing touchdowns is also definitely a really good choice. That was a big passing sim. Big passing sim. I'm still giving it to Juju.
Yeah, we had a ton of passing yards, man. I mean, Matt Ryan, 366, Ben Roethlisberger, 397. Ryan obviously had the 4 touchdowns. Okay, you're going to give the player of the sim to Juju. That makes sense. We had no rushing. Well,
Easy big bust, Todd Gurley.
Yeah, Todd Gurley, definitely the Babysitter Billy Award. So, yeah, again, guys, we know the stats haven't been updated for the contest. We apologize again. Eric Ebron, 9 catches, 104 yards. He hit the bonus too. Hayden Hurst, 797 and a touchdown. Julio, 6 for 99. Oh my God, Julio ended on 99 and a touchdown. And then Juju, 657 and 2 touchdowns. James Washington, 6-126. He hit the bonus as well. Massive
Good
passing sim. We'll get all those stats updated eventually, guys. Obviously, I just want to drop in the pertinent ones because then you can know where you stand. So a lot of big bonus, a few bonuses, a lot of big games. And then Olamide Zacchaeus also had the 1 catch for 63 yards and a touchdown. And that's it. That's a wrap. We gave away 1 card. Jesse, we'll work it out, friend, here. Give me a sec. But, yeah. And you know, if the stats are finalized, Lamarck will let you know who won the free roll. So, you know, stay tuned for that. But what's your plan for the last one? You're going to give away Atlanta Falcons cards, right?
I've got 2 Falcons cards. I've got the 2 Broncos cards that I didn't give away in the props. And I might see if I can find some other things. I'm having fun. We haven't been successful giving stuff away so far for the most part. So I feel like I'm gonna try to make up for it.
Yeah, we'll get it. And Jesse, I see you there. I'm gonna stay around the chat here. We'll get it figured out. But guys, coming up right now, we got Russ Tucker, College Draft Podcast, featuring Fran Duffy's best Big 12 prospects for 2021. So that's coming up next. Saints and Broncos, 10 p.m. Eastern. That's with Lamarck and I. We'll see you guys in a bit.
Pour yourself a cold one.
Let's drink them, huh?
And listen to Ross Tucker break down the top college prospects on another tasty edition of The College Draft.
Yeah, it is Daddy Soda time here on the College Draft Podcast presented by DraftKings. I am Ross Tucker, former NFL player who drinks way too many Daddy Sodas. I'm having an awesome summer, I got to tell you. But, man, a lot of Daddy Sodas. They got a lot of calories in them and then leads to bad eating. Not good. What is good is this show. We are presented by DraftKings. You can check us out on social media. I am at Ross Tucker NFL. We are at Ross Tucker Pod. And here's 2 interesting things about today's show. All right. Number 1, we got to talk about the Texas-Oklahoma thing. There's a lot to get to. But number 1, I made my bones in the NFL as being a guy that can get the job done when called upon. I can't tell you how many games I went in because a starter got hurt. I know this. I never started a season opener, but I started 25 games. So that's like 3 or 4 years where guy got hurt, I go in, didn't lose the job. I had to be ready and available when it was time. Today, that is Fran Duffy. That is one of the original founders of the College Draft Podcast. Check him out on social media at Eagles X's and O's. So there's so many different things to say here. So first of all, today is when the Philadelphia Eagles report to training camp. So having Fran on the show today is amazing. Secondly, Emery is under the weather and texted me at 5 a.m. and said, man, my throat, I can't go. I texted Fran at 6:30. It's 8:30 and we're recording. Fran Duffy is there for me when I need him, ready to go, prepared. He's the man, next man up mentality. And this whole show was his idea. Fran, I know there's a lot of longtime listeners, but we also have a lot of new listeners that probably don't even realize that this show was actually your brainchild.
It was, and I remember the first time talking to you about it was like, hey, like you've obviously got the Ross Tucker Football Pod, and you already started Fantasy Feast with Evan Silva at that point, and I was like, look, you're already kind of getting into these niche audiences. Let's do one talking about college football and the draft.
Yeah, and it's awesome now, Fran. I'm glad you did, because first of all, we talk about the NFL draft and the best prospects. Secondly, we talk about the biggest college football games, and now number 3 during the season. Emory actually makes picks against the spread. So, like, you're getting, in my mind, almost 3 shows for the price of 1 when you listen to the College Draft Podcast, because you're getting the College Football Podcast, the NFL Draft Podcast, and the College Football Betting Podcast, if you are into that sort of thing. What I am into is people like you, Fran, stepping up and saving the day. We were going to do Big Ten as we continue our Power 5 conference preview with Emory. We'll save that for next week now. And instead with you, we will dive into the Big 12, which is very appropriate, Fran, because there are some major happenings in college football and in the Big 12. We must address them. Evidently, Texas and Oklahoma, it's a done deal. They're flashing the deuces to the Big 12. They're moving on to the SEC at some point. And you got to think, Fran, in some way, shape, or form, that this will really just be the first domino to fall, right?
Yeah, I mean, I remember the last realignment, Ross. You and I talked about this, and it was kind of we kind of knew that this would be down the road, right? It's kind of like when the college football playoff was announced, and they're going to do a 4-team playoff. It's like, all right, well, they're going to do this for a few years, but eventually it's going to get to 8, or it's going to get to 12, or it's going to get to 16. The last time there was that big realignment when Texas A&M went to the SEC with Missouri, and Colorado and Utah went to the Pac-12. It's like, all right, well, at some point, it stands to reason that there's going to be a period where we go to these super conferences. And I really feel like this is the first domino that's going to lead us down that path. Some people may not like it, and I get why, but I do think that that's ultimately the path that this is going to go down, is that everybody is going to kind of get into 4 big conferences. What happens to the Big 12? I got to imagine that they're one of these teams where the Big 10 poaches a couple, the Pac-12 poaches a couple, and then everybody else is kind of left standing. It'll be a game of musical chairs here for the next couple of years.
It sounds like that. I guess I don't really totally understand I know it all comes down to money.
Yep.
I guess I don't understand. I mean, I think they were talking about giving Texas and Oklahoma 150% share. That sounds like a lot. All the games are already on TV. I guess I don't know that I fully understand, Fran, what the big difference is between 4 16-team super conferences or whatever versus the 5 conferences we have now. I guess if you're the SEC, you wanted to make sure you think it's going to go down that road. You wanted to get 2 top-notch programs. And also, if there's going to be 12 teams making the college football playoff, there's not as much concern there anymore about, well, our teams won't make it if, we kind of cannibalize each other.
Yeah, and I think that this would, honestly, I would love to hear Andrew Brandt talk about this in the business of sports. At some point, would be like a deep dive into these decisions, because there's pros and cons. You look at Texas, there's pros and cons to saying, okay, we're going to leave the Big 12, or hey, if Oklahoma's going to leave, we're the belle of the ball here in this conference. So we are going to be the straw that stirs the drink. So I think that there are pros and cons. Certainly the recruiting aspect comes into it. It's also not just football. You have to keep basketball in mind as well. And I think that will come into play when it comes down to where's Kansas end up in all this. Does the Big Ten swoop in and pick up Kansas? And people are like, oh, well, who cares about Kansas football? Well, Kansas basketball, obviously they've got a lot of pedigree there. So I think it's going to be really interesting with a lot of these teams, but there are going to be some that are certainly left on the outside looking in as well.
It's going to be absolutely crazy. I guess, I got a lot of questions. Like, and maybe I don't understand, Fran. Maybe I don't follow it closely enough. Texas A&M is obviously very unhappy. Why are they so unhappy?
Because they had the SEC footprint in Texas, and now you bring Texas back in, and now all of a sudden they've got they're not the big brother anymore. Texas A&M was able to hold that SEC pedigree over Texas on the recruiting trail. Now they don't have that arrow in their quiver anymore, right? They've got to be able to find some other kind of edge, and so I think that will be the reason why that they're not happy. But if you're the SEC, if you're the other schools in the SEC, you're like, all right, A&M. You had your time. Just be happy that you're still here in this group. We're going to bring Texas in. I think it makes plenty of sense for the SEC. It's going to be really interesting, though, Ross. So all these other decisions, all these other dominoes yet to fall. Does Iowa State go to the Big Ten? How do the Hawkeyes feel about that? You're going to have those same kind of discussions all around the country.
It's a really good point. Texas A&M in any recruiting battle with Texas could say, do you want to play in the best conference or not?
Yep.
You want to play against Alabama, Auburn, LSU every year or not? And now they don't really have that over Texas. But I thought Jimbo Fisher's quote was interesting, Fran, where he said, careful what you wish for, because the Big 12 is very winnable. Now Texas is going to go to the SEC and Oklahoma is going to go to the SEC. They're not going to be the favorites to win the conference anymore, that's for sure.
No, and that's the thing is that, but even if you are Oklahoma, how many times have we had these debates, Roz? I know you and I used to have it on the show. It would be late November, and it would say, all right, well, you've got a one-loss Oklahoma team versus a two-loss SEC team, and you could say the two-loss SEC team has the much better resume, and that's why the discussions are had. And so, if you're Oklahoma, if you're Texas, you're getting into a better competition. But you also think you're going to have better resources to be able to better tool yourself as well and prepare yourself for those kinds of seasons.
Let's dive into, Fran. So let me ask you this, I guess, last question. From a scouting perspective, from an NFL perspective, this is the College Draft Podcast, and obviously we're several years away from it. Is there really much of a difference other than, I guess, you'll get to see the Texas and Oklahoma kids against better competition week in and week out?
That's it. 100%. Dude, think about all these players that have come from some of these schools, and not even just Texas and Oklahoma, but any player in the Big 12. It's like, if you're watching a receiver, if you're watching Marquise Brown, it's like, all right, well, you're not really going to see him against any good press coverage teams. Now you can say, we're going to watch him against Georgia. We're going to watch him against Alabama. We're going to watch him against Tennessee. We're going to watch him against Auburn. These guys are loaded with first and second round picks every single year. All right, now we can see some good competition. You watch an offensive tackle, Sam Cosmi, from this year with Texas. I don't know what he's going to see in the Big 12. Now, we're going to see him against the best the SEC has to offer on a weekly basis. From an NFL, from a pure scouting standpoint, these moves are great, and the super conferences are great because you want to be able to see best on best, good on good, week in and week out in college football.
By the way, Fran, before I forget, your Twitter picture now makes me very self-conscious. Because
is it just a very doubtful look in your direction?
Yes. Yes. Everybody needs to check out Fran's Twitter picture at EaglesXOs. He's staring at me because Fran and I did the Eagles draft together. It's literally a picture of Fran, hands folded, looking over at me like, what is this guy going to say now? Like, it's amazing. Like, I feel like I'm self-conscious when I look at your Twitter picture. By the way, you come on at least once a year, and longtime listeners know you did the show for a bunch of years before your Eagles duties grew even more. You got to make sure you follow Fran's stuff and what he does. Whether you are an Eagles fan or not, the stuff he does is really next level. Literally, his thing says next level analysis, and it's 100% true. I know a lot of you enjoy listening to Greg Cosell on the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Fran got a lot of Greg in him. I mean, there's a lot of similarities there. And the way you break down the video, it's a must watch for me, especially the Eagles stuff, but even the college stuff as well. Speaking of that, let's get into it. Big 12, perfect day to talk about them. We'll start with the Oklahoma quarterback, Spencer Rattler. Really interesting. He's a unique kid, Fran. I did the U.S. Army Bowl a couple years ago when he was in it. I'll tell you what's crazy, by the way. You know, the top 2 prospects for this draft are kids. I did the Army Bowl in, I guess that was 3 years ago or 2 years ago, whatever it was. Sam Howell and Spencer Rattler. And I'm telling you, Fran, Sam Howell looked like a pretty decent high school fullback linebacker to me.
Right. Yep.
He was like 6'1", 225, like almost a little dumpy looking, Fran. Like he did not look like any NFL quarterback that I can really remember. I mean, he was kind of a bigger kid, like a thicker kid. And then Spencer Rattler was real lean, like real thin. And it's just interesting to see like how the games evolve, where like those body types are now like maybe the top 2 picks or whatever.
I mean, 7 years ago, both those guys would have been shrugged off as like, I don't think we're going to be talking about this guy as a top prospect. But then you get Baker Mayfield go number 1 overall, Kyler Murray go number 1 overall. We see the consistent success from Russell Wilson, obviously in Seattle, and the reason he fell was because of his size. That's the only reason he was a 3rd-round pick. If he was 2 inches taller, he's going in the 1st round. So I think when you see that, you can talk about the evolution at the position. But with Spencer Rattler, I mean, you talked about the size. That's going to be the question for people. He's listed at 6'1". He's right around 200 pounds. The arm talent is outstanding. He could put the ball where he wants to consistently, not just with velocity and throwing distance and the deep ball and all that, but the accuracy and ball placement, whether he's on platform in the pocket or whether he's off platform outside the pocket, making awkward throws from weird angles. He can do all that. And that's the good. That's what you really, really like with Spencer Rattler. And then you look at the bad. The decision-making was not always good, especially the first half of last year. Now, remember, he was just a redshirt freshman a year ago, and he was, taking over for Jalen Hurts in that offense at Oklahoma. The decision-making early on wasn't very good. He was benched for all intents and purposes in that Texas game, bounced back, leads into a big overtime victory. I think they went 4 or 5 overtimes in that game. So you like the bounce back from adversity, and he got better as the season went on. I think to me, when you look at Rattler, and it's funny, you mentioned Greg. I was having a conversation with Greg about Rattler just a few weeks ago, and it's going to be very much the discussion around Patrick Mahomes, because Patrick Mahomes played in a similar kind of offense at Texas Tech and had all the arm talent, had the accuracy, ball placement, all that. But he was a very cavalier player. He played outside of structure. I remember breaking him down in the show. I had a lot of concerns about Patrick Mahomes coming out because it was just like, can he play within the structure of an NFL offense? I don't think that we were at that point in the NFL where you felt great about it. It's going to be the same thing with Spencer Rattler. That does not mean that Spencer Rattler is apples to Patrick Mahomes. They're different body types and all that. But I do think that you're going to need to see that same level, that same step, that same evolution from Spencer Rattler. I'm excited to watch him here as a redshirt sophomore. Can he take that next step with his decision-making, his mental processing, his ability to just get from 1 to 2 to 3 efficiently and within structure? Too often, he wants to break the pocket and run around and make a play, and he can do that. But you don't want to live that way consistently. So I think that'll be really interesting just to watch with Spencer Rattler here this fall.
Oklahoma must be in a pretty good place because their quarterback might go in the 1st round. And then your notes for guys you wanted to talk about today, you wrote the entire Oklahoma defensive line. Fran, we've been doing the show for like 5, you've never done that before. Their whole D-line, Fran?
They've got guys up and down the line, man. So my favorite might be Perion Winfrey, who was the #1 junior college recruit a year ago, ends up at Oklahoma, was, I believe, 2nd team all-conference. Really impressive kid. I mean, he's 6'4", over 300 pounds. He got an offer from Alabama late in the process, but stuck with Oklahoma. So he's got 2-gap ability, Ross, but he's really, really disruptive. He's got a quick first step. All these guys have a high motor, and he could chase the action. The production, I want to see just take another step in the right direction this year, but I think this is a guy that's got really maybe the highest ceiling of that group. He's a guy that really intrigues me on the inside. They've got another guy in Jalen Redmond who opted out last year, did not play a year ago, but also twitched up rusher, undersized defensive tackle that can get after the quarterback. Then you go to the edges. Obviously, you've got Nick Benito, who's kind of like an undersized, squatty rusher, high-end athlete. This is a guy that can get after quarterbacks, really rangy, played with his hand in the dirt and standing up. really, really athletic, explosive, all that. So you kind of have him on one side. And then on the other side, you've got Isaiah Thomas, who they actually called him the defensive MVP a year ago because he played so many different positions along the defensive front. He's kind of long. He can win in a couple different ways. He's powerful. He's deceptively athletic. I like Isaiah Thomas. LaRon Stokes as well, another junior college transfer. So you've got a number of guys along that front that have the ability to play in the NFL, and I think are going to be draftable when it's all said and done.
Wow. Very, very impressive. Almost as impressive as my hair. Check it out, okay? You can see me when I do the shows with Fran. I'm doing the Eagles preseason games. One of them I think is even nationally televised. And my hair looks good thanks to Keeps. I've been a Keeps customer for years. The reality is 2 out of 3 men will experience some form of hair loss by the time they're 35. That's lots of you. More than 50 million men in the U.S. suffer from male pattern baldness. Here's the deal. There's 2 FDA-approved hair loss medications. The FDA doesn't approve them unless they have research, tangible evidence that it works. I am tangible evidence that it works. I take a pill every morning, and I got a topical solution I rub on my bald spot at the top of my head in the morning and at night. It works. Trust me. The number one piece of advice I would give all you guys, start before you think it's time. Before you think you need it, start. If you're ready to take action and prevent hair loss, go to keeps.com/draft to receive your first month of treatment for free. That's KEEPS.com/draft to get your first month free. Keeps.com/draft. All right. Speaking of the draft, Fran, let's get to some running backs. I think our buddy Dane Brugler, if I'm not mistaken, had Breece Hall, the running back from Iowa State, maybe as his number 1 running back.
I believe he did. And Breece Hall is a load. He is a really fun player to watch. 6'1", 220 pounds. He's tall with a thick frame, and he's a big, strong runner who handles contact really well in every area of his game. He rarely puts the ball on the ground. He's really patient, Ross. And that's why you're going to get like the Le'Veon Bell comparisons, right? Where, he's slow to the line of scrimmage, but then he's able to find that hole, and then he could take off. He's more explosive than you would think for a 200-plus pound back. His eyes are always in the right place, whether he's as a runner or as a pass protector. Not a high-volume pass target in the pass game. That'll be a question, but that's fine because you see plenty of backs that aren't used in the pass game that show the ability to do it, and then all of a sudden he gets to the NFL. Jonathan Taylor did that last year, and he had, 37 catches after having like 6 in his entire college career. So I'm not necessarily worried about that as long as he shows the traits. I just look at Breece Hall. This guy's got power. He's got vision. He's got some make you miss ability. I really like his patience. He's got the ability to be a 3-down back. Breece Hall, really, really impressive. And then you look at also, Ross, Eric Gray at Oklahoma. He's a transfer from Tennessee. Tennessee had like 20 guys transfer out this year. Eric Gray ends up at Oklahoma, where he's going to split time with Kennedy Brooks, who opted out a year ago. So great 2-man backfield there at Oklahoma with Kennedy Brooks and Eric Gray. But Eric Gray, he's got some Kareem Hunt to him in terms of his ability to make you miss. He's an impressive player too, and I cannot wait to see him in this Oklahoma backfield. So Oklahoma, they're gearing up. They've got obviously Spencer Rattler. They've got a senior-laden offensive line. The defensive line I already talked about. You've got some playmakers in the secondary. Offensively, you got Marvin Mims as a freshman or as a true sophomore wide receiver. They are loaded. It's going to be a fun offense to watch.
What about at cornerback, Travius Hodges Tomlinson?
Yeah, so he is LaDainian Tomlinson's nephew. All right, so this kid's undersized, and you're going to worry about the size a little bit, but TCU consistently puts all these cornerbacks out. And honestly, there's the low-hanging fruit comparison, Ross, is going to be Jason Verrett when he was a first-round pick out of TCU. What was it, like a decade ago almost at this point? But Hodges Tomlinson, really athletic. He's got outstanding feet. He reads the quarterback really, really well from depth, from off coverage. I really like his route instincts in both man and zone, and he's a feisty player. So he probably transitions better to a slot corner, but like Asante Samuel Jr. last year, I do think that he could play on the outside because he's got speed and he's got instinct. So I think ultimately when you look at the way that he plays, between his speed, his instincts, his ball skills, and his toughness, that'll allow him, I think, to still play on the outside. He's been one of my favorite corners that I've studied so far here this offseason. So Tre'Vius Hodges-Tomlinson, undersized corner from TCU, but I do think that he's got the ability to stick on the outside in the NFL.
Can you give me maybe a sleeper in the Big 12?
So there are a few linebackers that I watched from the Big 12 that I think are really, really interesting. Baylor's got a couple of them. Terrell Bernard from Baylor. Jalen Petrie as well is kind of like a Owusu-Koramoah type where he's a kind of a safety linebacker hybrid. But one guy that could make a huge jump for Texas here this offseason, Demarion Overshown. He's like 6'4", 218 pounds, 220 pounds, just really long and rangy. He is an elite athlete for the position. So you've got coverage ability, but he's not a slot player. He plays stacked. I just want to see his gap discipline get a little bit better. It's a new defensive scheme. How is he going to adapt here to the new system? But when you watch him from a pure talent standpoint, this guy's got all the tools you're looking for the modern linebacker. Not a finished product right now. If you're just going off of 2020 film, you're talking probably more of a developmental, mid-day 3 selection. But then when you project moving forward, can he take that next step here in 2021? Now you're talking about a guy that really, really could be a day 2 or maybe potentially even a day 1 selection. His athleticism, comparable to like a Jamin Davis, who was a first-round pick out of Kentucky this year.
One of the other things I like, Fran, is when you are posting stuff on social media, you'll post clips of some of the top prospects, which is great. But you'll also mention when like somebody catches your eye, someone that, you're not even trying to look at that kid. You're trying to look at a senior or an upperclassman, and there's like a young guy that catches your eye. Anybody in the Big 12, any young guys for down the line that have caught your eye?
The one for sure, and I alluded to him earlier, he was a true freshman last year. He's a true sophomore this year, so you're not talking about him until at least 2023. That's Marvin Mims, the wide receiver from Oklahoma. He's got the makings, Ross, to be basically as good as any of the smaller receivers we've seen come out in recent years. If you want to say Marquise Brown, he plays the same position in the same offense. Kind of reminds me of a Calvin Ridley type in terms of he's a little bit of a slender build. He plays the ball so well in the air. He tracks it well. He can finish. He can high point. He's tough. He's got some savvy to him as a route runner, which for a true freshman wide receiver really, really impressed me. I'm excited to see him in a more expanded role. He was more of like a backup and role player as a freshman that really just kind of flashed. I remember the Oklahoma State game. I think he only had 2 catches in that game. The one was an outstanding, like a deep crossing route where he leapt up and made a great diving catch. This guy's got top end speed and the ability to win with the ball in his hands. In that offense, he's got the ability to be special.
It's kind of crazy, Fran. Here we are doing the Big 12, and I think like 85% of the guys you just talked about were Oklahoma guys.
Yeah.
I mean, are they that much better? Like, are there not? There's not. I mean, yeah, an Iowa State guy, a TCU guy, nobody from Texas, nobody from Oklahoma State.
So Texas, they've got some young players that I think they're hoping can take that next step. They had some transfers this year. Iowa State, they've certainly got players. I mean, I mentioned Hall, but you go on offense and defense. They're very senior laden on defense. But you know how this is, Ross. College football is driven by head coach and by quarterback. And Oklahoma, you would argue, has the best of both in the Big 12 right now with Lincoln Riley and with Spencer Rattler. And so they're going to go as far as those two take them.
Yeah, it's just interesting. Iowa State has a bunch of good tight ends still, right?
Yes.
That have been there like forever.
Yes. Charlie Kolar has been there. I'm pretty sure this will be his 3rd president that he's been there with the Cyclones. They've got a few guys that are really good on offense, obviously led by the quarterback as well there in Brock. So
what do you think of him? Last question.
Yeah. I think when you look at overall, he's capped in terms of his ceiling, right? I think that the big thing that I liked about him last year when I studied him, so a year ago going into the 2020 season, he had like that gunslinger mentality. I think that when you then go, I think he went too far on the other side of the ledger and was a little bit reckless with the football a year ago. Still the same amount of interceptions, but I just felt like he put the ball in harm's way too often. So I'd like to see him kind of lean into what he's good at, right? Look, you're a touch passer, anticipation, get the ball out, good timing rhythm in that offense. It's a well schemed offense out there. Lean into that don't try and do too much. But I kind of like what Purdy can do as a player. I think he's going to stick in the NFL. The arm talent is just going to cap his ceiling.
Check him out on social media at EaglesXOs. If you're an Eagles fan or just a football fan, now is the perfect time to follow Fran, my hero, saving the day today for the College Draft Podcast. Well done. Thank you so much for coming back on the show.
You got it, Ross. Thanks, man.
Other than that, we'll get back to the Big Ten and Emory next week. The keg is kicked. We are all tapped out.
Thanks for listening to the College Draft Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, Fantasy Feast, Even Money, and The Business of Sports. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
Nobody is perfect, but these 5 players keep it pretty close to 100. There are only a handful of players in Madden NFL 22 with an overall rating of 99, and the Los Angeles Rams and Kansas City Chiefs each have 2 players with 99 ratings. So let's break down the members of the prestigious club. The highest rated quarterback, Patrick Mahomes, enters the 99 club for the 3rd time. His numbers across the board prove why his rating wasn't going anywhere in Madden 22. The 25-year-old threw for 4,740 yards and 38 touchdowns. Jalen Ramsey, the cornerback, made a big jump from Madden 21 as he had a 94 rating. Ramsey's production on the field last season proved there's no debate here as to why he has a 99 rating. Ramsey has 99s across the board in play recognition, man coverage, zone coverage, and press. For the 5th straight year, Aaron Donald is in the 99 club. Yeah, Donald is not dropping out of this club as he continues to maintain his status as the best defensive player in the league. And it's not a big shock here that Travis Kelce is also in the club. He is one of the best tight ends in the NFL. In 15 regular season games, Kelce caught 105 passes for 1,416 yards and scored 11 touchdowns. It's Green Bay Packers Davante Adams' 2nd consecutive year at being a 99 overall. Adams had 18 touchdowns in 14 games last season. So check out all these 99s coming soon to the Madden Dream Stream.
All right. Welcome back, my homies and homettes. DK SimFam, one more time. Lamarca, Jeff going at it here on the DraftKings Dream Stream. One more DK Sim for you here. We got the New Orleans Saints, the Denver Broncos. Lamarca gave away all his Bronco cards in the last sim, though. What a loser.
I got 2 more still.
Oh, do you? Oh, okay. All right. If you're joining us, Lamarca and I giving away some cards. I did get a winner. I did get in touch with Jesse Puente, so he's going to be getting a sweet little raw Joe Burrow mosaic card. I got a couple. A set here. I found a decent little Juju green card, and this contenders kind of double Justin Jefferson, Joe Burrow card. So we'll give that away to someone. We'll take a couple more props, and then Marco's free roll. You win this free roll, you win a card. So there you go.
Yeah. So I think we are safe on the 8 o'clock sim to announce our winner, which is Tim Jim 40985. Tim Jim, if you're out there, reach out to me on Twitter at Matt Lamarca and let me know how you want to receive your prize. 4 cards coming your way, but I got plenty more to give out here for this sim.
All right.
The winning lineup is going these 2 bad boys right here, the hot rookies. That would be one Trevor Lawrence, and this would be one Justin Fields.
All right. Well, I mean, Lamarca's just bringing the heat for you here, folks. He's giving away, rookie cards. I mean, regardless of what kind they are or where, you're going to take that. So up for grabs, man, in the free roll, you heard him, a Fields and a Lawrence card. So bing bong bang, right there, folks. And like I said, I got a nice little Juju Smith green variant, and then a Joe Burrow, Justin Jefferson kind of double. So I'll take a couple props here. Already seeing a couple. Mark Mantelli, Breeze 400 yards. All right, we'll take that. Mark, you got it. I like that. Going big.
I'm doing things a little different this sim. So I already promised D-Rod that I would let him call his shot.
That's right.
He wants 56 total points scored in this game. I'll give that to him. That'll be good for one Aaron Rodgers card here.
All right.
Hey, Aaron.
Okay.
And then I got 4 left, and I want to give them away. So they are going to – I'm going to do trivia. I'm going to do 4 trivia questions. All right? I'm going to try to make the questions easy enough where – or hard – like, I don't want them to be stuff that you can just easily Google. Like, I don't want this to be a Google contest. Okay? So it's just going to be trivia questions. Whoever gets the answer right gets the card. And the prizes here are the 2 Broncos cards I didn't give away the last time, the Jerry Jeudy and the KJ Hamler. I'm throwing out a Kyle Pitts rookie card and a Julio Jones Dominators parallel. This card is sick looking. No idea the value on it, but it's a cool looking card.
Okay.
So that's what's at stake here.
All right. So
D-Rod, I got you booked. And we're going to do some trivia for the other 4. And then the winner of my free roll gets the Justin Fields, Trevor Lawrence combo pack.
Okay. 5th time playing Fortnite is booked. We got a Gordon rushing touchdown and a Lindsay receiving touchdown, so you can be in on that. And I'll take another one from Twitch fan too. Bills fan 77, whatever. No fan 8 catches or more you're in too. So there we go. Okay, we got 3. Okay, that's it. Obi-Wan, I'll get you in the next one. Obi-Wan, have the high ground on second. Kamara right off the top. These uniforms are throwing me for a loop. They look like the Packers almost in these throwback uniforms, just on the screen.
We have a new YouTube account. It's called LaMarcus Pokemon Collection. He says his Pokemon cards are worth more. Yeah, probably. If you have some Pokemon cards, those things are legit.
My mic okay now? I might have just been bending down or something to pick something up.
You sound fresh to me, dude.
Sound fresh? Okay.
Crispy clean.
Yeah. I mean, look, I take very big pride in my mic that I randomly bought off eBay with zero research. So, not eBay, sorry, Amazon. None of this, Kenny Ducey, like I can't get my mic to work. Brandon Cristal, my internet is crazy over here, folks. Coming in crystal clear. Every time I work with BK, there's always something. Every time. I love BK. It's just, I just literally have not done a sim with him where his internet hasn't gone crazy. His kid hasn't come down and asked him for something. His dogs haven't escaped the yard. His mic cut out the last time. Every single sim, legitimately.
His mic has been known to have problems.
Yeah. Yeah, even remembers it. We got Eamon, Daniel, Bailey on working ops and stuff, guys. I know it's been slow, the updating scores, but they're caught up. Give him a shout out, give him a like. Appreciate that, boss man. I appreciate hanging out with you guys on Saturday, man. This is like I said. I mean, I don't typically do jobs that I dislike, or at least I don't stay in them very long. So clearly, I do enjoy this. It's not just me saying that. I like hanging out here, man. Watching a little sim football. We get some real football coming up soon too. We'll probably be doing some NFL follow-alongs and stuff like that during the year. So make sure you stay tuned for that on the DraftKings Dream Stream. If you haven't subscribed to the DraftKings YouTube channel, guys, I mean, we used to say this all the time. Please subscribe. I mean, you get the notifications. It helps us out, helps you out. Breeze 3 for 5. Good drive, though. 3rd 2. They're already down to 15. You got a lot of cards, Lamarca.
I really went a little bit too wild for a while.
Oh!
By the way, I have my first trivia question in mind.
Okay, good. Yeah.
Are we ready for it? Do we want to do it now?
What do you want to do? How many are you doing?
4 total trivia questions.
Okay,
so I think it's best to do 1 per quarter.
1 per quarter. That's perfect, man. You got this down pat. Go. You go when ready, friend. You don't need my permission.
All right, I'm ready to go then. All right, this one is going to be for the KJ Hamler Crown Royale card. Okay. Here's the question. Drew Brees has 1 career Super Bowl victory. That Super Bowl was sealed by an interception from this player.
All right. Name the player. The player who sealed the Drew Brees Super Bowl win with an interception. That player is ringing through my head. Oh. All right, we got 1 answer up there. I don't know if it's right. We got 2. We got 3. Oh, I think I see the right one now.
I got the answer. It's Mike Parker with Tracy Porter. All right, Mike Parker, you got it right. Tracy Porter from the University of Indiana, my 1-semester alma mater. Is it an alma mater if you didn't graduate from there? I don't think so.
It's true.
Tracy
No,
Porter.
I don't think it should be.
So, Mike Parker, I have you written down as the first quarter winner. You're gonna get the Crown Royale card. Let me know what the best way to reach out to you is.
Yeah, the easiest guys would be to send Lamarca a DM on Twitter because
Yeah,
Hey,
but
it's-
see, I think it would be easier if you dropped it in this chat right now, because then I at least will know that it's from you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yes. Drop your DM, drop your Twitter handle in the chat. Yes. Then we know it's from you. Then everything is on the up and up. And quite frankly, if you can't just make a Twitter handle just for this, then, we'll just move on to the next person. Help us help you. We got the Cowboys and some throwback unis as well, with the little weird horsey on them. I like this color scheme. Helmets are a little weird. Flag on the play. Drew Lock hit his guy in the back, or the butt. Holding Denver, too. That was a good question.
Thank you.
Not simple. Not easily Googleable, like you said. And you probably could Google it, but you need to be specific.
Mike Parker says he's got to make one. Mike, if you want to drop your email, I can send you an email if that's easier.
Yeah, if you're okay making your email public,
Yeah, exactly.
Don't do that if you don't want to, but it's completely fine if you want to. It's not a big deal.
It's your call.
Or you can make like a fake email. I mean, whatever's easier. There's Noah Fant. We did have a Noah Fant prop. I took Bills fan on that. There's one catch. 7 to go. All right, DK Sim fam, smash that like, man. We're giving away cards. We'd appreciate it. Giving away stuff. Why not? Showing some appreciation. Smash the like for Lamarca, man. He's just bringing it. I mean, I just giving away a couple cards. Mark is giving away handfuls here. Yeah, we know the stats have been messed up for a while. They are finalized, at least on the 6 p.m. stream. I know the 8 p.m. Eastern, if they're not finalized, is very close. And yeah, obviously they had a technical difficulty today. That's about all I can say. Trying to get on top of it, trying to get caught up. We know, man. Like Lamarck and I play DFS. Like we know, we understand. I mean, we legitimately are playing a lot, and it's not cool. It really isn't. Like we don't want it to be like that. But these are a little bit unique. They're manual scoring. It's the only way we can do them, and it is the same day, right? Like I mean, we're probably not going to be making you guys like go to sleep without knowing the end of it, right? So I'm just trying to put some perspective into it, man. I'm not trying to, neither of us have done that at all. So again, we're trying to soften the blow a little here. Just give you guys stuff. Sweeten you up a little. We even made free rolls today. Do appreciate you guys though. Abby Rizzle, I actually have that card that you're talking about. I think I showed it to Lamarca right before.
The one with the backward baseball cap?
Yep. She's right. Everybody has that because they made about 1 million sets of it that year.
1 million.
It became worthless. It's like the Venezuelan dollar. People just driving, wheelbarrows full of Ken Griffey rookie cards and the like. If you were recommending people buy one product for cards for NFL season, what would you recommend?
Ooh. Good question.
Yeah, why not? Give it a little
I would
insight.
probably go Contenders football.
Contenders, okay. Yeah, that's a pretty popular one, absolutely.
I love the cracked ice if you can get it with Contenders.
Yeah.
If not, Prism is always a safe choice.
Yeah. Prism definitely good resale value too. If you do tend to get a hit, like those cards, the hits in those cards really go for a lot. Contenders too, though. If you get the sigs, signatures, there's a touchdown. Wow, no offense. Going for some kind of touchdown prop, Bills fan. You do have 2 catches though. Big start if you rostered Noah Fant in your lineup. Liking that. Drew Lock coming to town. think Fant could be an interesting fantasy guy next year, especially if Teddy B is his quarterback. Like, where's Noah Fant going in fantasy? Let's talk about Noah Fant for a sec. Tight end 7.
Says, next time, give away something useful like your saxophone. You'd have to pay taxes if I gave that out. This is really, this is much easier.
Yeah, I like the optic cards too, actually, Darth Gator. Those are some of my favorite. Appreciate that, Rich Sharp. He has 3 catches. Okay, yeah, I might have missed one. That's fair. Obviously, we'll go with the stats, so I'm not going to shortchange him or anything. Don't worry. Yeah, that's a good point, AD Poker. We know. But you will eventually get credited for these catches. So. Darth Gator pulled a silver Tua Prism Black. Oh, okay.
All right, Mike, I got your Twitter. So I will send you a DM as we speak. I am sending. Oh, and I got Slim Jim as well, who won the previous. So I'm getting all caught up, baby. Everybody's getting me their stuff, which I like.
Yeah. No, I got in contact with Jesse over break as well. Got that DM. Now, I'm not going to lie. It might take me a couple days to get to the post office, but we'll get there, folks. Don't worry. All right, here we go. 7-7. This has actually been a good first quarter. Last play of the quarter here. Little quick hitter in the air, fumbling everywhere, and then it's the ground. Okay, if you just joined us, we had a Noah Fant touchdown. We had a... Forgotten already. Who scored for the Saints?
I think it was Sanders. Is that right? We'll find out. Michael, I tried that Twitter handle and it doesn't seem to be working. Mike Parker, that is. So you might want to try that again. Just confirm that that is correct because nothing's popping up.
Yeah, easiest thing is to send LaMarca a text or a DM, just because then he'll see it and then he'll know. But yeah, drop your Twitter handle to confirm in the chat. Anyways, 7-7. Like I said, I can't remember who scored for the Saints. Come up. Was a passing touchdown. We know that. Drew Lock to Noah Fant was the touchdown for the Broncos. Both guys around 65, 67 yards. Kamara, Gordon, both around 20 yards. Drew Brees had a run. Someone should have taken the over Drew Brees, 2.5 yards. And then we'll get to the receptions here. We'll update because we want to see what Noah Fant's at too. That one definitely has a chance of hitting. Get there to the receiving props, to the receiving totals, excuse me. Noah Fant, 3 for 49. Yeah, it was Michael Thomas. Okay, I was thinking it was Michael Thomas.
Okay.
1 catch, 12
Michael
yards,
Thomas.
and a touchdown. So he had the Saints touchdown. So that's where we're at. We need 5 more for Bills fan. 777, whatever it was, on Twitch. Don't you dare tell me that I never look at Twitch anymore, Twitch fam. 2 from Twitch this time. 5th time playing Fortnite, not first time, 5th. How many of those guys are there?
I've only seen 1st and 5th. Maybe there's more. I don't know.
Who knows? Who knows where the rabbit hole ends? Oh, nothing's falling apart. What else is falling apart? The stream is actually going extremely well. The stats are just they're just late. They're just delayed. I mean, we finalized the 6 p.m. The 8 p.m. is, I'm not sure if it's finalized, but it's updated. Again, we apologize. Like, it's not live. We get that, but again, you know, for this, you know, 350th time. I mean, it's manual. We are unfortunately going to run into delays at some point. So I understand the frustration. I do. Here we get a punt. All right, second quarter. That also means we get a second Matt LaMarca trivia question at some point. You can drop that on us.
Yeah,
Never answered my Noah Fant question either. I'm offended.
What was the Noah Fant question?
Do you have interest? He's going tight end 7 behind Pitts and in front of Goddard and Logan Thomas. I think that's actually around where he should be going.
Yeah, I might even take Logan Thomas over him.
Yeah.
Just because we saw how good he was last year, PPR. Now, granted, different quarterback this year, but Goddard seems high with Zach Ertz still in the fold.
Yes. Yeah,
unless he gets moved, and it doesn't sound like he's going to get moved at this point. He should come down. I've been espousing the early tight end strategy. I think you want as much of Kelsey, Waller, Kittle, Pitts, Hawkinson. Like, I want one of those guys on my team. If I don't get one of those guys on my team, I'm fine with waiting and just being one of the last guys to take a tight end.
Yeah, I think that's... Yes.
Font does clearly have some upside. I'm just worried, A, about the quarterback play, and B, there's just a ton of dudes in that passing attack that are going to need to be fed.
I think that if I miss out on the top 4, and my top 4 would include TJ Hawkinson at 4, I am completely fine waiting, like you said, and like going with some kind of like Cole Kmet, Blake Jarwin, Gerald Everett, Jared Cook, you know, like combo. I think you're right. It's just, there's such a big gulf between those top 3, top 4 guys and like the next tier.
Yep.
So big. And I don't think that the gulf between like the second tier and the third tier is big at all. So, yeah. And you may get some guys from the third tier, you know, like Evan Ingram is a great example. Dude is tight end 14. His ADP is lower than Irv Smith Jr. Like, Ingram has shown us things like he can produce at a high end for a while. I mean, there's no doubt he could pop up to like tight end 8 next year, you know? So if you get him for a good value and you wait on him, you know, that's just one example. So.
Patrick, we do show the box scores to the Sims every quarter.
Yeah, but we don't show it on screen. I think is what he's saying.
We do.
Do we?
Is that not on the screen? That thing
No, our faces are on the screen.
Oh. Yeah. Wow, that's news to me. I just assumed that everybody saw that.
Yeah. That's why we read the stats for you, though. We're just reading the box score for you. So, I mean, DraftKings wants to give us some face time. I mean, we do have pretty faces. I mean, you know, they're paying for us to be here. Might as well use the product you're paying for, right?
All right. Are we ready for trivia question number 2? I think this is another good one. Alvin Kamara. His final season at college was at the University of Tennessee in 2016. Who was his quarterback?
Okay, you heard it. Second quiz question. Who was the University of Tennessee quarterback 2016 with Alvin Kamara? Go.
He did play in the NFL.
Do 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 do.
And I should have pointed out this is for the Jerry Judy.
Do 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 do. Do 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 do. We got one answer. Do.
We got it. That's it. Darth Gator. Darth Gator is correct. It is Josh Dobbs. Joshua Dobbs.
Josh Dobbs. He's still around? Is he like on Pittsburgh still?
No idea.
No idea either.
All right, Darth Gator, you know the deal. Reach out to me on Twitter.
All right. Darth Gator, hit up Lamarca on Twitter, at Matt Lamarca. 7-7 game. Free shotgun. RPO, not RPO. The play action. Jared Cook. Four catches for Cook.
David Georgie said Peyton Manning. A few years later than that.
Good guess. He was just a little bit outside.
Lamarcus Pokemon Collection says, I have a Josh Dobbs card if anyone wants it. This is a good troll account. I like this one.
You probably do have a Josh Dobbs card somewhere back there.
I don't have a Josh Dobbs.
All right, 2-minute warning. Saints driving. Sanders, I think. Tackle down at just inside the 3. It's going to be 3rd and 1, though. All right, so Matt's giving away 2 cards. A couple more quiz questions coming.
I like this. I'm having fun.
I am too, man. And I'm sorry that there are people who like legitimately aren't having fun or just, finding things to complain about. Guys, you can always send a complaint or just a nicely worded critical email to support@DraftKings.com. Like, realistically, I get that you want to come in here and voice your opinions in the chat. You're free to do so. But, we're not the people who we're not support. Like, that's not our job. So we may mention this to someone at some point, and I'm sure the stats are going to be a lot smoother going forward and stuff, and once they figure out the issue. But if you really have something like you don't want us to be on screen and all you want is stats, send an idea to support. Like, we're not the people who do that. We're not like customer service. So I'm sure you guys know this. And again, I'm just trying to give you guys the right place to voice your concerns. You're free to voice your opinions in the chat, though. I'm just we're it's not like Lamarca and I are writing this stuff down. So that is the last we'll talk about it tonight. I agree. Ghost says he'll have more fun if Jim gives away a graded comics. Wow, we're not at that point yet, folks. Maybe on my last day or something, but
a graded comic.
You don't want to know the value of some of those things back there. I got a flash behind my head there. Goes up every day in value. Trust me. The Cortland Sutton catch. Got to get in on this geeky stuff, Lamarca. Don't just limit yourself to sports geekdom.
Sports nerddom.
Yeah.
Darth Gator, I got you on Twitter. Thank you for reaching out. Appreciate that. Mike, we still can't connect for some reason. I'm hoping you can get in touch with me at Matt Lamarca on Twitter. But whenever you can reach out, I'll be here waiting for you, buddy.
Yep. Try and reach out as quick as possible if you're there. Makes our lives easier. Like I said, I already got in touch with Jesse. We're still got some things to track too here. I mean, we got the Noah Fant catches to track. I know I had a Drew Brees prop for 400 yards. I don't think that's looking good. And we had the Melvin Gordon rushing. I kind of like this prop. That's why I took it. And the Philip Lindsay receiving. It's very specific, but, why not? You never know. 10-7 as we enter the bottom end of the second queue. Punt situation.
D-Rod, unfortunately, your over is not off to a great start here.
Right, yes. Yeah. Let's just blame Samir. You're right, actually. If Emerson was here, it would definitely be Samir's fault. Kamara did not score the Saints' first tee. It was Michael Thomas, Mr. Miyagi.
Jabil says he wants a card. Well, you have two more chances, Jabil. We'll have
two more. That's right. Yes, there's two more.
A trivia question to give away. One of my
Hey, guys,
cards.
I mean, and look, I want to make this very clear. Like, no one's paying Matt Lamarca to do this. Like, it's not like DraftKings is giving him these cards. These are his cards. So he's giving away his stuff to you tonight on the stream because he's that nice a guy. So again, I mean, I would suggest, and you're free to use your like as you want, but please, at least, the very least, like, smash the like for Matt Lamarca here, guys. Give him a round of applause or something. I mean, I know I'm giving away a couple cards too, but like Lamarca's like making me look bad here. Like I may have to give away one of these comics here just to catch up with him.
I think the Joe Burrow is probably the most valuable thing that was given away tonight so far.
I don't know, man. Like that Chase Young patch was pretty cool, but yeah, it probably was. Still, I mean, the cards you're giving away are legit cool, though.
Yeah, they're cool. I mean, there's stuff that I enjoy, so I'm hoping you guys will like it. I mean, who doesn't want something for free anyway?
Those Crown Royal cards are very cool. I just bought a Russell Wilson rookie Crown Royal this year. I kind of wish I had, but because I love Russ, but they're really nice cards.
Boss Man says he wants an expensive card, Lamarca. Well, there's plenty of places you can find those, Boss Man. Daniel says he wanted that Burrow card.
Daniel's a man, dude. I mean, I should send him. I'm going to send him a Burrow card, at Christmas or something. All the ops guys are the men, guys. I mean, these guys grind way harder than we do. Trust me. We're just here chilling, hanging out with you guys, pretending not to be support or trying not to be, Anyways. Broncos helmets are goofy. Like, what is going on with the horse? Looks like a dragon.
Aha says, wait, what do I do for a car? I ain't giving away a car. I'm
Yeah,
not Oprah.
We're not joining a commune here or something,
I wish I had that kind of money, man. I would be this is why I would be broke though. Those stories when it's like, oh, guy wins the lotto and then immediately is poor.
Yeah. 2 years
that
later.
That would be me because I don't know how to say no to people, and I would give all my money away.
I'll remember that in case you win.
Oh, and the Mets tie the game in the bottom of the ninth.
Ooh.
Just so everybody knows, I'm gonna give a little heads up. The third quarter trivia question
is Met related.
Probably gonna be Met related.
Field goal. Who did they trade for again? The Mets. Who are you?
Javi Baez.
Baez, yeah.
He hit a 2-run homer in his debut tonight.
Oh, he did. Hey. Oh, wow.
Javi. Yes. After Kenneth Ducey was busting my nuggets all day about that trade.
When Kenny busts your nuts about something,
nuggets, Jeff.
Your nuggets. Excuse me. Sorry. Yes, that's what I meant. Yes, of course. you should usually feel pretty good that you're on the right side of whatever it is you're talking about with Kenny. I still love Kenny's take that the Jets are going to win 10 plus games, and Zach Wilson's going to get hurt at some point.
They have an elite left tackle, Jeff, maybe.
That's right. I'm sorry. Yes, they do.
If his foot is still attached at the end of training camp.
The left tackle. Let's not forget about the left tackle of the Jets.
Stats. We'll run through the stats. Drew Brees has 188 yards and 1 touchdown. Drew Lock, not so much. 69 yards. Not so nice. With 1 touchdown. Kamara has 37 on the ground. Melvin Gordon has 21. Lat Murray with 1 carry for 8. And Drew Brees with a carry for 3. Drew Brees showing off the athleticism tonight.
Yeah, it was an impressive carry. And again, I mean, like we're giving Lamarca information today too. He thought these stats were just up for you guys. So
I kind of knew that they weren't, but I also didn't.
now he's going to be super diligent about reading them all off.
For sure. Jared Cook, 5 for 76. Michael Thomas, 3 for 49 and a touchdown. Noah Fant, 3 for 49 and a touchdown. Sanders, 3 for 48. Sutton, 2 for 20. And then not much after that. Traquan Smith, Alvin Kamara, both have 1 catch.
Yeah, Jared Cook, I just about put him in my captain for this line. We didn't even go over our own lineups. Did you roster another backup QB just so he wouldn't show up?
I did throw out another Junko team. Let me pull it up.
I actually have a decent team this time. I got Thomas in the captain, Kamara, Breeze, Sanders,
Font, and this is the one where I went heavy. I put all the Saints studs, and I punted with Nick Vanette. The Vanette.
Yeah, so I got Jeff Driscoll in the captain spot. Thought there might be a chance that Drew Lock gets benched in this game, so went contrarian, Jeff Driscoll captain. I went with Taysom and Jameis Winston. We don't know which one's going to start next year.
True.
So I wanted them both. I figured if I put them both in my lineup, I'm locking up the Saints quarterback production for next season, that is. Then I did have Jerry Jeudy and KJ Hamler. Had to pay up for 2 studs. So I got Jerry Jeudy and KJ Hamler on the team. And then the Saints defense. So that's the team.
People like that I said nuts. I like how immature everybody is. I mean, I'm right there with you guys. I'm just saying. Anyways, say it again. Nuts. There you go. All right, we're into the third quarter here, folks. Again, 2 quote trivia questions for Matt LaMarca, who's basically being Oprah Winfrey this sim. Ghost wants you to adjust your lighting.
Is it too hot right now?
No, he says you're gray. You're too gray.
I'm gray.
I got my lights down because it's Madden After Dark.
You want me to warm it up? I have a cool light, Jeff. I don't know if I've ever shown you my light.
Well,
but I can adjust. I can adjust the temperature. So like, I can make it up. Right now, it's on as warm as it can go, which I need because I'm pasty. But if I go like this, now it's like a blue light. Did you see the change?
I did.
Now this is a cool light.
Okay. I feel like the cool is where you want to be.
Yeah,
Yes.
you think cool's better?
Yes.
Okay.
Ghost,
All right.
confirm in the Twitch chat that that's better now. Oh no, you can't see. Never
They
mind.
can't see me.
Duh.
All right, Daniel says the cool is better.
Yeah. Yes. If Daniel agrees, it's right. Daniel's right about everything.
I also have the monitors right in my face, so there's like a lot of ambient light coming off of that, which is also not good.
I don't even know.
Wyatt Bailey says, LOL, who's Oprah?
What outfit was Lamarca going to wear on Tuesday Sims with Emerson before they stopped putting them together? It's a Matt Lamarca trivia.
I feel like if anyone should know the answer to that question, it would be me. But I
Tank
don't.
Top Tuesday? Oh no, was it the Chip and Dale, the bow ties?
Yes, that is it. That is it. We talked about no shirts, topless Tuesdays.
Riggio probably got word of that and split you guys up.
You know what? I haven't worked the sim with M since then.
Could be. All right. Third Q underway. 13-7 Broncos. Again, if you're just tuning in, we are working through some stat problems today. Not trying to hide it. Just letting people know. Not updated. Not going to be in real time right now. Emerson was going to order them just the bow ties. Right. Okay. Kamara tackle for a loss. 3rd and 6. Okay. Trying to get out of their specter of their own, red zone here. The Saints are taking their time. 3rd and 6. All right, there we go. There's another Jared Cook. Yeah, another Jared Cook catch. And again, I mean, we do see the stats flip on the screen here. It's 6 for 89 now for Cook, so he's actually really close to the bonus. Try and update these a little bit more for people in all seriousness. Cook going close to the bonus. Breeze back under center. Kamara going to get a carry. Into the line. Kamara up to 47 yards rushing. Give you guys an idea where he's at.
Alvin Camaro.
Cook again, I think. Really pumping for the bonus here. No, that was Emmanuel Sanders, excuse me. Apologies on that one. Saw a 7. 17, though, not 87. So Sanders with his 4th. Hey, thanks. First time play Fortnite. Appreciate that, buddy. Have a good rest of your night. Hope everyone's having a good end to their Saturday night.
Kamara picks up the first.
Yeah, there's Kamara, 53 yards. Again, trying to keep you guys a little bit updated here. In the last part of it. Hate the extra, yeah. What do you think about that second base extra innings rule? I think it's stupid.
You know, I don't hate it. I would like to see it if, like, games got to the 11th, 12th, maybe even the 12th inning. Then we can start doing that stuff. But for the 10th inning, I don't think we really need it. We can play regular baseball still.
At least give them like one more inning, you know? If they did in the 11th, it would feel better. I don't know.
Right. I get it. You want to save the bullpen arms. You know, there's a lot of bullpen games these days. Certainly the Mets bullpen has been super taxed this season, but it would be nice to see one inning of just regular extra inning baseball.
Yeah.
All right. How we think? Are we ready for the next?
Yes. We're getting close to the end of the third here. 3 minutes left.
All right.
Go.
This is going to be for the Kyle Pitts rookie card.
Okay. Wow. Okay.
Kyle Pitts rookie card.
Getting up here. Kyle Pitts rookie, guys.
Kyle Pitts rookie card. Okay. Here is the question. The last year the Mets made it to the World Series, this player led the team in home runs.
Oh, wow. That's a tough one. The last year the Mets made it to the World Series, this player led them in home runs for the entire playoffs, right?
For the regular season.
For the regular season. The year the Mets made the last year the Mets made the World Series, this player led them in home runs for the regular season. Go. Okay, we got one answer. I don't think it's right. Oh, wait. Actually, no. Maybe that first one is right.
No, I've seen a bunch of answers so far. None of them are correct.
Okay.
A lot of David Wright, a lot of Mike Piazza, incorrect. Daniel Murphy, incorrect. Darryl Strawberry, incorrect. Bobby Bowe, incorrect. All right, we've got a correction. S4G has the correct answer of Lucas Duda.
Duda.
Congratulations, S4G.
All right, S4G. Bing, bang, bong. Kent just dropping random Edmonton Oilers names in the chat. That's cool, Kent. Appreciate that. You didn't spell Yanni Nienema right, though.
The Mets last made it to the World Series in 2015. It was not that long ago, guys. And while Daniel Murphy got hot for them in the playoffs, and of course that was the year that Yoenis Cespedes tore it up with the Mets, but that was only over the second half of the season after they traded for him. The guy who led the team in home runs that year with 27 was Lucas Duda.
Duda's a lefty, right?
Duda's a lefty. Big lefty bopper.
Yeah. I remember.
All right,
that.
S4G, reach out to me on Twitter at Matt LaMarca.
Yep.
And the Kyle Pitts rookie card will be coming your way.
Make sure you, drop your Twitter handle in the YouTube chat and then get in contact with LaMarcus. The onus is on you now, man. And this is on you. It's a bunch of doodah, says Chef Duke.
Yeah, everybody forgets that the Mets made the World Series in 2015.
Yeah, no, legitimately.
Lost to the Kansas City Royals.
Yeah. No, I had to think. I'm like, I knew they made it. I was like, it can't go back like as far as I'm thinking, because I'm like, there was some year in there the Mets made it. I couldn't remember off the top of my head. I had to Google what year it was, but I knew it was around the mid 2010s. Yeah, the Royals too. That was like their one and done kind of year.
Musby says, which of your co-hosts is most likely to complain in a meeting? Well, we've had meetings, so I know the answer, but I'm not going to throw said person under the bus.
I mean, complain / bring up, I don't know, talk more than he should. He should. It's not a girl. All right, it's going to be the end of the third. We'll update some stats for you. Do I consider the Olympic gold a major championship? I certainly do not. This is like an easy field compared to even regular golf events. Only 60 players. Only about 40 of them are really quality. A lot of like low end qualifiers from, countries like, I don't know.
Chad, that's incorrect. I said the last year that they made it to the World Series, who led the team in home runs? That was the question.
Yeah, we did clarify it. I clarified it as well. I actually asked him that specific question, if it was regular season or world or the playoffs. So
anyhow. All right, S4G, I got you. I will send you a Twitter message.
Drew Brees up to 247.
touchdown. Kamara, 57 yards on the ground, touchdown. Gordon, 32 yards. Breeze, 5 yards rushing. Philip Lindsay has -1 yards rushing. It's impressive. Cook hit the bonus, 112 yards, 8 receptions. Sanders, 451. Michael Thomas, 3 for 49. Cortland Sutton, 3 for 32. Noah Fant, 3 for 49. He's been stuck on 3 catches. Sorry, Bills fan. Alvin Kamara, 2 for 30. Traquan Smith, 1 for 5. So we're at with the receptions. Breeze about 53 yards away from the bonus. 1 Q to go here on Saturday night. DraftKings Dream Stream. Lamarca and I finishing off 3 in a row. Trying to clear out Lamarca's card collection.
Oh, I got plenty more to go, baby. Don't you worry.
We got one more trivia question coming up. He's already done 2. Oh,
Yeah, I'm just determining if I want to keep this Julio Jones card. I think I can do better.
Okay.
I think I can do better. I saw something before that I think would be fun. Let me find this.
Yeah, go, you go. We got who's 13 here? It's not Hamler. That's I think that's Judy. Confirm that in a sec. Anyways, it's a nice pass to start the queue. $13 again. Hamler, excuse me. Why did I think Hamler's 10? Hamler on the catches there. A couple catches there for KJ Hamler coming to life. Judy's 10, I think. Have to look that up. Confirm that. Drew Lock back to pass. Denver going a little pass heavy here. I believe that's Lindsay. It is. 1 catch. Lindsay's out of negative points, though. That's huge.
Found what I want to give away. Now, this may not sound sick off the rip, but I think this is the coolest card I've given away.
Cortland Sutton inside the 5. Go for it. What is it?
This is going to be a Gabriel Davis Prism Black rookie card autograph.
Yeah, that is easily the sickest card you've given away, man.
The Prism Black is such a cool brand, in my opinion.
I want that card. I would almost buy that off you. This is a legit awesome card Lamarca is about to give away. It's a Prism Sig. It's a rookie card from last year, Gabriel Davis. Yeah, legit. Lamarca's giving away some serious cards here, guys. So again, hit that like for him. We're gonna have one final trivia question for it. And yeah, this is a really nice card. Trust me. If you're into this at all, even if you're just into football, it's a cool card to have. If you're a Buffalo Bills fan, you're gonna love this card. So yeah, we'll get the trivia question from him in a sec. There's a Philip Lindsay rushing touchdown. That was the wrong guy. We needed the Melvin Gordon because first time playing Fortnite had the Melvin Gordon rushing touchdown and the Lindsay catching. So, but that's Lindsay on the rush there. Broncos kind of 2-7-point lead. That's a sick card. You just pull that yourself?
This was another self pull. I was gonna do this for the Bills game, but I had that Chase Young, and I thought the Chase Young was kind of also very cool.
Yeah.
So I put that in instead, but since I've already messed up and am doing teams out of order anyway, why not? Let's do Gabe Davis.
Nice card, guys. Trust me. Nice card. We will do a trivia question here soon. What was the name of the Bills kicker that lost the Super Bowl against the Cowboys? You're talking about the Super Bowl against the Giants. Wide right. It's the first time they went to the Super Bowl in that 4-year run. I know who it was.
Scott Norwood, right?
Scott Norwood, yep. Wasn't an easy kick.
It's on grass, 47 yards or something, 48 yards. When is the car giveaway? That's tomorrow. Kaufman's giving one away.
Yeah, tune in for Adam Kaufman giving away a Buick Elantra. A Buick, I don't know.
Buick Skylark.
Yeah, a Buick Skylark.
Be funny if he actually had a Buick Skylark. Maybe he does. Mets win, says Mike Bizzle. Is that true?
They did. Our guy, Brandon Drury.
Oh, wow.
He has been red hot. Just a little poke into the outfield, easily scores the run.
We get another Drew Brees run. He's run like 4 times in the sim. And he gets a face mask from it. What's going on here? First and 10. Saints have the lead. They got the ball. They're almost in the red zone. That's not going to help them. That was dropped, so really not going to help them. Cook hit the bonus, guys, if you're watching. Actually, not sure where Brees is at. He's at like, actually, Drew Brees. We did have a Drew Brees 400 prop for the card I was giving away. I don't mean he'd need to pick up a touchdown and then get something crazy, like some kind of broken play almost, but I guess it's kind of on the table. He might hit the bonus. That play's going to help. Sanders. Drew Brees up to 293. Where are they at? The 8-yard line. So if Drew Brees throws a touchdown from here, he'll get a touchdown and the bonus. So that's where we're at with Drew Brees. Something to watch, especially if you have Drew Brees obviously in your lineups. And again, I'm not sure if stats have been updated yet. I still think they're working on it, getting up to real time. But Drew Brees, eventually you'll get credit with that. He's just under 300 yards, 293. All right, let's watch this play. Then we'll do the last trivia question. Well, if they score here, let's watch the end of this drive.
Yep, absolutely.
Swing pass, lost 2 yards. Was it? You're kind of in on Kamara. Like you're okay taking Kamara third this year, right?
I am. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I just feel like the workload has to be there for him. I just don't know. I just feel from a volume perspective, you feel like he has to get there. Brees might get sacked here. Forever. Got to throw a touchdown there. There's Michael Thomas, second touchdown of the game. What is Michael Thomas up to here? We know he's got 2 touchdowns. I don't think he's got that many yards. Drew Brees, though, with another catch. Drew Brees hit the bonus, too. Yeah, that's a bonus for Brees. That's a touchdown for Brees. It's a lot of points right there. Hey, Drew Brees within 100 of the 400-yard game. You never know, man. You never know. Seen crazier stuff happen. Could get OT or something, so.
All right. I think I'm ready for the trivia question.
Last, the Gabriel Davis sweet Sig Prism Black. These are nice cards. Here's the last trivia question.
All right. Drew Brees has 2 500-yard passing games in his career. Who is the only quarterback with more?
Drew Brees has 2 500-yard passing games in his career. Who is the only quarterback with more?
You know this one?
I actually don't know this one off the top of my head. I feel like I should, but I don't. Okay, we got one answer on Twitch.
Oh, I don't have Twitch open.
Well, if it's the right name, then we're going to give it to River Rat. But I don't know if that's
I see the correct answer. So The correct answer is Ben Roethlisberger.
Ah, okay. There we go. So the Twitch answer was not Ben Roethlisberger. It was Stafford. So
Okay. So that is Tim Lessard. Tim Lessard is going to get the Gabe Davis for Big Ben Roethlisberger.
That is not one. Yeah, that's Ben has had some monster games in that offense. That's a good one. That's a good trivia. Marcus is bringing it for these Sims for you guys today. And I thought I was trying when I had, made a free roll here. Marcus getting trivia questions for you guys, going to the PC, the personal collection.
All right, Tim, you know the deal.
Yep.
At Matt Lamarca on Twitter, or drop your DM in here, and I'll send you one. But all right, Tim says he's sending a tweet my way.
Tim's on it. That's great. We like that. And it's a sweet card. You should be on it.
And then don't forget, I got 2 more to give out for the winner of this free roll. So we probably won't know that when we sign off tonight, but I will reach out. I'm on 3 Sims again tomorrow, so we'll figure it out.
There you go. That's actually a good point. We should take care of that business. If you win the free roll, and I don't know if the second one's finalized, whatever, or if you've done that, but for the last free roll, if you're the winner and you're in here, get in touch with Lamarca tomorrow. Drop your Twitter handle, whatever.
Zach Dominguez says I have it first, but spelled wrong. Not that I saw.
Who's that?
Zach Dominguez said, did I have it first, but spelled wrong? Nope. The only people that were quicker were Must Be had Phillip Rivers, Anthony Montgomery had Kurt Warner, and then Tim Lessard came in with Big Ben. So he was quick and right.
I saw the same thing. Unless some of you guys were on the live chat or something, but we're going by the top chat. That's just what we had open. Anyways, semantics. Little miss over the middle there by Drew Lock. 3rd and goal. Still got 3 timeouts, so you could go for the onside kick or something, but this one's pretty much over. I could get some garbage time though here. Nothing doing on the player props here. Fortunately, Noah Fant really cooled off. Oh, it was almost a pick. This game is like the epitome of why Noah Fant looks like a good play too, but he's probably not. The Broncos just do not have the greatest quarterback, although I guess Teddy Bridgewater could improve that. But also, how much are they going to be throwing with that good defense? I don't know.
Fair point. It's a fair point.
I don't think they're going to be a high-throwing team. They got fancy weapons, but I don't know if they're going to use them. There is a touchdown to Noah Fant. 2nd receiving touchdown. Wow, too bad we didn't go with the 2 touchdowns for Fant. He does have 4 or 5 catches, I'm not sure. Let's see his stats. I think that was his 4th, but regardless, Broncos need a onside kick here to really do something. Good game for him. If you rostered him, you love it. From DFS perspective, fantastic game. My free roll still got 54 entries. I'm 3rd in it. I got 74.93 points. I got Thomas, Kamara, Breeze, Sanders, Fant, and Nick Vannett did nothing. I wanted that Nick Vannett garbage touchdown. Too bad. Still in 3rd. Good end to the night. Solid end here, folks. All right, we're going to get an onside kick. And once this gets recovered and nothing happens, oh, that guy just phased right through his coach. That was cool. Do you have a player of the game for us?
I got to be honest. I have not been paying much attention. I've been working on trivia questions.
You know what? No, that's true. Why should I be asking you? You've been doing all this card work. I'm going to pick the player of the game. I'm going to give it to Noah Fant. 2 touchdowns, like 4 receptions, really good value, only 5,400. And then the Not My Kid award, I think we should give it to Trey. Oh, no, Philip Lindsay. Minus points. That might not be right because I think he caught a pass. It's not updated, but we'll still give it to him. Philip Lindsay or Traquan Smith. Pick your poison for Not My Kid award. All right. Onside kick didn't work. Still got 3 timeouts to burn here. You get like some kind of Camaro breakthrough, I guess. All right.
Eamon said Lindsay had a touchdown, so let's give it to who was the other guy? Traquan Smith.
Oh, Lindsay had a touchdown. That's right. Yeah, let's give it to Traquan Smith. It's late, guys. It's our 3rd in a row.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's actually, because the touchdowns for Denver went to Lindsay and Noah Fant had 2. Then for New Orleans, we had Mike Thomas with 2. I believe we had no, we didn't have a Sanders. We had Mike Thomas with 2. We had Kamara with 1, I believe. And the last New Orleans Saints touchdown went to
somebody.
Somebody, some dude, some guy. Well, we'll figure it out. We'll look at it at the stats. I'll update that after the game's over, which is going to be in about 30 seconds. So, but yeah, we won't give it to Kamara. We'll give it to Traquan Smith, unless he scored the touchdown, which maybe he did. You know what? Scratch all those guys. I don't think Jerry Jeudy had a catch in this game.
There you go. Jerry Jeudy, Not My Kid. Put it in the books.
Write it down. It's in the record books. The Sim history record books. Denver just trying. Okay, there's a bit of a difference between the game clock. So we get some kind of kick here. Might get some Will Lutz points. All right. No, that's it. Okay. All righty. I know it's a bit of a slog with those stats, but we appreciate you guys hanging out, man, and participating in the giveaways and stuff like that, the free rolls. Hey, it's fun for Matt and I to do this stuff too, you know, when we're on here. So we appreciate you guys participating. Honestly, we really do. Yeah, Jeudy definitely had like nothing. He's going to kill most people's classics lineups if you took him. There was field goals and a 2-point conversion. That's what it was. So there was no sweepstakes. Thank you for doing my job for me. That's right. There was that. Okay. That would have really bugged me too, because I would have been looking for it in the stats, but we would have figured, we would have got there, but I appreciate you getting me there quicker. So 28-21. Actually, did we hit the over? No, because it was 56, right? You said?
Correct.
Yeah. Kind of closed in on it there, but not quite there for, was that Rod? I can't remember, but, yeah, appreciate that, guys. Absolutely, man. Appreciate you guys hanging out. Hope everyone's having a good Saturday. We'll do a little update here. We'll go through the schedule for tomorrow. Again, if you won one of those Matt LaMarca special Oprah giveaways, make sure you get in contact with him if you already haven't. I think most of you already have. I know I got in contact with my guy for the sweet Joe Burrow-ness there, and yeah, we appreciate all you guys doing it, though. Alvin Kamara, 16 for 68 and a touchdown. Lindsay, 1 touchdown, 3 yards. That really saved his night. Drew Brees had 6 yards rushing. Gordon, 38 yards. Jared Cook, 8 for 112. Sanders, 6 for 77. Font, 5 for 85. Michael Thomas, 459, 2 touchdowns. Hamler, 4 for 60. Sutton, 4 for 50. Kamara, 3 for 28. So those are the main players right there. Some decent production there from those guys. Like I said, Jerry Jeudy basically with a nothing. So Fant and Thomas both had double up games. So, okay, guys, let's give it to tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be a 6-game slate, just a regular Sunday lineup. We're going to open with the Bears and the Lions. And myself, I'm going to be back. I'll be back at 12 p.m. Eastern. I'm going to be back with Tom for 3 straight. So him and I are going to be on the first 3. We got Bears, Lions, 12, 2 p.m. Eastern, Chiefs, Giants, 4 p.m. Eastern, Eagles, Browns. Then I'm done for the weekend. And Lamarcus coming back to do 3 with Glasheen, so that'll be fun. Another good night there. You know, maybe Glasheen can get in. He's the guy who's been on vacation. Maybe he can bring some pizza giveaways for you guys. Do that with Lamarca. I don't know. I don't want to put pressure on him. You're gonna have fun anyways. Glasheen, Lamarca for 3 in a row. 6 p.m. Bucks, Patriots. 8 p.m. Chargers, Jags. 10 p.m. Eastern. Dolphins, Cowboys. That's your Sunday lineup, dudes. Be back with the sweat Monday morning. Appreciate that. Give Lamarca a follow. You guys been giving away cards all night. At Matt Lamarca on the Twitter machine. I know he'd appreciate that. Check out his stuff at DK Nation. Check out that. He's got the Olympic stuff. What, are you still doing baseball?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Had the Mets today in my article. So it wasn't easy, but we got there.
Okay. There you go. Give Matt Lamarca a follow. Give his stuff on DK Nation a read. You can give me a follow at the Fantasy Grind. I always appreciate that. You can follow my losing golf picks, and we can suffer together, and stuff like that. But guys, honestly, it was a lot of fun hanging out. It was. Appreciate you guys. Have a great rest of your Saturday. I'll see you tomorrow morning.